I had my imperial bones taken away, my blood will destroyed, and was abandoned by my family, but I was determined to rise up, reach the pinnacle of martial arts, and make all races submit to me. Father, Su Hao has sent someone to tell us that Su Chen must be expelled from the family. Otherwise, the Su family will enforce the family rules and purge the family. Alas! He has already destroyed Su Chen's blood wheel. Does he still want to kill him? If nothing happened to my third brother, he would not dare to do that. Poor Su Chen had just awakened his emperor bone, but was forcibly taken away by Su Hao. Su Hao is the #1 genius of the entire Su clan, and now he has even reached the peak of the real pill realm. Are we going to sacrifice our entire clan for a useless person? In the Su family hall of Panyo City in the Pandang dynasty of the East Wasteland, the old man sitting in the first seat had a terribly gloomy face and his eyes were like an endless abyss, which made people shudder. He was my grandfather, Su Yuan. I, Su Chen, successfully awakened my bloodline at the age of 6, and also awakened my companion Emperor Bone, which caused a phenomenon that stretched thousands of miles and shocked everyone. I thought I could embark on a glorious martial arts path, but I didn't expect that Su Hao from the Su family passed by. When he saw this phenomenon, he forcibly took away my Emperor Bone. Since then, although I lost my Emperor Bone, I never gave up. I worked harder than others. Finally, I reproduced blood with my bloodline and successfully built my foundation, becoming the first person in the younger generation of the Su family to build a foundation. However, 3 days ago, I went to the Heaven Punishment Forest to look for the heavenly soul grass to save my father Su Zhan, and I met Su Hao again. He deliberately destroyed my blood wheel, but did not kill me, just to make me a disabled person, so that he could look down on me. How dare he do this? If he had not taken my Emperor Bone, would he have achieved what he has today? As dusk fell, I woke up in the dim room of the remote courtyard in the northwest corner. I felt the heart-wrenching pain in my body and my face was as pale as paper. Su Hao. I gritted my teeth. In the Heaven Punishment Forest, I couldn't even block one of his moves, and he destroyed my blood wheel. Now my cultivation has fallen from the foundation building realm to the innate realm. The blood wheel is the foundation of a warrior's martial arts practice. I can still work hard to improve my cultivation after my Emperor Bone is peeled off, but without the blood wheel, there is no hope for me to build a foundation in my life. I was unwilling and spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, with a buzzing sound, an ancient and vast bell sounded in my mind, and a small black tower slowly emerged from my brow and floated in front of me. I was familiar with this small black tower. When I was looking for the heavenly soul grass in the Heavenly Punishment Forest, I accidentally broke into a cave. There was a pattern of it on the stone wall of the cave. I didn't touch it, but it disappeared and was hidden in my body. I was pulled into the tower by a strong suction force. It was boundless and desolate, with air surging like paste. An illusory figure gradually condensed in front of me, and a voice like a machine said, "Welcome to the Chaos Devouring Tower. I am the tower spirit of the Chaos Devouring Tower." "Who are you?" I asked. The tower spirit replied, "This Chaos Devouring Tower is a Chaos Supreme Treasure, born in chaos. Only those who possess a Chaos body are qualified to be its master. The master's Chaos body is covered by the Emperor's Bone, and after it is peeled off, it is sensed by the Chaos Devouring Tower, and thus obtains this tower." Listening to the tower spirit's words, I actually felt that the stripping of the Emperor's Bone was not a bad thing, but a good thing. But I said helplessly, "My blood wheel has been broken. Even if I have a chaotic body, I can't continue to build the foundation and practice." The tower spirit said, "Please rest assured, Master. I can help you reunite the blood wheel and help you use the devouring power in the tower to multiply the devouring blood wheel." Twin blood wheels. I was shocked. In Tianhuan continent, those who can successfully build a foundation mostly have a single blood wheel. Only special warriors have twin blood wheels, and those who have twin blood wheels will surely be peerless masters in the future. I never thought that my Emperor Bone was peeled off and my blood wheel was shattered, but it would be a blessing in disguise and I would have the opportunity to have twin blood wheels. "Master, please sit down. I will teach you the Chaos Devouring art on behalf of the Chaos Devouring Tower." I immediately sat cross-legged and closed my eyes. In an instant, streams of information flooded into my mind like a crazy tide. It was the Chaos Devouring art. The Chaos Devouring technique can only be practiced with the Chaos Body. A vague and ancient voice resounded in my mind. The great Tao of Chaos is to seize the fortune of heaven and earth and control the reincarnation of time. Only by peeping into the great Tao of Chaos can one be immortal. The Chaos Devouring technique swallows all things in chaos. Devour step by step, go against the heavens step by step, and reach the top of the great Tao of Chaos. Buzz. The bell rang in my mind again. My body trembled violently and the pain on my face became even worse, but I gritted my teeth and persisted. The broken blood will slowly recondensed above his head, forming a round wheel, blood red in color. The blood wheels awakened by my Sioux family members were all in the shape of swords, and I was no exception. Broken pieces of sword were floating in the blood wheel. When it was recondensed, the endless killing of Su Hao in my heart gathered in it, using killing as a medium to recondense the sword blood wheel. I will never forget him. 10 years ago, he took my emperor bone and 10 years later, he destroyed my blood wheel. This hatred is irreconcilable. The blood wheel reunited, and I began to rebuild my foundation. The chaotic body in my body also emerged. A vast chaotic aura instantly enveloped my whole body, and a figure of 10,000 feet condensed behind me. The gray-black light spread throughout the space inside the tower. The blood wheel gathers, and the foundation is solidified. With a rumbling sound, under the cover of the chaotic aura and the 10,000 feet chaotic body, my fallen cultivation level was instantly rebuilt as the blood wheel absorbed the spiritual power, without any bottleneck at all. I quickly followed the Chaos Devouring technique and began to devour like a whirlpool. The devouring aura from all directions was sucked into my body, forming an endless circular vortex in my dantian. As the devouring speed increased, a circular blood wheel condensed again above the killing sword blood wheel above my head, with a vortex of black mist inside. It was the devouring blood wheel that the tower spirit mentioned. The black mist vortex in the devouring blood wheel gradually formed a black hole, emitting a terrifying devouring aura, and its level was obviously higher than that of the killing sword blood wheel. I actually have twin blood wheels, one for the killing sword blood wheel and the other for the devouring blood wheel. Just when I was about to stop practicing, I suddenly found that there seemed to be a crack in my blood. What happened? Could it be that my blood was sealed by a mysterious force? Who would do this? But he could feel the blood in his body, and there was indeed a power seal. Under the operation of the Chaos Devouring technique, the seal began to break. As the first crack appeared, the second, the third, countless cracks spread like a spider web. The domineering Chaos Devouring art madly circulated throughout his body, and the seal could no longer resist and shattered completely. The sealed bloodline was like a wild horse running wild. A dragon roar and an elephant roar roared out from the blood at the same time. My blood was boiling wildly, and I suddenly opened my eyes. I saw the uncontrollable blood surging out of 9 phantom dragons and 9 illusory giant elephants, roaring to the sky above my head. Congratulations, Master, for possessing the dragon-elephant bloodline and being able to condense a third blood wheel. The tower spirit's voice came. Although I had guessed it, I still couldn't help being shocked. 3 blood wheels. This is absolutely unprecedented. Looking at the Tianhuang continent, who can possess 3 blood wheels at the same time? I did not suppress my bloodline. With the roar of dragons and elephants, my bloodline rolled wildly and a third blood wheel condensed again above my head. Shadows of dragons and elephants appeared in the blood wheels, and the 3 blood wheels were neatly stacked up and down, and the aura of the blood wheels covered the whole body. I had reached the 3rd level of foundation building before, but my cultivation level dropped due to the shattering of my blood chakra. Now, with the help of the reunited blood chakras, I am rebuilding my foundation. And with the superposition of 3 blood chakras, my cultivation level has directly broken through to the 7th level of foundation building, which is 4 levels higher than before. It was a blessing in disguise, and I was pleasantly surprised. Congratulations, Master, for having 3 blood wheels. Tower Spirit said. I stood up, feeling the injuries in my body completely recovered. It felt great to have 3 blood wheels. The absolute suppression of the blood wheels gave me the confidence to sweep through the foundation building realm, even against the low-level virtual pill realm. Although Su Hao is at the peak of the solid den realm, my current cultivation speed is dozens of times faster than before. I believe the day of revenge will not be far away. At this time, a brush appeared in the hands of the tower spirit and was handed to me. The handle of the brush was engraved with the words Zhang Jie. The tower spirit said, "Master, this brush is called the Zhang Jie pen. Once it is used, it can form a forbidden force within a specific space. But the realms cannot differ too much, and each use consumes a great deal of the soul." I nodded to show that I understood. The tower spirit said again, "Master, there are many martial arts and treasures in the Chaos Devouring Tower. If you want to obtain them, you need to keep growing so that you can get what you want in the tower." I replied, "Okay." Turning around, his fists clenched tightly, his deep eyes were filled with hatred, and waves of killing rushed out of Su Chen, like endless ancient ferocious beasts roaring to the sky, wanting to devour the entire sky. "Su Hao, I will go to the Su tribe to find you. I will take back all the hatred for the bone snatching and the revenge for the broken wheel, with interest. The Su clan is one of the top forces in the eastern wilderness. Even the Pandang dynasty is like an ant in front of the Su clan. What he needs most now is time. Given his current condition, he can practice dozens of times faster than before. He believes that the day of his revenge will not be too far away." Bang. With a loud bang, the heavy wooden door was kicked open fiercely. Dozens of people walked in from outside, each of them looked ferocious and obviously came to cause trouble. "Master, Su Chen hasn't woken up yet. Will the head of the family blame us for barging in like this?" Bang. The young man slapped him hard, with a hint of ferocity on his gloomy face. He said coldly, "What a waste. Su Chen is about to be expelled from the family. Do I still need to care?" Su Chen obviously doesn't want to accept the reality, so he pretended to be dead. "Don't think you can fool me with this little trick." Su Yang, the son of Su Xian, the eldest uncle of the Su family, reproduced blood 3 days ago and successfully established his foundation, becoming the second person in the younger generation of the Su family to successfully establish his foundation. The first person to build the foundation was Su Chen. Even though Su Chen's imperial bones were stripped away, his talent and strength still surpassed the entire Su family. Su Yang is like a pug, following Su Chen every day, calling him brother and being as humble as possible. It is also because of this that Su Yang felt extremely happy when he saw Su Chen's blood will being destroyed and his cultivation falling to the innate realm. The shift in strength will also cause their identities to change accordingly. He no longer wants to be the lapdog who could only nod and fawn. Now he can look down on Su Chen and take back all the dignity he once lost. In Su Yang's opinion, no matter whether Su Chen's coma was real or fake, he would humiliate Su Chen before he was expelled from the family. Go in and drag Su Chen out. I want to see how long he can keep pretending. Yes. No one dared to disobey. The situation of the Su family is obviously different now. The once high-spirited Su Chen, with the shattering of his blood wheel and the intimidation from the Su clan, not only saw his status plummet, he would also be expelled from the family by the head of the family. When Su Chen was in his prime, Su Yang was definitely the most flattering person. But now, the licking of his former glory has turned into viciousness. Only in this way can he calm the anger and dignity in his heart. On the other hand, Su Yang has successfully established his foundation, and will go to the Su clan later. By then, not to mention them, even the head of the family will have to be respectful when he sees him. Without waiting for everyone to enter the room. Crunch. The door was pushed open and Su Chen walked out. Looking at the dozens of people in front of him, his face was very cold, and his voice revealed a hint of chill, and he said coldly, "Everyone, get out. Your blood wheel has been destroyed, your cultivation has fallen to the innate realm, and you still dare to show off here." Su Yang snorted coldly and said with a mocking face, "Su Chen, don't be so arrogant. Grandpa has decided to expel you from the family. Now you are just a homeless dog. If you kneel in front of me and beg me, maybe I will treat you well. Otherwise, you will experience the consequences yourself." A face full of the look of a villain who has succeeded. The more this happened, the happier Su Yang felt. He wanted to step on Su Chen and humiliate him severely. Humiliating this former genius of the Su family. Whenever Su Yang thought of himself in the past, following this man like a dog, he couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. Only humiliation could make him feel that his dignity was restored and that he felt good. Dozens of people standing behind Su Yang were rubbing their hands together, looking at Su Chen in front of them with vicious eyes. For them, being able to humiliate the former family genius is definitely a very satisfying thing. What they have to do now is to please Su Yang in order to obtain the greatest benefits and advantages. Only by stepping on Su Chen can you gain Su Yang's favor. Su Yang, you were a dog before, and you are still a dog now. If you want to bark, you have to see if your fangs are sharp enough. Being called a dog in public. Su Yang was furious and said in a cold voice, Su Chen, you still dare to be so arrogant. Do you really think you are still the #1 genius in the family? Today I want you to be a dog and kneel down in front of me to beg me. Break him for me. Yes. Dozens of people rushed forward, not caring about anything at all. Anyway, Su Yang would take responsibility if anything happened. In today's Su family, Su Yang is definitely the most prestigious. Who dares to provoke Su Yang? Even the head of the family has to please Su Yang. Once Su Yang goes to the Su clan to practice, he will definitely become a strongman in the future and look down on Panyo City. At that time, the family will still have to rely on Su Yang. A dog takes advantage of the power of his master. Su Chen's eyes were cold. Even though they were cousins, they could not bear it in the face of the so-called cruel reality. Who dares to challenge my former self? When he saw that he was incompetent, he immediately showed his fangs and wanted to humiliate him severely and add insult to injury. With a step, Su Chen's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Using fingers to represent swords, the domineering and sharp sword energy seemed particularly cold in the dusk. Before dozens of people got close, miserable screams were heard suddenly. Sword energy was everywhere, covering everyone. Suddenly, miserable screams were heard, resounding through the void. After images flashed, and Su Chen's figure gradually condensed out. However, the dozens of people who were full of energy just now had now all turned into corpses. The pungent smell of blood spread, scaring Su Yang so much that he retreated again and again. Su Chen is still so strong. Trying hard to suppress the shock and horror in his heart, Su Yang kept telling himself that Su Chen's blood wheel was now broken and his cultivation had fallen to the innate realm. However, he has already successfully established his foundation, so there will be no problem in suppressing Su Chen. He doesn't want to be a dog anymore. He wanted to look down on Su Chen. Su Chen, I will let you know now how big the gap between you and me is. Buzz. The blood in his body surged, and a blood wheel condensed above his head. A pale yellow sword shadow appeared in the blood wheel, emitting a sharp sword intent. Since I awakened my blood wheel, you are the first person to taste it. Blood wheel. Su Chen sneered, and a blood aura began to emanate from above his head. The same sword blood wheel condensed out, and the power contained in it was far superior to Su Yang's. The suppression of the blood wheel level caused Su Yang's face to change suddenly. His face was filled with disbelief, and he screamed in shock, "Impossible, wasn't your blood wheel destroyed by Su Hao? How can you reunite the blood wheel?" There was too much disbelief in the frightened voices. Everyone on the entire continent knew one thing, that is, for any warrior, once the blood wheel was broken, it would never be possible to reunite. How did Su Chen do it? It is impossible for the family to spread false news. He saw Su Chen seriously injured with his own eyes yesterday, and the blood wheel was indeed broken. A dog is a dog and can never be a human. Su Yang's face was filled with fear. He was really scared at this moment. He said anxiously, "Su Chen, I have been invited by the Su tribe. I will go to the Su tribe to practice later. If you dare to touch me, you will not be able to bear the anger of the Su tribe, let alone the family. Use the Su to threaten yourself." Su Chen took a step forward, and his figure appeared in front of Su Yang like a ghost. There was not a trace of emotion in his cold eyes. This incident made him see the true faces of many people. The cruel reality told him that if he wanted to survive in this world where martial arts was respected, he could not be soft-hearted, even to his cousins. If he had not obtained the Chaos Devouring Tower and reunited the blood wheel, he would have been severely humiliated by Su Yang now. Let me ask, would Su Yang have any mercy? Who will help him? No one will help him. This is the cruel reality. Su Chen, you have been expelled from the family. If you dare to attack me, Grandpa will definitely not let you go, and the Su clan will not let you go either. Bang. Before Su Yang could continue talking nonsense, he was kicked hard in the stomach. Pain instantly spread throughout his body. Because of the suppression of the blood wheel and the fact that Su Yang was already scared to the extreme, he didn't even have the courage to fight back. His cold eyes were fixed on Su Yang in front of him, and Su Chen's voice sounded like it came from cold hell. I will let you taste what it feels like to have your blood wheel broken. Let's see if the Su tribe will still want you after you lose your blood wheel. Hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but tremble in his heart. His face turned pale in an instant and he shouted madly, Su Chen, you dare. Whether I dare or not is not up to you. Blood flowed into his right hand, and he slashed towards Su Yang fiercely with the sword. There was no fluctuation or mercy in his eyes, as if he was looking at a wild boar struggling to death. He never thought that Su Yang, who used to follow him around and fawn on him, would be the first to appear in front of him. Instead of comforting and caring for him, he wanted to humiliate him and even step on him to get to the top and please the Su clan. If you do the first day, I can do the 15th. Suddenly, a miserable scream resounded through the void, and the blood wheel condensed above Su Yang's head was pierced by the domineering sword energy. With a bang, the entire blood wheel shattered, and Su Yang fainted after spitting out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, Su Chen looked towards the lobby. He had already heard from Su Yang that he was about to be expelled from the family. It seemed that his grandfather chose to give up on him because of the family. Hate it. Unless you are a saint, how can you not hate it? The family that gave birth to you and raised you is now choosing to abandon you. Ignoring the unconscious Su Yang, Su Chen left the yard and walked directly towards the lobby. On the way to the lobby, Su Chen had already asked someone to inform his grandfather that he wanted to resolve the matter immediately. In the lobby, Su Yuan, who was notified, was also surprised. He did not expect Su Chen to send someone to inform him. It seemed that Chen'er already knew that he was about to be expelled. He felt very guilty, but there was nothing he could do. As the head of the Su family, he could not let the entire family go to destruction for one person. Only by giving up Su Chen can the family be saved. Hearing the footsteps, Su Yuan raised his head and looked at the young man who was walking slowly in. There was no expression on his handsome face, and his indifference was so distressing. With a sigh, Su Yuan gripped the chair handles tightly with both hands. Even if there was the slightest chance, he was unwilling to expel his own grandson from the family. He had already lost his best son, and now he was going to lose his best grandson. He could fully imagine what the consequences would be if Chen'er left the family. No salute. Standing there, Su Chen's face was full of indifference, looking at his grandfather sitting in the first seat. Su Yuan was the first to break the silence. Chen'er, how is your injury? Grandpa still cares about my injury. Hearing the resentment in his grandson's tone, Su Yuan sighed deeply in his heart, feeling guilty. Grandpa, as the head of the Su family, has to consider the entire family. Without too much explanation, the meaning is very clear. Family is the most important thing, and it is impossible to choose to give up the entire family for one person. At this time, furious roars came from outside the hall. Where is that beast Su Chen? I will tear him into pieces today. An angry Su Xian walked in with Su Hong and others. Seeing the young man standing in the middle of the lobby, he roared, "You beast, you did a bad thing. Presumptuous. Father, Su Chen destroyed Su Yang's blood wheel." Ah. Looking at his own grandson in front of him, Su Yuan seemed a little unconvinced. After all, Su Chen's blood wheel was now broken and his cultivation had fallen to the innate realm. How could he possibly destroy Su Yang's blood wheel? But you have to know that Su Yang has already awakened his blood wheel and successfully built his foundation. Have you figured this out? Father, Su Yang's blood wheel is broken, and he is now unconscious. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Su Yang successfully established his foundation and will go to the Su tribe to practice later. As the saying goes, a father's status is determined by his son, and he can also benefit from his son's status and become a superior person. Now what? As Su Yang's blood wheel was broken, everything was ruined. The Su clan would not want to waste with a broken blood wheel. Who did you just call a beast? I call you a beast. You are the cancer of the family. I want the family to suffer with you. It is a tragedy for the family to have trash like you. If Su Qian wasn't afraid of his father, he would have wanted to cut Su Qian into pieces and grind his bones to ashes. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and Su Qian's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a trace of afterimages. Following right on. The sound of sword chanting resounded throughout the hall. An extremely domineering sword energy rushed over. A cold murderous intent instantly enveloped Su Qian, causing him to shiver. There was disbelief written all over his horrified face. Before Su Qian could even react, he was hit by the sword energy. With a miserable scream, dozens of blood holes appeared on his body in an instant. Because of the pain coming from his body, Su Qian's whole face became distorted, blood dyed the ground under his feet red, and the pungent smell of blood slowly spread. There was complete silence. In the silent lobby, everyone, including Su Yuan, looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They gasped one by one. No one believed that a man with a broken blood will could defeat Su Qian, who was at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, in a single move. Are you dazzled? Looking at Su Qian indifferently, Su Qian smiled coldly and said, "You two are not qualified to step on me to get to the top. Apologize immediately, otherwise, the sword energy will penetrate every part of your body." Su Qian endured the waves of pain coming from his body, his face full of horror and anger. He would never have thought that this piece of trash with a broken blood ring could actually defeat him with just one move. "Su Qian, he is always your uncle." Without waiting for Su Hong to finish speaking, Su Qian snorted coldly. "Second uncle, in the face of reality, is there still family affection?" Su Hong wanted to say something, but when she looked at her nephew's cold eyes, she sighed deeply in her heart and swallowed the words back. Looking at his father, Su Qian said weakly, "Father, are you going to watch Su Qian humiliate me?" Apologize to Chener. Feeling very guilty, Su Yuan felt that there was not much he could do for his grandson. Ah. Su Qian retreated repeatedly, his face full of anger and unwillingness. Even his father didn't help him. Did he really have to apologize to Su Qian? Apologies, impossible. Su Qian laughed and said gloatingly, "Su Qian, don't think you have won. If you provoke Su Hao, there will be no place for you to stand. You will soon be expelled from the family." Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Show mercy. Ignore grandpa. Su Qian performed the sword technique and integrated the blood wheel into the sword technique. The sharp and domineering sword energy directly penetrated Su Qian's mind and fiercely pierced through the blood wheel. With a scream, Su Qian's body fell heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string. He suffered the same fate as Su Yang, with his blood wheel pierced by the sword energy. There was complete silence. No one dared to make a sound. They all stared at the scene in front of them in an ignorant manner. No one expected it. Su Qian dared to destroy the old man's blood wheel, but you have to know that the blood wheel is as important to a warrior as life. Once you lose the blood wheel, you can only stay in the innate realm for the rest of your life and will never have the hope of building a foundation. You may not be a human being, but I, Su Qian, have my own bottom line. Su Qian is always his uncle. He is not a ruthless monster and cannot slaughter his own family, but he will destroy the blood karmic relationship of Su Yang and Su Qian. This is the price to pay for provoking him. Everyone was terrified. Su Qian was too strong. Even an old man at the 8th level of the Foundation establishment realm could not withstand Su Qian's sword. How terrifying was that? The most important thing is that the head of the family did not try to stop it. "Grandpa, the feud between Su Hao and I will not affect the family. From now on, I, Su Qian, will expel myself from the family and will no longer be a disciple of the Su family. I will leave the Su family later. Father has nothing to do with this matter. Please treat father well." Hearing this, everyone's expressions were moved. No one had expected that Su Qian would choose to leave the family. Sighs. Those who wanted to protect their families had no way out in front of the powerful Su tribe. Looking at the figure turning and leaving, Su Yuan closed his eyes in pain. The imperial bone that originally belonged to Su Qian was not only taken away by Su Hao, but he was also forced by the Su clan to watch his grandson leave the family. As a grandfather, he had no choice but to accept it. Take Su Qian away and take good care of him. "Father, are you really going to let Su Qian leave the family on his own?" This matter ends here. Pass the order on that no one is allowed to discuss this matter without permission. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed. Yes. In the ice room. There are huge blocks of ice on all sides, which remain cold all year round. On the huge block of ice in the center, there is an ice coffin, which is ice blue in color. There lay a middle-aged man in the ice coffin, whose face was 70% similar to Su Chen. He lay there quietly, like a living dead. Su Chen's figure appeared in the ice room. Looking at the ice coffin in front of him, especially the man lying inside the coffin, he slowly knelt down. Father, I am an unfilial child. For some special reasons, I have expelled myself from the family and will soon leave the family. One day, I will help my father wake up. Su Zhan, once the strongest man in the eastern wilderness, intimidated all races and sects, but now he can only lie in an ice coffin and become a living dead. The Su family tried countless methods, but none of them could wake Su Zhan up. Suddenly, the dragon elephant blood in Su Chen's body began to churn, and a drop of dragon elephant blood was forced out of the body and quickly merged into the ice coffin. Next second, a strong dragon elephant fluctuation came from the ice coffin, rushing into Su Chen's mind like a mad sea tide. It took a full half-hour of fusion before Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique. Su Chen could guess that his sealed dragon elephant bloodline and the 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique he had just obtained from the ice coffin must have unknown secrets, but his father had become a living dead and was unable to tell him. Footsteps were heard. Su Yuan walked in and looked at his grandson kneeling in front of the ice coffin, and sighed deeply in his heart. Chener, I have already contacted the dean of Donghuang College. Because your father did a favor for the college, you can go to Donghuang College to practice. The Su clan will not dare to offend Donghuang College. Looking at the jade token handed over by his grandfather, with the words, Donghuang College, written on it, Su Chen did not refuse. He knew clearly what his grandfather meant. Only by seeking a strong shelter could he create time for himself to practice and have the strength to seek revenge on the Su. This is an engagement. Your news has reached the royal family, and the royal Ji family wants to cancel the engagement. After taking the jade token and marriage certificate, Su Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. The Ji family, a royal family of Pandang, when they saw my father roaming the eastern wilderness, sent people many times to try to form an alliance through marriage. Now that their imperial bones have been taken away and they are now under threat from the Su clan, the royal Ji family can no longer sit still and chooses to cancel the engagement. Want to cancel the engagement? Su Chen stood up and threw the jade token and marriage certificate into the space ring. Even if the engagement needs to be cancelled, it should be done by myself, not the Ji family. Looking at his grandson turning around and preparing to leave, Su Yuan's face turned pale. He wanted to speak, but the words were swallowed back when they reached his lips. He didn't know what to say. After all, he was the one who was sorry for Chener. Did not stay any longer and left the family. Su Chen prepared to go directly to Donghuang College and had to buy himself time to practice. As the first college in East Wilderness, even the Su tribe does not dare to confront the East Wasteland College head-on because of the threat posed by the college. I believe that the Su tribe will not fight to the death with the East Wasteland College for Su Hao. The noisy streets were filled with shouting. However, Su Chen had no intention of looking at the prosperous scene. Hey, isn't this the famous genius Su from Arpanyo City? A sarcastic voice was heard, and dozens of young men walked over with sinister smiles on their faces, looking at Su Chen with unfriendly eyes. Get lost. How could Su Chen not recognize these people? They were all disciples of the major families in Panyo City. They were once the dogs behind him, but now they jumped out and barked when they heard that they were being beaten to death. Eh? The great genius Su even had his blood will destroyed by others, yet he still dares to be so rampant. Believe it or not, I can crush you to death with one foot, and your Su family will not stand up. Kneel down and scream a few times. As long as you make us happy, you'll be fine. Otherwise, you'll have to go home with a pig's head on your head. Looking at Su Chen with a cold look in his eyes, dozens of people were not afraid at all. What strength could he have if his blood will was destroyed? Humiliating the former genius, that feeling was simply too good. Su genius, are you dissatisfied? Sure, I'll stand right here and you can hit me if you dare. One of them walked directly in front of Su Chen, grabbed Su Chen's fist and put it to his face, constantly shouting. He was sure that the other party would not dare to do so, so he was so unscrupulous. The people who were watching all around were sighing. Anyone can think of it. Su Chen of the Su family, once the #1 genius in Panyo City, had fallen to such a state that he dared not even say a word when being humiliated. This is the cruel reality. I'll meet your request. Buzz. The sound of sword chanting roared out from Su Chen's body, and a sword blood will suddenly condensed above his head, scaring everyone around him, before they could react. Su Chen has already performed the sword techniques and integrated them into the sword blood wheel. Dense and domineering sword energy spread out, hitting everyone directly and impartially. No one could successfully resist it. The pungent smell of blood told everyone that the scene happening in front of them was real. Killing dozens of shouting people with just one sword, how domineering it is. There was no mercy at all. Influenced by the cruel reality, Su Chen has gradually understood a truth, that is, no matter when, you should not have the slightest kindness or mercy towards your enemies. Without staying any longer, Su Chen turned and left. Heavenly Punishment Forest. Located in the northeast of Panyo City, if you want to get to Donghuang College in the shortest time, the fastest way is to go through the Tianfa Forest. This is the world of monsters, and there are rumors that in the deepest part of the forest, there exist monsters in the state of concentration. The dense forest blocks out the sun. Dusk fell, covering the towering trees. Desolation swept across the forest, making people feel very uncomfortable. When Su Chen arrived at the Tianfa forest, it had already become completely dark. The gloomy sky was so depressing that it made people feel breathless. In the Tianfa forest under the cover of night, there were roars of wild beasts everywhere, and miserable cries could be heard from time to time. It was believed that some warriors were tragically devoured by monsters again. For the purpose of training or hunting animals for sale, many warriors would choose to enter the forest. Looking at the dark forest in front of me, Su Chen's eyes were very cold. A few days ago, he had his blood will destroyed by Su Hao here. He will take the first step from here. The moment he stepped into the forest, Su Chen heard a powerful fluctuation, and something seemed to be wrong. Without any hesitation, he went quickly in the direction of the wave. A black bear more than 4 meters tall was fighting fiercely with a man. They are all in the Void Den realm. His eyes suddenly lit up, but Su Chen did not take action, nor did he choose to leave. What he had to do now was to watch the fight from the other side of the river, and wait until both the man and the bear were injured, and then he would step out to clean up the mess. He has begun to practice the Chaos Devouring art. The most domineering aspect of this chaos martial art is that it can devour any power for its own use without any backlash or sequelae. Boom boom boom. The life and death battle between the man and the bear continued to escalate. Unable to withstand the overbearing aura, cracks began to appear on the ground, spreading all around like a giant spider web. The ground was dyed red with blood. The strength of the man and the bear was almost the same. If they continued to fight to the death, both would be injured. Although they knew the result, neither side dared to stop. Bang. Under the strongest collision, the bodies of the man and the bear fell heavily to the ground, and the sound of bones breaking could even be heard in the silent night. His face lit up with joy, and Su Chen rushed out without any hesitation or delay. Close to Black Bear's. Because the Black Bear's injuries were too severe, even though he clearly saw someone coming towards him and wanting to harm him, he could only stare at them fiercely but was unable to stand up and attack. Using fingers to represent swords, the sword blood wheel merges into the sword energy. The sharp and domineering sword energy contained cold murderous intent and directly pierced through the Black Bear's head. The Chaos Devouring art circulated rapidly in his body, and waves of devouring power enveloped the Black Bear's soul and began to erode it frantically. The Chaos Devouring technique can devour all power, including the souls of monsters and warriors. Su Chen knew very well that if he wanted to improve his cultivation quickly, he had to rely on the Chaos Devouring art, otherwise his cultivation speed would be limited. As for whether it was cruel, Su Chen simply chose to ignore it. In a world where martial arts was respected, martial arts was everything. Fists determine life, death, and dignity. The Black Bear was a demon beast in the Void Den realm. Its soul was devoured by Su Chen's body, and he began to forcibly refine it with the help of the Chaos Devouring art. As for how much pure power could be refined, it was unknown. In just a few seconds, he had forcibly devoured the black bear's soul. "Thank you for your help, I will repay you 100-fold one day." When the men saw the young man killing the black bear, he felt a little shocked, but he remained calm. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not take a Foundation Establishment realm warrior seriously, but the situation is a little different now. After fighting a life-and-death battle with the black bear and being severely injured, he could be easily killed by even an ordinary person, let alone a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. "I'm not helping you, so you don't need to thank me." Feeling the terrible murderous intent emanating from the young man, the man's heart sank suddenly. "What you fear will come true. If you just stop, I will give you a secret about the heavenly punishment forest." "How about that?" "Explain." "Your Excellency must promise me." Before the man could finish his words, a sword energy broke through the void and landed on his left arm. A miserable scream resounded through the night, and the entire left arm was cut off by the sword energy, and blood spurted out like a fountain. His face was as pale as paper, beads of sweat were rolling down his face, and he was gritting his teeth in pain. Even if the man was beaten to death, he would never have thought that this man would attack as soon as he said he would. "If you dare to hesitate, I will give you a sword. I wonder how many swords you can withstand." So cruel. He originally wanted to exchange the secret for his own life, but now it seems that this is totally impossible. He met a lunatic who didn't even give him a chance to exchange. "I got this fragment of the map by accident. There is a great opportunity in the depths of the heavenly punishment forest." Taking the incomplete map from the man's hand, Su Chen's fingers flew into the air, and the sharp sword energy pierced through his eyebrows. The moment his body fell down, the man with a pair of big eyes staring at him couldn't understand why he was killed after he had already handed over the incomplete map. He activated the Chaos Devouring technique again and immediately began to devour the man's soul. The man and the bear were both in the Void Den realm. After devouring 2 souls, Su Chen immediately chose to sit cross-legged and began to refine and fuse the soul power. The refined power poured into every part of the body. With the overlapping of the 3 blood chakras, the power began to gather from the body into the sword blood chakra. To improve the Foundation Establishment realm, one must continuously inject strength into the blood wheel. With the influx of the power of the 2 Void Den realm souls, Su Chen let out a long roar toward the sky, instantly breaking through the bottleneck and successfully advancing from the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm to the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Swallowing still breaks through faster. Very satisfied with the swallowing effect. In Su Chen's opinion, if one wants to improve his strength quickly, he should not care too much about morality. Killing is a stepping stone for martial arts practice and no one can avoid it. After taking away the man's space ring, Su Chen looked at the incomplete map in his hand. The remaining image marks half of the location, so it shouldn't be difficult to lock it down. Only. The location shown on the incomplete map is deep in the forest. Once you encounter monsters above the Shiden realm, including Yuanying realm monsters, Huangong realm monsters, and even Ningxian realm monsters, how should you deal with it? To go or not to go? Su Chen looked into the depths of the forest, holding the incomplete map tightly in his hand. Faced with an opportunity, if he chose to give up because of fear of death, he might as well just find a place to hide. How could he take revenge, let alone reach the pinnacle of martial arts? Opportunity can be encountered but cannot be sought. His eyes gradually became firm, and Su Chen finally decided to go deeper to look for the opportunity recorded in the incomplete map. The forest under the night sky looks particularly desolate. Su Chen was extremely alert. After all, the deeper one went into the forest, the higher the level of the monsters would be. He might even encounter the legendary monsters in the state of concentration. With his strength at the Foundation Establishment stage, he might be able to fight against a Void Core stage monster, but once he encounters a real Core stage monster, or a Golden Core stage monster, he can only turn around and retreat. While searching for opportunities based on the remaining maps, he also hunted monsters and devoured their souls. If you want to quickly improve your cultivation, absorbing power is the fastest way. The first level Void Pill Realm monster, the Demon Moon Heavenly Wolf. A pair of cold eyes stared at him, and Su Chen instantly recognized the level of the monster. That's you. Not only was he not afraid at all, but he seemed very excited. Take the initiative. The person has not arrived yet, but the sword energy has already arrived. Back then in the family's martial arts pavilion, Suchen obtained an incomplete sword technique that no one had practiced, called the 9 Tribulations sword technique. This sword technique is not only incomplete, but also extremely difficult to practice, so it is placed in the martial arts pavilion and no one is interested in it. Suchen, however, liked this sword technique very much, but he only touched the surface. After he reunited the blood wheels and multiplied the 3 life blood wheels, he awakened the chaotic body. He actually discovered that he was gradually comprehending the 9 Tribulations sword technique that he had been practicing, silently. The blood wheel was integrated into the sword technique. The overbearing murderous sword energy, which contained a hint of thunder, instantly broke through the void and slammed towards the demon moon wolf fiercely. Dense and murderous sword energy roared in like a tsunami, blocking the 4 directions of east, south, west and north. Howling towards the sky, the angry Yaoyue heavenly wolf did not seem to have expected that this human warrior in the Foundation establishment stage would actually dare to take the initiative to attack. It was a complete provocation. It was a head-on collision without any dodging. In the eyes of Yaoyue Tianlang, he was in the Void Den realm, while the other party was only in the Foundation establishment realm. He could easily destroy the other party with just a move of his wolf claws. What's the result? Bang. The moment the wolf claws and sword energy collided, Yaoyue Tianlang instantly felt that something was wrong. The sword energy contained thunderous killing, which corroded fiercely and directly penetrated the wolf claws. With a scream, the poor Yaoyue heavenly wolf didn't even have time to react to what was happening before he was pierced through the body by dozens of sharp sword energies and fell to the ground. Without any hesitation, Suchen immediately activated the Chaos Devouring technique and began to devour the soul power in Yaoyue Tianlang's mind. Not only does Suchen hunt monsters, but even if he encounters a lone warrior, he will not be polite at all. Swallow it directly. It devoured the whole night. A secluded place. Suchen sat cross-legged, circulating the Chaos Devouring art in his body, quickly refining the huge soul that had been devoured in his body, and madly pouring it into the sword blood wheel. He possesses 3 blood wheels, namely the Killing Sword blood wheel, the Dragon Elephant blood wheel and the Devouring blood wheel. You just need to pour the power into one of the blood wheels. Suchen chose the Killing Sword blood wheel because the Killing Sword blood wheel was his foundation. With beads of sweat all over his face, Suchen kept making seals with his hands, and the power that had been refined in his body continued to flow into his blood wheel. Such intense and rapid refining and infusion was somewhat difficult even for Suchen, who was practicing the Chaos Devouring technique, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. The sky slowly began to brighten. After practicing all night, Suchen finally stabilized his cultivation at the peak 8th level of the Foundation establishment realm. He only needed to work harder to reach the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm. He skinned and cleaned the demon moon wolf, lit a fire and started grilling it. The aroma of the meat spread and Suchen started eating quickly. After eating and drinking, he continued to hunt monsters and devour their souls. Suchen, isn't your blood wheel destroyed? Why did you appear in the heavenly punishment forest? Dozens of people came over with curious looks on their faces, and one of them, a girl with a chubby face and who looked pretty good, spoke curiously. The Wang family disciples of Panyo City, led by Wang Quan, who is at the 6th level of the Foundation establishment realm, entered the Tianfa forest for training. The news has spread throughout the entire Panyo City that Suchen, the Su family's #1 genius, had his blood wheel destroyed by Su Hao of the Su clan, and his cultivation level has fallen to the innate realm. Suchen, who lost his blood wheel, is already half a disabled person, but he never expected to appear in the heavenly punishment forest. Wang Yinyu had always had a crush on Suchen. Seeing Suchen fall to such a state, she felt a little regretful, but the crush no longer existed. What's wrong with being handsome? This world values strength, and for warriors, blood wheel is the foundation. Simply choosing to ignore it, Suchen, who had already finished his training, was ready to leave. You really don't know manners. You deserve to have your blood wheel destroyed. Forget it, he's already pitiful enough, why add insult to injury? Fortunately, I did not pursue Suchen at the beginning, otherwise, I would not even have the chance to regret it now. What's that sound? Chi-chi. Chi-chi. Those are bloodthirsty nether bats. Oh my god, why are there so many bloodthirsty nether bats? As the terrified voices rang out, huge bats suddenly appeared from all directions. They were blood red all over, and their cold eyes emitted a terrifying cold light that made people's hearts palpitate. Waves of stench gathered into a sea and flooded over, making people nauseous. The bloodthirsty nether bats are a group of demon beasts that live in groups. They like to devour demon beasts and warriors. They emit a foul odor and are highly poisonous. Once you encounter this group of demon beasts, even a Jindan realm warrior will find it difficult to escape alive. The faces of the Wang family members were filled with fear and despair. They really didn't expect that their luck would be so bad that they would encounter such a terrifying group of monsters. Everyone gathered together with their backs to back. Wang Quan's face was extremely pale. The people he brought out this time were all the core elites of the family. If they were lost, it would be an absolutely irreparable loss for the family. We must find a way to take these people away. If one can leave, it counts. Follow me and kill them. After just one encounter, a disciple of the Wang family let out a miserable cry, and was left alone and devoured by the overwhelming bloodthirsty nether bats. In an instant, no trace of his body was left, and even his blood was devoured completely. Only the pungent smell of blood was left, which also disappeared in the stench. Kill. Looking at their loved ones being devoured, Wang Yinyu and others suppressed their sadness and killed frantically in fear. Su Chen's eyes were also extremely solemn. He didn't seem to have expected to encounter such a disgusting monster here. Dense swarms of bloodthirsty nether bats gathered around, blocking all exits. If one wanted to get out, they could only fight their way out. The blood-red mist enveloped the entire void. There is no way to avoid it, so you can only choose to confront it head-on. Under the siege of densely packed bloodthirsty nether bats, the number of Wang family members began to gradually decrease. They were devoured one by one. There were no bones or flesh left. They were all devoured completely. In less than 2 minutes, only half of the Wang family was left. Countless bloodthirsty nether bats rushed towards Su Chen madly. It stinks. It stinks. Su Chen's face was full of disgust as he looked at the bloodthirsty nether bats that were swarming around him. A blood wheel condensed above his head, with the phantoms of dragons and elephants galloping and roaring inside. Blood wheel. Looking at Su Chen, who was condensing the blood wheel not far away, Wang Quan, Wang Yinyu and others were completely dumbfounded. No one had expected that Su Chen, whose blood wheel had been destroyed, could use the blood wheel again. What blood wheel is this? Everyone in Panyo City knows that the Su family's awakened blood wheel is a sword. All core disciples, without exception, including Su Chen. Now what? Looking at the blood wheel appearing above Su Chen's head, he was either confused or shocked. A dragon roars and an elephant roars. 9 illusory dragon shadows and 9 illusory elephant shadows roared out from the blood wheel. Su Chen performed the 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique and began to bombard the surroundings fiercely. Even if it means killing a bloodthirsty nether bat, it will never swallow it. This monster was so smelly that even Su Chen couldn't stand it, so he had to give up swallowing it. The dragon-elephant blood wheel enveloped Su Chen. Boom boom boom. Dense swarms of bloodthirsty nether bats bombarded the dragon-elephant blood wheel frantically. Under the continuous impact, blood began to seep out of the corners of Su Chen's mouth. His eyes became more and more serious. If he continued like this, he would probably get into a lot of trouble. A burial pen appeared in his hand. The treasure given to him by the tower spirit had great limitations. Not to mention the realm restrictions, every time he used the burial pen, his soul would be consumed. In the forest of heavenly punishment, if your soul is consumed and severely damaged, you will be in great danger. The souls gathered and poured into the burial pen. He began to wave his brush around, drawing stroke by stroke. Suddenly, thunder roared, and the extremely domineering thunder tribulation quickly gathered under the burial tribulation pen, forming an absolutely forbidden heavenly tribulation of suppression within the range. Bang! Bang! The bloodthirsty nether bats that rushed into the range of the burial catastrophe had their bodies exploded instantly and turned into balls of blood mist. Even so, the bloodthirsty nether bats still bombarded frantically, like moths to a flame, gathering from all directions. More and more bloodthirsty nether bats were slaughtered, and the blood gathered into a river. Past. Seeing that Su Chen was able to withstand the attack of the bloodthirsty nether bats, Wang Quan, Wang Yining and others' faces suddenly lit up with joy, and they immediately moved quickly towards Su Chen's direction. The blood on the ground gave off a foul stench, and Su Chen really couldn't stand the stench. Kill them. He forcefully used the burial pen to continuously consume the soul. Once the soul power was exhausted, he would have destroyed himself without the need for the bloodthirsty nether bat to take action. With the help of the burial pen, Su Chen increased his speed and fought his way out. Su Chen, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. Brother Su, please take us with you. Looking at Su Chen rushing out, Wang Yinyu and others were completely stunned. They never expected that Su Chen would leave alone and simply choose to ignore them. The blood all over the ground and the pungent bloody stench made Wang Yinyu and others look extremely ugly. They were not only afraid of death, but also afraid of being eaten by bloodthirsty nether bats and leaving no trace of their bodies. Ignore. Looking at the figure that had completely disappeared, despair was written all over everyone's face. Wang Yinyu was even a little dazed, and was instantly devoured by the overwhelming swarm of bloodthirsty nether bats. After killing for a full minute, I finally got out. Without stopping at all, Su Chen felt the waves of weakness coming from his mind and left quickly. As for the life and death of the Wang family, it has nothing to do with him. Be a good person. He would only sacrifice his own life. He was not a saint and would never save an unrelated person. Su Chen was shocked by the tyranny of the burial pen, but it consumed too much of his soul. If he were to encounter an attack from other monsters, he would be in great trouble. Spatting out a mouthful of blood, Su Chen shook his head helplessly. The number of the bloodthirsty nether bats was too large. Fortunately, he had the burial pen, otherwise it would have been difficult to kill them all. 2 days later. Based on what was drawn on the incomplete map, Su Chen had roughly locked onto the specific location. Looking at the increasingly lush towering trees around him, he held the burial pen in his hand, ready to respond to any crisis at any time. This is already the deepest part of the Tianfa forest. It is very likely that we will encounter Soul Palace realm monsters, or even Mind Concentration realm monsters. If we say that we are not afraid, we would definitely be lying. Someone. Su Chen's figure disappeared instantly. A small valley, surrounded by dense towering trees on all sides. If there were no unusual movements, it would be very difficult to lock onto this place. In the center of the valley, there were hundreds of warriors, each of them emitting a powerful aura, all staring at the ancient altar in front of them. He threw away the incomplete map in his hand, thinking that he was the only one who found this place. Now it seems that he is not only a step slower, but also gathered so many powerful people. The valley was somewhat eerie and strange, like hell on earth, with corpses strewn everywhere, especially the ancient altar in the center, which was emitting layers of black mist, like a death knell, and mournful roars slowly emanated from the altar. Surrounding the ancient altar were stone statues, about 8 in total. Each statue was a Buddha in a different shape, with their feet on a lotus and their hands clasped together as if chanting something. A faint yellow light was emanating from behind them, forming a spiderweb-like seal that enveloped the entire altar. This sound is so disgusting. After listening to it for a long time, my heart seems to be broken. It is said that these 8 stone statues are the 8 heavenly dragon formations set up by 8 top-level Buddha masters to suppress the altar. As for what is sealed inside the altar, no one knows. Who on earth spread the incomplete map to attract so many warriors? From the ancient altar, the sound of shrill funeral bells continued to ring, once, twice, 3 times. Just keep knocking like that. Hundreds of warriors around listened to the death knell ringing in their minds, their faces solemn. They knew that the 8 heavenly dragon formation might very likely seal some evil treasure or power, but they were still unwilling to leave. Whether the power is good or evil is not important to a warrior, all he needs to do is master powerful power. The fist represents everything. Half an hour later. Everyone couldn't wait any longer and began to bombard the 8 stone statues around them. However, under the Buddha's light, their attacks were vulnerable. The sound of the funeral bell from the ancient altar became increasingly louder. Boom. At this moment, a rolling air current appeared on the ancient altar, fiercely bombarding the surrounding stone statues, and cracks appeared around the altar. The cracks became more and more, as if a spider web covered the entire altar. In everyone's shocked eyes, the ancient altar collapsed completely. The ancient altar suddenly collapsed, and streams of terrifying black fog roared out from the altar continuously. Buzz. The sound of Buddhist chants came out from the mouths of the 8 stone Buddha statues. The lotus under their feet formed a huge spider web that covered the surroundings and suppressed all the black fog. Even so, there was still black fog that penetrated the Buddha's breath shield and rolled out, directly corroding the warrior's body and mind. Ah! The miserable scream suddenly resounded through the void. My soul! What's going on? Get out of here quickly! Some warriors at a lower level could not resist the erosion of the black fog. Their eyes became bloody and crazy, and they directly attacked other warriors fiercely. Puff! Some warriors were killed tragically by the warriors behind them before they could even react. Their bodies were split in two, blood spurted out, and were instantly swallowed up by the black mist. The altar, which was suppressed by 8 stone statues of Buddha, was swirling with black fog. The terrible murderous intent roared towards the sky and hit the Buddha's breath shield fiercely, making people feel chilled. The piercing death knell sounded and roared densely, madly corroding the warriors. Hurry and get to the altar. Only when you are in danger can you survive. Including Su Chen, everyone was also corroded by the black fog. It was definitely impossible for them to leave. They could only enter the altar and use the Buddha's breath to suppress the black fog. With one step forward, Su Chen's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Warriors rushed to the altar one after another, no longer caring about the terrifying black fog inside the altar. They might get an opportunity by entering the altar, but if they continued to stay outside, they would surely die. Try your best. When the last person rushed into the altar, only more than half of the warriors were left. The scene was very strange and eerie, and the pungent smell of blood enveloped the entire valley. The underground space of the altar. In the dim underground space, the shrill sound of death knell echoed everywhere. The black fog that spread all around seemed to be substantial, like a pair of fierce eyes, staring at their prey. Ah! It hurt so much. Who are you? Who are you? As soon as the warriors entered the underground space of the altar, they were instantly shrouded in black fog. They began to talk nonsense as if they were crazy. Their eyes gradually turned bloodshot, and their bodies also began to turn bloodshot. I kill you. They started fighting each other, their scarlet eyes emitting a terrifying cold light, and they waved their hands without any mercy or compassion. Only killing. The warriors attacked madly, each one was filled with cold murderous intent. Even if half of their heads were chopped off, they didn't feel any pain. As he retreated repeatedly, Su Chen's eyes instantly became solemn. Although he knew there was something wrong here, he still chose to go in without hesitation, just to see what was suppressed by the 8 stone Buddha statues. A shrill death knell sounded in his mind. Even though Su Chen was prepared, he still could not resist the erosion of the black fog. His face changed suddenly. He knew very well what the consequences would be if he was invaded by the black fog. He didn't want to become a killing machine. 3 blood wheels condensed and floated out at the same time, forming blood wheels above the head. They were the devouring blood wheel, the killing sword blood wheel and the dragon elephant blood wheel. The chaos devouring art began to circulate frantically in his body, and a 100-foot-tall golden body of chaos emerged behind him. The black fog that was madly corroding the surroundings actually made a slight trembling sound. Su Chen could see that the underground space of the altar was now completely shrouded by black fog. No matter who it was, once eroded by the black fog, they would definitely become a killing machine. Just at this moment, the 4 warriors attacked Su Chen fiercely like wild beasts, their scarlet eyes emitting terrible and cold murderous intent. He used his finger as a sword, cast the 9 tribulation sword, and with the help of the combined power of the 3 blood wheels, there was no suspense at all, and the 4 warriors were slaughtered before they could even get close. The warriors who were corroded by the black fog fought like ordinary people and could not even use their martial arts. Buzz. Along with the rolling Buddhist chants that resounded throughout the underground space, the shadows of Buddhas condensed out, with their hands clasped together and scriptures constantly chanted in their mouths. The huge Buddhist breath condensed into symbols, and the Buddha's light flashed, and began to suppress the surroundings fiercely. All the people who were corroded by the black fog and turned into killing machines were suppressed by the rolling Buddha's breath, and the mark was hit into the center of their eyebrows one by one. There was no screaming, no resistance, their bodies just fell straight down and turned into corpses in an instant. Bow and arrow. At the moment when the 8 Buddha's shadows appeared, a long bow and 9 long arrows appeared out of thin air, emitting a terrifying aura, directly suppressing the Buddha's aura, and the condensed quickly collapsed. The bow and arrow are definitely treasures. Suchen is not a fool. The moment he saw the bow and arrow, he guessed that this bow and 9 arrows are unusual. The fact that they can be suppressed by 8 Buddhas with such terrifying power speaks volumes. Next second, the 8 Buddha shadows began to work together to suppress the longbow. The vast Buddha energy quickly gathered to form a 100-foot-long shape, which suppressed the longbow fiercely. The black longbow was slowly pulled open, and an arrow was loaded onto the bow. With a whoosh, the overbearing black arrow and the Beishang collided fiercely. The Beishang was shattered by the black arrow and even hit one of the Buddha's phantoms. Very shocked. If I could get such a treasure, it would definitely be 100 benefits with no harm. Only. Thinking about it is one thing, but being able to get it is another. Suchen was very clear about the domineering nature of the bow and arrow. It was almost impossible for him to suppress the bow and arrow and take it for himself with his current strength. Please help us suppress the god-killing bone-breaking bow. As time goes by, the cycle of fate will return. As long as you are willing to help us suppress the god-killing bone-breaking bow, the 8 of us monks are willing to help you purify the evil power of the god-killing bone-breaking bow and make it your treasure. Donor, please help. An urgent voice rang in my mind. I knew without asking that it must be the 8 Buddhas conveying the message to me. He was very depressed. He was only at the foundation establishment stage. Even if he wanted to help the 8 Buddhas suppress the god-killing bone-breaking bow, he was powerless. Was he going to sacrifice his life? That was definitely not possible. I am not a Buddhist, so the idea that if I don't go to hell, who will? Does not apply to me at all. Donor, you only need to let me and others use the divine body. With the help of your own chaotic body. Suchen knew very well that if he used his chaotic body as a medium to help the 8 Buddhas suppress the god-killing bone bow, he would have no control over whether he lived or died. Choose to give up the opportunity. But I am unwilling to do so. Looking at the extremely domineering god-killing bone-breaking bow, which even the 8 Buddhas could not suppress, Suchen finally chose to agree to help the 8 Buddhas. Buzz. 100-foot-long golden body of chaotic body quickly condensed behind him. The aura of chaos shrouds the underground space. The 8 Buddha phantoms chanted scriptures again, and streams of vast Buddha's breath poured into the chaos golden body, condensing into 100-foot-long again, suppressing the god-killing bone-breaking bow. Puff. Suchen's face turned pale instantly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His cultivation level itself was not enough to suppress the god-killing bone bow. He just wanted to suppress it, but with this top-level treasure, he still wanted to give it a try. He would definitely not dare to take action alone. He could see how domineering and powerful this god-killing bone bow was. The chaos-devouring art was running rapidly in his body, and waves of devouring power continuously devoured the surrounding black fog and merged the black fog into the chaos golden body. This was able to temporarily suppress the riot in his heart. The 8 Buddha's shadows were majestic and solemn, and their vast and majestic Buddha's aura was like countless thunders, penetrating through layers of void and continuously merging into the primal chaos golden body, fiercely suppressing the god-killing bone-breaking bow. Boom. The 100-foot spun rapidly, emitting vast Buddhist auras and containing a chaotic aura, as if it could suppress an endless hell. The god-killing bone-breaking bow and the 100-foot violently collided, and the waves like a tsunami spread wildly in all directions, even containing a terrifying power. Standing on the illusory lotus and putting their hands together, the 8 Buddhas each displayed the highest level of magical powers of Buddhism, forming a spider web of Buddha's aura that blocked the surrounding directions. Just in case, the god-killing bone-breaking bow could escape. If I don't go to hell, who will? My Buddha suppresses demons, and there are no demons in the world. 8 heavenly dragons, suppress the evil in the world. The 8 Buddhas have solemn expressions. From afar, they look like holy monks descending to save all living beings and purify the world of all evil forces. An even more terrifying 100-foot-long, condensed and emerged, directly and fiercely suppressing the god-killing bone-breaking bow. This time, it was not suppressed in the underground space, but was suppressed in the Chaos Golden Body. Finally, the 8 Buddhas did not fool me. As long as my Chaos Golden Body can suppress the god-killing bone bow, I can use this treasure at will in the future. With endless roars and unwillingness, the god-slaying bone-severing bow was forcibly suppressed by the Chaos Golden Body. Then, the Chaos Golden Body disappeared. Thank you for your help. The 8 of us monks were able to successfully suppress the god-killing bone-breaking bow. From now on, the 8 of us monks will also sit in your golden body and help you suppress the god-killing bone-breaking bow. Please remember, if you can avoid using this bow, don't use it. Once you are corrupted by this bow, we will not be able to help you. I and others will now begin to teach you the 8 top-level magical martial arts. I hope you can practice diligently and help us suppress the god-killing bone-breaking bow. The 8 Buddhas are pretty good. Whether it was to help himself or to completely suppress the god-killing bone bow. Teaching himself the 8 top-level magical martial arts would be a very beneficial thing for him. Thank you, 8 masters. The 8 Buddhas told each other their Dharma names, and one after another of their magical powers and martial arts continuously poured into their minds. Immediately, the 8 Buddha phantoms disappeared from the spot, successfully entered the Chaos Golden Body, and began to help Suchin suppress the god-killing bone bow and the 9 god-killing bone arrows. Until this moment, the 8 Buddhas did not know that the golden body condensed by Suchin was the Chaos Body Golden Body. Looking across the entire continent, I'm afraid no one can recognize it. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Suchin did not have much pity. Dying for opportunity was something everyone could think of. Opportunities and crises coexist. If I didn't possess the golden body of chaos, I might not have survived. The 8 Buddhas also wanted to use their own chaotic golden bodies and completely suppress the god-killing bone bow. Otherwise, they might not help him. Just when Suchin was about to leave, suddenly, I saw an ancient altar in the center, which was almost exactly the same as the ancient altar outside. It seemed that this altar was the real place to suppress the god-killing bone bow. The fact that 8 Buddhas, using the 8 heavenly dragon formation, joined forces to suppress it on the ancient altar shows how powerful this treasure is. Come to the altar. Ha! Looking inside the altar, there was actually a purple fox lying there. Its body was probably only the size of a palm, its breath was very weak, and its purple fur looked very beautiful. There was actually a monster in the ancient altar. Suchin was very curious and gently took out a purple fox from the altar. It was furry like a piglet and felt very good. You and I are destined to be together, so I will save your life. Putting the purple fox in his arms, Suchin did not stay any longer. What happened here would never be spread out because all those who knew about it were already dead. But Suchin didn't know. The moment he put the purple fox in his arms, the purple fox slowly opened its eyes with a hint of coldness in its eyes. However, for some special reason, it was unable to mobilize any strength in its body and could only close its eyes again. After leaving the underground space, as the god-killing bone-breaking bow was completely suppressed within the body of chaos, there was no longer any black fog in the valley, and the 8 stone statues also completely collapsed. Before leaving, Suchin completely destroyed the ancient altar. Under the scorching sun, Suchin did not waste any time. In addition to practicing the Chaos Devouring art, he was also practicing the 9 Tribulation sword art, the 8 gates of Buddhist magical skills, and the 9 dragons and 9 elephants art. As for the martial arts he practiced in his family, the level was too low. He knew very well that the 8 magical skills taught to him by the 8 Buddhas were absolutely the top-level martial arts, and how could they be wasted? As for the fundamentals, it is the Chaos Devouring art, which has 9 levels in total. Now he has only just touched the surface of the first level of the Chaos Devouring art and has not yet reached the peak of the first level. Right at this moment, Suchin felt a strong suction coming from inside the Chaos Devouring tower and knew that the tower spirit was calling him. Without any resistance, his entire body instantly entered the Chaos Devouring tower. Now he is unable to step into the Chaos Devouring Tower on his own. Only the tower spirit can summon him and lead him in. If one day, he can enter and exit the Chaos Devouring Tower at will, then the world inside the tower will be his greatest reliance. If he encounters a strong opponent whom he cannot contend with, he can directly hide in the world inside the tower. I believe no one can do anything to him. The world inside the tower. The illusory figure was the tower spirit. Until now, Suchen still didn't know whether the tower spirit of the Chaos Devouring Tower was a male or a female. Ta Ling, do you have something to ask me? The tower spirit nodded and said with a smile, "Congratulations to the master for obtaining the god-killing bone-breaking bow and 9 god-killing bone-breaking arrows. Since the master has completely integrated the 3 blood wheels, the tower spirit will make an exception and reward the master with 3,000 Dan Dao according to the rules of the world within the tower." Alchemy. That's right. The 3,000 Daos of alchemy contain the great Tao of alchemy. As long as the master can thoroughly comprehend the 3,000 Daos of alchemy, he can reach the great Tao of alchemy and refine the world's top elixir. There is a Qianquan furnace here, which is an extra reward for the owner. A small furnace appeared in his hand. Suchen was certainly not unfamiliar with alchemists. In the eastern wilderness, there were several types of people whose status was far superior to that of warriors. 1 is a formation master, 2 is an alchemist, 3 is a weapon refiner, and 4 is a talisman master. However, if you want to become one of these 4 types of people, the talent required is far superior to that of a warrior, and not everyone can do it. Among them, the alchemist especially, required an abnormal talent. Suchen didn't know whether he had the talent for alchemy, but since the tower spirit rewarded him with 3,000 alchemy skills, he had to seize the opportunity. Master, alchemy requires strange fire. There are tens of thousands of strange fires in the world, and you need to find them yourself. As for ordinary fire, you only need to comprehend the basics of the 3,000 ways of alchemy, and then you can condense the fire and start alchemy. Understood. After leaving the world inside the tower, Suchen's mind had already shown the cultivation method of Dan Dao Sunqian. He suppressed his excitement and began to comprehend it. The first thing to do is to practice the 3,000 Daos of alchemy and condense the flame. Otherwise, alchemy is just talk. Dusk is falling. Suchen was really tired, so he stood up and stretched vigorously, then caught a wild beast and started to barbecue and eat it. While eating barbecue, he looked at the purple fox in his palm. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, so he decided to adopt it. Only the purple fox's breath was too weak. Under such circumstances, who knew how long the purple fox could live? It might die early tomorrow morning. Look at your purple hair. From now on, I will give you a name. Suchen thought about it and said, "I'll call you Xiaozi from now on." Slowly opening his lazy eyelids, the purple fox glared, looking obviously very weak. "Okay, from now on, just follow me. I'll help you find some spiritual herbs, or buy some elixirs." Currently, he has not yet condensed the flame and is unable to make pills, so he can only buy them. After Suchen left Panyo City, the major families in Panyo City went completely crazy because Suchen killed their core disciples, including the sons of the patriarchs of the major families. All the major families joined forces to go to the Su family to demand an explanation, but the reply they received was that Suchen had been expelled from the Su family and was no longer a member of the Su family. There is no doubt, because the threat from the Su tribe has spread throughout Panyo City. Giving up is definitely an impossible thing. All the major families immediately sent out their most elite warriors to search for Suchen in a wide-ranging manner. In the deepest part of the Tianfa forest, Suchen became more and more vigilant, because there were all kinds of powerful monsters in the deepest part of the forest. If he was unlucky enough to encounter one, he would be in big trouble. As long as I go through the forest, I believe I can reach Dongwang College soon. Night completely enveloped the entire forest. It was eerie and terrifyingly quiet. In order to save time, he deliberately walked through the Tianfa forest. It was normal to encounter danger. If he was afraid of death, he would just find a place to hide. His expression became more and more solemn. Up to now, he had not encountered any monster beasts, and even no roar could be heard. It was too peaceful. It was so quiet that it felt wrong. The forest under the night sky was pitch black, and the cold and desolate atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Even Suchen couldn't help but shiver. Didn't stop. Move on. According to the distance he traveled, he only needed one more day to pass through the forest smoothly, and it would be even better if there were no threats from monsters. Looking at the corpses of monsters in front of him, they were everywhere. The densely packed corpses exuded a disgusting odor. At a glance, it was impossible to tell how many monsters had died. No wonder I couldn't see any monsters or hear any noise. It turned out that all the monsters were slaughtered. Who did it? With an extremely solemn look in his eyes, Suchen walked step by step, paying full attention. Right at this moment, a terrible murderous intent surged from all directions, fiercely eroding his mind, and Suchen's eyes became blurred in an instant. Deep in the mind, an endless purgatory formed. Countless corpses piled up like a mountain to form a sea of corpses. The vast corpse chi hovered in the void for a long time. With a look of pain on his face, Suchen clenched his fists tightly. He was controlled by the purgatory that appeared in his mind, and traces of blood red appeared on the surface of his body. Buzz. Suddenly, Buddhist chants appeared in Suchen's mind. 8 Buddhist chants resounded in his mind at the same time. The purgatory that was just there disappeared in an instant, and Suchen regained consciousness. His face was covered with sweat. It was such a terrifying illusion of murderous intent. If it weren't for the help of the 8 Buddhas in Chaos Body, he would have been completely controlled by the murderous intent and turned into a killing machine, or would have been directly swallowed up by the murderous intent. The more I think about it, the more scared I become. Instead of retreating, Suchen continued to move forward. But this time, Suchen had already started to operate the Buddhist magical powers in his body. An invisible Buddhist aura enveloped his entire body. Even if he encountered the same thing again, at least he was mentally prepared. It took about half an hour to walk. Coming to a stone wall, there were dense lines engraved on the Tongtian stone steel, like tadpoles, forming a strange pattern. The ground was littered with corpses of monsters and blood formed a river. And a figure standing in front of the stone wall completely attracted Suchen. Even with his back to her, Suchen could imagine how stunning this woman's face was. Her tall figure was flawless, and her long black hair was draped behind her. It was like an old monk in meditation, motionless. Feeling a little curious, Suchen could guess that the stone wall in front of him was definitely a treasure, especially the strange lines and patterns. He could feel the strange aura emanating from the stone wall. When he came to the woman, he just turned his head and glanced at her. Her skin was as white as jade, her eyebrows were like light smoke, her eyes were full of brilliance, under her high nose bridge was a cherry mouth, and she had a peerless face that could captivate the whole city and the whole country. Suchen thought that he had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Only 4 words can describe it. Shocking. The more he looked, the more curious he became. Suchen discovered that the woman remained motionless, just staring at the stone wall in front of her, and then looked at the sky-high stone wall in front of her. In order to ensure his safety, Suchen immediately activated the Buddhist magical powers and Chaos Devouring technique, and a chaotic golden body faintly emerged behind him. Others couldn't understand it, but Suchen, under the cover of the golden body of chaos, was able to gradually see the patterns on the stone wall, which actually contained a martial art. Ancient god and demon art. Suchen was so overjoyed that he didn't waste any time. He immediately activated the Chaos Devouring art in his body. Waves of devouring power continuously poured into the stone wall, covering the front of the stone wall, especially the patterns engraved on it. This martial art must be extremely powerful, because only when covered by his devouring power can he comprehend the so-called ancient gods and demons contained in the stone wall. Under the devouring patterns, tadpole-like patterns immediately flooded into Suchen's mind. This was the method of practicing the Taiku gods and demons Ju. He was very surprised. Without any hesitation or wasting time, the Chaos Devouring technique running in his body became faster and faster. Half an hour later, Suchen let out a long sigh and finally swallowed it all. What you do? Watching the woman suddenly turn around and look at him, her eyes as dark as the night, staring at him intently, as if she was staring at her prey. In Suchen's shocked eyes, the woman actually began to take off her clothes. Her beautiful face was flushed and she pounced directly towards Suchen. The aura from the woman was too strong, and it directly imprisoned Su Chen. He was unable to move at all, and was even unable to use the Chaos Devouring art, including wanting to take out the burial pen. Su Chen had never thought that he would encounter such a thing one day. He felt the power in his body being forcibly restrained and was instantly knocked down by the woman. "I'm still a virgin, no." No one paid attention to Su Chen's shouting. There were only corpses of monsters all over the ground. However, the moment the two men fell down, all the corpses of monsters on the ground were pushed away by the air waves, and streams of air enveloped the two men, forming a huge cocoon. In the silent night, Su Chen lost his virginity as a man. And still lost in this situation. An atmosphere of desolation enveloped the surroundings after about 6 hours. The cocoon broke, with countless cracks all over the cocoon, and then it collapsed with a bang. The woman's eyes were very cold. She had not expected that she would be eroded by the stone wall and even do such a thing, slaughtering all the monsters in the Tianfa forest. She originally wanted to comprehend the martial arts contained in the stone wall, but she did not expect that she would not only lose the rice but also her virginity. It is difficult for a boy in the foundation establishment stage to suppress the murderous intent in his heart, but for a woman, the first man is definitely incomparable. If it were something else, I believe she would have taken action long ago. "What's that expression on your face?" Looking at the innocent-looking young man, the woman was so angry that she wanted to slap him. "What kind of expression can I have? You rely on your strength to do whatever you want. I don't even have a chance to resist. Shameless." How shameless? She had never seen such a shameless person. He got the advantage but still acted like a good boy. It was obviously he who suffered the loss, but now he acted as if he was the one who suffered the loss. The angry woman exuded cold murderous intent and her eyes were grim. Su Chen did not show any fear, as he was indeed a victim. In his opinion, in this kind of matter, men and women were equally important, and whoever was passive was the victim. Tolerate. The woman looked at the young man in front of her coldly and asked, "What's your name? Where are you from?" Su Chen, a casual cultivator. He has already expelled himself from the Su family and is no longer a member of the Su family, so he is considered a casual cultivator. Su Chen, who had already stood up, sighed deeply and said helplessly, "Forget it, I am a man and I won't argue with you. If you are willing, I can take responsibility." In Su Chen's opinion, as a man, one should be more generous, even if he is passive in this matter. Fortunately, he did not suffer any loss. This girl had a stunning appearance. If she was ugly, it would be really a bummer. Responsible. The woman was amused by this remark. A mere foundation establishment realm cultivator actually said that he would be responsible for her. How could he be responsible? How could he be responsible? His face instantly turned cold. Su Chen could see deep contempt in the woman's eyes. He understood what she meant. She just looked down on his low cultivation level. Just treat today's incident as an accident and forget about it. Su Chen smiled and said, "You think it was an accident, but I am not a casual person. I am not qualified to be responsible now, but I will tell everyone in the world in the future that you are my woman." The woman didn't believe it at all. Nodding, the woman smiled and said, "Then I look forward to that day." In her opinion, everyone can say it, but wanting to do it is another matter. It is a joke in itself that a person at the foundation establishment stage wants to take responsibility. Looking at the woman who turned around and prepared to leave, Su Chen asked, "What's your name?" "Zufeng Palace, concubine Luo Tian." Looking at the disappearing figure, Su Chen's eyes were full of determination. He was still a little confused. He didn't expect that he would lose his first time here, and with a strange woman. Zufeng Palace? I have never heard of such a sect in Eastern Wilderness. However, Su Chen was also very clear that the Eastern Wilderness was very large, and there were countless sections. There were tens of thousands of dynasties alone. It was normal that he did not know about the Zufeng Palace. After a night of tossing and turning, Su Chen did not stay any longer and left as quickly as possible. Because of Luo Tianfei's massacre, all the monsters in the depths of the Tianfa forest were killed, so Su Chen did not encounter any obstacles and successfully passed through the Tianfa forest. It was a close call. For warriors in the foundation establishment stage, the Heaven Punishment Forest is indeed a very dangerous place, and one can die here if one is not careful. Wait, kid. Su Chen, who had just left the Tianfa forest, was intercepted by two men. Both of them were in the Shudan realm, and one of them was only 1.4 meters tall, with a sinister and cunning look on his face. What's up? You were able to come out of the heavenly punishment forest alive. I believe you must have a lot of good things on you. We will not kill you as long as you hand over your space ring obediently. Killing and robbing is a very normal thing. He did not take the young man seriously at all. As a martial artist in the Void Den realm, he could be easily killed by even just one of them, let alone joining forces. There is no nonsense. If someone wants to snatch his space ring, he has to see if he has the ability to do so. Rolling Stone Fist, one of the martial arts hidden in the Su family martial arts pavilion. Su Chen performed his moves like a huge rock rolling and roaring down a cliff. He punched one after another with great force, and struck directly at the two men. Court death. Seeing the young man attack first, the two angry men roared in rage, their faces filled with rage, and they attacked with murderous intent. A Foundation establishment realm trash dares to attack in front of them. He really doesn't know how to live or die. The domineering palm prints attacked from the left and right, the fist and the palm print collided fiercely, the surging air waves spread in all directions, and the ground began to crack because it could not bear it, like a huge spider web. The most common martial arts, when performed by Su Chen, possesses terrifying power. After a simple collision, the two men's faces changed completely. They never expected that the young man, who was only at the Foundation establishment stage, possessed such strength. Not daring to continue to despise them, the two men immediately released their respective blood wheels. One was the wolf blood wheel, the other was the tiger blood wheel, and the wolf and the tiger roared towards the sky. The wolf howled and the tiger roared, shaking the surroundings. A blood wheel instantly condensed above Su Chen's head, and a killing sword floated quietly in the blood wheel. His cold eyes looked at the wolf and the tiger that were coming towards him to kill him. My body is like a sword, I will cut through the sky with it. The blood wheels that were reunited through killing were of a much higher level than before. The cold sword intent was like an endless purgatory. The domineering sword energy penetrated through layers of space and slashed fiercely on the two blood wheels. The sword energy forcefully penetrated the blood wheels of the tigers and wolves, and miserable cries resounded through the void. The blood wheels above the two men's heads shattered instantly, and their bodies flew backwards like kites with broken strings. Thump. The two men fell heavily to the ground, blood staining their bodies. Before they could react, Su Chen's figure appeared in front of them. One sword severely injured two people in the Shudan realm. It is impossible to accept this fact. Even if they are only at the second level of Void Core realm, they are not something a Foundation establishment realm warrior can contend with. The gap between the Foundation establishment realm and the Void Pill realm is like an insurmountable chasm that is difficult to cross. But now, no matter whether they believe it or not, the facts are in front of them and they have no choice but to believe it. Completely terrified. The arrogance just now had long disappeared, and he didn't care about the fear in his heart at all. He hurriedly said, "Please spare our lives, sir. We are willing to be your dogs. If you tell us to go west, we will never dare to go east. Please, sir, spare our lives. In the face of life and death, so-called dignity is bullshit. As long as you can save your life, that's all you need." Su Chen's eyes were very cold, without any nonsense. He knew very well how terrible the cruel reality was. Without strong enough strength and hard enough fists, he would only be slaughtered. He activated the Chaos Devouring technique in his body, and began to frantically devour the souls of the two men, one by one. Tiangu City. At this time, there were countless warriors coming in and out of the city. The streets were very prosperous, with shouting and noise everywhere, and there were even warriors riding monsters on the streets. Tiangu City has very strict rules. If you want to ride a monster, you must get the consent of the city guards, register, and pay gold coins. After all, if the monster injures people or dies, the owner can be traced. When passers-by encounter people riding monster beasts, they all give way. No one knows whether the monster beast will go crazy, and no one is willing to gamble with their lives. Su Chen walked into Tiangu City, preparing to buy a few pills for Zihu. After all, Zihu's injuries were too serious. If he continued like this, he believed that Zihu would not be able to hold on for long. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely tame a dragon and use it as a mount. It will be quite impressive. Helpless smile. Suchen knew very well how difficult it was to subdue a divine dragon as a mount. As the top existence in the world of monsters, the dragon clan was the most powerful one in the continent. Walking on the street, look at the shops on both sides to see if there are any alchemy pavilions or alchemy shops. A girl in a pink dress was riding a white fox and walking towards them. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old, with a delicate face, beautiful facial features, skin as white as snow, and a jade pendant around her neck. When they are 5 meters apart, the white fox lowered its head and roared, then ran straight towards Suchen. White fox, what are you doing? White fox, stop. The white fox also belonged to the foundation establishment stage, and its strength was even superior to Xia Liyan's. It suddenly went crazy and really caught Xia Liyan off guard. Her center of gravity was unstable and she was thrown down by the white fox. Her butt made close contact with the ground, and Xia Liyan grimaced in pain. To everyone's surprise, the white fox actually came in front of Suchen, knelt on its knees, and knelt towards Suchen. Is that Xia Liyan from the Xia family? Nonsense, you don't even know the daughter of the Xia family. In Tiangu City, you cannot know the city guards, but you must know Xia Liyan. I don't know what happened, but Xia Liyan's mount, the white fox, actually knelt down before this person. This is going to be a good show. Well, look at Xia Liyan's face. Stand up and brush off the dust off your butt. Looking at the white fox that was kneeling down to worship, Xia Liyan was very shocked. Even she didn't know what was going on with her own white fox and why it suddenly knelt down to this person. This moment, even Suchen felt a little confused when he looked at the white fox kneeling in front of him. What's going on? Who are you? You dare to make my white fox kneel down to you? Xia Liyan walked over, stretched out her delicate hand, and stroked the white fox kneeling on the ground, as if trying to comfort it. Many people have gathered around. After all, Xia Liyan is very famous in Tiangu City. They want to see why Xia Liyan's mount, the white fox, kneels down to a stranger for no reason. With an innocent look on his face, Suchen became a little impatient and said, maybe my charm is too great, even your mount can't resist it. Ah. Everyone was shocked to hear this. They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen anyone so shameless. Monsters and humans have completely different views on emotions. The young man is indeed very handsome, but it is completely nonsense to say that he can attract monsters to kneel down. Rolling her eyes, Xia Liyan said contemptuously, you are really insulting my intelligence. Do you think I will believe what you say? Sister Xia, what's going on? Who made you angry? At this time, a young man walked out from the crowd, holding a fan in his hand, and fanning himself as he walked. He was dressed in a fluttering white robe and had a handsome face, but he was actually wearing makeup. Dong Zhang from the Dong family is here. Coming to Xia Liyan's side, looking at the kneeling white fox on the ground, Dong Zhang didn't care who was right or wrong, and said coldly, kneel down and kowtow to apologize to Sister Xia. If Sister Xia doesn't forgive me, I will hand you over to the city guards. As for what the consequences will be, you will experience it yourself. A naked threat. However, everyone knew very well that Dong Zhang had the capital to threaten. After all, the Dong family was very powerful in Tiangu City. Apologize. Kneel. Admit your fault. What did I do wrong? I need to apologize to the girl in front of me. Suchen's eyes gradually became cold. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he was not afraid of trouble. If someone humiliated him indiscriminately, he could only say 2 words, dream on. Now Suchen probably has guessed why the white fox would kneel down to him. Strictly speaking, the white fox was not kneeling to him, but to the purple fox in his arms. It seemed that the purple fox was of a very high level, and the white fox knelt directly to it. He didn't have any explanation. If you talked to him nicely, he would explain the reason clearly. It is definitely impossible to use the power behind the scenes to force me to kneel down and apologize. Seeing that the young man ignored him, Dong Zhang thought that this person was scared by him and was very pleased, but he wanted to show off in front of Xia Liyan. He has been pursuing Xia Liyan. How could he give up such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to perform? Boy, kneel down and apologize. I can give you a chance and make you a dog under my feet. Nodding, Suchen walked up to Dong Zhang and said, "You don't deserve it." As soon as the words fell, Suchen's figure moved, leaving only a trace of afterimages on the spot. When he performed the rolling stone fist, the full force of the fist enveloped Dong Zhang. Dong Zhang is only at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, which is 5 levels lower than Suchen. Punches hit Dong Zhang one after another, accompanied by miserable screams. Dong Zhang's body was kicked to the ground, and Suchen stepped directly on Dong Zhang's left foot. "Boy, I'm from the Dong family. If you dare to touch me, you're done. Just wait, I will make you regret it." All the people watching were completely dumbfounded and sighed. They were shocked by this man's arrogance and domineering attitude. After all, Dong Zhang's identity is there, and he has the Dong family as his backer. Who in Tiangu City dares to provoke the Dong family? Are you threatening me? Whether it is a threat or not, you know it in your heart. I advise you not to do anything wrong. His pale face was covered with sweat, and he endured the waves of pain from his body. In Dong Zhang's view, this is Tiangu City, the territory of the Dong family. Even if the other party is stronger than himself, he is still in the so-called foundation establishment stage. He just didn't believe that the other party dared to continue attacking. "Look, the city guards are coming." Dozens of armored city guards walked over and watched the scene in front of them. No matter who was right or wrong, they would definitely favor the Dong family. This was a foregone conclusion. On one side is an unfamiliar young man, and on the other side is an old family in Tiangu City. How to choose? Fighting is prohibited in Tiangu City. Take both of them back to the city lord's mansion. Just for show. When Dong Zhang is captured and brought back to the city lord's mansion, I believe he will be in and out the next moment. As for the young man, he may not be so lucky. In Tiangu City, the city guards have the final say in everything. If the city guards say you are right, you are right. If the city guards say you are wrong, you are wrong. Snap. In everyone's shocked eyes, Dong Zhang's foot was stepped on and broken abruptly. Everyone's horrified eyes were filled with disbelief. No one had expected that the city guards had already arrived, but this person still dared to be so arrogant and directly stepped on Dong Zhang's leg and broke it, which was a complete provocation to the city guards. Having offended the city guards and the Dong family at the same time, he absolutely does not want to stay in Tiangu City anymore. Presumptuous. How dare you be so arrogant? Catch him for me. How could Suchen not see that these so-called city guards would obviously favor this person? If he followed them to the city lord's mansion, he would definitely not be able to get out. Things have come to this, he has no way out. There is absolutely no difference between offending the Dong family and offending one more city lord's mansion. If you surrender, you will surely die. If you try hard, you still have a chance to get out. Suchen knew that his situation was very bad, but he had no regrets at all. As a man, he could die but could not be humiliated. Hurry up and inform the family, and ask them to rescue me. Go quickly. The terrified roar itself showed that Dong Zhang was completely frightened. He never expected that this man didn't even take the city guards seriously. He was very afraid of being killed. Even if his family would avenge him later, what would it matter? He would be dead anyway. No need to look for it. This is Tiangu City. The Dong family and the city lord's mansion, who had received the news, all rushed here. They were all furious as they looked at Dong Zhang, who was being trampled underfoot. Dong Shi, the head of the Dong family, suppressed his anger and said gloomily, "Sir, please let Dong Zhang go first. We can discuss this matter slowly." "Dad, help me kill him." Xia Liyan, who was standing aside, was somewhat dazed. She had not expected things to develop to this point. Looking at her father who had arrived and was standing beside her, she did not know what to do for a moment. What's going on? Not daring to hide anything, Xia Liyan told her father everything. Xia Quan sighed deeply in his heart. This matter was caused by Li Yan, and he must give an explanation to the Dong family. Otherwise, the Dong family and the Xia family will completely break up in the future. It is definitely not a wise move to offend the Dong family for the sake of a Foundation establishment realm warrior. Nodding, Suchen stepped on Dong Zhang, without any fear, and said indifferently, "As long as you swear that you will never take action against me, then I can let him go. Negotiate terms with yourself." Dong Shi was extremely angry. If he hadn't been concerned about his son's life or death, he would have taken action long ago and would not have hesitated at all. Ah! Before Dong Shi could say anything, screams like a pig being slaughtered resounded everywhere. It turned out that Dong Zhang's other leg was broken by being stepped on so hard that even the bones were clearly visible, which was horrifying. The city lord's mansion and the Dong family have gathered hundreds of warriors, surrounding Su Chen. The city lord Qi Shang's face is also very gloomy. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in Tiangu City does not take the city lord's mansion seriously. He is a bit arrogant and domineering. He must be taken down to serve as a warning to others. You dare. The angry Dong Shi took a step forward, and the murderous intent that burst out from his body rolled out like a tsunami, but it failed to intimidate Su Chen. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Su Chen understood that the current situation was very unfavorable to him and he had to leave Tiangu City. We just rely on our numbers. Naked contempt and ridicule, everyone understood that the young man was only at the Foundation establishment stage. How could he possibly compete with the Xia family, the Dong family and the city lord's mansion? Dong Shi smiled and said sarcastically, "It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. In this case, I will give you a chance. My Dong family has 6 Void Den Realm warriors. Others will not make a move. As long as you can defeat these 6 people, I will not pursue today's matter anymore." Can. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar all around. No one expected that the young men would actually agree to fight 1 against 6, and the 6 people from the Dong family were all in the Void Den realm. How could they be defeated? After all, the gap between the two was too big. Su Chen kicked Dong Zhang away. What he wanted was to leave safely, not to feel quick and relieved. Killing this person would completely anger the other party. When hundreds of warriors rush over, it would be a very troublesome matter. Kill this man for me. There was murderous intent in his cold eyes. Dong Shi had absolute confidence that if the 6 Void Core Realm Masters of his family joined forces, there was no way they could not kill a Foundation Establishment Realm Master. Violating the rules of martial arts. Is it possible? Rubbish. Today, I alone can cut you into pieces. A burly man like a black bear jumped out from behind Dong Shi. His fat body was extremely flexible. His fists were like 2 iron balls, smashing towards Su Chen fiercely without even using the blood wheel. In his opinion, it was just a matter of killing a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. Using the blood wheel would be a loss of face. The dragon elephant seal was derived from the 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique. This was the first time Su Chen used it. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and layered on top of each other the domineering palm prints containing the roars of dragons and elephants. Not willing to be outdone, he blasted out fiercely. Boom. The attacks of the 2 men collided fiercely in midair, and the terrifying waves covered the area. In the eyes of everyone, the men from the Dong family, even if he was only at the first level of Void Core Realm, should have no problem killing a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. What's the result? The force of the fist was instantly swallowed up by the dragon elephant seal. At the moment when the cold and domineering roar of the dragon elephant covered the rough man, the force gathered at one point and hit the man's forehead hard. Bang. The rough man couldn't resist at all and was killed instantly. The pungent smell of blood spread all around, scaring many people to retreat. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. No one had expected that a dignified Shudan realm master would be killed instantly by this man. How powerful this is. Next. This is quite domineering. There was complete silence, and everyone was staring at the young man in front of them. No wonder he was so arrogant, it turned out he had something to rely on. However, the man was only at the first level of Void Core Realm, and the Dong family still had 5 people at the first level of Void Core Realm who had not taken action. Looking at the headless corpse on the ground, Dong Shi's face was as ugly as it could be. How did this person do it? He didn't even release his blood wheel, but he was able to kill a void core realm cultivator in seconds. This is really abnormal. Well, he is quite powerful. However, among Dongshi's other 5 void core realm warriors, there is one who is at the peak of void core realm. It may not be that easy for this person to fight his way out of Tiangu City. Dong Zhang has had enough of his life. He has relied on the Dong family as his backer and has been bullying the city. Now that he has met a tough guy, it is his own fault. Hush, do you want to die? If the Dong family hears this, you will be in trouble. I almost forgot. Su Chen was very clear that he was able to kill this man instantly because of his carelessness. No matter who it was, no one would believe that they could kill a void core realm cultivator instantly. All of them. No one came up one by one. Su Chen's instant kill shocked the Dong family. Angry and shocked, Dongshi no longer cared about his so-called face, and directly asked the 5 Void Den Realm Masters to join forces to kill this man first no matter what. Results are always written by the victors, and I believe they will soon be forgotten. The Dong family has become a large family in Tiangu City. 5 Shudan Realm warriors all walked out from behind Dongshi, staring at the prey in front of them with cold eyes. They could not accept provoking the Dong family and bringing humiliation to the Dong family. Boy, you are very strong, but you can't leave alive in front of our Dong family. I advise you to surrender, maybe you can still save your life. So much nonsense. Court death. The 5 people were completely enraged. No more nonsense was said. In front of so many people, they had to save the face of the Dong family. The Dong family had already lost a Void Den Realm Master, and the 5 of them had to absolutely kill him. Their ferocious faces were filled with murderous intent, and the 5 Void Den Realm Masters were like 5 cheetahs, rushing towards their prey. Before the person arrived, the terrifying murderous intent arrived first. The blood fight started immediately. The 5 people no longer cared about their face. The only thing they had to do was to kill this man successfully. Blood wheels were released above the heads of the 5 people, and waves of terrifying auras intertwined into a spider web. A dragon roars and an elephant roars. As the dragon-elephant blood wheel condensed above his head, Su Chen immediately performed the 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique. He was not careless at all and wanted to fight quickly and decisively without any procrastination. Su Chen's speed soared to the limit. After images flashed, the phantoms of 9 dragons and 9 elephants roared madly, and the huge illusory bodies rushed towards the 4 people fiercely. What a domineering blood wheel! The city lord Qi Shang's eyes were also extremely cold, and he said, "This man must be killed." The 5 people did not disperse, but concentrated on one point, wanting to use the superposition of the 5 blood wheels to directly suppress this person. Just at the moment when Su Chen touched the 5 people, another blood wheel gradually appeared within the dragon-elephant blood wheel. It was the devouring blood wheel, but it was covered by the huge 9 dragons and 9 elephants, so no one noticed it at all. Su Chen didn't want anyone to find out that he possessed the blood-devouring wheel. A black mist instantly climbed up one of them like a vine, wrapping around him tightly, and the cold, devouring breath continued to corrode him. What the hell? Feeling a cold breath, the man shuddered, his horrified eyes filled with fear. Before he could even react, the black mist forcefully invaded his mind and instantly devoured his soul. Seeing the Shudan realm warrior falling straight down, everyone, including the city lord and Dong Shi, were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? How did this person do it? The Dong family warriors were slaughtered without any warning. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed what was happening. So shocking. Su Chen's dominance completely intimidated everyone. Is this the strength that a warrior in the Foundation establishment stage should possess? Seeing their companions being slaughtered, the other 4 were completely terrified. They had joined forces and attacked with all their might, even disregarding the issue of face, but they still couldn't resist this man. If they said they were not afraid, they would definitely be lying. Next second, the 4 of them felt a cold breath invading their minds at the same time. It seems that my companion died because this breath invaded his mind. Think of this. The 4 of them did not dare to be careless at all. They immediately mobilized all their strength, gathered it into their blood chakra, and then frantically fought back against the invading devouring aura. the opportunity has come. The dragon elephant blood will suppressed and the devouring blood will invaded. Su Chen's third blood wheel had already condensed under the cover of the dragon elephant blood wheel. He used the 9 tribulation sword technique, and the cold and domineering sword energy gathered into a sword energy storm, which was continuously swung towards the 4 people, one sword superimposed on another, and each sword was faster than the last. The 4 were suppressed. Dong Shi could not accept the fact in front of him. Whether he believed it or not, the scene before him had already told him that even if the remaining 4 Void Den Realm Masters joined forces, they might not be able to successfully kill this man. Continuously expelling the invading power from his mind, the murderous intent in the 4 men roared to the sky, and they immediately used their respective martial arts to attack fiercely from the 4 directions of east, south, west and north. The cold and domineering offensive completely overwhelmed Su Chen. The dense sword energy directly locked onto one person and defeated him one by one. Su Chen was rational and calm enough, and it took too long to fight 1 against 4. The soul was suppressed by the devouring blood wheel, and the domineering and sharp sword energy suppressed it with force. The body of the Dong family warrior was instantly pierced by the sword energy, and the blood dyed the ground red. Another one died. The remaining 3 people showed unnatural fear on their faces, but in this battle, they could only advance and not retreat, so they gritted their teeth and continued to encircle and kill. Boom boom boom. The collision between the 2 sides caused the ground to shatter into pieces, scaring all the onlookers so much that they stepped back with horror in their eyes. Su Chen's madness completely shocked everyone, because they discovered one thing, that is, the young man only knew how to attack but not defend. Under this circumstance, the 3 of them were suppressed and defeated. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Fighting 1 against 6, it would be a lie to say that he was not injured. However, this injury was nothing to him. The attack became stronger and more crazy, like a mad tiger, suppressing the 3 people so much that they didn't even have the strength to fight back. This is the power of the 3 blood wheels combined. Until this moment, no one had noticed that the young man actually possessed 3 blood rings. Puff. The 3 of them could no longer resist and were directly suppressed by Su Chen. They were unable to move at all. Su Chen was also gasping for breath. After all, he was only at the foundation establishment stage. He was able to fight 6 people at the Void Core stage alone, entirely relying on the 3 blood wheels and the heaven-defying sword technique. Let them go. Boy, you dare. The Dong family suffered heavy losses, having already lost 3 people in the Void Den realm, and the remaining 3 people in the Void Den realm cannot be lost anymore. Boy, if you dare to touch them, my Dong family will tear you into pieces. Are you threatening me? There was no fear on his face. Without waiting for Dong Shi to continue talking nonsense, Su Chen stomped down hard. The heads of the 3 Dong family warriors shattered one by one, and the ground was stained with blood. There is absolutely no difference between killing 3 and killing 6. Now that things have come to this, I believe the Dong family will definitely not let it go. Su Chen was of course clear that no matter whether he killed 3 people or not, the other party would not let him go. Instead of this, it would be better to kill a few more. Watching 6 people in the Shudan realm being slaughtered, the angry Dong Shi could not accept such a fact at all. It would have been fine if the other party was in the Shudan realm. But it turned out that this person was only at the foundation establishment stage. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone was horrified and stared at the young men in shock. No one had expected that this man, at the foundation establishment stage, could kill 6 Void Core stage masters from the Dong family. This was extremely powerful. The Dong family suffered a heavy loss. Dong Shi just promised that as long as this person defeats 6 Void Den realm masters, the matter will be written off. This person is really perverted, but I admire him very much. This matter is not that simple. This is Tiangu City. Even if the Dong family is forced to let this person go due to their promise, you should know that Tiangu City still has the City Lord's mansion. Look at the face of the City Lord. Will the City Lord take action? Su Chen's face was full of sneers. Although he suffered some injuries while slaughtering 6 people, he was finally safe and sound. He was able to successfully slaughter 6 people in the Void Den realm. According to the agreement between him and the Dong family, today's matter ended here and he could leave Tiangu City smoothly. Without any nonsense, Suchen turned around and prepared to leave Tiangu City. Under such circumstances, there was no need for him to stay any longer. "Who told you to leave?" A cold voice suddenly sounded. As soon as the city lord Qi Shang finished speaking, two solid Den Realm warriors instantly intercepted Suchen. The warriors watching from all sides did not seem surprised, because this man killed 6 Void Den Realm members of the Dong family in public, and this was Tiangu City, so how could the city lord allow this man to leave? A warrior in the real Den Realm is totally incomparable to a warrior in the Void Den Realm. Not only the city lord's mansion, even the Xia family sent out 2 solid Den Realm warriors. There were 4 people in the Shiden realm who surrounded Suchen in the center. Dong Shi sneered and said, "Boy, I, Dong Shi, will keep my word. The feud between you and my Dong family ends here. As for you being so presumptuous in Tiangu City, that is the business of the city lord's mansion." Shameless. So shameless. Suchen smiled. "Why are you laughing?" "I laugh at your shamelessness without even blushing. If Tiangu City wants to keep me, it will also see if you have the ability to do so. This is quite crazy. And quite overbearing." Xia Quan said with a smile on his face, "Your Excellency is indeed extraordinary for being able to defeat a Void Den Realm cultivator, but this is Tiangu City. You killed someone in public here, so you should give an explanation to the city lord's mansion." The figure of the white fox suddenly appeared in front of Suchen, staring at the people in front of him with cold eyes. "White fox, come back." She simply chose to ignore Xia Liyan and squeaked. Patting the white fox's head, Suchen smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness. Please leave here first." The white fox lowered his head and thought for a while, and finally listened to Suchen's words, and his figure quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking at the 4 people in the Shiden realm around him, Suchen could assert that the lord of Tiangu City, including the other 2 family heads, should all be in the Jindan realm. He could kill the Shudan realm, but he might not be able to compete with the Shiden realm, let alone the Jindan realm. Choosing to give up is definitely impossible. "Get out of here, anyone who stands in my way will die. Must leave Tiangu City." Hearing this, the city lord Qi Shang laughed. Anyone could see that Qi Shang's laughter contained unbridled sarcasm and contempt. Being able to kill 6 Shudan realm warriors does not mean that one can defeat Shiden realm warriors, and it is even more impossible to compete with the Jindan realm city lord. Kill. Qi Shang had no mercy at all. In his opinion, as the lord of Tiangu City, what he had to do was to maintain his dignity. No one was allowed to infringe upon it, let alone someone in the foundation establishment stage. The 4 solid Den Realm warriors attacked Suchen directly. His eyes were extremely cold, and a black longbow instantly appeared in Suchen's hand. It was the god-killing bone bow that he had obtained in the heavenly punishment forest before, and a god-killing bone arrow appeared on the bow. Today, the god-killing bone-breaking bow is suppressed within Chaos Body, and with the help of 8 Buddhas, he is absolutely unwilling to use the bow unless it is absolutely necessary, for fear of backlash. Only now, the situation is completely different. Faced with 4 Shiden Realm Masters and a Jindan Realm City Lord, it would be difficult to leave Tiangu City alive without using the god-killing bone-breaking bow. Draw the bow and pull the arrow. All of a sudden, waves of terrifying murderous intent that were extremely fierce and domineering roared out from the god-slaying bone bow. Everyone's face changed completely, including the 4 solid Den Realm warriors, who shuddered. Suchen retreated repeatedly without wasting any more time. He loosened his hand and a god-killing bone-breaking arrow flew out of the bow, roaring towards the sky with a murderous aura. "Get out of the way." It was too late. The 4 solid Den Realm warriors hurriedly dodged, but they never expected that they had been locked by the god-killing bone-breaking arrow and did not even have a chance to dodge. In everyone's shocked eyes, 4 solid Den Realm warriors were pierced through the body by long black arrows. One arrow killed all 4 of them. There was no suspense. None of the 4 could resist it. The blood mist condensed and splashed out with a bang, and the pungent smell of blood spread all around. Suchen staggered and almost fell. He was of course aware that with his current level of cultivation, it would be difficult for him to forcefully use the god-killing bone-breaking bow. He had to fight quickly and decisively and must not continue to delay. In this case, There is no doubt that the longer you delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for you. He still didn't know how many arrows he could shoot. The first arrow has been fired. Immediately following, the second god-killing bone-destroying arrow appeared on the bow. He quickly drew the bow and pulled the arrow, suppressing the waves of weakness coming from his mind, but his eyes became increasingly cold. The target of the second god-killing bone-breaking arrow was Dong Shi and Xia Quan. Dong Shi and Xia Quan seemed to understand and immediately turned around and retreated, but their speed was fast, and the god-killing bone-breaking arrow was even faster, like a flash of lightning that broke through layers of space and shot directly towards the two of them. At the moment when the god-killing bone-breaking arrow disappeared from the bow, Su Chen also disappeared from the spot. A scream like a pig being slaughtered resounded through the void. Dong Zhang opened his eyes wide with an expression of disbelief. He really couldn't understand why he was still going to die even though his father and the city lord had already arrived. Is this person still at the Foundation establishment stage? Dong Zhang was killed instantly with one arrow, and Su Chen's figure disappeared again. He wanted to take advantage of this gap to kill the two culprits. Dong Shi and Xia Quan are both at the second-level Jindan realm, and are among the best in the entire Tiangu city. They have been able to lead their family to stand firm in Tiangu city for so many years, so there is no need to say much about their abilities. Unfortunately, they thought that a Foundation establishment realm cultivator was easy to bully and wanted to kill him, but they never expected that the god-killing bone bow in Su Chen's hand would be so domineering. The two men fled in two different directions just to gamble and see who had better luck. But I never thought about it. Su Chen had just slaughtered Dong Zhang when the third god-killing bone arrow was shot out, shooting at Dong Shi and Xia Quan in two directions at the same time. He was absolutely confident that the two god-killing bone-breaking arrows he shot could definitely kill two Jindan realm masters. Puff! Su Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale as paper. He had already shot 3 arrows in a row and could no longer shoot the 4th arrow. All he had to do was to leave here as soon as possible. But before leaving, he still needed to do one more thing. He appeared in front of Xia Lian like a ghost, staring at the girl in front of him with cold eyes, and said coldly, "You will have to pay the price for bullying others." "No, I know I was wrong." "Do you know you are wrong?" "It's too late. There is no regret medicine in this world. If you are wrong, you are wrong. Some mistakes cannot be forgiven." Xia Lian would never have thought that things would come to this point. She is usually high and mighty, the apple of the Xia family's eye, especially in Tiangu City, where she can do whatever she wants and has never encountered any trouble. This time, she lost the bet. Because of her willfulness, unreasonableness and bullying, she lost her life. Puff! Blood spurted out, and Su Chen's body began to shake. He was no longer able to shoot the 4th arrow. Otherwise, he would have shot the 4th arrow to kill the so-called city lord. All those who should be killed have been killed, and things cannot be perfect. Even though he felt a little disappointed, he did not stop for a moment, because Su Chen knew very well that even if he risked his life, he would not be able to continue using the god-killing bone bow. The god-killing bone-breaking bow in his hand disappeared instantly. Su Chen's head was dizzy, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. He had just used the god-killing bone-breaking bow to shoot 3 arrows in succession when an evil aura quietly invaded his mind. Deathly silence. Everyone was stunned as they watched the scene in front of them. No one ever thought of it. A Foundation establishment realm cultivator, relying on a bow and 3 arrows, actually killed 4 solid core realm cultivators and 2 golden core realm cultivators, including Dong Zhang and Xia Lian. Qi Shang's eyes were full of greed as he stared at the disappeared bow and arrow unscrupulously. As for the Xia family and the Dong family, they were all dead and had nothing to do with him. After all, there were many families in Tiangu City, and the loss of 2 families could support new families to take power. But the bow and arrow in this person's hand was obviously a treasure that could make up for the gap in realm. Qi Shang could see that the young man was already at the end of his strength and could no longer shoot the 4th arrow. If there were a slight chance, I believe the young man would shoot the 4th arrow without hesitation. Qi Shang was also a little scared. Fortunately, the men didn't shoot him first, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The opportunity has come. Looking at the young man who was stumbling and might fall down at any time, Qi Shang didn't hesitate any longer and walked quickly towards the young man with greed on his face. Many of the warriors watching were also greedy, but they did not dare to snatch. Unless he can suppress Qi Shang. Only one step away from the city gate, Su Chen could no longer hold on. An irresistible weakness came over his mind and his body fell down. Even so, everyone still had admiration in their eyes. After all, for a warrior at the Foundation establishment stage, being able to do all this was already very impressive. Looking at the young man falling down, Qi Shang's eyes instantly lit up with joy. Just when he was about 1 meter away from the young man, he was ready to kill the young man and snatch the bow and arrow. A figure suddenly appeared, and her beautiful face made everyone feel suffocated. Before Qi Shang could react, a cold and overbearing force enveloped him and forcibly imprisoned him. With a bang, Qi Shang's body exploded and turned into a blood mist, scaring everyone's face. No one had expected that Qi Shang, the city lord who was in the Jindan realm, could not even withstand a single move from the other person. Disappeared. Looking at the women who disappeared in an instant, including the young men who had fainted, it felt like a dream. Things are going to change in Tiangu City. Nonsense, the city lord has fallen, and the Xia family and the Dong family have also suffered heavy losses. Other families will definitely not miss this opportunity. So are we staying or leaving now? Of course I'll stay and see if I can get a bargain. At dusk. In the dim cave, Luo Tianfei frowned tightly as she looked at the unconscious young man. She had originally left, but she was still a little worried in her heart, so she finally decided to come back to take a look. She had never taken any man seriously. This incident was completely an accident. She originally wanted to obtain the divine and demonic martial arts on the stone wall, but she never expected that the stone wall was so domineering that even a top existence like her could not resist the erosion of the stone wall. Although Su Chen took advantage, he was always passive. The ancestral Phoenix Nirvana art was circulated in his body, and waves of Phoenix Nirvana aura continuously flowed into Su Chen's body. A yellow-red pill appeared in his hand and he gently put it into Su Chen's mouth. I am very conflicted about this matter. Her first time was always given to Su Chen. It would be a lie to say that nothing happened. However, it would be impossible for her to choose to accept the current Su Chen. An hour later. Luo Tianfei walked to the entrance of the cave, formed seals with her hands, and simply set up a hidden formation. With a sigh, she did not stay any longer. This time she really chose to leave. Time passes. It was unknown how long it had been, but Su Chen slowly opened his heavy eyelids and felt waves of pain and weakness in his body, as if all his internal organs had shifted, especially the soul in his mind, which felt as if it was being torn apart. Reluctantly getting up from the ground, Su Chen felt a powerful force filling his entire body, and there seemed to be some residual medicine left. Luo Tianfei. The moment he fainted, he vaguely saw a shadow condensing in front of him. His intuition told him that the person who saved him from Tiangu City was probably Luo Tianfei. Shaking his head helplessly, Su Chen suddenly sensed a technique emerging in his mind. Zufeng Nirvana Ju. It must be Luo Tianfei without a doubt. With a deep sigh, Su Chen also understood that he was definitely not qualified to pursue Luo Tianfei now. He could easily guess that Luo Tianfei's identity must be not simple. Never give up. Luo Tianfei is his first woman. In the future, he will definitely go to Zufeng Palace to find Luo Tianfei and tell the whole world that Luo Tianfei is his woman. As for the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana secret left to him by Luo Tianfei, it was very extraordinary. It could allow the power to circulate endlessly, and when cultivated to the extreme, it could possess the ability to be reborn from Nirvana. He immediately sat cross-legged, and his body began to circulate throughout his body according to the trajectory of the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. What happened in Tiangu City this time was a complete accident. He did not take the initiative to cause trouble. The white fox was just kneeling down to the purple fox in his arms. Then a dog suddenly appeared and wanted to step on him and kneel down to lick the woman he was pursuing. Others may be afraid and willing to accept humiliation. And he would never do that even if he died in battle. If it happened again, he would still choose to fight and would never back down. What Su Chen didn't expect was that the god-killing bone-breaking bow that was suppressed in his chaotic body was so domineering. He only shot 3 arrows, but his soul was almost backfired so badly. If Luo Tianfei hadn't rescued him in time, it would be unknown what he would have become now. But he was lucky enough to survive. It seems that the god-killing bone-breaking bow will be banned in the future. Unless one's own cultivation reaches a certain level, otherwise, who knows if one will have good luck next time. After a whole night of practice and recovery, when the dawn of the next day enveloped the entire world, Su Chen's injury stabilized and he was able to move again. Luo Tianfei did not come back, it seems she has left. When he came to the entrance of the cave and felt a layer of invisible air shield, he knew very well that it was a formation covering the cave to prevent him from being discovered. Su. The top force in Eastern Wilderness. Sitting in the southwest of the Eastern Wilderness, it governs thousands of miles of territory, controls hundreds of dynasties and sects, and even has branches. The Su family of Panyo City is one of them. A secluded mountain halfway up the mountain. A handsome young man was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock, constantly making seals with his hands, practicing the 7 killing sword technique. Su Hao, who deprived Su Chen of his imperial bones back then, had extraordinary talent and was hailed as the #1 genius by the Su clan. His awakened blood wheel was the 7 killing sword blood wheel. Being able to reproduce one's own martial arts through blood itself explains a lot. This time, he went to the Tianfa forest and gained an opportunity, and his cultivation has successfully broken through to the intermediate Jindan realm. The power in his body surged out like a mad sea, and a blood wheel condensed above his head, with a red and black sword inside, emitting terrible murderous intent. 7 killers return, break. The golden elixir condensed in the body became more and more solid, instantly breaking through its own limit and successfully advancing from the intermediate golden elixir realm to the advanced golden elixir realm. At this time, a black shadow suddenly condensed, knelt on one knee, and said, "Young master, news came from Panyo City that Su Chen has been expelled from the family." He nodded very satisfied. In his eyes, Su Chen was just like an ant. With his identity and strength, he could easily kill Su Chen with just a flick of his fingers, without any suspense at all. But Su Hao did not take any action in the heavenly punishment forest. He liked the feeling of looking down on Su Chen and making his life a living hell. Send someone to humiliate him. Remember, don't kill him. Yes. The black shadow disappeared without a trace in an instant. His cultivation had just broken through to the advanced Jindan realm. He did not waste any time, slowly closed his eyes, and began to strive for the peak Jindan realm. After 5 days of hard travel, Su Chen finally entered the territory of Donghuang College. The extremely huge valley is shrouded in light white mist. From a distance, it looks like sitting on top of white clouds. Entrance to the valley. There is a plaque with 4 words, Donghuang College, written on it. It is the famous Donghuang College in Donghuang. The overall strength and foundation of Donghuang Academy are very strong. The most important thing is that Donghuang Academy has stood in Donghuang for many years. The most fundamental reason is that many warriors trained by the academy have become strong men in Donghuang, and even left Donghuang for the mainland. No force is willing to provoke Donghuang College. Back then, Su Zhan was known as the strongest man in Donghuang, and he was indebted to the president of Donghuang College. That's exactly why Su Yuansai turned to Donghuang College for help and asked Su Chen to come to Donghuang College to practice, which was also a way to avoid the Su clan. Student, please take out your identity jade token. Hello, teacher. My name is Su Chen. I am a new student in the academy. I am here to report today. The middle-aged man sitting at the door nodded and said, "The enrollment time has passed. I was delayed on the way." Taking out the booklet, the man checked it one by one. It took him half an hour to put it away and said, "Su Chen, this is your identity jade card. You are assigned to the 22nd elementary class." Thanks. He took the jade token, which had 2 words, Su Chen, engraved on it. It was his identity jade token. Su Chen, all the beginner classes are now participating in the battle for the hidden dragon. If you want to join, just go to the East Wasteland Forest. Battle for the hidden dragon. Without waiting for Su Chen to speak, the men had already introduced him to the situation of the academy and the so-called battle for the hidden dragon. Donghuang College is divided into 5 levels of classes, namely elementary class, intermediate class, advanced class, ace class, and king class. Warriors at the foundation establishment stage enter the beginner class for training. The warriors in the Shudan realm enter the intermediate class for training. Warriors at the Solid Den realm enter the advanced class for training. Warriors in the Jindan realm enter the ace class for training. If you want to enter the ace class for training, you must break through to the nascent soul stage, and you can become the key training student of the entire academy. You can enter any place for training at will, and you can get the greatest support from the academy and obtain training resources. In Donghuang Academy, there are 2 rankings, namely the Hidden Dragon ranking and the 100 Battles ranking. No matter which list it is, there will be a battle every year. As for normal times, you can challenge the students on the list. The battle for Hidden Dragon requires the participation of students from both the junior and intermediate classes. In fact, the junior class is just a foil for the intermediate class. After all, the gap between the Foundation Establishment realm and the Void Pill realm is so huge that it is impossible for students from the junior class to be on the list. There are exceptions to everything. A monstrous student ranked in the first elementary class can also defeat the Shudan realm and compete for the potential dragon list. The meaning of the academy is very simple, which is to allow students in the junior class to gain more experience. There are 22 beginner classes, and Suchen was assigned to the 22nd class. There are about 4,000 to 5,000 students in all the beginner classes. There is a forest behind the valley. All the top monsters have been driven out, and the remaining monsters are no longer something the students can contend with. The forest was split in 2, with the battle for Qianlong and the battle for Baijian going on simultaneously. No matter which class the students are from, they have the right to make their own choices, and the academy does not force students to participate in the competition. The men also asked whether to participate or not. It also depends on Suchen's opinion. The battle will last for 10 days, and today is already the 3rd day. The battle is not just about the list. Students on the list can get points, and participants will also get bonus points. Points are extremely important to students. Whether they want to enter a place for training or want to exchange things, they need points. You can say that. No matter how many gold coins you have, they are of no use in the academy, only points. Without points, you can't move forward. Teacher, I want to participate in the battle for the Hidden Dragon. How can I go? The battle for the Hidden Dragon has already begun. I'll let the academy's flying monster take you there. Thank you, teacher. Golden Quidio, one of the flying monsters of Donghuang Academy. Just half an hour. Suchen had already arrived at the entrance of the forest, where dozens of teachers were guarding. After all, if anything happened, they could rush in at the first opportunity. 8th level foundation building stage, not bad, you can go in. After checking the identity jade card, Suchen entered the forest directly without being stopped. Xiao Wang, you are at the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage. Why are you assigned to class 22? Teacher Wang shook his head and said helplessly, I don't know. I wonder too. Logically speaking, an 8th level foundation building stage student should be able to enter the top 5 classes, but this was ordered by the dean himself. All the teachers were surprised to hear the dean's personal instructions, because normally the dean would not ask about the affairs of the college classes. It looks like he came in through the back door again. Well, the dean hates students who use back doors the most. No matter how talented they are, they will be placed in low-level classes, unless they are promoted based on their own potential and talent. Okay, let's focus on the battle. Dense forest. The towering trees blocked out the sun, and the dark clouds made people feel very depressed. Donghuang Forest is the forbidden area of Donghuang Academy. Except for the students, no other outsiders are allowed to set foot in without permission. According to the teacher, all the top monsters in this forest have been driven out. The students should be able to deal with the remaining monsters, but accidents are inevitable. The identity jade card in everyone's hand has special power. As long as the soul is integrated into this power, the teacher will help them and they will be able to leave the forest. I don't know if it's just bad luck. He had just stepped into the forest, and within less than half an hour, he was already targeted by a monster. The monster beast in the Foundation Establishment realm posed no challenge to Suchen. Kill and devour in the blink of an eye. It seems that I'm being watched. In the battle for Hidden Dragon, each student's identity jade card has a special score, which is only used for the Hidden Dragon ranking. Compete for special points. The more points you get, the higher your ranking. Here. Without classmates, you can only compete for points. Even if you are in the beginner class, you are not willing to give up. Even if you can only be on the Hidden Dragon list for 1 minute, you can still get rich points rewards. It's normal to be targeted by others. Clapping his hands, Suchen looked in front of him and said, "Since you have locked it, why are you hiding? Come out." "Very good, you were able to find my trace, not bad." A young man came out from behind the tree. He was only 1.6 meters tall, with a pair of small eyes on his chubby face. He smiled and said, "You look unfamiliar. Which class are you from?" "Class 22. "Oh. So it's the loser from class 22. Waste." Seeing the trace of surprise on the other person's face, Yan Kai seemed to understand something and said with a smile, "It seems that you are a student who has just entered the academy and has not yet reported. It's really tragic. Do you know what class 22 means in Donghuang Academy?" Without waiting for the other party to speak, Yan Kai said with a mocking smile, "There are a total of 22 beginner classes. Among them, the beginner class ranked 22nd is known as the worst beginner class by the academy. There are 9 people in a class, and you make it 10 people." "I see." Suchen could see deep contempt in the eyes of the student in front of him. It seems that the class he is in is definitely not a good class, but it doesn't matter. He came to Donghuang College this time to create time for himself and use Donghuang College to intimidate the Su tribe. "Hand over the points in your jade token, and I won't hurt you in the slightest." In the battle for Hidden Dragon, it is clearly stipulated that no death is allowed. No matter who breaks the rules, the offender will be expelled from the academy at best, and will be slaughtered at worst. If they are just competing for points, injuries are inevitable. In this case, the academy will choose to ignore it. Without further ado, Su Chen's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. "You." As soon as he said the word "you," Su Chen's figure instantly appeared in front of him. Looking at the young man so close to him, Yan Kai shuddered and his face was full of shock. 8th level Foundation Building Realm. He was only at the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, but he never expected that a useless student from Class 22 actually possessed the strength of the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. According to the Academy's rules, an 8th level Foundation Establishment stage student could easily be placed in the top 5 classes, so why would he be placed in the last place elementary class? Without waiting for Yan Kai to react, he was kicked away by Su Chen and fell heavily to the ground. He didn't even need to release the blood wheel. With a difference of 2 levels, Su Chen was able to defeat his opponent in seconds. Integral. Yan Kai's face looked very ugly. He took out his identity jade card from his arms. The moment the 2 jade cards touched, a point was instantly transferred to Su Chen's identity jade card. Looking at the disappearing figure, Yan Kai said to himself, "It seems that he took the back door to enter Class 22 at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm." There are already 2 points in the identity jade card, and Su Chen is ready to take the initiative. The teacher has made it very clear that points represent everything in the academy. Whether you want to enter a place to practice or exchange things, you need points. Gold coins do not work in the academy. The only way to get on the Hidden Dragon list and gain points is to actively hunt for points. The jade token on a student's body has a special score. Now he doesn't know how many points he needs to be on the Hidden Dragon list. Yi Fei, Chu Yang, and Bai Li formed a team and searched for their own prey. All 3 of them were at the 2nd level of the Void Core Realm and were from the 18th Intermediate class. The Intermediate class is the same as the Elementary class, with a total of 22 classes. The higher you go, the higher the class level will be, and the more training resources you will get. In the battle for Qianlong, some students will temporarily form teams, so that the chances of competing for points will be much greater. Senior Yi, Senior Chu, 3 days have passed since the Hidden Dragon competition, and we haven't even gained a single point. If we continue like this, it may be difficult for us to make it onto the Hidden Dragon ranking. Every student chose not to give up and wanted to be on the Hidden Dragon list. It was not only a symbol of status, but also brought many substantial rewards, with points being the most direct one. Yi Fei sighed deeply and said helplessly, "The battle for Qianlong is too fierce. We are already very lucky to be able to keep our own points. Other students will try to snatch the points of the junior class students. The three of us are just like fools. Forget it. We were also students in the beginner class, and our points were snatched away by people in the intermediate class. I believe you will not forget how helpless and frustrated we were at that time, right?" Bai Li nodded and said, "Senior Chu is right. Even if I give up the hidden dragon ranking, I will not attack the students in the beginner class." Just at this moment, looking at the young men who appeared in front of them, the three of them were a little surprised. "My name is Su Chen, and I am from the beginner class. I am very interested in the points in your identity jade tokens. If you don't mind, how about giving the points to me?" Ah. The three of them were more or less confused. If someone from the intermediate class had tried to snatch their points, then it would be understandable. But now the other party was only from the elementary class and must be at the foundation establishment stage, yet he actually wanted the points in their hands. Are you kidding? It's really funny, in every year's battle for potential dragons, the junior class almost never snatches points from the intermediate class. After all, the gap between the foundation establishment realm and the void pill realm is there. However, there are also those monstrous existences, who are only in the junior class and are ranked in the foundation establishment realm, and can suppress the void pill realm by leaps and bounds. No matter how good-tempered one is, there will be times when one gets irritated. They have avoided the beginner classes and tried their best not to bully the weak, but they never thought that this person would be so arrogant. Very angry. He stared at the young men in front of him with cold eyes. It would be strange if he was not angry when a student from the beginner class snatched his points. Chu Yang smiled. "You are too arrogant, sir. Do you think you can fight three of them alone? Crazy enough." Chu Yang and Yi Fei knew very well that a student from the beginner class would not act rashly without full confidence. After all, if he tried to snatch points from the intermediate class students, he would end up losing more than he gained if he was not careful. Choosing to hand over points is definitely an impossible thing. Points are the foundation of the battle for Qianlong. If you can't even keep the points in your hands, how can you fight for other people's points? Besides, the most important thing is the issue of face. If the three of them had their points snatched away by the students in the junior class and the matter was reported back to the academy, the three of them would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire academy. Su Chen smiled and said, "Three of you, I don't want to take action. I hope you can hand over your points obediently." Bai Li was completely furious and said angrily, "Don't be so arrogant. I want to see how you can defeat the three of us together. This battle must not be lost. Can't afford to lose." The three of them released their blood chakras at the same time, all emitting powerful auras, and the faces of the three of them were very ugly. Be the first to strike. The three of them were like cheetahs, running straight towards their prey. What they had to do was to defeat this person, snatch the points from him, and tell him the consequences of his arrogance. Before the person arrived, the terrifying aura of the blood will had already swept over layer by layer, like a falcon in the sky swooping down on a little white rabbit on the ground, surrounded by endless rage. There was no trace of carelessness or contempt, and they could feel the confidence on this person's face. Without absolute confidence, we would definitely not dare to provoke them. The blood will condensed, and a phantom of a sword containing killing intent floated quietly within the blood wheel. The sword roared and sang, accompanied by domineering sword energy. Su Chen's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a trail of afterimages. The powerful attacks of the three people were in vain, but the three of them also reacted quickly. Looking at the figure that suddenly disappeared, he immediately locked onto the direction of the flashing afterimage and attacked Su Chen fiercely again. What a fast speed! Quick victory! The three of them were very surprised. They didn't seem to expect that Su Chen had such a fast speed and even left a trail of afterimages. Like a ghost, Su Chen's figure instantly appeared behind Bai Li. "Xue Bai, be careful. It's too late." Su Chen's voice was very cold. He used his finger instead of a sword, and the cold sword energy came out without killing. After all, this was Donghuang Academy, and it was clearly stipulated that no death was allowed in the battle for the hidden dragon. He would not challenge the bottom line of the academy. The sword energy stayed behind Bai Li's head, within a fingernail's distance. As long as Su Chen wanted, he could kill Bai Li anytime and anywhere. Please show mercy. We are willing to hand over the points. They couldn't just watch Bai Li get hurt. If something unexpected happened and something happened to Bai Li, it wouldn't be compensated by the 3 points. Bai Li was also frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He turned around slowly, feeling the sword energy right in front of him. He was horrified to the extreme. As a second-level Shudan realm cultivator, and with 3 people working together, he couldn't even block a single move from the other person. It really made him feel incredible. The 3 of us are very impressed by junior brother Su's strength. We believe that after the Hidden Dragon competition is over, junior brother Su will definitely have a place on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Yi Fei spoke very sincerely and was not exaggerating on purpose, because after the brief fight just now, they could feel that Su Chen's strength was indeed very powerful. 1 against 3, suppressing Bai Li with 1 move. Believe it or not, the fact is in front of them. If they continue to fight, I believe they will definitely lose. Seeing the 3 people taking out their identity jade cards, Su Chen was not polite at all and touched his identity jade card. After 3 touches, the 3 points were successfully transferred to his identity jade card. Su Chen clasped his fists towards the 3 people and asked, 3 seniors, I want to ask, where in the East Wasteland Forest can we find the spiritual herbs that can heal the soul? Unable to purchase elixirs for the time being, Su Chen discovered that Zihu's injuries were becoming more and more serious, and his soul could collapse at any time. Since he had chosen to take Zihu in, he had to find a way to stabilize Zihu's injuries. Is junior brother Su's soul injured? Su Chen did not hide it and said, I adopted a demon beast. Its soul was severely damaged and it urgently needs spiritual herbs or elixirs to treat it. To enter the academy, even if one could exchange for pills, points were required, and he was afraid that Zihu would not be able to wait until that time. This place belongs to the territory of Donghuang College. In such an endless forest, Su Chen doesn't believe that there is no spiritual herb that can heal the soul. Chu Yang thought for a moment, took out a pill from his space ring, and said, the level of this pill is not very high, you can use it first. I also have a purple soul pill here, it's of a very high grade. Without any courtesy, Su Chen took the 2 pills and an identity jade card appeared in his hand. Without waiting for the 3 people to react, their points were returned to their identity jade cards. Junior Su, what do you mean by this? We gave you the elixir, not to get the points back. Su Chen shook his head and said, I'd like to make 3 friends like this. The 3 of them are really good. Su Chen seemed to have suffered a great blow in Panyo City before. After all, even his cousin and uncle stepped on him severely. He snatched the points from the 3 people, and they were willing to give up the elixirs. He could see from their eyes that they were not exchanging the points for the elixirs. Chu Yang nodded and said with a smile, in that case, we won't be polite. Let me introduce you. The 3 of us are from the 18th intermediate class. My name is Chu Yang, and this is Yi Fei, Bai Li. As for the spiritual herbs, I do know a place, but there are monsters there, and it is very likely that I will meet Senior Chang. Where? Su Chen asked immediately and impatiently. Yi Fei looked at the young men in front of him and finally told him the location. As for whether Su Chen would go or not, that depended on him. Thank you 3 seniors. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. Take care of yourself. Looking at the figure turning away, Yi Fei sighed and agreed, he has great talent and potential. He was able to defeat the 3 of us together. I believe that after entering the academy, it won't take long for junior brother Su to shine. This person is worth making friends with. It seems that the 3 of us will not be able to make it to the Hidden Dragon ranking in the Hidden Dragon competition. Let's just treat it as an experience and strive to break through as soon as possible so that we can be promoted to a higher class for training. Good. The dark night was dotted with stars, covering the entire East Wasteland Forest. A bright moon in the sky seems a little lonely. Under the cover of night in the gloomy forest, the roars of monsters can be heard from time to time. It is more dangerous at night than during the day. In front of the campfire, Su Chen stroked the purple fox's fur and just watched quietly. The purple fox, which had already swallowed 2 pills, had obviously stabilized its aura a lot. The injury has not yet completely stabilized and may flare up at any time. We must go to the place Yifei mentioned and find suitable spiritual herbs for the purple fox to swallow. 9. Thinking of the worst beginner class that Chu Yang and the other 2 had mentioned during the day, Suchen felt a little helpless. Among the 22 beginner classes, only class 22, where I was known as the worst beginner class. There were only 10 students including myself. Placing the purple fox gently in his arms, Suchen sat cross-legged and began to circulate the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana Sutra and the Ancient Gods and Demons Sutra in his body, concentrating his mind and calming his breath, sticking to his original nature. The aura of gods and demons began to gather in his body, and Suchen began to practice according to the Ancient Gods and Demons technique, and his hands began to form seals continuously. The vast and majestic aura of gods and demons quickly condensed into a seal in front of Suchen, which was extremely domineering. The terrifying and cold pressure of gods and demons enveloped Suchen. He suddenly opened his eyes and struck out fiercely at the void in front of him. The air vibrated, and overbearing waves spread out in all directions, as if it contained a breath of death that made people feel terrified. The death seal of gods and demons. This is the god and demon death seal that Suchen had just comprehended from the ancient demon god art. Now it seems that the first god and demon death seal that he comprehended is very domineering. If he can comprehend the second, third, and fourth, just imagine how powerful they will be. Xing Yingshue's face was very ugly. She looked at the fat man in front of her and said angrily, "I've already said that I don't like you. These are points. You can take them as you like." Tang Hao was a man of great stature, with a scar on his resolute face. His hair stood up like spikes. He stared at the beauty in front of him with his piercing eyes and said, "Sister Yingxue, I have been pursuing you for a whole year. Tell me what you don't like about me, and I will change it immediately. I really can't figure out what's wrong with him. He has a good family background and good character. He is known as the #1 genius in the junior class. He is at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm and will break through to the Void Den realm at any time. He also possesses the Qilin Hammer Blood Wheel. If it weren't for Xing Yingxue, he wouldn't have condescended to come to Donghuang College to practice, just to be able to get the upper hand and successfully pursue Xing Yingxue. What's the result? 1 year. He didn't know how many methods he tried, but he still couldn't impress Xing Yingxue. I have told you countless times that I don't like you, why are you still pestering me? Sister Yingxue, I can promise that as long as you are willing to marry me, my Tang family will do its best to help you regain recognition from your clan. How about that? Shut up, I am me and they are them. They have nothing to do with me. When it came to her family, Xing Yingxue seemed to have touched a reverse scale and started to roar madly. Tang Hao sighed deeply and said helplessly, I will accompany you to various places in the eastern wasteland to see if I can find a way to change your blood wheel. Tang Hao, I can tell you right now that I don't like you. Please don't bother me anymore. After being rejected repeatedly, Tang Hao was already furious. He had given up a lot for Xing Yingxue, but she still rejected him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Tang Hao could no longer control himself and said coldly, Humph. Xing Yingxue, I, Tang Hao, am also patient. Since you are shameless, I will deal with you first. When the matter is settled, I want to see if you still refuse like you do now. Hearing this, Xing Yingshue's face changed completely. You dare. Why shouldn't I? Tang Hao seemed like a different person. He had to disguise himself because he was pursuing Xing Yingxue. After all, he was from the Tang clan, and he condescended to pursue Xing Yingxue, but was rejected, and rejected again. My Tang clan and your Xing clan are equally powerful. What's more, no one in the Xing clan cares about your existence. The Xing clan is so proud of its golden sparrow blood wheel, but you have an awakened partridge blood wheel. Even if I use force, the Xing clan will not offend the Tang clan for you. Aren't you afraid of the academy? No. Tang Hao smiled and said, the winner will write the result. When the time comes, I will just tell the academy that you wanted to get close to my Tang clan and deliberately seduced me. Do you think the academy will believe you or me? You are shameless. It doesn't matter. If he couldn't catch up with her, Then he had to make things a done deal. Tang Hao was unwilling to wait any longer. He had already given Xingyin Xue enough time and face, but Xingyin Xue was shameless and he couldn't be blamed. Looking at Tang Hao walking towards her step by step, Xingyin Xue's face was full of despair, her fists clenched tightly. She was ready to commit suicide. Even if she died here, she would not be defiled by Tang Hao, a beast in human form. Fortunately she did not agree. Xingyin Xue, don't think that you can get any special care in Donghuan College just because you are from the Xing clan. You are just a useless cultivator. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to stay in the worst elementary class. Are you from class 22? A sound of surprise suddenly rang out. Who? Get out. Su Chen walked out slowly. He was just passing by and just saw the two people, but he never thought of intervening. It had nothing to do with him. He just needed to fight for points. He also wanted to wait for the two people to settle their personal affairs before making a move to snatch the points. However, he never expected that this so-called Xingyin Xue was from the same class as him, which was the worst junior class in the academy. Well, I'm from class 22, and my name is Xingyin Xue. Coming in front of Xingyin Xue, Su Chen ignored Tang Hao and said with a smile, I just entered Donghuan College and am also a student in class 22. Senior sister, are you in trouble? Do you need my help? Of course it is necessary. Just looking at Tang Hao, Xingyin Xue really didn't know how to start, because Tang Hao's strength was there. He was at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm and possessed the blood wheel and the Qilin hammer. Not to mention the students in class 22, no one in the entire junior class was Tang Hao's opponent. Being ignored. Moreover, this person was actually from class 22, the worst class in the entire Donghuan Academy. As everyone knows, all students in the worst junior class were wastes in cultivation and were abandoned by the academy. Trash like this dares to ignore me. He really doesn't know how to live or die. The angry Tang Hao said coldly, Boy, I don't care who you are, get out of my sight immediately. If this is not Donghuan College, I will kill you. Tang Hao suppressed the endless anger in his heart. Although he was from the Tang clan, he still didn't dare to act rashly, because this was Donghuan Academy, the top force in the entire Donghuan, and no human race or sect dared to provoke it. The battle for Qianlong has clear rules. No death is allowed at any time. Once the academy kills him, I believe even the Tang clan will not say anything. Looking at Xingyin Xue in front of him, Su Chen understood the concerns in Xingyin Xue's heart. She was simply afraid that she would be hurt by Tang Hao. He nodded and said, You can bully others. No matter how shameless and disgusting you are, I will not interfere. The only thing is that I, Su Chen, will protect the people in class 22. Just you. Tang Hao really found it funny. A loser from the worst elementary class actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. He couldn't figure out who gave this person such courage. You are just a piece of trash. Today I want to see how you can save the beauty. As long as you can hold out for 3 moves in my hands, I will let you take her away. Brother Su, be careful. He is from class 1, at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, and possesses the Qilin hammer blood wheel. Whether it is the peak of the Foundation establishment realm or not is not important to Su Chen at all. He can even kill those in the Void Core realm, let alone those in the Foundation establishment realm. He was just surprised at the blood wheel that Tang Hao possessed, because when he was at the Su family before, he had heard about some of the top families in the eastern wilderness. For example, the Su tribe possesses the sword blood wheel. Among the many top families, the Tang clan seems to possess the Kirin hammer blood wheel. This blood wheel is extremely domineering and power-oriented. He did not expect that he would meet someone from the Tang clan at Donghuan College. His eyes lit up, and Su Chen also wanted to see how powerful Donghuang's top-level blood wheel was. Qilin hammer blood wheel, I'm going to give it a try then. As soon as the words fell, a blood wheel instantly condensed above his head, with an illusory sword shadow contained inside. It roared out with a sword chant, and the sharp and domineering sword energy roared wildly in the blood wheel. 8th level Foundation building realm. Xingyin Xue exclaimed, and even Tang Hao was surprised, because it was impossible for an 8th level Foundation building warrior to enter the worst beginner class. Tang Hao smiled contemptuously. He was not qualified to challenge him at the 8th level of the Foundation establishment stage. Boy, today I will let you know how big the gap between you and me is. A blood will also condensed above his head. Inside it was a hammer with a Qilin pattern engraved on it. Low roars roared out from the blood wheel. A sword and a hammer, the sword energy and the hammer force collided fiercely in midair. Neither of them was willing to give in, as if they wanted to completely destroy the other. Boy, do you dare to sign a life and death agreement with me and fight a life and death battle? Brother Su, you absolutely cannot do that. Xingning Xue said anxiously. She understood what Tang Hao meant. No death was allowed in the battle for Qianlong, but there were exceptions to everything. The exception is the life and death agreement. Whether within the academy or participating in the battle for Qianlong, it is inevitable that students will have life and death grudges that cannot be resolved. If even the academy cannot stop it, then they can sign a life and death contract and engage in the so-called life and death battle. In a life and death battle, life and death are left to fate. No matter who lives or dies, the academy will not interfere. It is the real life and death. Xingning Xue was very anxious and worried, fearing that Junior Su would agree to a life and death battle with Tang Hao. Once the life and death agreement is signed, even if Tang Hao kills Su Chen, I believe the academy will not interfere in the matter. This is the rule of the academy. That's exactly why. Unless it is a matter of life and death, I believe no one would be willing to sign a life and death agreement. Su Chen nodded and said with a smile, I'm happy to accompany you. As soon as the words fell, the two men each forced out a drop of essence and blood, which merged together in midair to form a strange force, which was the life and death agreement. The life and death agreement had just been signed when a powerful and domineering aura burst out from both of them, and the blood wheels they had condensed roared towards the sky. The cold eyes contained murderous intent. Tang Hao did not take this man seriously at all. Even if Su Chen was at the 8th level of the Foundation establishment realm, so what? There was a difference of 2 levels, and what he awakened was the Qilin hammer blood wheel. The two figures moved at the same time, penetrating through layers of space and colliding fiercely. Without the slightest contempt, Su Chen knew very well that just because he could defeat the Void Core realm, it did not mean that he could suppress any Foundation establishment realm cultivator. Some monstrous warriors in the Foundation establishment stage might not be weaker than himself in strength. This is Donghuang College, and the fact that he possesses 3 blood wheels will definitely not be spread. A Qilin hammer appeared in his hand, which became dozens of feet long and smashed directly towards Su Chen. The Qilin hammer blood wheel itself is a power type, the most direct hammer. Brother Su, be careful. He integrated the 9 tribulation sword art into the sword blood wheel, and the black and red sword shadow that appeared in his hand also slashed towards Tang Hao. The sword and hammer collided fiercely, causing ripples to spread all around. The ground could not withstand the collision and began to shatter into pieces. The two men retreated at the same time. Su Chen only took 1 step back, but Tang Hao retreated 6 or 7 steps. His horrified eyes were filled with shock. He never expected that Su Chen could actually hold on. He has full confidence in his own abilities. Not only can he sweep the same level, but he can also kill enemies above his level. Relying on the Qilin hammer and blood wheel in his hand, he can even defeat the 4th level Shudan realm. Now what? He took several steps back. Strictly speaking, he had already lost the first collision, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. Let me show you the Qilin hammer technique of my Tang clan. He disappeared from the spot in an instant like a ghost, and swung the Qilin hammer in his hand fiercely again, one hammer after another, and the continuous hammer shadows swept over like an overwhelming force. My body is like a sword. Su Chen stood still, wielding the sword in his hand, and dense and domineering sword energy formed a sword cover. Bang! Bang! The sharp and domineering hammer shadows continued to bombard the sword cover, and the speed continued to soar. She clenched her fists tightly and stared at the scene in front of her with a worried look on her face. She knew that nothing must happen to her junior brother Su, otherwise she would never feel at peace in her life. A lifetime of guilt. But she couldn't intervene. After all, her strength was not enough to compete with Tang Hao. She could only hope that Su Xiuedi would win. Boy, I want to see how many of my hammers you can withstand. It was bombarding like a sandstorm, and the dense shadows of hammers covered the sword cover. Su Chen's figure could no longer be seen, and only Tang Hao could be seen swinging the Qilin hammer back and forth. The fierce collision was like the intersection of water and fire, and the burst of air waves almost blew Xingning Xue away. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and pain was written all over her pale face. Xingning Xue's cultivation was too low. How could she possibly withstand such a horrific impact? As the battle continues to escalate. Unable to kill Su Chen with his hammer, Tang Hao's face became more and more gloomy. He stared with cold eyes at Su Chen in front of him, who was covered by the shadow of his hammer. The Qilin hammer technique soared to the limit, with a total of 81 hammers. He gritted his teeth and kept swinging, one hammer after another, continuously swinging, until he reached the 81st hammer. The sword cover began to make a buzzing sound. The more it buzzed, the more anxious Tang Hao became, because the longer the delay, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. It's hard to accept this fact. His talent is unmatched among his peers, and he also possesses the top blood wheel in the East Wilderness, the Qilin Hammer blood wheel. Not to mention warriors of the same level, even if he faces a Void Den Realm warrior, he can still hammer him to death. Now what? Facing a waste from the worst junior class in Donghuang College, he was unable to kill him. For him, this was absolutely a great shame and humiliation. Xingning Xue held her breath, trying hard to endure the waves of weakness coming from her body, and looked at the life and death battle in front of her with a worried look on her face. According to the current situation, it was obvious that junior brother Su was at a disadvantage, and if this continued, there would probably be big trouble. What to do? A trickle of blood oozed out of his mouth, and Tang Hao's face became paler and paler. After all, the backlash from forcibly using the Qilin hammer's 99-81 blows was extremely huge. The battle must be resolved quickly. If he continues like this, he will probably be killed by himself before he can beat the opponent to death. 99-81 hammers, hammer the sky and the earth, break them for me. All the hammer shadows merged into an extremely huge hammer shadow, which smashed down hard towards the sword cover in front of it. Boom. Cracks appeared on the sword cover, spreading all around like a huge spider web. However, at the moment the sword cover was broken, Tang Hao also spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flew backwards, and hit a big tree hard, which broke with a sound. A trickle of blood slowly seeped out of Su Chen's mouth. The Qilin hammer blood wheel was so domineering, especially when combined with the Qilin hammer technique. The power was superimposed layer by layer. The superposition of 99 and 81 hammers was enough to only slightly injure him. Your Qilin hammer blood round is very good. Your attack is over. Now it's my turn. His gloomy face was as ugly as it could be. He simply couldn't accept such a fact. After all, Su Chen's defense just now made him tremble. He used 81 hammers in a row but still failed to kill this man successfully. Can he withstand Su Chen's sword blood wheel? If it were before, he would definitely have full confidence that he would be able to resist, but now, the situation is completely different and he has no confidence at all. A life and death agreement has been signed. Even if he dies here, Donghuang Academy will not blame Su Chen if they know about it. As for the Tang clan avenging him in the future, even if they are able to do so, what can they do? He is dead, and the dead cannot be resurrected. Thinking of this, the frightened Tang Hao did not dare to stay any longer and turned around and ran. As long as he could leave the academy alive, he believed that even if he signed a life and death contract, he would not be afraid of this man. Su Chen's speed was faster than Tang Hao and he appeared in front of Tang Hao in an instant. You haven't taken my sword yet. I am from the Tang tribe. What else can I do? Even the Tang clan couldn't intimidate this person. Tang Hao's face became more and more gloomy. Holding the jade card of identity in his hand, his soul could flow in at any time. As long as he used special power, the teachers of Donghuang College would come at any time. This moment. Tang Hao was very scared and he couldn't die here no matter what. If there hadn't been a life and death agreement, I believe this person would not dare to kill him. After all, the rules of the academy are there, and no one would dare to violate them unless they wanted to commit suicide. Only now, the situation is completely different. Feeling the cold murderous intent emanating from Su Chen, Tang Hao's face suddenly changed. His soul had already poured into the identity jade pendant and touched the special power within the jade pendant. Su Chen, even if we sign a life and death agreement, this is still a battle for the hidden dragon. If you kill me, the academy will definitely hold you accountable. What a lot of nonsense. Su Chen didn't hesitate at all. He and Tang Hao had already signed a life and death agreement. Even if the academy knew about it, what could it do? In the face of a life and death battle, even the academy would not intervene. Take a step forward. Su Chen used his finger to represent a sword to perform the 9 tribulation sword technique. The extremely domineering blood wheel was integrated into the sword technique, and streams of cold and sharp sword energy shot out continuously. You dare? Threat? Su Chen didn't take it seriously at all. Watching the sword energy approaching, Tang Hao had no choice but to hold the Qilin hammer and swing it fiercely, fighting to the death. As long as he could wait until his teacher arrived, he would be safe. Stop. An urgent voice was heard from afar, and a huge and overbearing aura rolled in. It was the teacher from Donghuan College who arrived. Tang Hao was immediately delighted and sneered, Su Chen, if you want to kill me, you'll have to wait until the next life. Bang. Before Tang Hao could finish his nonsense, dense and domineering sword energy had already continuously bombarded the Qilin hammer blood wheel. This time, Su Chen showed no mercy. The domineering sword energy made it impossible for Tang Hao to resist. Even the Qilin hammer blood wheel was shattered in an instant. With a scream like a pig being slaughtered, Tang Hao's body flew up fiercely, and then fell heavily to the ground. Blood dyed his chest red, and the Qilin hammer blood wheel condensed above his head had completely collapsed like shattered glass. A figure suddenly appeared. The man was about 1.9 meters tall, with a square face and small eyes. He immediately put a pill into Tang Hao's mouth. Teacher Tang. Tang Long, the teacher of the junior class at Donghuan College, is a nascent soul realm expert. He is a very strict and upright person. Upon receiving Tang Hao's summons, he rushed over immediately, but was still one step too late in the end. His face was very gloomy. Tang Long did not expect that Tang Hao's blood wheel would be directly shattered. This was a big trouble. After all, Tang Hao's identity was somewhat special. I just told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Yes. Why do you still want to take action? Although no deaths occurred, according to the Academy's rules, students generally would not attack each other so cruelly. This is the first time such a thing has happened in the 3 days since the battle for the hidden dragon began. A life and death battle under a life and death agreement, why should I stop? Life and death battle. Tang Long looked at Xingyin Xue and saw her nod. He finally understood why this person dared to be so arrogant and ignored his orders. After signing the life and death agreement, Tang Hao was able to save his life, which he was already thankful for. After all, once the life and death agreement was signed, even if the dean was here, he would not interfere in the matter. What's your name? Which class are you from? Su Chen, from class 22. He was very surprised. When did such a monster appear in the worst junior class? He could even defeat Tang Hao, who was ranked first in the junior class. Without any further ado, he picked up the unconscious Tang Hao and instantly disappeared from their sight like a cheetah. Xingyin Xue was still a little confused, staring at the young man in front of her. She really didn't expect that junior brother Su was so powerful that he could seriously injure Tang Hao. Are you hurt? Fine. Helping Xingyin Xue to sit on the ground, Su Chen said, you should have left with teacher Tang Long just now. Su Chen knew very well that for students like Xingyin Xue, participating in the hidden dragon competition was nothing more than a way to gather numbers and gain experience. It was completely wishful thinking for them to want to compete for the hidden dragon ranking. Not to mention Xingyin Xue, even Tang Hao can only be a sparring partner. The potential dragon list is entirely a competition among the intermediate classes and has little to do with the beginner classes. Xingyin Xue said helplessly, Xiaodi Su, I have implicated you this time. The Tang clan is very powerful in the East Wasteland. Even with the deterrence of the East Wasteland Academy, once you leave the academy, I am afraid. Having said this, Xingyin Xue did not continue speaking, but the meaning of her words was very clear and anyone could hear it. Su Chen didn't care about it. 1 Su tribe, plus 1 Tang tribe, it's the same thing. Are you from the Xing clan? Su Chen had heard the conversation between the two just now. He was not unfamiliar with the Xing clan. After all, the Xing clan, like the Tang clan and the Su clan, were all top forces in the Eastern Wilderness, and the Xing clan was famous in the Eastern Wilderness for its golden sparrow blood wheel. Nodding, Xing Xue said with a face full of sadness, "I am indeed from the Xing clan, but I was abandoned by the Xing clan. I believe you have just heard that my Xing clan is famous in the East Desert for its golden sparrow blood wheel, but I awakened the partridge blood wheel, which is a shame for the Xing clan." Golden sparrow blood wheel. Partridge blood wheel. Su Chen understood Xing Xue's feelings. After all, in this world where martial arts is respected, strength represents everything. Even family affection is vulnerable. He is an example. Under the intimidation of the Su tribe, his cousins and uncle wanted to kill him. Even his grandfather, who loved him very much, expelled him from the family. The blood wheel is the foundation for warriors and the face for top forces. The Xing clan, one of the top forces in the Eastern Wilderness, possessed the envied golden sparrow blood wheel. They would definitely not be able to accept the sudden appearance of a partridge blood wheel. Moreover, Su Chen could guess that Xing Xue's identity in the Xing clan was definitely not simple. "Brother Su, can I ask you for a favor?" "You say." "I want to follow you for a few days." The second level of foundation building realm, such a cultivation level is indeed too low in Donghuang Academy, otherwise, he would not be at the bottom and fall into the worst junior class. For Su Chen, it didn't matter. What he had to do now was to search for spiritual herbs while competing for points to get on the Hidden Dragon list. There is definitely no hope for the 100 Battles list, but for the Hidden Dragon list, others in the beginner class cannot do it, but he must win it. Okay. Hearing this, Xing Xue thanked him repeatedly with gratitude. "Let's rest for 2 hours and leave after you recover from your injuries." "Good." Xing Xue's injuries were not serious. She was just affected by the life and death battle between the two just now. "I believe 2 hours will be enough for her to recover." Looking at the young man who was sitting not far away, cross-legged and practicing, Xing Xue's face turned red unnaturally. 2 hours later. Xing Xue's injuries had almost recovered, so instead of staying any longer, the two chose to leave. The reason why Su Chen helped Xing Xue was not only because they were from the same class, but also because he felt some sympathy for Xing Xue. They share the same suffering, both of them have been abandoned by their families. Roar. A terrifying roar resounded through the void. Hundreds of armored rhinos had surrounded the two men, each with a cold look in their eyes, staring at the prey in front of them. Releasing the blood wheel, Su Chen held the illusory sword Shadow in his hand, protected Xing Xue behind him, and performed the 9 Tribulations sword technique. The sharp and domineering sword energy spread out and swept around. At the same time, facing the siege of hundreds of armored rhinos, Su Chen not only did not show any fear, but seemed very excited, killing and devouring at the same time. As long as the devouring power is sufficient, combined with the Chaos Devouring art and the superposition of the Chaos body, I believe I will soon be able to break through my own limits and successfully advance to the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Dozens of minutes later. Su Chen and Xing Xue sat cross-legged at the same time and said, "Concentrate your mind and calm your breath, stick to your essence, don't resist my power pouring in, you just need to swallow it." Su Chen's meaning was very simple. He wanted to use his body as a medium to absorb the power of the armored rhinoceros. After refining it with the help of the Chaos Devouring technique, he would pass it to Xing Xue's body. He believed that there would not be any backlash. "I am very grateful." Even her family chose to give up on her, including the academy, where she was placed in the worst junior class. Now Su Chen is willing to help her, looking at her with a dazed look in his eyes. Su Chen's figure gradually became bigger in Xing Xue's mind. "Don't let your imagination run wild, practice quickly." With Su Chen holding her hand tightly, Xing Xue felt somewhat distracted and kept telling herself what she was thinking at this moment. A blood will gradually condensed above his head, with the shadow of a bird inside. It was the partridge blood wheel awakened by Xing Xue. With Su Chen's full help, Xing Xue's cultivation broke through to the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. "Huh? Xiaodi Su, what's wrong?" Holding Xing Xue's hand tightly, Su Chen looked at the blood wheel above Xing Xue's head and said in surprise, "There is something fishy about your blood wheel. If you trust me, I will help you." "Brother Su, please." Of course I believe it. Now Xingyin Xue won't even trust anyone in her family, but instead will believe Su Chen in front of her. The chaotic body in the body emerged, and the sword blood wheel condensed above his head covered the gloomy devouring blood wheel, and Su Chen began to practice the chaos devouring art. Waves of devouring aura continuously flowed into Xingyin Xue's body and began to cover the blood wheel. Beads of sweat covered her painful face, but Xingyin Xue gritted her teeth and persevered. Waves of devouring power continuously devoured Xingyin Xue's partridge blood wheel. If she had not chosen to believe Su Chen, she would have really thought that Su Chen would do something bad to her. Senior Xing, hold on. Kindness. It's getting more and more painful. His entire body seemed to be eaten away by thousands of ants, gnawing at his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones, causing him excruciating pain. Half an hour later. Just when Xingyin Xue was about to give up, the blood wheel condensed above her head suddenly burst, and a new shadow emerged from the broken partridge. There were countless black lines on the pure white skylark's body, and its cold eyes contained an extremely powerful brilliance, and it let out a long cry towards the sky. Mutated blood wheel, sky-covering skylark. Su Chen knew very well what the mutated blood wheel meant. The sword blood wheel he reunited was a mutated blood wheel. This blood wheel was very special and extremely powerful. Just now when he was helping Xingyin Xue to practice, he found that Xingyin Xue's blood wheel was a little different, as if the partridge blood wheel was sealing something. Now it seems that the mutated blood wheel has not yet truly awakened, and it was just his own action that ignited the mutation. He originally wanted to devour the power of hundreds of armored rhinos to break through to the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm. But seeing that Xingyin Xue had awakened the mutated blood wheel, she urgently needed an infusion of power in order to obtain the greatest benefit. Su Chen was not a stingy person. He immediately chose to give up swallowing it himself and instead helped Xingyin Xue swallow this power with all his strength. Waves of refined power were continuously sent into Xingyin Xue's body. An hour later. The pain all over the body disappeared instantly, and the previous injuries were completely healed. The sky-covering skylark blood wheel that appeared above the head brought Xingyin Xue powerful strength. He slowly opened his eyes and felt the surging power in his body. He was so excited that he had advanced 3 levels. This time, with the help of Su Chen, he had advanced 4 levels in total, directly from the 2nd level of Foundation Establishment to the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. Thank you, Su Xueti. You're welcome. Su Chen was also happy for Xingyin Xue, because Xingyin Xue was disliked by the Xing clan because of her useless blood wheel. Now that Xingyin Xue has reawakened her mutated blood wheel, and it is the top-level blood wheel, the sky-covering skylark, I believe her status in the Xing clan will undergo a drastic change. But you have to know that the level of the blood wheel sky-covering skylark is even higher than that of the golden skylark. Seeing that her hand was still held by Su Chen, Xingyin Xue's face turned red again, like a ripe red apple. Xingyin Xue. You are so shameless that you are having an affair here. Senior Tang Hao is pursuing you in vain. You really have no sense of shame. All the students in the East Desert Forest were unaware that Tang Hao's blood wheel had been destroyed. A man and a woman came over, looked at the young man and Xingyin Xue holding hands, and immediately stood up for them. After all, everyone in the entire junior class knew that Tang Hao from Class 1 had been pursuing Xingyin Xue, but had been rejected by her repeatedly. Mo Lin, stop talking nonsense here. Mo Lin and Mu Shuangshuang are both from Class 1 and are considered Tang Hao's followers. After all, Tang Hao's status is there, and they cannot stay in Donghuang College for their entire lives. Once they leave the college, they will need Tang Hao's support. Being able to join the Tang clan would be of great benefit to their growth and development. Nonsense. Am I talking nonsense? Look at you two. If the two of us had come a step later, would you have started to have sex outdoors? How could brother Tang Hao like a bitch like you? Mu Shuangshuang also said with disgust on her face, it's really disgusting, Xingyin Xue, today we are going to teach you a lesson on behalf of Senior Tang Hao, so that you will know what the price is for betraying Senior Tang Hao. There was no trace of anger on his indifferent face. He pulled Xingyin Xue to stand up and said with a smile, you don't need to be angry. Just treat them as dogs. If a dog bites you, do you want to bite the dog back? Puff. Xingyin Xue never expected that Junior Su would say that and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Presumptuous. Mo Lin and Mu Shuangshuang were both extremely angry. They were both from Class 1 and were at the peak level 8 of the Foundation establishment stage. They believed that apart from the students in Class 1, no one in other junior classes could be their match. To dare to humiliate them so brazenly is nothing but a provocation. I will teach you a lesson today on behalf of Senior Tang Hao. What a lackey. Court death. Taking a step forward, Mo Lin slapped Su Chen fiercely. The domineering palm print contained cold murderous intent. He wanted to tell the other party what the consequences would be if he provoked him. Only. Su Chen did not release the blood wheel. Instead, he began to form seals with his hands and cast the God and Demon Death Seal. He has successfully derived the first God and Demon Death Seal. This is the second time he has used it. He also wants to see what kind of terrifying power this Death Seal, which he comprehended from the ancient God and Demon Sutra, contains. A deathly aura instantly condensed and formed seals in his hands. When Mo Lin was less than 1 meter away from him, he directly struck out. Both of them were at the 8th level of Foundation establishment stage, at the moment of collision. Mo Lin suddenly felt the domineering seal and broke his attack, rushing into the stream like a tsunami. He didn't even have the chance to release the blood wheel before he was hit by the seal. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his body flew backwards and fell heavily on a big tree. The big tree broke with a sound, and Mo Lin's body was stained with blood. If it weren't for the Academy's rule against killing, I believe Mo Lin would have been dead by now. You dare. Bang. Mu Shuangshuang was completely stunned. She only saw a shadow flash in front of her. Before she could even react, Su Chen slapped her left and right, one slap after another, without any mercy, and slapped her hundreds of times in an instant. Mu Shuangshuang, who originally had a pretty face, turned into a pig head with stars in her eyes. She was kicked away and fell next to Mo Lin. There was no surprise at all, because in Xingyin Xue's opinion, junior brother Su could even defeat Tang Hao, let alone other students. Coming in front of the two of them, Su Chen sneered. What do you want to do? This is the East Wasteland Forest. The Academy has clear rules that do not allow death. In the face of life and death, so-called dignity is complete bullshit. They were afraid that this man would go crazy and kill both of them. Integral. Even though he was extremely unwilling in his heart, under the threat of strength, he could only reluctantly take out his identity jade card and transfer the points to Su Chen. It's a bitch. After leaving these two words, Su Chen took Xingyin Xue and left quickly. Following the location given to him by Yi Fei, after several hours of frantic journey, they finally arrived in front of a huge peak. There are towering trees all around, surrounding the giant peak in an embrace. It's right here. Senior Xing, why don't you stay here and wait for me? Su Chen was very clear that there must be a powerful monster in the giant peak in front of him. He believed that it would not be an easy task for him to obtain the spiritual herbs. Although Xingyin Xue has awakened the mutated blood wheel, she is only at the 6th level of the Foundation establishment stage. Once she encounters a powerful monster, she will not have the time to take care of it. Xingyin Xue really wanted to follow Su Chen in, but she also understood what Su Xuedi meant. If she continued to follow him and encountered danger, she would not only be unable to help Su Xuedi, but would even become a burden. Xiaodi Su, be careful. Fine. Without further hesitation, Su Chen quickly headed towards the giant peak in front of him. The purple fox's injuries have stabilized slightly. If he wants to stabilize it completely, he must find suitable spiritual herbs as soon as possible. Inside the giant peak, the hurricane is raging and the dust is flying. Can magical herbs grow here? A sword shield condensed around Su Chen's body and he continued to move forward. After a while, he saw a different scene, a lush forest that contained enormous spiritual power. Boom boom boom. Following the sound of the riot, I saw two young men working together to besiege a blood-red tiger. The Void Pill Realm monster, the Blood Demon Tiger. Su Chen could sense that the two students were both at the 9th level of the Void Core Realm, and even if they joined forces, it would not be that easy to kill the Blood Demon Tiger. It seems that the Blood Demon Tiger is at least at the 9th level of the Void Pill Realm, or even at the peak of the Void Pill Realm. It seems that the two of them have the upper hand, and it is still unknown who will win or lose until the end. Not far from the battle between men and tiger, there is a patch of blood-red Ganoderma lucidum. The vines look like a circling dragon, which looks extremely strange. Blood-filled Ganoderma lucidum. Su Chan's eyes instantly flashed green as he stared at the Panchue Ganoderma lucidum greedily. In the past, in the Su family, there were books in the martial arts pavilion that specifically introduced various spiritual beasts and spiritual herbs, and they could also be purchased in the market. Among them is the introduction of Panchue Ganoderma, which has absolutely miraculous effects on the soul. Moreover, Panchue Ganoderma can be used in elixirs and can be refined into Panchue pills. Without any hesitation, he didn't care about anything else. He came here on this adventure just to find the spiritual herbs. Now that he saw the spiritual herbs, he would be a fool if he didn't take action. Boy, you dare. Kid, don't touch the blood-covered Ganoderma lucidum. Xiao Ming and Shi Chen were held down by the blood demon tiger, and the blood demon tiger was at the peak of the void core realm. They took advantage of the blood demon tiger being injured before they dared to come out and jointly suppress it. Once you give up the attack, you will definitely be killed by the blood demon tiger, and then you will lose more than you gain. But I never expected that someone would suddenly appear behind me while the mantis was stalking the cicada. How could I not feel angry? He simply chose to ignore it. Su Chen instantly came in front of the Panchue Ganoderma lucidum and looked at the Panchue Ganoderma lucidum. There were probably hundreds of them, and the greed in his eyes became more and more intense. These have been sent. Without any courtesy, he started harvesting immediately. One by one, the blood-colored Ganoderma lucidum were harvested and put into the space ring. In just 2 minutes, all the blood-curdling Ganoderma were swept away, not even a single one was left. Boy, you are looking for death. Xiao Ming roared angrily. The two of them were from the intermediate class 1, both were at the 9th level of the Void Den realm. They had finally suppressed the blood demon tiger. Once they obtained hundreds of Panchue Ganoderma lucidum, they would be able to exchange more points when they returned to the academy, and thus exchange for what they wanted. Now what? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind it. The most important thing is that this aureole is only at the foundation establishment stage and must be a student from the beginner class. Do students in the beginner class dare to snatch things from students in the intermediate class? This is the first time I've heard of this. If this kind of thing gets reported back to the academy, it will definitely become a joke. The angry Xiao Ming and Shi Chen surrounded and killed them more and more frantically. The blood demon tiger itself was injured, but even so, when it was 1 against 2, it was still able to withstand the siege of the two. Nice place. Su Chen discovered that the ground where the blood-red Ganoderma lucidum grew contained enormous spiritual power and was indeed a good place for cultivation. Su Chen immediately sat cross-legged without wasting any time. The Chaos Devouring art began to circulate in his body, and the vast devouring force swallowed up the entire ground. Waves of power continuously poured into every part of his body, as if he was bathing in the sun, very comfortable. There is some pain, after all, it is swallowed too quickly, and it will cause great trouble for the overload refining and fusion of the body. Su Chen couldn't care less about so many things. After all, he needed to absorb all the power here before it dissipated, so that he could successfully break through to the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. The vast and overwhelming power surged into his body like a flood and a ferocious beast, ravaging every part of his body and beginning to gather in his blood. After taking out a piece of Panchue Ganoderma, Su Chen could no longer wait to refine the Panchue pill. He now urgently needed to devour the Panchue Ganoderma to improve his soul level. The blood-filled Ganoderma lucidum melts in the mouth and flows into the body instantly through the throat. Fortunately, there is the Chaos Devouring art. If it were anyone else, they would not dare to madly devour such a huge power. If they failed, the consequences would be disastrous. Right at this moment, Su Chen discovered that the purple fox, who had been in a deep sleep, was slowly devouring the power around him. He took out 3 blood-coated Ganoderma lucidum from the space ring and carefully gave them to Zihu to swallow. Then, with the help of the Chaos Devouring art running in his body, he continuously sent the refined power into Zihu's body. He believed that with this two-pronged approach, Zihu's injury should be completely stabilized. I have to say, the Chaos Devouring technique was indeed very powerful. Under such a high-speed devouring force, only 1/3 of the ground's power was lost, and the remaining 2/3 were completely devoured. With the help of the power of devouring, Suchen not only broke through to the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, but also reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, and was only one step away from the Void Pill realm. Bang! Right at this moment, Shi Chen and Xiao Ming finally killed the Blood Demon Tiger successfully after many dangerous steps, but their injuries were also very serious. They were gasping for breath, looking at all the blood-colored Ganoderma lucidum that had disappeared in front of them. That's really cruel. Not even a single blood-filled Ganoderma was left for them. Moreover, this person was still sitting here practicing, absorbing the power left by the blood Ganoderma. Without waiting for the two to speak, Su Chen's figure was like a ghost, and he instantly came in front of the Blood Demon Tiger with a greedy look in his eyes. The soul of the monster at the peak of the Void Den realm was very good and was definitely a great tonic. The speed of swallowing just now was too fast, and the huge power made his realm unstable. He urgently needed to swallow the soul of the monster to neutralize it and completely stabilize his realm. Without any hesitation or delay, the Chaos Devouring art began to circulate in his body, and his palm covered the head of the corpse. Under the coverage of the Chaos Devouring art, the power in the Blood Demon Tiger's body began to flow into the body continuously through Su Chen's palms. What is he doing? Boy, we fought together to kill the Blood Demon Tiger, but you are here to take advantage of us. Isn't that unreasonable? Hand over all the blood-covered Ganoderma lucidum. You can leave one. Don't take this person seriously. The gap between the beginner class and the intermediate class is there. Even the weakest intermediate class student can defeat the strongest beginner class student. They cannot kill this man, they need to care about the rules of the academy. If they break the rules, they will suffer. After successfully devouring the soul power of the Blood Demon Tiger, Su Chen heaved a long sigh of relief, shook his head, and said, I got the Panxue Lingji, why should I give it to you? And I need the two of you to do me a favor. Without waiting for the two to speak, Su Chen continued, I believe that with your strength, you should have a lot of points in your hands. Hand over the points. Ah. Hand over points. The two of them found it really funny. They really didn't expect that this person actually wanted the points they had. How could they help him? Can't help. They are both on the Hidden Dragon list, one ranked 14th and the other 13th. After the Hidden Dragon battle was re-ranked this time, they both have full confidence that they can move up again. Once you hand over the points, you will lose your place on the Hidden Dragon list. Even if you can challenge someone on the Hidden Dragon list at that time, the loss of face cannot be restored. The most ridiculous thing is that the other party is just a Foundation Establishment student from the beginner class, but he actually wants to snatch the points from them. It is completely nonsense. Xiao Ming's face was full of contempt, and he taunted, I have been in Donghuan Academy for 2 years, and you are the most arrogant student I have ever seen. Even those seniors on the 100 battles ranking are not as arrogant as you. Do you think that just because we two teamed up to kill the Blood Demon Tiger and got injured, you can stand in front of us and show off your might? I can tell you right now that even if we are injured, it is still easy for us to defeat you. Okay, stop wasting time with him and resolve this matter quickly. We still have to compete for a place on the Hidden Dragon ranking. The two just finished talking. Before the two men could even make a move, Su Chen's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Before he arrived, the cold murderous intent had already enveloped the two men. The two were seriously injured. Even if they joined forces, Su Chen did not take them seriously. He believed that he could defeat them even if they were in their prime, let alone now. Court death. Seeing the young men taking the initiative to attack, the two angry people endured the waves of pain in their bodies. The gap between the Foundation Establishment realm and the Void Pill realm was there, and they were both at the 8th level of the Void Pill realm. Even if they joined forces, couldn't they suppress a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator? The two men instantly released their respective blood chakras, preparing for a quick battle. After all, their injuries were quite serious and they did not want any accidents to occur. Su Chen used the 9 Tribulation Sword technique, integrated it with the Sword Blood Wheel, and the sharp and domineering sword energy formed an absolute suppressive force, and began to attack fiercely. How is that possible? It was just a simple collision, but the two of them instantly understood how terrifying this person's attack was. This was totally not the strength that a Foundation Establishment Realm warrior should possess. If they hadn't experienced it themselves, they would never believe it was true. Boom boom boom. Of course Suchin would not give the two any chance to breathe. The endless sword energy swept over the two of them, and each domineering sword energy contained a cold murderous intent. Walk. As the saying goes, an expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. This man's arrogance completely shocked the two men. Both Xiao Ming and Shurchen felt that something was wrong. Whether they were willing to believe it or not, the facts were in front of them. If they continued to fight, they would most likely be slaughtered here. The academy does have clear regulations that deaths are not allowed among students, they are just killed in secret without letting the academy know, so who is in charge of this matter? If they were in their prime, they would definitely not be afraid of this man, but now, they were somewhat scared. Feeling helpless, I could only choose to leave. It was because the two of them joined forces to suppress the blood demon tiger and suffered heavy losses. Even if they joined forces, they were no match for this man. There was no point in staying any longer. The sword energy is everywhere. Along with the roaring sound of swords, dense, sharp and domineering sword energy directly blocked all the ways for the two to leave. You are going too far. Kid, just taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Suchin was too lazy to argue with the two of them. If it weren't for the academy's rule that no deaths could occur, the two of them would probably be dead bodies now. How could they stand there and talk nonsense? Sword chi cut through the space and attacked the two men fiercely. The sword energy tore the two of them apart fiercely. There were bloody wounds all over their bodies. If they continued like this, even if they didn't die, their injuries would become more and more serious, and it would be difficult for them to survive if they encountered monsters in the East Wilderness Forest. Stop. Looking at themselves wrapped in sword energy, Xiao Ming and Shurchen both sighed deeply, took out their respective identity jade cards, and allocated all the points to the two of them. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Regardless of whether the opponent is from the Foundation Establishment realm of the primary class, defeating them is an indisputable fact. The two of them know very well that according to the current situation, even if they are at their peak, they may not be their opponents. It's really hard to believe. When did such a powerful person appear in the beginner class? Even Tang Hao, who was known as the strongest man in the primary class, could only barely contend with the 5th level Void Core realm, and could only be respectful when he met them. Feeling that his identity jade card instantly had 610 more points, plus the 7 points in the jade card itself, Suchin now had a total of 617 points. According to the total number of students in the beginner and intermediate classes, there are probably more than 10,000 students. Excluding the students who did not participate in the battle for the Hidden Dragon, there should be less than 7,000 people. According to Su Chen's speculation. In order to be on the Hidden Dragon list and rank high, at least hundreds of points are needed. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to securely be on the Hidden Dragon list. As for what position he will be ranked, that is unknown. Don't dwell on it. As long as you can make it onto the Hidden Dragon list, you can get points and enter the academy to exchange for what you want. Deep in the valley, a huge fluctuation of spiritual energy emerged. Suchin took a deep breath. Of course he would not miss it and immediately headed deep into the valley. Senior Xiao, should we stop him from going in? Stop. Whether he dies or not, what does it have to do with us? Let's go. Being defeated by a junior class student was unacceptable in itself, so how could the angry Xiao Ming be kind enough to give him a reminder? Deep in the valley, there is lush greenery, and a huge amount of spiritual energy covers the entire valley, which is several times denser than outside. Suchin could also guess that there must be something fishy going on here. Otherwise, how could there be no students coming to such a nice place? That was why he was extremely alert and vigilant, looking around cautiously. The ancient gods and demons' secrets are running in his body, and he can form seals and cast the gods and demons' death seal at any time. The purple fox devoured the blood-filled Ganoderma lucidum and absorbed power, and its breath has become very stable. If the injury is stable, it will recover on its own. I believe that at this speed, it will be able to recover within a few months. His brows were tightly furrowed. The valley was so quiet, without any sound fluctuations. Even the sound of the wind seemed to have stopped. The silence was eerie. Becoming more and more vigilant, Suchen walked forward step by step. Is this the purple blood ginseng and the jade bone fruit? Looking at the two spiritual herbs and fruits on the ground not far away, Suchen's eyes suddenly focused. He never expected that he would encounter such top-level spiritual herbs here. He was so lucky. Without any hesitation, Suchen's speed suddenly increased and he arrived in front of the spiritual herb in an instant. Looking at the purple blood ginseng and jade bone fruit so close to him, Suchen was so excited that he was about to pick them. A terrifying force hit him instantly, like a hammer hitting him hard, knocking him away. Blood spurted out, dyeing the void red. Suchen's body drew a beautiful arc and then fell heavily to the ground. Like a carp, Suchen rolled up from the ground in an instant. His eyes were solemn. Feeling the pain coming from his body, he stared at the monster in front of him. The two-headed golden wolf, a demon beast from the realm of solid Dan. The realm of martial arts is divided into the innate realm, the foundation-building realm, the golden elixir realm, the nascent soul realm, the soul palace realm, the concentrated spirit realm. Among them, the golden core realm is divided into the void core realm, the real core realm and the golden core realm. Suchen is now very clear about his own strength. It should not be a big problem for him to kill any warrior or monster in the Void Den realm. Even if he encounters a peak Void Den realm warrior, he can fight him. The only thing he encountered was a demon beast at the Solid Den realm. The absolute gap in realm was difficult to make up. If it was a life and death fight, he wouldn't even have a 50% chance of success, let alone a demon beast at the 7th level of the Solid Den realm, the two-headed golden wolf. The wolf standing not far from Suchen was golden all over, with two heads, both of which were golden. It had 4 cold eyes that exuded a chilling murderous intent, and stared at the human warrior in front of it. When a demon beast reaches the realm of solid pill, the beast pill condensed in its body is able to gather all its strength. Taking it and selling it, or making pills out of it, are both good choices. As for the monster beasts in the Shudan realm, the beast core in their bodies can only store 1/3 of their power, and when they hunt and consume, the beast core of the monster beasts in the Shudan realm will dissipate very quickly. The low roar contained dissatisfied murderous intent, as if telling Suchen, if you dare to set foot in my territory, you will have to bear my wrath. This moment. Suchen did not escape because he had been locked onto by the two-headed golden wolf. Even if he chose to give up snatching the purple blood ginseng and jade bone fruit, he believed that the two-headed wolverine would not let him go. You have to try your best. He doesn't want to die here. At this moment, before Suchen could make a move, the angry two-headed wolverine was already rushing towards him, with cold murderous intent locked on him. Violent roars resounded throughout the entire valley, and roars came out from the two wolves' mouths, hitting Suchen directly and fiercely. Not daring to be careless at all, Suchen was very clear about how terrifying the power of the 7-level Solid Den realm monster two-headed wolverine was. The gap between them is too big, and there cannot be the slightest mistake, otherwise he will surely die. Suchen didn't want to die here. Even if he couldn't defeat the two-headed wolverine, he had to leave here alive. If he could take the 2 spiritual herbs with him, that would definitely be the best thing. He formed seals with both hands instantly to cast the god and demon death seal. Streams of black aura continued to gather, and the ancient god and demon art circulating in his body began to spread throughout his body. The incomparably domineering death seal was completed in an instant and was directly thrown out. Boom. The attacks of the man and the wolf collided fiercely in midair. The collision of the air waves immediately spread in all directions. The ground could not bear it and began to shatter into pieces, like a huge spider web. The ground seemed to tremble, and Suchen's face changed abruptly. He still underestimated the strength of the two-headed wolverine and immediately used the blood wheel. The dragon elephant blood wheel and the sword blood wheel condensed at the same time, emitting a cold sword chant. The domineering sword energy began to form a sword cover, completely wrapping Suchen. A dragon roar and an elephant roar were heard, along with the phantoms of 9 dragons and 9 elephants rushing out, performing the 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique at the same time. Suchen could guess that the 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique was left to him by his mother. After all, his twin blood wheels were still sealed, which only meant that his blood wheels were inherited from both his parents. The two-headed wolverine showed no fear at all. Instead, it seemed to become more and more excited. Its two huge golden heads began to spew out golden mist. However, before the golden mist got close, Su Chen's 9 dragons and 9 elephants technique had already cooperated with the 9 dragons and 9 elephants to devour the golden mist. Seems a bit careless. The angry two-headed wolverine let out a series of roars, and its speed suddenly soared, like a flash of yellow lightning, constantly looking for opportunities. As a dignified 7th-level solid den realm monster, he was unable to kill a foundation-building realm human warrior in seconds. For him, it was an absolute shame, an unacceptable shame. Roar. Angry roars continued to sound, but they could not affect Su Chen. He responded to all changes with the same attitude, and his sword energy combined with the power of the dragon and elephant constantly locked onto the position of the two-headed wolverine. Because the speed of the two-headed wolverine was so fast, Su Chen's eyes became more and more solemn. This monster was so smart, and its realm was obviously much higher than his, but it did not choose to attack forcefully, but instead started a psychological warfare with him. Right at this moment, the two-headed wolverine seemed to have found a breakthrough. It jumped high into the air and attacked Su Chen fiercely. Yellow light balls spewed out from both heads at the same time. Its sharp claws grabbed the sword cover fiercely. A crackling sound of collision could be heard, which was extremely harsh. Buzz. Su Chen recited Buddhist scriptures, and huge streams of Buddha's breath containing the power of a dragon and an elephant rolled out. A huge illusory Buddha statue condensed behind him. Condensed from the dragon and elephant Buddha's breath was formed in an instant, and it hit the two-headed wolverine fiercely. The 8 Buddhas entered the body of chaos in order to suppress the god-killing bone-breaking bow, and the 8 Buddhas taught all of their Buddhist magical powers to Su Chen, so that if an accident occurred one day, Su Chen could use the Buddhist magical powers to suppress the god-killing bone-breaking bow. No matter what, the chaotic body belongs to Su Chen, and only Su Chen can suppress it. The 8 Buddhas are just auxiliary and cannot truly suppress it. Su Chen knew very well how terrible the backlash of the god-slaying bone bow was. Back then in Tiangu City, he shot 3 arrows in a row. If it weren't for Luo Tianfei's help, he would have been completely backlashed by the god-slaying bone bow, and either died or became a killing machine. He felt scared when he thought about it now. It is precisely because of this that Su Chen would not use the god-killing bone-breaking bow unless it was absolutely necessary, unless it was a life-and-death situation. He didn't want to be taken advantage of by the god-slaying bone-breaking bow. Whether he died or was counterattacked and became a killing machine, these were not things he wanted to see. With the magical powers of Buddhism, the power of a dragon and an elephant, and the coverage of sword energy, Su Chen went completely crazy. Either you die or I die. Su Chen was very clear about how dangerous it was for him to face a 7th-level solid den realm monster. If he was not careful, he would be doomed. Boom boom boom. Under the continuous collisions, Su Chen felt constant impacts inside his body, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his face turned pale instantly. He was very clear about the gap between himself and the 7th-level solid den realm monster. If he continued like this, he would probably have a hard time escaping alive. A burial pen appeared in his hand. Using the burial pen will consume a lot of soul, just like the god-killing bone-breaking bow, except that the backlash is slightly smaller. The current situation is very unfavorable to him. Whether he is willing or not, he must use the burial pen. Holding the burial pen in his hand, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately waved it in front of him, quickly drawing a special pattern with each stroke. Boom. Thunder roared, forming an absolute heavenly taboo all around. The two-headed golden wolf, which was about to continue its attack, suddenly felt itself being locked by a heavenly calamity, and its body trembled with fear. Heavenly calamity. How could a human warrior possibly cause a heavenly calamity to come? It was simply impossible. Even if he experienced it himself, he would not believe it was true even if he was beaten to death. The burial pen is a top-level treasure and also the first treasure given to him by the Tower Spirit. When his cultivation reaches a certain level, he will use the burial pen, use the heaven and earth as a map, and trigger a heavenly calamity. By then, the coverage area will definitely be able to cover the entire eastern wasteland. The heavenly calamity imprisoned the surrounding space, and Su Chen suddenly felt waves of weakness in his body, especially his soul. Without any hesitation, Suchen immediately took out a blood-filled Ganoderma lucidum from the space ring and swallowed it. Kill him while he is ill. Of course Suchen would not miss the opportunity in vain. After all, he could not maintain the burial pen for long, and he absolutely could not let the two-headed wolverine escape. Condensing the god and demon death seal, the overbearing death seal was directly directed towards the locked monster and struck fiercely. Completely confused, the two-headed wolverine had never expected that he, a dignified 7th-level solid den realm monster, would be suppressed by a mere foundation-building human warrior. It was simply a great shame and humiliation. Unacceptable. The two-headed wolverine knew very well that the current situation was very unfavorable to him. His life and death were already determined. It was absolutely impossible for him to be killed by humans, and he might even have his beast core taken by the other party. Without even thinking about it, the two-headed wolverine chose to self-destruct. Bang! As the two-headed wolverine's spirit exploded, the domineering and vast soul impact hit Suchen hard. Suchen was completely confused. He never expected that the two-headed wolverine would choose to self-destruct his soul. The soul would self-destruct, no matter whether it is a warrior or a monster, they would not choose to do so. The soul of a 7th-level solid den realm monster exploded. The moment the impact reached Suchen, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body was stained red with blood, and his body flew backwards violently. Suchen fell heavily to the ground, enduring the pain in his body and vomiting blood. Not dying is a blessing in disguise. Looking around, Suchen immediately stood up and left slowly. He did not leave the valley immediately, but found a secluded place to recover from his injuries first. He sat cross-legged and immediately swallowed a blood-covered Ganoderma lucidum, and the Ancient Gods and Demons Sutra and the Ancestral Phoenix Nirvana Sutra began to circulate in his body. The Ancestral Phoenix Nirvana art is the top-level martial art taught to him by Luo Tianfei. As he practices the Ancestral Phoenix Nirvana art, Suchen gradually discovers that the Ancestral Phoenix Nirvana art forms a nirvana cycle in his body, which is of great benefit to recovery from injuries. Waves of power circulate endlessly within the body. One day and one night. Suchen slowly opened his eyes, with fear in his eyes. If it weren't for the heavenly calamity confinement drawn by the burial pen, he would have died by now. The more I think about it, the more scared I become. I was thinking about it. Use the burial pen and the god and demon death seal to kill the two-headed wolverine, then take the beast pill and devour the two-headed wolverine's soul. What's the result? I was almost tricked by the two-headed wolverine. The injury has recovered by 90% and is no longer serious. Calculating the time, there are less than 5 days left before the end of the battle for Qianlong. He must fight for points as quickly as possible to get to the top of the Hidden Dragon list. No need to ask, he understood the rules of the Hidden Dragon list. The higher your position on the Hidden Dragon list, the more benefits you will get. The most direct reward is points. In Donghuan College, points are gold coins that can be exchanged for anything you want. Looking around, there was still no sound in the huge valley, as if time had stood still. There must be other spiritual herbs in this deep valley. He would be unwilling to give up like this. However, Suchen also understood that he would be in danger if he continued to stay here. Like what happened just now, facing the self-destruction of the two-headed wolverine's soul, the chance of his own death was too high. He is very afraid of death. Suchen thinks he is very afraid of death. After taking a deep breath, Suchen finally decided to stay here and see if he could find other spiritual herbs. However, before looking for spiritual herbs, Suchen planned to refine the elixir first. He had already obtained the 3,000 levels of elixir and had been comprehending it for so long. If he didn't get started, who knows when he would be able to truly refine it. A palm-sized Qianquan furnace appeared in his hand and instantly grew larger, becoming more than 2 people tall. He took out the blood-stained Ganoderma lucidum and threw it directly into the furnace. He clasped his hands together and formed a flame seedling as thick as his fingers. An hour later. Although Suchen failed in refining the elixir, he was not surprised or disappointed at all. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. It is definitely not enough to just comprehend the flames generated by the 3,000 alchemy techniques. It would be best if you could obtain a technique that specifically allows you to generate flames. As for the strange fire, you need luck to get it. Although there are tens of thousands of strange fires in the world, it is not an easy thing for a warrior to get one of them. It depends entirely on luck. If you are unlucky, even if the strange fire is placed in front of you, you may not be able to get it. The most important thing is that even if you encounter the terrifying power of the strange fire, you may not be able to obtain it. It is too difficult to truly master the strange fire. For alchemists, strange fire is a vital thing. It can be said that alchemists of the same level, possessing strange fire and possessing ordinary fire, are two completely different levels, and the quality of the pills they refine will also be very different. Many alchemists spend their entire lives searching for strange fire, with the ultimate goal of mastering it. After taking back the Qianquan furnace, Suchen said helplessly, "Find an opportunity to buy a space ring with a larger space." A single failure in alchemy is nothing. After the battle for Qianlong is over, he will go to Donghuan College to see if there is any method for practicing fire in exchange for one. Didn't leave the valley. Suchen wanted to continue trying his luck to see if he could find other top-level spiritual herbs. Going deeper, the deepest part of the valley was covered with a thin layer of red fog, which looked extremely strange. Could it be that because of the unusual movement here, there is no sound in the deep valley? Suchen was just guessing. At this time, the purple fox jumped out of Suchen's arms and nodded towards the red mist in front of him. "You want to go in?" Zihu's injuries have stabilized, but it will probably take at least several months, or even years, for him to fully recover. He could also vaguely guess that the purple fox should be of a very high level, otherwise, the white fox would not have knelt down directly to the purple fox in Tiangu City before. "Then go ahead." The purple fox shook his head and squeaked. "Let me go with you." Seeing Zihu nod, Suchen was helpless. There was nothing he could do. Since Zihu had already spoken, he couldn't refuse Zihu. Holding the purple fox, Suchen walked directly towards the red fog in front of him. Surrounded by red mist, Suchen walked in smoothly without any hindrance. He immediately felt the aura of the red mist, which continuously invaded his mind and severely eroded his soul. Shocked, Suchen immediately activated the Chaos Devouring art. Waves of devouring power formed a devouring air shield around his body to resist the erosion of the red fog. Keep going. The corpse of a monster. Looking at the huge corpse in front of him, Suchen's eyes suddenly focused. A corpse could make the valley so quiet. It seemed that this monster must have been very powerful when it was alive. The purple fox instantly swooped out, went straight to the corpse and began to devour it. Shrugging helplessly, Suchen did not stop it. He believed that he could withstand the power of the purple fox devouring the corpse, so there was no need for him to stop the purple fox from devouring. Suchen also sat cross-legged. He could feel that although the red mist here would corrode the soul, it might not be a bad thing for him. He possesses the Chaos Devouring art, which allows him to absorb the red mist and transform it into his own power for cultivation. Now, he has successfully broken through to the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, and is only one step away from the Void Pill realm. He hopes to use the power here to successfully break through to the Void Pill realm in one fell swoop. Sitting cross-legged, the Chaos Devouring art running in his body began to emit bursts of devouring aura, covering every part of the body. Swallow. Madly swallowing the red fog around it. The purple fox, which was devouring the power of the corpse, saw Suchen practicing. Its two beautiful eyes rolled around, as if it was thinking about something. In the end, Zihu chose to help Suchen. The power that devoured the corpse turned into a stream and rushed towards Suchen. "Thank you very much." Feeling Zihu's meaning, Suchen nodded towards Zihu to express his gratitude. To break through to the Void Pill realm from the Foundation Establishment realm, one must condense a pill in the dantian within the body. The power that Suchen swallowed gathered in the dantian and began to break, reunite, break, and reunite, over and over again. I don't know how many times this cycle went on. When Suchen looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, the power in his dantian condensed into a pill shape, which looked very illusory. Shudan realm. Suchen was also quite surprised. He also didn't expect that after entering Donghuan College this time and just participating in the battle for Qianlong, he had already broken through to the Shudan realm. Now he has the absolute confidence that he can sweep through any Shudan realm, and even face low-level Shiden Realm warriors and monsters, and he has the strength to fight. With the help of Purple Fox, Suchen finally stabilized at the second level of Void Den Realm, and he was very satisfied. After all, the practice of a warrior is against the will of heaven. Improving martial arts skills is difficult step by step. Even the improvement of one level is extremely difficult. His cultivation speed is already very fast. As long as he continues at this speed, Suchen has full confidence that in 1 to 2 years, he will have the strength to defeat Su Hao. By the time Suchen successfully broke through to the Shudan realm, the Purple Fox had already finished devouring him. Very satisfied. When Zihu returned to his arms, Suchen could clearly feel that Zihu seemed a little different. Its injuries had healed a lot, and its fur had become more beautiful. He gently stroked the Purple Fox's fur, touched its buttocks, and said with a smile, "It feels good." Squeak, squeak. Zihu protested, and if his injuries were not still serious, I believe Zihu would really take action. Ha ha ha. Suchen laughed loudly. He found that the Purple Fox was really cute. He did not continue teasing the Purple Fox. He directly threw the Purple Fox into his arms and turned away. Outside the giant peak, Xingyin Xue was waiting anxiously and had no intention of practicing at all. After all, she didn't know what the situation was inside, and she didn't dare to go there rashly because she didn't want to become a burden to her junior brother Su. Xingyin Xue became more and more worried. She realized that she absolutely fell in love with Su Xuedi at first sight, but she didn't dare to say it, and couldn't say it. She was afraid of being rejected by Su Xuedi, and then they wouldn't even be able to be friends. Right at this moment, looking at the figure running towards her, Xingyin Xue's face suddenly lit up with joy. When Suchen came to him, Xingyin Xue couldn't wait to ask, "Xiaodi Su, are you okay?" Shaking his head, Suchen smiled and said, "I'm fine." Suchen didn't think much about it, he couldn't tell that Xingyin Xue liked him. "Junior Su, not long ago, I saw seniors Xiao Ming and Shi Chen from Intermediate Class 1 walking out with serious injuries. Did you meet them?" This is also the reason why Xingyin Xue was worried. After all, Xiao Ming and Shi Chen were from the Intermediate Class 1 and were at the top of the potential dragon list. Even in Donghuang Academy, they were very famous. Since both of them were injured in the valley, she was very worried about the safety of her junior brother Su. Xingyin Xue didn't know that the two of them were seriously injured by Su Chen. "Let's go." He was unwilling to talk more about the two of them. To him, no matter who he met, they were just stumbling blocks. This time he came to Donghuang Academy, in addition to avoiding the Su clan, the most important thing was to practice, hoping to catch up with Su Hao in the shortest time possible. Su Hao's talent is unrivaled among the Su clan. Back then, he even stripped off his imperial bones and fused them into himself. I believe that Su Hao's talent is one of the best in the entire Eastern Wilderness. Su Hao has now reached the peak of the solid core realm. I believe he will be able to break through to the golden core realm at any time. When he breaks through, Su Hao will also improve along with him, and his speed may not be much slower than his own. It is precisely because of this that he has to work harder, not be distracted in the slightest, and must do his best. As his cultivation successfully broke through to the second level of Shudan realm, Su Chen has become absolutely invincible among his peers. Even if he encounters a peak void core realm opponent, he can still kill him. "Senior Xing, since you have successfully awakened your mutant blood wheel, we will separate now." Separate? Xingyin Xue sighed deeply in her heart. She had already guessed that this would happen, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. Can't refuse. She is still a girl, so how can she take the initiative to say, "I like you, I want to follow you"? She can't do it, her self-esteem tells her not to do so. Girls who are too proactive will be looked down upon. "Junior Su, you have to be careful. See you in the academy." Xingyin Xue has decided not to continue competing for the Hidden Dragon list, nor does she want to practice, and is ready to return to the academy immediately. She has already awakened the mutated blood will sky-covering Skylark, and as her talent improves, she believes that her training speed will greatly increase. Take care of yourself, too. Suchen didn't hesitate any longer, turned around and left quickly. Looking at the gradually disappearing figure, Xingyin Xue sighed deeply. After leaving, Suchen began to lock onto one student after another, and the entire East Wasteland Forest was divided into east and west sides. This is the area where the battle for hidden dragons takes place. Normally, students from the advanced and ace classes will not set foot here casually. With Suchen's current strength, he can definitely sweep away all the students in any beginner and intermediate classes. Keep sweeping and grabbing points frantically. When the 10th day of the battle for the hidden dragon ended, Suchen discovered that the identity jade card in his hand showed a number, 3,333 points. Suchen's madness aroused the fear of the entire beginner class, including all the students in the intermediate class, and they gave Suchen a nickname, Madman. Crazy Suchen. Looking at the identity jade card in his hand, Suchen didn't know what position he was currently on the hidden dragon list, but he was certain that he was on the hidden dragon list. But you have to know. There are more than 10,000 students in all the elementary and intermediate classes of Dongwon College, but only about 70% of them enter the forest to participate in the battle for the hidden dragon. He was able to win 3,333 points, which was almost half of the points. The battle for Qianlong is over, and all students must leave the forest and return to the academy. Inside Dongwon College, there are 2 stone tablets in the huge square, one on the left and one on the right, both of which are pure black. The stone tablets are filled with densely packed names and classes, as well as awakened blood wheels, from top to bottom. The 2 stone tablets are the 2 most important lists of Dongwon Academy. One is the Hidden Dragon list, and the other is the 100 Battles list. The Hidden Dragon list is competed for by students from the beginner and intermediate classes. The 100 Battles ranking is a competition between students from the advanced class and the ace class. As for the ace class, any student who can enter the ace class will enjoy the same treatment as the teachers, and will even receive the full cultivation of the academy without having to compete for any rankings. The 2 lists will be re-ranked every year. After the Qianlong competition and the 100 Battles competition are re-ranked, students who want to compete for a ranking again can directly challenge those on the list. Now, countless students stood in front of the Hidden Dragon list, pointing and talking at the stone tablet. Turn out to be. At the highest position on the Hidden Dragon list, there is a red font with the words Suchen and Sword Blood Will written on it. The name and the blood wheel alone were not important. The most important thing was that the words, Junior Class 22, were written behind the sword blood wheel. This was something that shocked everyone. After all, many people did not go to the East Wasteland Forest to participate in the so-called battle for the hidden dragon. Under normal circumstances, the competition for the hidden dragon list is the business of the intermediate class students and has nothing to do with the junior class students. If a student at the foundation establishment stage wants to snatch points from a student at the void core stage, there are only 3 words to describe it: impossible. And it is easy for students in the void den realm to snatch points from students in the foundation establishment realm. Because of this, there are very few students on the potential dragon list every year, and even if there are only a handful of them who can make it onto the potential dragon list. In this year's junior class, there was only one person named Tang. He was ranked first in the junior class and was able to reach the 100th place on the hidden dragon list, which was at the bottom. From this, we can imagine how difficult it is for students in the beginner class to be listed on the hidden dragon list. And now, the first place on the hidden dragon list was written as Suchen from the junior class, and it was known as the worst junior class in the academy. As everyone knows, there are 9 people in the worst junior class. Each of them is a student with extremely poor talent, and their awakened blood chakras are even waste blood chakras. Who exactly is this Suchen? I know a little bit about the 9 people in the worst elementary class, and it seems that there is no one named Suchen. Maybe someone who has just entered the academy. Well, it's possible. If this person is at the void core realm, he would be directly assigned to the intermediate class. How could he be assigned to the elementary class? This means that he is only at the foundation establishment realm. He is really strong enough to compete for the potential dragon ranking at the foundation establishment realm and rank first. I can only describe him as amazing. That's hard to say. Just ask the people in the beginner class. Shi Xiaoman, Fang Qin, and Yi Xianxian are over there. Let's go over and ask them. There are 9 students in the worst beginner class, 5 boys and 4 girls. The four girls are Shi Xiaoman, Fang Qing, Yi Xianxian, and Xingyin Xue. The three girls did not participate in the battle for the hidden dragon. They were still worried about Xingyin Xue. After all, among the 9 people in the worst junior class, only Xingyin Xue went to the East Wasteland Forest and participated in the battle for the hidden dragon. Looking at the hidden dragon list in front of them, the 3 girls were very surprised to see that the first name was from the worst elementary class. Where on earth did this Su Chen come from? It's been almost a year, and we have never heard of such a powerful person in our class. I don't know. Maybe he signed up but never came to the academy. Maybe he just came in recently. It's really amazing that they ranked first on the hidden dragon ranking at the foundation establishment stage. This has never happened before in the history of Donghuang Academy. Our worst elementary class has become famous in the academy this time. The 3 girls were all shocked. After all, in Donghuang College, the worst junior class was the most boring and a joke in the eyes of all the students. You 3 stop, I have something to ask you. What is it? When the 3 of them saw the students in other junior classes, they instinctively felt that they were inferior to them. There was nothing they could do about it, no matter where they were, strength was the only thing that mattered. What is the origin of this Su Chen? Shi Xiaoman shook her head and said helplessly, we also want to know who this Su Chen is. We have never seen him, and we have never even heard of him. Very surprised. Even the students in the worst beginner class don't know this person. This Su Chen is really a mystery. Su Chen ranked first on the hidden dragon list, which completely shocked Donghuang College. Everyone is wondering who Su Chen is. A foundation establishment student from the worst elementary class was actually able to make it onto the hidden dragon list in the hidden dragon competition. As all the students who participated in the hidden dragon list returned to the academy, various information about Su Chen spread quickly. Su Chen, who possesses the sword blood wheel and is also at the Void Den realm, is like a madman, snatching points everywhere, and no one can compete with him. Shudan realm. The Shudan realm only enters the beginner class, and it is the worst beginner class. For a whole day, rumors about Su Chen were everywhere in Donghuang College. The madman Su Chen had already become famous in the college before he even entered the college. The northwest corner of the college. It is the most remote location in the entire college. Independent bungalows are neatly arranged, which are the dormitories for the worst junior classes. It is called a dormitory, but in fact it is just a simple bungalow. Compared with the dormitories of other classes, it is completely not of the same level. Su Chen returned to the academy and first went through the admission procedures. He also received the points reward for being the first on the hidden dragon list, a full 30,000 points. Together with the 3,333 points he won, he now had a total of 33,333 points. Are you Su Chen? Looking at the dormitories in front of him, before Su Chen could find his own dormitory, he heard someone calling him. Looking at the 5 people walking towards him, Su Chen nodded and said, I am Su Chen. Haha, it's you. My name is Qiao Hong. These 4 are Lu Yu, Wan Niyun, Wang Qi, and Fang Zhu. We are all from the elementary class 22. The other 4 haven't arrived yet. Who said we didn't get there? As soon as the Oriole-like voice fell, Xingyin Xue and 3 others came over. Brother Su, let me introduce you. This is Xingyin Xue, Fang Qing, Shi Xiaoman, and Yi Xianxian. With you, we are now in the junior class 22, which has a total of 10 people. It is also the class with the smallest number of people in the entire Donghuang Academy. Worst beginner class. It is also called the waste class by the academy because any student who enters this class is a waste among wastes, with poor talent and waste blood. If they fail to pass the assessment, they will be forcibly expelled by the academy. Are you Brother Su? Fang Qing came in front of Su Chen, stretched out her right hand, and spoke with a smile. She had a pretty face, especially her 2 dimples, which made her look very cute when she smiled. Su Chen also extended his hand, shook hands with Fang Qing, and said with a smile, Hello, senior sister Fang. Don't call me senior sister. Although you have just entered the academy, you are ranked first on the hidden dragon list. Now you are famous throughout the academy. If others hear you calling me senior sister, I will be embarrassed to death. However, Su Chen still shouted, I don't care about others. In the elementary class 22, you are my seniors. Everyone discovered that Suchen seldom spoke and was a very nice person. He was not as arrogant and domineering as they had imagined. Suddenly, everyone gathered around and talked non-stop. After a while, everyone became friends. Suchen was very satisfied with this so-called worst beginner class. Hello, Vice President. Inside the entrance hall, 2 teachers were sorting out the students' information when an old man walked in. He had a fat body with a watermelon belly and chicken coop-like hair that had not been washed in who knows how long. He was gnawing on a chicken leg in his hand. Nodding, Qin came in front of the 2 and said, I heard that a madman came out of the elementary class 22. He actually won more than 3,000 points in the Hidden Dragon competition and even ranked first on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Let me take a look at his information. Vice President, please look. He took the data card, which contained detailed information about Suchen. Suchen, from the Su family in Panyo City, with the sword blood wheel, was at the foundation establishment stage before entering the academy. After participating in the Hidden Dragon competition, he was promoted to the Void Pill stage, and with his absolute dominance, he climbed to the top of the Hidden Dragon list. Qin frowned and said unhappily, it was fine before, but now that you have broken through to the Void Core realm and are ranked first on the Hidden Dragon ranking, why are you still in the beginner class, and the worst beginner class at that? Deputy Dean, we have just made arrangements, but Suchen is unwilling to enter the intermediate class and insists on staying in the elementary class. What? Qin was a little surprised. The 2 teachers' faces were filled with helplessness and confusion, which was totally unreasonable. As per normal situation, anyone who enters the academy to practice does so in order to climb up. As the saying goes, people go to high places and water flows to low places. Anyone who can enter the intermediate class would want to continue practicing in the elementary class. After all, the 2 levels of classes have completely different training resources. Suchen is an exception. Why should he stay in the junior class? Deputy Dean, he didn't say. Do you think we should force it? Without waiting for the teacher to finish, Qin waved his hands and said with a smile, don't worry about it. Since he wants to continue to stay in the elementary class, let him do it. But remember, he must be treated the same as the students in the advanced class. Advanced class. The 2 teachers became more and more surprised, but did not ask any more questions. After all, the vice president's status in the college was far higher than theirs. Qin was even hailed as the first vice president of Donghuang College, and was at the peak of the state of concentration. Dormitory. The shabby courtyard was cleaned up by Xiaoman and others in just half an hour. All the weeds were removed and it looked quite good under the scorching sun. Suchen likes this kind of environment very much. It is quiet and secluded and he won't be disturbed by others. This time he topped the Hidden Dragon list unintentionally. Who would have thought that with more than 3,000 points, he would already be at the top of the Hidden Dragon list? Originally, I wanted to participate in the 100 Battles competition, not to compete for the 100 Battles list, but to compete with students in the Solid Den realm. Unfortunately, both the Hidden Dragon competition and the 100 Battles competition can only last for 10 days. Junior Su, the yard has been cleaned. Let me tell you about other things in the academy. Good. Everyone sat around the stone table. The fragrant aroma of tea made Suchen pick up the teacup and drink it all in one gulp. Wan Niyun smiled and said, our Donghuang Academy is one of the top forces in the entire Donghuang. There are many places in the academy suitable for our students to practice, and you can go to the martial arts pavilion, the weapon pavilion and other places to exchange your points for everything you want. Brother Su, if you want to find a place to practice, I tell you, you should first practice in the 10,000 Beasts Tower. It is said that the 10,000 Beasts Tower was formed over countless years by the deans and vice-deans, including the teachers, who suppressed countless monster spirits and souls. It is based on a top-level spiritual vein and is a holy place for practice. It is very beneficial for students to practice, but every time you enter the 10,000 Beasts Tower to practice, you need too many points. How many points are needed? Xiaoman smiled helplessly and said, 100 points for 1 day of training, and to enter the Tower of 10,000 Beasts, you need to fight for your spot yourself. 100 points is certainly nothing for students in other beginner classes or even intermediate classes, but it is a lot for students in the worst beginner class. In the academy, there are many ways to gain points. You can hunt monsters, take their beast pills and exchange them at the academy, or you can find someone to gamble with. However, the academy has clearly stipulated that the intermediate class cannot forcefully ask for points from the beginner class. Once discovered, they will be expelled immediately. After listening, Suchen could see that Shi Xiaoman and the others really wanted to enter the Tower of 10,000 Beasts to practice, but because they were short of money, they could only think about it and were unable to enter the Tower of 10,000 Beasts. I have some points in my hand. If you are willing, we can go to the 10,000 Beasts Tower to practice now. But before that, I want to see each of your blood wheels first. Except Xingyin Xue. The 8 people each released their own blood wheels. In Su Chen's opinion, the levels of the 8 people's blood wheels were indeed very low, and they were all useless blood wheels. No wonder 8 people are in the worst beginner class. Xiaomei Xing, where is your blood wheel? Shi Xiaoman laughed and said, I have good news for you. Sister Xing has now awakened the mutated blood wheel, sky-covering Skylark. This is the top blood wheel in the eastern wasteland. I believe that there are not many people in the entire academy who can suppress Sister Xing's blood wheel. Upon hearing about the mutated blood wheel, covering the Skylark, everyone except Su Chen's face changed drastically, because everyone knew very well what the mutated blood wheel meant, not to mention that it was the awakened top-level blood wheel in the East Baron, covering the Skylark. One by one, they began to congratulate Xingyin Xue. After all, there are only 10 people in the entire worst junior class. Being able to see your classmates awaken their mutated blood wheels must be the happiest thing. It was all thanks to junior brother Su's help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to reawaken the mutant blood wheel. Upon hearing this, everyone has guessed that, if nothing unexpected happens, it must be that junior brother Su helped senior sister Xing awaken the mutated blood wheel during the battle for the hidden dragon. The academy still doesn't know that sister Xing has awakened her mutant blood wheel. If they knew, they would definitely ask Sister Xing to leave the class immediately. I won't leave. Su Chen said, Senior Huang, your blood ring is a bit strange too. Let me help you try. Hearing this, Wang Qi's heart trembled suddenly. He knew very well what Su Chen meant. What he awakened was the blood wheel stone, and it was the most inconspicuous blood wheel, which could be said to be the most useless blood wheel among useless blood wheels. Brother Su, are you saying that my blood is very likely a mutant blood? Seeing Su Chen nod, Wang Qi was extremely surprised. No matter what kind of waste blood wheel it was, as long as it was a mutated blood wheel, it was most likely a top-level blood wheel. What should I do? Come with me. Looking at the 2 people entering the room. Except for Xingyin Xue, everyone else had a face full of envy. That was a mutated blood wheel, the most advanced blood wheel. Once the mutated blood wheel was awakened, it meant that one would go further in martial arts in the future. Who could have thought that a worst primary class with only 10 people would have 2 mutant blood rings, one of whom was ranked first on the potential dragon list? Junior Su is really very capable. Such a person will definitely be valued by the college's top management. I'm sure Junior Su will leave our junior class soon. It shouldn't be. Logically speaking, since junior brother Su has already ranked first on the hidden dragon ranking, the academy would definitely not let him stay in the beginner class. But now that he is staying, it means that junior brother Su himself does not want to leave. Very likely. Half an hour later. The door of the room slowly opened and I looked at the 2 people walking out. Fang Ju asked impatiently, how is it? Su Chen smiled and said, it is true. Senior Huang has awakened the mutated blood wheel petrification. Petrochemical. Still a stone blood wheel. Huang Qi seemed to understand what everyone was thinking. He chuckled and started to condense the blood wheel. A blood wheel condensed above his head with a pale yellow stone shadow inside. Petrified. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a wine glass on the stone table in front of Huang Qi was instantly petrified and turned into a stone wine glass. I took a deep breath, this blood wheel was simply too overbearing. He knelt on one knee and was about to kowtow to Su Chen, but Su Chen quickly helped him up. Huang Qi insisted on kneeling on one knee and said, since I left my family, I was able to enter the academy by chance. I believe that in a few months, I will be expelled from the academy because of my poor talent. It's all thanks to meeting you." Everyone else sighed deeply. What Huang Qi said was true. The students in the worst junior class would be assessed in 2 or 3 months. If they failed to pass the assessment, they would be forcibly expelled from the academy. The strong prey on the weak, this is the cruel reality. No one will look at your efforts and experience, only talent and strength are everything. And now, I, Huang Qi, can actually awaken the blood will petrification and possess one of the top blood wheels in the East Desert. All of this is given by you. You are my reborn parent. I, Huang Qi, swear here that from now on, Suchen will be my master. I will follow my master without any second thoughts in this life. If I break this oath, I will be punished by heaven and die a miserable death. As soon as the words fell, without even giving Suchen a chance to stop him, Huang Qi forced out a drop of blood, swore an oath in front of him, forming a special group and disappearing. This was the most domineering blood oath, and once the blood oath was formed, it would be absolutely impossible to break the oath. Everyone was shocked to see Huang Qi swear a blood oath, but they felt relieved after thinking about it. After all, Suchen was like giving Huang Qi a second life. Waste blood wheels and top-level mutant blood wheels are two completely different concepts. It can be said that with the reawakening of the mutant blood wheels, Huang Qi will embark on a completely different path in the future. No matter where he goes, no one will call Huang Qi a waste anymore. No matter which force Huang Qi wants to join, he will be trained as a key force. The men who once possessed the waste blood wheel has disappeared. Looking at Huang Qi kneeling on the ground in front of him and swearing a blood oath, Suchen sighed deeply in his heart. It was too late to stop him. Helping Huang Qi up, Suchen said helplessly, "Why are you doing this? You don't understand my affairs yet. If you follow me, your life will be in danger in the future." There was something else behind his words, and everyone could hear it, including Huang Qi. "Don't worry, master. Stop, remember, never call me master at any time. Since you are willing to follow me, you can just call me young master from now on." "Yes." Huang Qi now swore a blood oath, vowing to follow Suchen. He was moved more than reason. After all, it was Suchen who gave him a second life and allowed him to reawaken the mutated blood wheel. However, Huang Qi never expected that because of this decision today, he would become a top existence in the future and shock the continent. Among the 9 people, except Xingyin Xue and Huang Qi who awakened mutated blood wheels, the rest have useless blood wheels. Suchen could see the deep envy in the eyes of the other 7 people. After all, no one wanted to own a useless blood wheel. If you have a waste blood wheel, you will be inferior to others wherever you go and always stand at the bottom. I just want to tell all of you one thing. In this world, there is no such thing as a useless wheel. There are only lazy people. As long as you are not willing to give up, I, Suchen, will find a way to help you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Junior Su. Although he said thank you, he didn't believe it in his heart. A waste blood wheel is a waste blood wheel. As long as the mutated blood wheel is not awakened again, then this life will be completely over. Let's go to the 10,000 Beasts Tower to practice now. I'll treat you. The Tower of 10,000 Beasts is located in the northeast of the academy. The entire Tower of 10,000 Beasts is hundreds of meters high, gray-black in color, covered with dense lines and various monster patterns. If you want to enter the Tower of 10,000 Beasts to practice, you need to redeem 100 points and practice for 1 day. To enter the Tower of 10,000 Beasts, students need to reserve their own seats, because the closer they gather to the center, the better it will be for their own cultivation. Suchen brought 9 people to the Tower of 10,000 Beasts and directly paid 3,000 points, giving each person 3 days to practice. Aren't these the losers from the worst beginner class? How generous. 3 days for each of you, that's a full 3,000 points. Losers like you will just waste points even if you enter the Tower of Beasts. Some students still don't know that someone from the worst beginner class has ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list. If you knew, would you dare to come up and provoke me? A bald young man walked over with a smile. There were many people watching around, but no one dared to say anything. If it were any other time, people would have started to make a fuss long ago. Now what? The bald young man frowned, feeling that something was wrong with the atmosphere. He couldn't tell what was wrong, but in his opinion, they were just a bunch of trash from the worst elementary class. What? Fang Ju, you're not convinced? You two brothers and sisters really are from the same mother. If you are trash, you are all trash. Fang Ju and Fang Qing are siblings. Huang Qi, what should we do if a dog comes up and bites us? Beat. Will the academy be in trouble? The college won't do anything about it because the dog came up and barked first. After listening to Huang Qi's words, the bald young man was completely furious. He never expected that Huang Qi would dare to provoke him like this and did not take him seriously at all. How could he not feel angry? Before the bald young man could make a move, Su Chen's figure disappeared instantly. It was too easy for Su Chen, who was at the second level of the Void Den realm, to deal with the students in the beginner class. Suddenly, the screams like a pig being slaughtered resounded in all directions. Su Chen was not polite at all. He knew that if he was a humiliator, he would have to pay the price. If he didn't want to be provoked, he had to intimidate the academy. No matter where he went, fists were the only way to win. Instead of slapping him, Su Chen just kicked him directly without using any blood wheel or martial arts. After being kicked more than 100 times, the bald young man gained 3 times more weight and his original face could no longer be recognized. His pig-slaughtering screams gradually weakened. The academy has a rule that unless a life and death pact is signed or a life and death battle is fought, no deaths can occur. What are you doing? Huang Qi immediately stood up and said, Teacher Zhao, he deliberately humiliated us and called us trash. We were just defending ourselves. Many people were not surprised at all, because Su Chen was ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list and was a student at the Void Den realm. Although no one knew why he was still in the beginner class, it was completely self-abuse for a person at the Foundation Establishment realm to want to humiliate a person at the Void Den realm. Teacher Zhao nodded, pointed at the young man lying on the ground, not sure if he had fainted, and said, Carry him away. Are you Su Chen? Yes. It's okay, you can go in. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Huang Qi came to Su Chen and whispered, Boss, why do I find that Teacher Zhao treats you differently? Walk. Whether it is the same or not is not important at all. Inside the Tower of Beasts. Inside and outside are 2 different worlds. The inside of the 10,000 Beasts Tower is very large, and you can't even see the end at a glance. The spiritual energy is several times richer than that outside. All the good positions in the center have been occupied, leaving only the marginal positions around. The better the position, the more people compete for it, and they are almost all occupied by students from the advanced class or the ace class. Boss, there's no one there. Shaking his head, Su Chen was very clear that the gap between a good position and a bad position was really huge. 3 days of practice in other positions would be equivalent to 3 days, but if you practice in a good position, 3 days would be equivalent to 6 days, or even 9 days. His points were not scraped from the ground, so since he had chosen to practice in the Tower of 10,000 Beasts, he had to find the best position. In martial arts, you must fight. Without fighting, how can you reach the pinnacle of martial arts? Come with me. Ah. What is Su Shuedi going to do? Huang Qi didn't care about that. Now he followed Su Chen's lead. As long as Su Chen told him to go east, he would never go west. Shi Xiaoman and the others did not disobey. Even if they were unlucky, they had to suffer together. After all, they were from the same class, and as Su Chen was number 1 on the potential dragon list, his strength was unquestionable. Coming to the intermediate class 1, Su Chen pointed at the 20-odd people in front of him and said indifferently, All of you, make way. My elementary class 22 is going to practice here. Xiao Ming, Shi Chen, and the others' faces instantly darkened, looking as ugly as they could be. If it were anyone else, they would have slapped them, except for this madman in front of them. Madman Su Chen has become completely famous in the East Wasteland Forest. With his absolutely powerful momentum, he fought for more than 3,000 points and ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth, his face full of anger as he said, Su Chen, don't go too far. What if I bully you? You don't have to leave. Let's fight. If you dare, I will accompany you to the end. The Academy will not interfere in the fight for position in the Tower of Beasts, as long as no one dies. That is why this is the place where fists rule. If you have strength, you can occupy a good position. If you don't have the strength, I'm sorry, you can only practice at the marginal position. A fight? Do you dare? Definitely not. Back then in the Forest Valley, the two of them, who were at the 9th level of the Void Core realm, were no match for this man even when they joined forces. How much less now? It was really humiliating for them to just stand up and leave in front of so many people. Snort. A light snort was heard, and a stunning woman in purple stood up. She had two curved thin eyebrows on her oval face, a pair of beautiful big eyes that seemed to be able to speak, and she exuded a cold aura, like an iceberg. When did the people from the worst junior class become so arrogant? Today I want to see how you can drive away the people from our senior class. Shen Bingyue, previously the second on the Hidden Dragon list, was at the peak 9th level of the Void Pill realm in the intermediate class 1. She was only one step away from the true peak of the Void Pill realm, the Blood Wheel of Ice and Snow. This time, Shen Bingyue did not participate in the battle for the Hidden Dragon, in order to be able to break through the limit in the 10,000 Beasts Tower and successfully break through to the Real Den realm, so as to be promoted to the advanced class and compete for the 100 battles list in the future, instead of wasting time competing for the Hidden Dragon list. What she had to do was to break through herself. The position here was already the limit for the students in the intermediate class. After all, no one dared to provoke the advanced class, let alone snatch the position of the advanced class students. Who would have thought? People from the worst junior class dared to take their positions. This had never happened before. She even thought that the 10 people in the junior class were out of their minds. Otherwise, they would not have done such low-level things. Seeing the anger on Shi Chen and Xiao Ming's faces but not taking any action to teach the 10 people a lesson, Shen Bingyue really couldn't control the anger in her heart. Sister Shen, be careful. Be careful with your sister. Shen Bingyue cursed hard in her heart, secretly cursing both of them as trash. Do you need to be careful when facing trash from the worst junior class? It would really embarrass yourself. If this matter spreads out, the face of intermediate class 1 will be completely lost. What on earth did the two of them think that they would be afraid of the people in the worst junior class? It was really a joke. Boss, this is Shen Bingyue, the second member of the intermediate class 1, Blood Wheel Ice and Snow, peak 9th level Void Den realm, second only to Tang Hao in strength, previously ranked second on the Hidden Dragon rankings, this time did not participate in the Hidden Dragon competition war. Listening to Huang Qi's explanation of this person, Su Chen said impatiently, there is too much nonsense, and another 10 minutes wasted. Since you are unwilling to give up your position, I have no choice but to take action. Wait, we are willing to give up our position. Shi Chen, Xiao Ming, and others stood up. Regardless of whether they wanted to or not, they could only accept the reality. They were really unwilling to provoke Su Chen, and they were even less willing to fight with such a lunatic. There would be no benefit. Sister Shen, let's give our place to them. Trash, you can get out if you want. I, intermediate class 1, can't afford to lose this guy. Then take care of yourself, senior. They didn't say anything more. After all, Shen Bingyue didn't want to hear more from them. Did they have to tell everyone that they had been defeated by Su Chen in the valley, and that was when they had joined forces? I definitely won't say it out loud. Looking at the dozens of people leaving, Shen Bingyue found that there were only 4 people left behind her. She was very angry. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Who could have thought that people from the intermediate class 1 would be frightened by the students from the worst elementary class? It was so embarrassing. Looking at the handsome young man in front of her, Shen Bingyue said coldly, I want to see what you are capable of, to dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Without waiting for Shen Bingyue to finish his nonsense, Su Chen slapped him hard. It looked ordinary, but it actually contained domineering power. The 9 Tribulation Sword technique was integrated into the palm print, which contained layers of power. Moreover, Su Chen was at the 2nd level of Void Core realm and was no longer the Foundation Establishment realm warrior he once was. This slap almost made Shen Bingyue go crazy. It was the greatest humiliation for her. How could she endure it? Boom. The opponent didn't release the blood wheel, and she certainly wouldn't release the blood wheel either. If she wanted to compete in palm power, she would let the opponent try the true strength of the peak 9th level of the Void Pill realm. In everyone's shocked eyes. With a simple collision, Shen Bingyue's palm print attack was instantly broken, and a loud slap was heard. That's right, Shen Bingyue was slapped in public. Moreover, Shen Bingyue was fighting back with all her might. Even though Shen Bingyue was somewhat caught off guard, after all, Shen Bingyue's identity and strength were there. This also shows how powerful this student from the junior class is, and he is definitely not someone to be trifled with. Very impressive. Some of the students in the advanced class also agreed. I was completely stunned. Shen Bingyue never expected that she, a dignified 9th level Void Core Realm cultivator, could not even withstand a single attack from her opponent. This was truly a huge shame and humiliation. The angry Shen Bingyue had cold murderous intent in her eyes. She had never experienced such humiliation before. She charged directly at Su Chen and released her own blood wheel, ice and snow. The sky full of ice and snow made people feel extremely cold, and Shen Bingyue released her martial arts to freeze this person 3 feet deep. She wanted to freeze this person to death, even if it meant being wiped out by the academy. Boss, be careful. However, Su Chen did not take this man seriously. The sword blood will rolled and condensed, a killing sword shadow appeared in his hand, and he performed the 9 tribulations sword technique. Accompanied by the sound of sword chanting that resounded all around. Dense, domineering and sharp sword energy has begun to roll and cover. The sword energy breaks the ice and snow. 2nd level Void Pill Realm. How could a Void Den realm only stay in the worst elementary class? The academy must have made a mistake. That may not be the case. Maybe he has just entered the academy. That shouldn't be the case. It is indeed unreasonable, because the entire academy has its own allocation rules. Those in the Void Den realm will be directly assigned to the intermediate class and cannot continue to stay in the elementary class. Boom boom boom. Su Chen did not kill her. His situation was different from Shen Bingyue's. He came to Donghuang College this time to buy time for himself and intimidate the Su clan. Don't act rashly. Without wasting any time, Su Chen quickly defeated Shen Bingyue and kicked her away, landing right next to Xiao Ming and others. Fang Ju and others, looking at the scene happening in front of them, were all sighing. No one had expected that Su Chen was so unkind to women. After all, Shen Bingyue was also a famous beauty in the academy. The students in the advanced class did not interfere in this matter. Go find a place to practice by yourself. Su Chen ignored the others and sat down directly. He had discovered that the Tower of 10,000 Beasts was indeed a good place for cultivation. There was no waste of time. It was not a matter of points, but he had to seize every minute and every second. Only in this way could he catch up with Su Hao in the shortest time. Huang Qi and others, who were still in a daze, sat around Su Chen one by one, surrounding Su Chen in the center. Su Chen's voice resounded in everyone's mind. All of you should concentrate and calm down, stick to your essence, and practice with me according to the method I have taught you. Remember, try to maintain the same practice frequency as me. Su Chen has decided to help his classmates improve as much as possible while he is still in the beginner class. Except for Xingyin Xue and Huang Qi, the rest of the people might fail the assessment in a few months and be expelled from the academy. He didn't want to see that kind of scene, so he went to help a few people. Waste blood wheel. Even if Fang Ju and others cannot go further in the future, at least they can continue to stay in the academy to practice. He derived a divine and demonic martial art from the ancient divine and demonic art, and taught it to 9 people, hoping that with this martial art and his own chaos devouring art, he could refine the power and flow it into the 9 people's bodies, so that he could help them practice. Time passes. Su Chen divided the devoured power into 2 parts, keeping half for himself to practice, and distributing the remaining half to 9 people. It was obvious that Xingyin Xue and Huang Qi, who had awakened mutated blood wheels, had a much faster practice speed than the other 7. Except for Huang Qi and Xingyin Xue, who all made successful breakthroughs, on the second day, the remaining 7 people also made breakthroughs with Su Chen's full help. This has surprised everyone, because according to their usual training speed, it is too difficult to improve a level so quickly. What about now? I am really grateful to Su Chen. Because of helping others, Su Chen's cultivation level only increased by 1 level, from the 2nd level of Void Den Realm to the 3rd level of Void Den Realm. However, for Su Chen, this is already very good. Su Chen had been practicing the ancient gods and demons art, and after helping others to break through, he also practiced the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana art in his body. The martial arts taught by Luo Tianfei was very domineering, and it could almost be compared with the ancient gods and demons art. Just as Su Chen was practicing the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique, waves of Nirvana aura enveloped his entire body. Suddenly I found myself in the Tower of 10,000 Beasts, and it seemed as if there were roars in my heart. It was the roar of thousands of beasts. I didn't know how many monsters there were. What's going on? The ancestral phoenix and the ancestral dragon are both the most powerful existences in the world of monsters, and they are super powerful monsters standing at the top of the pyramid of martial arts. The ancestral phoenix palace's unrevealed secret, the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique, was passed down from the ancestral phoenix. Once Su Chen activates it, it will trigger resonance among all the beasts in the 10,000 Beasts Tower. This was something Su Chen never expected. Where's Su Scholar? It's gone. The 9 people who were practicing suddenly opened their eyes and looked at Su Chen, who disappeared for no reason. Shock was written all over their faces. They had no idea what was going on and why Su Chen disappeared out of nowhere. In the illusory space, countless corpses of monsters are scattered all around. When you step on them, you can hear a crackling sound, which is extremely harsh and makes people feel their scalps tingling. Looking at the corpses of monsters all over the ground, Su Chen gradually understood one thing, that is, he had entered the virtual space of the 10,000 Beasts Tower. As for why he was able to come in, if nothing unexpected happened, it must be related to the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana art that he was practicing. The ancestral Phoenix Nirvana art was still running in his body, because Su Chen didn't know whether entering the virtual space of the 10,000 Beasts Tower was a good thing or a bad thing for him. Waves of strange power enveloped the entire virtual space. The ancestral Phoenix Nirvana art in his body seemed to be guided by something. A loud phoenix cry roared out from Su Chen's body. To Su Chen's shock, a 10,000-foot-tall phoenix slowly condensed behind him. The vast and vigorous phoenix aura instantly enveloped the entire virtual space, and any aura of demon beasts was suppressed. The level of the 10,000 Beasts Tower itself is very powerful. Ever since the establishment of Donghuang Academy and the acquisition of the 10,000 Beasts Tower, the dean, vice deans, and teachers have been constantly hunting monsters and sending their essences and souls into the 10,000 Beasts Tower. After countless years of reproduction, the Tower of 10,000 Beasts has suppressed countless monster spirits and souls. Zhu Feng. Is this Zhu Feng? Su Chen was also shocked. He had not expected that he would be able to cultivate to the core of the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana art by chance in the Tower of 10,000 Beasts. He believed that even Luo Tianfei might not be able to condense the ancestral phoenix. Feeling the domineering aura emanating from the 10,000-foot-high phoenix, Su Chen clenched his fists tightly. This martial art was perfect for him. The 1,000-foot-tall phantom of the ancestral phoenix looked down upon the world, and all the phantoms of monsters bowed down in submission, their bodies trembling with fear to the extreme. This was the suppression of blood. Zhu Feng, the most powerful monster in the world. Originally, Su Chen wanted to use the phantom of the ancestral phoenix to devour the essence and souls of the monsters in the Tower of 10,000 Beasts. In this way, he believed that he would be able to improve several levels. What's the result? Before Su Chen could devour it, the 10,000-foot-tall ancestral phoenix had disappeared. Su Chen's figure left the illusory world of the 10,000 Beasts Tower and returned to the tower. Looking at Su Chen, who suddenly appeared again, Fang Ju and others' faces were filled with shock. How did Su Chen do it? No further questions. Huge square. A young girl in light yellow clothes stood in front of the hidden dragon list, staring at the name that ranked first on the list. Su Chen, Sword Blood Wheel. Her long, jet-black hair danced in the wind, her crescent-shaped eyebrows were a pair of fox eyes, her high nose bridge was matched with cherry lips, her skin was as white as snow, and her body was tall and slender. She could only be described in one sentence: one glance at her could conquer a city, and another glance could conquer a country. This woman was none other than Princess Ji Yoshi from the Pandang dynasty. Her blood wheel was that of a 7-colored soul-devouring python, a top-level blood wheel.
She was sent to Donghuang College 10 years ago and became a disciple of the vice president. After 10 years of training, she has now reached the 7th level Golden Elixir realm and is training in the Ace class. Just a few days ago, news came from the royal family that her fiancé Su Chen had his blood chakra crippled by Su Hao from the Su clan and was expelled from the Su family. He felt somewhat sad. They had met Su Chen a few times when they were young. He was a nice person. It was such a pity. The royal family has told her that the engagement is about to be cancelled and she can make the decision about her own marriage. Ji Yoshi knew very well that her extraordinary talent and the top-level blood will she possessed made the royal family very dependent on her, and she also had a powerful master. Once she advances to the nascent soul stage in the future, she will be promoted to the Ace class and become the Academy's most core student. At that time, she will be able to receive the Academy's key training. There are only 5 Ace classes in the entire Donghuang Academy. Seeing the familiar name and seeing that he also possessed the sword blood wheel, she thought he was her fiancé. Now think about it, how could it be possible? Su Chen's blood wheel has been destroyed. Even a strong emperor cannot reunite the blood wheel, let alone Su Chen. Shaking her head helplessly, she prepared to enter a special place in the academy to practice. A secluded hillside. Su Hao suddenly opened his eyes, let out a long roar towards the sky, and the golden elixir that had formed in his body began to shatter and began to condense into a baby phantom, which was the nascent soul. The Jindan realm is divided into 10 levels, from level 1 to the peak. Level 1 to level 3 is the low-level Jindan realm, level 4 to level 6 is the intermediate Jindan realm, level 7 to level 9 is the high-level Jindan realm, and the last is the peak Jindan realm. The golden elixir shatters and the primordial infant condenses. Today, Su Hao has successfully broken through to the nascent soul stage. Very nice. Looking at the figure of the man floating out of his body, Su Hao immediately knelt on his knees and said, "Master, I peeled off Su Chen's emperor bone and awakened the 7-killing sword blood wheel. Why did I only break through the nascent soul stage now? I am very depressed, but more importantly, I feel unwilling to give in. His talent is very strong. Even if he has not fused with the Emperor's bone, I believe he can break through to the nascent soul stage just by relying on the 7-killing sword blood wheel." The Emperor's bone seemed to have become a burden, and he did not tell anyone about it, including his father. The illusory figure smiled and said, "Don't panic, disciple. For the past 10 years, your master has been suppressing your Emperor bone and your cultivation. Do you know why?" "I don't know. Master deliberately suppressed it." No wonder his cultivation speed didn't improve significantly, it turned out to be his master's fault. There was not the slightest bit of anger in his heart. Su Hao knew very well that his master must have his own reasons for doing so. Your Emperor bone did not awaken in your body. Instead, you forcibly separated it from others and integrated it into your own body. The temporary fusion may help you improve quickly, but as your cultivation becomes higher and higher, the Emperor bone will not only not become your foundation, but will instead backfire on you until you are completely devoured. Ah! After hearing what his master said, Su Hao was completely stunned and his body trembled with fear. If it is really as master said, I feel scared just thinking about it. Master has suppressed the Emperor bone for 10 whole years. Even with master's strength, it will take 10 years for the Emperor bone to completely merge with you. This Emperor bone is too strong. Now that you have broken through to the nascent soul realm, the Emperor bone in your body has completely merged. From now on, your cultivation speed will increase by more than 10 times. Within a year, you will definitely be able to reach the peak of the nascent soul realm and impact the soul palace realm." His face was full of surprise and excitement. "Thank you, Master, for your help. You are my most outstanding disciple. No matter where the Emperor bone comes from, with this Emperor bone, you will definitely become the most powerful being in the world in the future. I will definitely live up to Master's high expectations. Let's get started." Yes. Although Su Chen lost his imperial bone, he possessed 3 blood chakras superimposed on each other, and also obtained the Chaos Devouring Tower. He also practiced the Ancient Gods and Demons Sutra and the Ancestral Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. His opportunities far exceeded those of Su Hao. It is still unknown who will win or lose in this fateful battle between the two. 3 days later. 10 people left the Tower of 10,000 Beasts and returned to the dormitory. However, just as Suchen returned to the dormitory, someone came to him with a message from the academy, asking him to go to the dean's office immediately because the dean wanted to see him. Without any hesitation, Suchen left the dormitory and headed towards the dean's office. At the deepest part of the academy, there is a white building that looks simple and low-key. Its 4 sides are paved with marble with very strange patterns. Arriving at the dean's office, Suchen knocked on the door. "Come in." Push the door open and enter. Looking at a middle-aged man sitting behind the desk, he was gentle and elegant, with 2 sword-like eyebrows on his resolute face and bright eyes, and he was reading a book in his hands. "Student Suchen has met the dean." Putting down the book, Lan Shang looked at Suchen and said with satisfaction, "You are really like your father." When mentioning his father, Suchen felt a little sad. After all, his father is now a living dead, lying in the family's ice coffin, like a dead person who has not woken up for years. As if he could guess the sadness in Suchen's heart, Lan Shang continued, "I don't like people who use back doors. Your grandfather has already told me about your situation. You will not receive any special care in the academy. You have to fight for everything on your own. Do you understand?" "Clear." "Very good. As for the Sioux and Tang tribes, I will help you deal with them. As long as you stay in the academy for 1 day, they won't be able to touch you at all." The reason he came to Donghuang Academy was to use Donghuang Academy to intimidate the Sioux clan and create more time for himself to practice. As for the Tang clan, it seemed to be because of Tang Hao. The dean already knew that he had destroyed Tang Hao's blood wheel. If you dare to do it, you dare to take responsibility. Even if it happened again, Suchen would not regret it and would still do the same. After all, they had signed a life and death agreement and were fighting a life and death battle. "You really can cause trouble for me. You just entered the academy and you destroyed Tang Hao's blood wheel." Suchen didn't say anything. Without dwelling on this question any further, Lan Shang said, "Su Hao took away your emperor bone back then. Logically, with Su Hao's talent, he should have reached the Soul Palace realm by now. However, according to the information I received, Su Hao has only just broken through to the advanced Solid Pill realm. The 7th to 9th levels of the Solid Den realm are collectively referred to as the advanced Solid Den realm." Even Lan Shang felt that this matter was a little strange. After all, it was impossible for the fusion of the Emperor's bone to have no benefit at all for cultivation. Suchen also felt doubtful. When he saw Su Hao again in the Tianfa forest before, he felt that Su Hao's cultivation speed was not as fast as he had imagined. Although Donghuang Academy gathers all the geniuses in the entire Donghuang, Su Hao's talent is not bad, and he has integrated his own imperial bone, so he should be able to surpass his peers. What's the result? I will help you investigate this matter, but you should understand that Su Hao has already merged with the Emperor's bone, so it will definitely not be that simple. If you want revenge, what you need to do is to practice peacefully instead of causing trouble. Do you understand? Clear. You go ahead. Yes. Just as Suchen turned to leave, the dean's voice came again. My name is Lan Shang. Your father saved me back then. If you encounter problems that cannot be solved, come here and find me. Nodding, Suchen opened the door and walked out without looking back. Looking at the disappearing figure, Lan Shang sighed deeply. He was so strict because he wanted to urge Suchen to practice well and not have any delay. Su Hao, a man with fused emperor bones, and a waste with destroyed blood wheel. No matter whether it is the Su clan or the Tang clan, they are both top races in the Eastern Wilderness. Even if the Eastern Wilderness Academy can intimidate the 2 clans, once Suchen leaves the academy, I believe the 2 clans will definitely take action. Can I protect Suchen forever? Don't talk about yourself, no one can protect you forever. Suchen still needs to rely on himself, not on others. I hope you are better than your father. Losing the Emperor's bone, oh. With the Emperor's bone, he will definitely become an emperor. What a pity. Looking at the entire Eastern Wilderness, for more than 1,000 years, it seems that no one has ever heard of anyone awakening the Emperor bone. Suchen is the first person, but because the Su family is weak, Suchen was unable to fuse the Emperor bone in time, so Su Hao took advantage of the situation, peeled off the Emperor bone and fused it himself. This is fate. Outside the office. As if he had heard the dean's words, Suchen clenched his fists tightly, and said with a firm look in his eyes, "My life is in my hands. If fate is unfair, I will change it. Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill him. Even if it is the sky, I will definitely walk on it. Su Hao, just wait. I, Su Chen, will eventually go to the Su tribe to find you and avenge the loss of my imperial bones and my blood wheel." Instrument Pavilion. This is where all the treasures of the academy are stored. Students can redeem them by themselves as long as you have enough points. Su Chen still has 30,000 points in his hand, so of course he wants to go to the Weapon Pavilion and the Martial Arts Pavilion to see if there is anything he needs. It is a pure white building with 2 floors. Students in the beginner, intermediate, and advanced classes can only exchange goods and martial arts on the first floor of the Weapon Pavilion. If they want to enter the second floor of the Weapon Pavilion, they must be students of the Ace class. Arrived in front of the Instrument Pavilion. After taking out his Jade identity card to register, Su Chen walked in. Very big. The first floor of the entire Instrument Pavilion is very large, as big as a football field, with clusters of ice blue water light arranged neatly, too many to count. In front of each ice blue light ball, there is an introduction to the treasure and the points that need to be redeemed. I originally thought that I could redeem a lot of things with 30,000 points, but now it seems that I can't redeem anything. Langia Sword requires 23,400 points to redeem. After reading the introduction of the Langia Sword, Su Chen also understood that it was indeed worth the money. If it were placed outside, it would probably be a good thing with a price but no demand. Gold coins. You can't buy them at all. Heavenly Bone Sword requires 48,888 points to redeem. Flying Spiritual Weapon, 190,000 points to redeem. Looking at the 4 words, Flying Spiritual Weapon, Su Chen's eyes became a little greedy. He knew very well what Flying Spiritual Weapon meant among spiritual weapons. I believe that no one can resist the temptation of a Flying Spiritual Weapon. However, if you want to exchange for a Flying Spiritual Weapon, you need 190,000 points, which is too expensive. Looking at the more than 30,000 points displayed on your Identity Jade card, you can't even exchange for 1/6 of a Flying Spiritual Weapon. Very depressed. You can only look at it, but you can't own it. Tiangang Hammer, exchange for 120,000 points. Cloud Boots, 177,899 points redemption. He did not read on, because Su Chen had already discovered one thing, that is, relying on the more than 30,000 points in his hand to exchange for spiritual weapons and treasures in the Weapon Pavilion was a complete joke. I believe that a spiritual weapon that can be successfully exchanged within 30,000 points is not a good one. Just when Su Chen was about to leave, the ancient gods and demons art in his body suddenly began to operate on its own. Su Chen turned around abruptly and looked at the first level of the Weapon Pavilion in front of him. It could activate the ancient gods and demons art, so it seemed that this treasure was definitely not simple. Following the divine and demonic aura in his body, Su Chen walked towards the locked direction. The inconspicuous ball of light on the left is covered with dust and it looks like no one has cared about it for a long time. Incomplete treasure, only 10,000 points are needed. No wonder no one is interested. The mere 4 words, incomplete treasure, are enough to scare everyone away. After all, 10,000 points is not a small number and no one wants to lose it in vain. Without any hesitation, he placed the Jade identity card in front of the ball of light. Moment. The 10,000 points on the Identity Jade card were deducted, leaving more than 20,000 points. The ball of light disappeared, and a mirror appeared in Su Chen's hand, with both sides broken. Now he finally knew why this treasure was incomplete. The words, gods and demons, are engraved on the handle. Su Chen already knew the name of this treasure. It seems that if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the so-called gods and demons mirror. Ta Ling, can this treasure be repaired? This is what Su Chen wants to know most, because the divine demon mirror is a broken treasure. If it cannot be repaired, his 10,000 points will be wasted. He didn't know whether he could repair it, so he could only ask the tower spirit. Immediately, Tarling's voice rang in his mind. If you want to repair the god and demon mirror, the master can only rely on the soul nurturing. However, the master must remember that when the soul nurtures the god and demon mirror,
it will form a special relationship with the god and demon mirror. Once the god and demon mirror is broken, the master's soul will be broken along with it. In addition, the soul nurturing the god and demon mirror consumes a lot of soul and takes a very long time. Listening to Ta Ling's explanation, Su Chen was also sighing. The meaning is simple. Even if he wanted to repair the god and demon mirror, the only way was to nurture the soul, and soul nurturing was very dangerous. If the god and demon mirror was broken, his soul would also be broken, and it would take a long time to nurture. With his eyes fixed on the divine demon mirror in his hand, Su Chen finally chose soul nurturing and asked the tower spirit how to nurture the soul. It turned out that he was constantly feeding the god and demon mirror with his soul. This would somewhat affect his martial arts cultivation. After all, the soul was also very important for the improvement of martial arts. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Chen finally decided to let his soul give birth to the god and demon mirror. You are Su Chen from the beginner class, number 1 on the potential dragon list. Hearing someone talking behind him, the magic mirror in Su Chen's hand disappeared instantly, and he turned around and looked at Shenbing Yue in front of him. This woman, whom he almost killed, actually dared to come to him. Su Chen didn't say anything, his face showing unbridled disgust and ridicule. The more this happened, the angrier Shenbing Yue became. She said coldly, "My sister Shenbing Yue wants to see you." Shenbing Yue, Shenbing Yue's sister, is from the Ace Class 2, 5th level Jindan realm, with the blood wheel of ice and snow. Whether she was willing to accept it or not, Shenbing Yue was very clear that with her strength she was definitely no match for Su Chen. The fact that a student who had just entered the academy could win the first place on the Hidden Dragon list in the Hidden Dragon competition itself explained a lot of problems. She could only ask her sister for help. Although it was shameful to do so and she would be laughed at by others, Shenbing Yue no longer cared about that. If she doesn't save her face, she will definitely become the laughing stock of the academy. Just choose to ignore. Let yourself go to see Shenbing Yue. Being ignored? Angry Shenbing Yue said angrily, "Su Chen, don't be so arrogant, my sister is from the Ace Class too." So what if it was the Ace Class? Su Chen was too lazy to say more. He suddenly remembered that he still needed a space ring with a larger space. The space ring on his finger was too small and would soon not be enough. "Sister, don't be reckless." Right at this moment, a woman who looked about 60% similar to Shenbing Yue, but had an even colder aura, walked in. She was wearing snow-white clothes that perfectly set off her figure. Shenbing Yue from the Ace Class. When they saw Shenbing Yue, the eyes of many male students suddenly lit up. After all, Shenbing Yue was more beautiful than Shenbing Yue. Even in the entire academy, she was a very famous beauty with many suitors. Coming to Shenbing Yue's side, looking at the arrogant young men in front of her, Shenbing Yue said coldly, "Relying on some means to bully women, you really make men proud. I admire you very much, so I took the time today to see who you are. Insulting people without using any dirty words is so toxic." Shenbing Yue's eyes were very cold as she stared at the young men in front of her. If looks could kill, Su Chen would have been killed countless times. There was no trace of anger on his face, and Su Chen seemed to ignore it completely. Shaking his head helplessly, Su Chen said sarcastically, "You are really a nest of snakes and rats. You'd better stay away from me, otherwise, I will make you remember it forever." Crazy enough. The students who were watching all around gave a thumbs up in their hearts. Even if a student from the beginner class could be ranked on the potential dragon list, he could never compete with the students from the Ace Class. In the Ace Class, anyone who stands out is at the Golden Core realm, and Shenbing Yue is from the Ace Class 2, at the 5th level Golden Core realm, and the one who awakens is Blood Will Bing Yue. There is absolutely no chance that the Shudan realm can contend against the Jindan realm. Su Chen, don't be so arrogant. I won't allow you to act in front of my sister. In order to stop her angry sister, Shenbing Yue was also a little curious. She really couldn't understand where this person got such courage from. Was it just because he was ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list? Donghuang College has 2 rankings, one is the Hidden Dragon ranking and the other is the 100 Battles ranking. You can say that. The last person on the 100 Battles list can easily defeat the first person on the Hidden Dragon list. This is the gap between the 2 lists and also the gap in realm. Nothing can make up for it. She's your sister, not mine. Why can't I be presumptuous? Let me tell you, you are totally cheap and asking for trouble. I don't have time for the two of you. Get out of my sight. Without giving any face at all, Su Chen completely ignored Shen Bingxue and Shen Bingyue. In Su Chen's eyes, their beauty was worthless. Everyone around was sighing. This was the first time they had encountered such a person. Shen Bingxue smiled and nodded, but everyone could see that Shen Bingxue was probably extremely angry and was just holding it back. After all, Shen Bingxue is from the ace class. If she attacks casually, the other party is from the junior class. Not to mention whether she will be punished by the academy, she will not be able to bear it just in terms of face. It is not a good reputation to bully the weak. It was for this reason that Shen Bingxue suppressed her anger and said coldly, Su Chen, I, Shen Bingxue, formally challenge you. I can accept any form of challenge, including a life and death battle. Do you dare to accept it? Life and death battle. Su Chen has already fought a life and death battle with Tang Hao, which directly destroyed Tang Hao's blood wheel. Until now, the Academy and the Tang clan have not taken any action. It seems that the Academy has blocked the news. Up to now, no one in the Academy knew that Tang Hao's blood wheel was destroyed. They only knew that Tang Hao participated in the battle for the hidden dragon and never returned from the East Wasteland Forest. Su Chen smiled, but his smile contained deep sarcasm and contempt. How shameless. You are a student in the ace class, but you challenged me, a junior class student who just entered the academy. I want to ask you, are you at the bottom of the ace class and want to come to me to make yourself felt? Naked contempt. People around were pointing and talking. After all, a student from the ace class directly challenged a student from the junior class, and the worst student from the junior class at that. This had never happened before. It was the first time in history. You are shameless. I'm shameless. The shameless ones are you two sisters, especially your sister. If you want to fight to the death, wait until I enter the ace class. Then I will let you know the gap between you and me. Shen Bingxue laughed and sneered, with your strength, you still want to enter the ace class. 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years, by the time you enter the ace class, I will have entered the ace class. Shen Bingxue looked down on Su Chen. She thought she was a genius. Even if she couldn't dominate the academy, she was at least very powerful. She was also very confident that she could make it into the ace class. Whether you can get in is not what you should worry about. Su Chen's face was full of disgust. He really disliked such women. As for accepting the challenge, he was not a fool, so how could he accept it? Although he was very confident in his own strength, Su Chen thought that with his current strength, he could not defeat a Jindan realm warrior. A little impatience will ruin a great plan. If you can't help it, you will be the one who gets humiliated. No one will laugh at you even if you refuse. Instead, Shen Bingxue will be seen as a joke. A student in the ace class actually challenges the worst student in the junior class. Not being fooled, Shen Bingxue's eyes suddenly focused. She was still thinking that as long as Su Chen accepted the challenge, she would teach him a good lesson. Just now, she couldn't possibly take action. Face was the most important thing, and she didn't want to become a laughing stock in the academy. You're fine. Sister, let's go. Pulling her sister and turning away, Shen Bingyue was still furious and cursed fiercely, you are not a man. We need to go to bed to find out whether he is a man or not. You are shameless. Seeing the two people leaving, many students around looked at Su Chen with deep admiration. After all, who among the students in the beginner class would dare to speak like that? Even Tang Hao, who was known as the number one in the beginner class, didn't dare to do that. Su Chen did not continue to dwell on this matter, nor did he take it to heart, but started looking for it. At the edge of the first floor, there appeared space rings. There were no light balls, but they were placed in glass cabinets. There were high and low levels. Some could be exchanged for 3,000 points, while others could be exchanged for millions of points. Su Chen could guess that the space ring exchanged for millions of points must contain a very large space, but now he could only look at it. Su Chen took out 10,000 points and exchanged them for a space ring of not very high level. This time I came to the weapon pavilion, the harvest was pretty good, I broke the god and demon mirror and the space ring. I originally wanted to go to the martial arts pavilion to take a look, but when I saw the exchange points for various treasures in the weapon pavilion, I gave up the idea. I believe that with only 10,000 points left in my hand, I can't exchange them for any good martial arts even if I go to the martial arts pavilion. Why waste time? Just as Su Chen left the weapon pavilion. Looking at Yifei and Chu Yang who were standing outside the Qi pavilion, seemingly waiting for someone, he smiled and said, "Why are you two here? There is no acquaintance without fighting." Previously in the East Wasteland Forest, Su Chen tried to snatch the points of the two people, but in the end he returned them to the two people. Without saying it explicitly, the four of them became friends. Chu Yang hesitated to speak, and Yifei's face was also full of anxiety. "You guys are looking for me specifically?" Yifei nodded and said, "Xiaodi Su, Bai Li is in trouble." "What's wrong?" Bai Li was attacked by a monster in the East Wasteland Forest and suffered serious injuries. His breath is getting weaker and weaker. Only the dragon snake pill from the academy can save him. Then you should quickly go find the academy and ask them to take action. Shaking his head, Chu Yang said helplessly, "The academy has rules. If you are injured, you must solve it yourself. If you want to get pills, you need to use your points to exchange them at the pill pavilion. One dragon snake pill requires more than 100,000 points." Having said that, he did not continue speaking, but the helplessness in Chu Yang's words was obvious. The academy was indeed a bit heartless, but Su Chen also understood the academy's rules. After all, the academy was not a charity, and if it helped everyone in trouble, then no matter how deep the academy's foundation was, it would not be able to survive. Once the academy takes out the dragon snake pill and sets a precedent, it will not be a good thing for the development of the academy. The two have found him, and Su Chen understands that he cannot just stand by and watch them die. He can be ruthless and wipe out his enemies, but he must help his friends. Although he and Bai Li and the other two had only met once, and there had even been some minor frictions between them, he admired their personalities and kindness. Since he considered them friends, there was no way he would sit idly by. "You go back and take good care of senior sister Bai Li. I will find a way to deal with the dragon shrimp pill." Chu Yang and Yifei were immediately delighted. They came to find Su Chen this time because Su Chen was ranked first on the hidden dragon list. Maybe the academy would give out a dragon pill for Su Chen's sake. He clasped his fists and bowed towards Su Chen, without any thanks, and everything was said without words. Looking at the two people leaving, Su Chen held the identity jade card in his hand. More than 10,000 points definitely could not be exchanged for the dragon snake pill, and the academy would not set a precedent for him. He thought that he did not have the strength and identity to do so. Unable to stand by and watch someone die, Su Chen prepared to go to the dean's office. In front of the white building, Su Chen sighed deeply in his heart. He did not expect that he would take the initiative to come here so soon. For the sake of his friends, he thought it was worthwhile. Bang. "Come in." I pushed the door open and saw the dean sitting behind the desk, drinking tea. "Su Chen. Do you have something to talk to me about?" Lan Shang was also a little surprised and asked casually. "Dean Lan, I need a dragon pill, but I don't have enough points to redeem it, so I need to ask you for one. Be straightforward, without any beating around the bush." Shaking his head, Lan Shang smiled and said, "I can't give it to you. You should understand the rules of the academy. You can get any elixir you want. You need to exchange it with the points you have. If you don't have enough points, it has nothing to do with the academy. You need to earn them yourself. Just refuse. If I set a precedent for you, and every student comes to me or the academy when they have problems in the future, how should the academy handle it? Since the establishment of the academy, such a thing has never happened, so I will not set a precedent for you." With a deep sigh in his heart, Su Chen had already guessed this would be the result, but Bai Li would not be able to survive without the dragon snake pill. Unwilling to give up, Su Chen saluted towards Lan Shang and said, "Dean Lan, besides exchanging points, how can I get the dragon snake pill?" "I must get the dragon shrimp pill." The word "must" was emphasized, which also showed Su Chen's attitude. Lan Shang stared at the young men in front of him, finally nodded, and said, "There is a way that can allow you to obtain the dragon snake pill without using points, and the martial arts pavilion, weapon pavilion, and pill pavilion are open at will. You can pick any item you like from them. Please speak, Dean Lon. There was no happiness at all. Suchin certainly understood that there was no free lunch in heaven. He could get the dragon snake pill and pick something at will. Things were definitely not that simple. Lan Shang smiled and said, "There is a heavenly tribulation valley in the northeast of the academy. The special environment forms a heavenly tribulation. Any warrior can exchange points to enter the heavenly tribulation valley for training." This was the first time Suchin heard of Tianjia Valley. The heavenly tribulation valley is extremely dangerous. Even the students in the ace class, including all the teachers, can only practice outside the heavenly tribulation valley and cannot enter the center. In the center of the heavenly tribulation valley, there is a heavenly tribulation ladder. According to rumors, the heavenly tribulation ladder has 99 steps, and each step contains the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation. As long as you can climb the 99th step, I can make an exception and give you a dragon snake pill. You can also go to the martial arts pavilion, the pill pavilion, and the weapon pavilion to choose one item from each. Clear. Suchin turned and left. He could hear from Lan Shang's words how difficult it was to reach the top of the heavenly tribulation ladder. But he had no other choice. He couldn't just sit there and watch his friend die. He can't do it. I want to tell you that since the establishment of Donghuan College, the first dean discovered the heavenly tribulation valley and was the first person to climb to the top of the heavenly tribulation ladder. Apart from him, no one has ever been able to climb to the top of the heavenly tribulation ladder in the past 10,000 years. Looking at the disappearing figure, the smile on Lan Shang's face gradually disappeared. I hope you can reach the top of the heavenly tribulation ladder to make up for the chance of losing the Emperor's bone. This is the only thing I can do for you. Brother Su, your son is very good. I will take good care of him. A sigh sounded slowly. After leaving the dean's office, Suchin walked directly towards the northeast of the college. Since he had decided to help Bai Li, he would try whatever method he could. Tianjia Valley is located in the deepest part of the northeast of the academy and is also one of the forbidden areas of the academy. Only students and teachers of the academy, including the vice president, can enter. Each time you enter the heavenly tribulation valley, you need 1,000 points to redeem. You can stay in the heavenly tribulation valley indefinitely. The academy is not responsible for your life or death. The heavenly tribulation valley is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. That's right. Although Tianjia Valley is one of the Academy's holy places for cultivation, not many students dare to enter Tianjia Valley. Even if they dare to enter, they only practice on the periphery. When Suchin arrived, there were only dozens of people redeeming their points. Student, do you also want to enter the heavenly tribulation valley? Just choose to ignore. Suchin was very anxious because Bai Li could die at any time. He could not waste any time. He rushed to the entrance and handed the identity jade card to the teacher. He frowned, but the teacher who was guarding the Tianjia Valley didn't say much and processed the entry for Suchin. Just stepped into the heavenly tribulation valley. A terrifying aura of thunder and lightning came towards him. Suchin was a little dumbfounded as he looked at the so-called heavenly tribulation sweeping in front of him. Thunderclouds covered the entire valley. Countless lightning bolts were raging wildly, tearing every inch of space apart. The roaring thunder made people feel their eardrums tremble. The wind howled and the thunder and lightning raged. This is the heavenly tribulation valley. Although it is not a real heavenly tribulation, the special heavenly tribulation that has accumulated in the heavenly tribulation valley over the past 10,000 years is not to be underestimated. Feeling the terrifying aura of thunder and lightning eroding himself wantonly, Suchin was very clear that the outskirts of the Tianjia Valley was indeed a holy place for cultivation. Practicing here would bring both crises and opportunities, and one could obtain unexpected benefits. Without any hesitation, Suchin walked towards the depths of the heavenly tribulation valley. After all, according to what the dean said, the heavenly tribulation ladder was hidden in the very center of the heavenly tribulation valley. Deep outside. Just when Suchin was about to go deeper. My fellow student, the depths of the heavenly tribulation valley lie ahead. The heavenly tribulation contained there can instantly devour a warrior at the nascent soul stage. Turning around and looking at the woman, she had long hair as black as ink, eyebrows as bright as the moon, a high nose bridge with cherry lips, and skin as white as snow. She was really beautiful. Jiyoshi. From the outline of the woman, Suchin vaguely saw the shadow of a person that was his fiancée, Princess Jiyoshi of the Pandang dynasty. They were childhood sweethearts. Because their father was known as the strongest man in the eastern wilderness, the royal family went to the Su family many times to request a marriage between the two sides. But now, times have changed. Because her blood wheel was destroyed by Su Hao and her father became a living dead, the royal family wants to cancel the engagement. He still had the marriage certificate in his hand. In Su Chen's opinion, even if he wanted to cancel the engagement, he should divorce Jiyoshi, rather than Jiyoshi breaking up the engagement. Are you Princess Jiyoshi of the Pandang dynasty? Jiyoshi nodded without thinking much about it, because in Donghuang College, many people knew her, but she didn't know these people. She entered the academy 10 years ago and became a disciple of the vice president. Her status, talent and appearance were among the top 3 in the academy, and there were many people pursuing her. It was indeed her. Suchin was just guessing, because the woman looked very much like the figure in his mind, but he didn't expect that it was really Jiyoshi. He didn't have any good feelings towards her at all. After he dealt with Su Hao's problem, he went to settle their engagement with Jiyoshi. Looking at the young man who was indifferent and ignored her, Jiyoshi frowned, as if she had not expected that this person would be so ungrateful. She was just giving him a kind reminder. You deserve to die. Closing her eyes again, Jiyoshi was trying to reach the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. However, when she saw her younger classmates, she couldn't help but remind them, because she knew very well what kind of crisis she would encounter if she took another step forward. The outskirts of the Heavenly Tribulation Valley were already terrifying enough, and even she had to be careful at everything, fearing that the slightest mistake would lead to her being killed by the Heavenly Tribulation. Once one set foot into the depths of the Heavenly Tribulation Valley, even the teachers in the academy might not be able to escape unscathed. It is precisely because of this that few students dare to step into the depths of the Heavenly Tribulation Valley, including those in the Ace class. This person is obviously not from the Ace class, nor the Trump class. Arrogance and self-confidence require a price. Boom. Deep in the Tianjia Valley, lightning and thunder were raging like water snakes, colliding fiercely with the air, turning into an endless tsunami that was madly suppressing it. The thunder roared louder and louder, and hit Suchin fiercely. The space around him began to tremble violently. Even Suchin did not dare to be careless. The ancient gods and demons art and the chaos devouring art immediately circulated in his body. Waves of gods and demons aura formed a gods and demons aura shield on the surface of his body. In order to ensure that everything was foolproof, Suchin even used the chaos devouring art to devour the power of the natural calamity around him. If you want to destroy me, I will devour you. Suchin had a bold idea, which was to devour the heavenly tribulation to break through his own limits. This was definitely risky. Would anyone else dare to do this? I'm afraid they wouldn't even dare to think about it, but he didn't dare to do it. The terrifying rolling thunder and lightning came continuously and overwhelmingly, bringing with it waves of pressure from heavenly calamities, making Suchin feel a little breathless. With a serious look on his face, Suchin was not careless at all and devoted himself to it. There must not be any accidents. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to save Bai Li, but he would even lose his own life. The burial pen appeared in his hand. This treasure could also trigger a heavenly calamity. However, now he was unable to use the true power of the burial pen. At the fastest speed, it began to draw around, forming a huge vortex. It was in the center of the vortex, not close to the lightning. He walked towards the heavenly tribulation ladder step by step, and with the help of the chaos devouring art, he continuously devoured the power of the heavenly tribulation, quickly forming a vortex in his body that continuously wrapped around his void pill, instantly breaking through his own limits, rising from the 3rd level of void pill to the 4th level of void pill, and stabilizing at the peak 4th level of void pill. Thunder roared, the heavenly calamity raged, and Suchin took one step at a time with the help of the burial pen. Every step was extremely difficult, but Suchin's face was full of surprise and expectation. Practicing under such pressure and devouring would definitely benefit his own breakthrough. After walking for several hundred steps, a purple-black staircase gradually appeared in sight. This is the heavenly tribulation ladder, which has a total of 99 steps.
According to Dean Lan, in the past 10,000 years, only the first dean of Donghuang College has stepped onto the top of the heavenly tribulation ladder, and no one else has ever been able to set foot there. Thunder and lightning roared in the sky, ravaging every step wantonly. The dense thunder and lightning made everyone stop in their tracks. The burial pen continued to draw in the surroundings. The ancient gods and demons techniques and chaos devouring techniques running in the body are stacked layer by layer, covering the entire body. There are 99 steps in total. You can't see left or right on each step as they are all covered by lightning. From a distance, you can only see the first step and you can't even see the second step, let alone the steps after that. Without any hesitation, Bai Li's injuries were too serious, he had to reach the top of the heavenly tribulation ladder as soon as possible to obtain the dragon snake pill. The moment you take a step forward and step onto the first step, a vast and overbearing aura of thunder and lightning came towards him fiercely, like a sharp knife, constantly reaping, and almost forced him to retreat again. Enshrouded by lightning, with his body being fiercely torn apart, Suchen gritted his teeth and persisted. He knew very well that the front steps of the heavenly tribulation ladder must be the easiest. Holding the burial pen, he immediately drew the power to form a vortex. Suchen took a step forward and, like a cheetah, began to walk quickly towards the second step in front of him. Suchen felt severe pain all over his body, and he knew very well that he couldn't keep swallowing. His body simply couldn't bear it. He could only proceed step by step, using the burial pen to draw away the coverage of the heavenly calamity. In just 2 hours, Suchen climbed 33 steps in one breath, and most of the credit must have come from the burial pen. If it weren't for the burial tribulation pen, I believe Suchen would not be able to climb even 10 steps. The pressure of the heavenly tribulation ladder is too terrifying. I believe that even if he is at the Soul Palace level, he may not be able to set foot here. Ah! There's someone there. Looking at the woman lying on the ground not far away, covered in blood and in a semi-comatose state, Suchen did not stand by and watch him die. Anyone who could make it this far must be extremely powerful. The students definitely couldn't do this. It must be the teachers in the academy. He took a step forward, and just when the woman was about to be swallowed by the lightning, the burial pen in Suchen's hand had already quickly drawn out, and the rolling force instantly diverted the lightning, allowing the woman to survive. Looking at the pale-faced woman, Suchen's eyes suddenly focused. What a beautiful woman! Among all the women he had seen, only Luo Tianfei could compete with her. There is no flaw in her absolutely beautiful face, especially her eyes, which make people unable to move their eyes away. Her every frown and smile can captivate everyone. Thank you for your help. Are you a teacher at the academy? Yan Meiqi's eyes suddenly fixed. She didn't seem to expect that the other party didn't recognize her. She nodded and said, "My name is Yan Meiqi, and I'm the teacher of the college's Ace class and King class." Nodding, Suchen said, "I still have to continue climbing the stairs, what about you?" Suchen could almost assert that Yan Meiqi's injuries were so serious that it was unknown whether he could successfully leave the heavenly tribulation ladder, let alone continue to climb the stairs. He couldn't just watch Yan Meiqi die here. If you just stay by my side for an hour, I can recover from most of my injuries. Good. Immediately sitting cross-legged, Suchen did not waste any time and began to use the Chaos Devouring technique to devour the natural tribulation around him and transform it into his own power. With the power drawn by the burial pen covering him, the heavenly tribulation could not get close to him at all. This was also Suchen's greatest reliance and confidence. Her eyes were a little dull. Yan Meiqi really didn't expect that this student was so cold and indifferent that he actually ignored her beauty. She shook her head helplessly. It seemed that not every man was lustful. Without wasting time, she only had 1 hour to recover from her injuries before she could successfully leave the stairs. This trip to the heavenly tribulation valley was quite fruitful, because her cultivation had finally broken through to the peak heavenly soul realm, and she was only 1 step away from the concentrated mind realm. The Soul Palace realm is divided into the human soul realm, the earth soul realm and the heaven soul realm. Yan Meiqi was at the 9th level of the heavenly soul realm. She came to the heavenly tribulation valley to practice in order to be able to break through to the peak of the heavenly soul realm. She also wanted to try and see how many steps she could climb. 33 steps was the limit. If this person had not appeared in time, she would probably have been swallowed up by the heavenly tribulation. She felt scared when she thought about it now. After an hour of devouring, refining, and fusion, Suchen broke through to the 4th level of Void Pill Realm, and then he condensed again and successfully ascended to the 5th level of Void Pill Realm. Although he was somewhat confused, Suchen also understood how powerful the Chaos Devouring art he possessed was. What's more, with the superposition of the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana art and the ancient gods and demons art, he possessed a unique opportunity. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the blood will condensed above Yan Meishu's head actually showed some cracks, and a fox shadow looked panicked. Blood will charm fox. Suchen was also surprised when he looked at the blood will possessed by Yan Meishu, because the blood will charm fox was a deceptive blood wheel, and when cultivated to a high level, a single glance could make the enemy obsessed, and even drive them to commit suicide and fall into madness. The charm fox is not a top-level blood wheel, but it is the most special blood wheel. Heavenly tribulation is the nemesis of the fox spirit. Suchen was really speechless. If Yan Meishu did not release the blood wheel, then everything would be fine. He believed that with his burial tribulation pen, Yan Meishu could recover from his injuries smoothly and leave the stairs. Now, the situation is completely different. The boiling heavenly calamity continued to surge, bombarding Yan Meishu fiercely. Even with the help of the burial tribulation pen, more and more cracks appeared on Yan Meishu's blood wheel. If this continues, Yan Meishu will not only not be able to leave the stairs, but will probably die on the spot. Suchen discovered that the ambiguity in Yan Meishu's eyes now made it unbearable for any man. That kind of charm was probably coming from the blood wheel fox. Coming again. He had already lost his virginity after being raped by Luo Tianfei, and he didn't want to do it a second time. Can you do me a favor? Explain. My blood will charm fox has been suppressed by the heavenly tribulation, and cracks have appeared. The charm fox cannot be suppressed, so it can only find another half to merge with. Only if you and I have sex can my blood will be kept intact. If there was any slightest way, Yan Meishu would not have said so. She was hailed as the most beautiful woman in Donghuan College, at the peak of Heavenly Soul Realm, only one step away from condensing Spirit Realm, and she still maintained her virginity. She certainly wouldn't want to do so under such circumstances, but facing life and death, she couldn't remain calm. Was she going to just watch herself die? There was no way out. There was only one young man here. She had to choose him whether she was willing or not. Fortunately, the young man had a good appearance and was not lustful. With his brows tightly furrowed, Suchen felt speechless. Why did he always encounter such things? Luo Tianfei had already forcefully gotten him, and now there came Yan Meisong. I was just climbing the ladder of heavenly tribulation, and yet I could encounter such a thing. Why don't you find someone else? Bullshit, if I can find someone else, why would I need to look for you? I, Yan Meishu, am the most beautiful girl in Donghuan College after all, am I not worthy of you? The burial pen in his hand kept drawing around. He was very clear about the current situation. Once Yan Meishu really tried to use all his strength, he would not be able to resist. Yan Meishu's cultivation level is much higher than his own, and the environment here is special. He is truly a tragedy, having been raped twice in a row. I, Yan Meishu, can promise that after this is over, I will give you the greatest reward. Seeing that Yan Meishu's eyes were becoming more and more strange, Suchen finally chose to compromise. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. He couldn't just watch Yan Meishu's blood will shatter and then die without helping him. The burial pen in his hand began to draw on its own under the influence of the aura of gods and demons, while Suchen slowly walked towards Yan Meishu. This moment. Yan Meishu's face turned red, like a ripe red apple. There are cracks in the blood wheel, and it is urgently necessary to merge to solve the problem. Yan Meishu's blood wheel is very special. Once the blood wheel fox is suppressed by a heavenly calamity, it will require the union of a man and a woman to resolve the crisis. This battle lasted for 3 hours. The loud roar of a fox and the cry of a phoenix resounded throughout the heavenly tribulation ladder. Feeling the cultivation level in his body, Suchen was completely dumbfounded as he actually broke through 3 levels in a row, from the 5th level of Shudan Realm to the 8th level of Shudan Realm. He also didn't expect that when he just combined with Yan Meishu, the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana art in his body started to operate on its own, and completely merged with the secret technique performed by Yan Meishu's charm fox. Not only Su Chen, even Yan Meishu's cultivation level was also improved by 3 levels, directly entering the 3rd level of form and spirit realm from the peak of the heavenly soul realm. The state of concentration is divided into the state of form and spirit, the state of refining spirit and the state of concentration. It's incredible. She smiled helplessly. She had never thought that both she and the other party would be promoted by 3 levels at the same time. Just now, she seemed to hear the cry of a phoenix from within this person's body. I don't know your name yet. Elementary Class 22, Su Chen. Worst beginner class. Yan Meiying was very surprised to hear that Su Chen was from the worst elementary class. After thinking for a while, he said, if you want to enter the ace class, I can arrange it. No, I'm doing fine in the beginner class. Are you ready to continue? Well, I have something else to do. You go back first. I will find you when I return to the academy. Good. Yan Meishu's injuries had almost healed, so she did not stay any longer. What happened between them was somewhat too sudden, and it was still a little hard for her to face it. In order to ease the embarrassment, she chose to leave and wait until she returned to the academy to discuss everything. He took a deep breath. What happened just now was indeed an accident. However, for Su Chen, since it had already happened, he would not choose to escape. It is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Fortunately, whether it is the previous Luo Tianfei or the current Yan Meishu, they are both top beauties with the best looks in Donghuang. There is a small flaw, that is, neither of his 2 women developed feelings through slow conversation, but were forced upon by the women from the beginning. Thunder and lightning raged wildly on every step, accompanied by roars of thunder. Su Chen did not hesitate any longer. Holding the burial pen, he went towards the 34th step again. The 34th step. The 35th step. The 36th step. The 48th step. When Su Chen stepped onto the 88th step, he was sweating profusely and his whole body seemed to be falling apart. He knelt on one knee, supporting himself with one hand. The burial pen floated in the air above his head, continuously drawing in all directions, forming an absolute air shield. No power of any heavenly calamity could get close to it. Even so, climbing each step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. The power of the heavenly tribulation became more and more powerful, and the chaotic body in Su Chen's body began to boil, forming a golden shadow of the chaotic body behind him, gasping for breath. The last 11 steps are also the most challenging time for himself. His cultivation has completely stabilized. This time coming to the Tianjia Valley, he has improved several levels. This is something Su Chen never expected. He had to climb several more steps in one go, and he was really worried that he wouldn't be able to hold on. If it were anyone else, even a teacher or a vice dean, they might not be able to climb the 88 steps. After all, the biggest contributor to Su Chen being able to stand here was the burial pen floating above his head. Continue. The thunder and lightning roared wildly, carrying a terrifying momentum of thunder, and attacked fiercely from all directions, as if to tear Su Chen apart completely. This time, Su Chen did not stop for a moment. Under the coverage of the burial pen, he suddenly increased his speed and walked directly towards the 89th step. The higher he went, the faster the power of thunder and lightning became. The mad roar suppressed Su Chen. Thanks to the burial pen, which was able to withstand 90% of the power of the heavenly tribulation, otherwise Su Chen would not have been able to walk until now. Su Chen gritted his teeth and persisted, refusing to give up. His body was already soaked with sweat. Every step he took seemed like he was crossing thousands of mountains and rivers. His fists were clenched tightly. He was already on the 96th step, with only 3 steps left. The last 3 steps are hundreds of times more difficult than the previous 96 steps combined. When Su Chen stood on the 97th step, even with the help of the burial pen, he still couldn't help the tearing feeling in his body and let out long howls towards the sky. 100-foot-long chaotic golden body emerged, and 3 blood wheels appeared at the same time, layered on top of each other. A trace of blood appeared on Su Chen's body, but he still chose to persist and did not give up. Boom. Thunder roared madly, and the heavenly tribulation roared wantonly, as if it was completely enraged. Ferocious heavenly tribulation beasts appeared on the entire steps of the heavenly tribulation ladder, and swallowed towards Suchen fiercely. Waves of horrifying natural tribulations continued to pile up on him. Suchen gritted his teeth and persevered with sweat all over his forehead. He no longer cared about the real pain coming from his body. There were only 2 steps left, and he had to persevere no matter what. Suchen could feel the chaotic golden body emerging behind him, trembling slightly. The terrifying power suppressed him to the point that he could not move. The determination in his eyes did not waver at all. To be able to do this under such a terrifying pressure of a heavenly calamity was already inhuman. When Suchen stepped onto the 98th step, the power of the heavenly tribulation weakened instead. The strength in Suchen's body contracted and tightened, and he actually broke through the limit and reached the 9th level of the Void Pill realm from the 8th level. The last step. Looking at the last step that appeared in front of him, Suchen gritted his teeth and walked towards the step by step. When Suchen stood in front of the 99th step, looking at the steps in front of him, it seemed as if a cliff was across him, blocking his way. It was too difficult to take this step. The thunder and lightning around him became more and more crazy, as if an ancient ferocious beast was roaring to the sky. The dense power of the heavenly calamity continued to gather from all directions. Blood oozed from the corners of Suchen's mouth, and his body became even more shaky. He took a deep breath and it took him half an hour to steady his body. Suchen's eyes were extremely determined. As long as he could take this step, he would have accomplished it. With the 3 blood wheels churning in his body, superimposed on the chaos golden body, and combined with the burial pen, Suchen finally took the most important step. When one foot stepped onto the 99th step, Suchen felt the chaotic body in his body tremble violently, and the 3 blood chakras were tightly imprisoned. The power of the heavenly tribulation around him was like a prison, making Suchen, who only had half a step left, unable to take the last half step. As long as he can take the last half step, he can successfully reach the top of the heavenly tribulation ladder. A god-killing bone-breaking bow appeared in his hand, and a god-killing bone-breaking arrow appeared on the bow. He drew the bow and pulled the arrow without the slightest hesitation, and the god-killing bone-breaking arrow flew out with a whoosh. Call out. The god-slaying bone-severing arrow flew through the air. Suchen's meaning was very simple, which was to use the god-slaying bone-severing arrow to take the last half step. This half step is harder than climbing to the sky. Believe it or not, the last half step cannot be taken even with the help of the burial pen. The only way is to use the god-killing bone-breaking bow. The extremely powerful god-killing bone arrow directly pierced through the lightning shield in front of him. Taking advantage of the gap in time, Suchen finally took half a step forward. When your feet are firmly standing on the 99th step. There were no more roars of thunder or hulls of heavenly calamity all around, it was so quiet as if the king of hell had arrived. All the pressure on his body disappeared instantly. Suchen looked at the 99th step and realized that he had finally succeeded. Right at this moment. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying airflow flashed between heaven and earth, directly covering the entire heavenly tribulation ladder, causing the entire heavenly tribulation valley to tremble wildly, as if there was an earthquake. The end of the world was approaching, and it spread from the Tianjia Valley to the entire Donghuang Academy. All the teachers and students came out and looked in the direction of the Tianjia Valley, not knowing what was going on. The 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, until the 99th terrifying airflow descended and floated above Suchen's head. At the top of the clouds in the sky, thunder roared and turned into countless thunders that rolled and covered the surroundings, shaking even the Donghuang Academy. A strange phenomenon appeared in the Tianjia Valley, which had never happened in Donghuang Academy in 10,000 years. Lan Shang's figure instantly appeared outside the Tianjia Valley. Looking at the scene happening in front of him, he was shocked. He immediately ordered the expulsion of all the students in the Tianjia Valley and the blockade of the Tianjia Valley. No one was allowed to set foot in. Ji Yoshi, who was practicing, had no idea what was going on and was directly expelled from Tianjia Valley by the vice president. Boom. Lan Shang's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He let Suchen climb the heavenly tribulation ladder only with a glimmer of hope. After all, in the past 10,000 years, only the first dean who founded Donghuang College had set foot on the top of the heavenly tribulation ladder, and Suchen was the second person. Rumor has it that anyone who can ascend the heavenly tribulation ladder must be someone with extraordinary talent, someone that even the heavens would be jealous of, and that they will definitely reach the realm of emperor. The appearance of such an enchanting figure in Donghuan College is definitely a blessing for the college. Su Chen, you have to be better than your father. This moment. On the 99th step. Su Chen felt the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth enveloping his whole body and was a little surprised. He had not expected that when he climbed the 99th step, such a terrifying phenomenon would occur. The 100-foot-tall chaotic golden body condensed behind him emitted a dazzling ball of light. It was with the help of this strange phenomenon of heaven and earth that Su Chen's cultivation instantly broke through the 9th level of the Void Pill realm and advanced to the peak Void Pill realm, and the Void Pill in his body began to solidify. He broke through to the Solid Den realm and made rapid progress all the way, directly skipping 3 levels, from the first Solid Den realm to the 4th Solid Den realm. The strange phenomenon in heaven and earth lasted for a full minute, then began to slowly fade away and finally disappeared. It can actually cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth. Not bad, not bad. Who? Turning around, Su Chen was shocked when he saw the old man who appeared out of nowhere. If the old man had launched a sneak attack just now, he would have become a corpse now. The old man was wearing a gray-black robe, his hair was like inverted spikes, but his old face had a pair of bright eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. My name is Yun Kongji, I wonder what your name is. Su Chen greets the senior. Looking at the expression on Su Chen's face, Yun Kongji smiled and said, it seems that young Master Su has guessed my identity. Yes, I'm the first dean who founded Donghuan College. He was shocked. Although he had guessed the old man's identity, Su Chen still couldn't help being shocked when the old man actually said it. According to Dean Lan, in the past 10,000 years, only the first dean had stepped onto the 99th step. Apart from himself, the fact that this person could stand here already revealed his identity. The old man and the young chatted for a long time, and the sky was getting dark. Yun Kongji stretched himself lazily and said with a sigh, I have to admit that I am old. I am a little tired. Su Xiaoyou will return to the academy. If you have any problems in the future, you can come up to me directly. Thank you, senior. A jade slip appeared in Yun Kongji's hand, and he said with a smile, I don't have any treasures on me, so I can only teach you the secret technique. I hope it can intimidate the continent in your hands. When Su Chen took the jade slip, he found that Yun Kongji had disappeared. Shaking his head helplessly, even Su Chen had not expected that he would meet a person who lived 10,000 years ago here. What kind of cultivation did he have to live so long? It seemed that the strength of this old dean was unfathomable. Without staying any longer, Su Chen left the heavenly tribulation ladder. Return to residence. Su Chen took out the jade slip, and his soul instantly flowed into the jade slip, and streams of information continuously flowed into his mind. Soul-binding technique. Feeling the domineering nature of this martial art, Su Chen was deeply moved. The terrifying thing about the soul imprisonment technique was that it could imprison any soul and even create soul slaves. The extremely powerful soul martial arts and the information about practicing the soul imprisonment technique were imprinted in his mind, and Su Chen immediately destroyed the jade slip. Su Chen liked this secret technique very much and started practicing it immediately. The academy blocked any news about the strange phenomena that occurred in the Tianjia Valley during the day. Even if Su Chen left the Tianjia Valley, no one knew about it. Everything was blocked by the Dean Lan Shang. He didn't want anything to happen to Su Chen. The next day, the dawn broke through the black fog and enveloped the entire eastern wasteland. Donghuan College welcomed dozens of uninvited guests, who were led by Vice President Qin Zhu to the college lobby, a place specially for receiving outsiders. Because of the special identity of the visitor, even the Dean Lan Shang, who usually doesn't like to show up, showed up in person. In the hall, Qin Zhu's face was very gloomy. As the vice president of the college, and the vice president with the most affairs, he valued Su Chen very much. Brother Lan, after Tang Hao's blood wheel was destroyed and sent back to the Tang clan, Tang Xiaotian actually came in person. How should we deal with it? The Tang clan is one of the top clans in the eastern wilderness. My son's blood wheel was destroyed by someone in Donghuan College, so it was all too normal for me to come to his house. Lan Shang also felt helpless. Su Chen was too ruthless. He knew Tang Hao's identity and still wanted to destroy Tang Hao's blood wheel. Wait and see. As soon as the words fell, a burly middle-aged man, who looked somewhat similar to Tang Hao, with well-developed muscles and a resolute face full of anger, walked in with dozens of people. He was none other than the Tang clan. The man was also the patriarch of the Tang clan, Tang Hao's father, Tang Xiaotian, a powerful man in the Juding realm. In the eastern wilderness, the Juding realm is already a top-level existence. The Juding realm is the existence above the Ningxian realm. Martial arts, Xiantian realm, foundation building realm, golden elixir realm, Yuanying realm, soul palace realm, concentrated spirit realm and gathered cauldron realm. Dean Lan, I haven't seen you for 5 years. I hope you are doing well. Lan Shang smiled and said, Patriarch Tang rarely comes to my Donghuang Academy, and I am too lazy to move around. Tang Xiaotian entered the hall and sat down directly on the left, but his face looked frighteningly gloomy. Tang Xiaotian clasped his fists towards Dean Lan and said straight to the point, Dean Lan, I didn't want my son to practice at Donghuang Academy, but he insisted on doing it, and Donghuang Academy has a high status in Donghuang, so I didn't stop him. Your academy has always been known as the best academy in the Eastern Wasteland, but I never thought that my son's blood wheel would be destroyed in the academy. I wonder how Dean Lan will explain this matter. Now comes the point. Qin Zhu said, Patriarch Tang, you don't know that Tang Hao and the other men signed a life-and-death agreement and engaged in a life-and-death battle. Even the academy can't stop this. This is also the thing that makes Tang Xiaotian most angry. If there had been no life-and-death pact, he could have justified his request for an explanation, but the current situation was very troublesome. Just as Qin Zhu had said, no one could stop a life-and-death pact between warriors. I want to meet this Su Chen, is that okay? Without waiting for Qin Zhu to speak, Lan Shang nodded and said, Vice President Qin, go find Su Chen. Yes. With a deep sigh in his heart, Qin Zhu knew very well how much trouble it would cause to offend the Tang clan. Donghuang Academy didn't matter. The biggest trouble was Su Chen. Inside the dormitory, Su Chen, who had been practicing the soul imprisoning technique, heard a knock on the door and got up to open it. Who are you? I'm Qin Zhu, the vice president of the academy. The president wants to see you. Please follow me. The vice president came to see me personally. It seems that there is something fishy about this matter. Without asking any more questions, Su Chen followed Qin Zhu out of the dormitory and walked towards the hall. As for the matter between you and Tang Hao, Tang Xiaotian, the head of the Tang clan, has come to question you personally. You can rest assured that the academy will not hand you over, but you must also be prepared. The Tang clan is very powerful. Once you leave the academy, I believe the Tang clan will definitely take action against you. Yes. Su Chen was not surprised at all. Sooner or later, the Tang clan would know that he had destroyed Tang Hao's blood wheel. If it were not for the deterrence of the academy, he believed that the Tang clan would have attacked him directly and would not have bothered to do anything unnecessary. When enemies come, we will stop them. When water comes, we will block it with earth. There is no fear at all, even if it is the Tang clan. What can it do to them? One is from the Su tribe, and the other is from the Tang tribe. Hall. Qin Zhu brought Su Chen into the hall. As the saying goes, enemies become jealous of each other when they meet. Just as Su Chen entered, a warrior in the state of concentration behind Tang Xiaotian attacked Su Chen fiercely. Qin Zhu was trapped by another person in the concentration state. Tang Xiaotian's intention was very simple, which was to kill Su Chen directly before Lan Shang could react and avenge his son. As long as Su Chen was killed, even if Donghuang Academy got angry, facing the Tang clan, would it be unrealistic to fight a life-and-death battle with the Tang clan for a student? Presumptuous. Lan Shang's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, and the terrifying murderous intent gathered directly towards the man. With a bang, the man's body flew backwards violently. If Lan Shang had not shown mercy, the man would have been killed. Tang Xiaotian's eyes suddenly focused, and he personally attacked Su Chen. In order to avenge his son, he no longer cared about anything else, not even his face. Boom boom boom. Tang Xiaotian was suppressed by Lan Shang, and he punched out. Tang Xiaotian came quickly and went back even faster.
He exclaimed, 9 flowers gathering cauldron, you have actually reached the 9 flowers gathering cauldron. Above the concentrated spirit realm is the Juding realm, which is different from the previous realms. It is not divided into 3 realms, but the soul condenses into flowers. 1 flower is 1 world, which is divided into 1 flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers, up to 9 flowers, and finally it is the so-called 9 flowers Juding. Tang Xiaotian, as the patriarch of the Tang clan, had just condensed 7 flowers, but he never thought that Lan Shang had already reached the 9 flowers. Qin Zhu was also very shocked. He knew very well what the 9 flowers gathering cauldron meant. In the entire eastern wilderness, the 9 flowers gathering cauldron was the most supreme existence. Clan leader Tang, please respect yourself. This is Donghuang Academy, not your Tang clan. If you dare to attack again, I will kill all of you. Ah. Staring at Lan Shang in front of him, Tang Xiaotian had no doubt at all. Others might not dare, but Lan Shang certainly would. After all, the foundation of Donghuang Academy was there. In Donghuang, no force dares to provoke Donghuang College. The 2 men sat back down, staring at the young men in front of them with cold eyes. Tang Xiaotian suppressed the endless killing intent in his heart and said coldly, even if it is a life and death agreement, you should not destroy his blood wheel. The blood wheel is the foundation for a warrior. He is a jerk himself, it's not my fault. Nodding, Tang Xiaotian said with satisfaction, you are very arrogant, but unfortunately, your arrogance is only due to the East Wasteland Academy behind you. However, the Academy cannot protect you forever. I hope you will never leave the Academy. Let's go. Tang Xiaotian never expected that Lan Shang would completely break up with the Tang clan for the sake of a student. According to his previous thinking, with the power and deterrence of the Tang clan, Donghuang Academy would give the Tang clan some face. The result was a slap in the face. Clan leader Tang, I won't see you off, Qin Zhu said coldly. Others might be wary of the Tang clan, but Donghuang Academy didn't care at all. What's more, the dean had already broken through to the 9 flowers gathering tripod and looked down on Donghuang. Snort. Tang Xiaotian led everyone away quickly. From beginning to end, Suchen did not interrupt him, because with the academy in front of him, no matter how much he said, it would be useless. If the college wants to protect you, it will do it even if you don't say it. If the college doesn't want to protect you, it will not protect you no matter how much you say. Donghuang Academy did not let him down. Even when facing the Tang clan, the academy did not retreat a single step and even fought with the Tang clan leader. Suchen. Dean. You don't need to worry about the Tang clan's affairs. As long as you stay in Donghuang Academy, the Tang clan will not be able to harm you. All you need to do is practice well. Clear. Go ahead. Yes. After Suchen left, Qin Zhu said solemnly, Brother Lan, this time our academy and the Tang clan have a falling out, do you think the Tang clan will do something tricky? Lan Shang smiled and shook his head, saying, Tang Xiaotian is not a fool, he would never do something that would lose money. Then Suchen. Keep an eye on him and don't let him leave the academy. Good. Lan Shang shook his head speechlessly, but he swore to protect Suchen at all costs. Now there is only the Tang clan, and there will be the Su clan in the future. Suchen is facing 2 top families at the same time, so it would be too difficult for him to rise. Back to the dormitory. Looking at Yen Maisu, who was standing outside the dormitory waiting for someone, Suchen walked over quickly. Where have you been? I'm just wandering around. I haven't been anywhere since I came to the academy. Yen Meishing nodded and said, have you heard about what happened in Tianjia Valley yesterday? A strange phenomenon occurred in heaven and earth, and I was forcibly expelled from Tianjia Valley by the dean. Suchen kept his mouth shut about the matters of Tianjia Valley, because according to Yun Kongji, this matter should not be told to anyone. After all, everyone knows the principle that an innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. There is no doubt that because of the strange phenomena that occurred in heaven and earth yesterday, the academy directly blocked the Tianjia Valley and expelled everyone in the valley. She had already found out information about Suchen, a student who had just entered the academy, ranked in the worst junior class, and ranked first on the potential dragon list. You made a breakthrough. Smiling and nodding, Suchen said, I was lucky.
I encountered an opportunity on the 34th step, so I advanced to the solid den realm. Very shocked, Yan Meishu knew very well how long it would take to advance from the void den realm to the real den realm. Who would have thought that Su Chen had broken through to the real den realm in just one day? Opportunity is important, but one's own talent is even more important. Su Chen, since you have already broken through to the solid den realm, you can definitely enter the advanced class for training. If you are willing, I can apply to the academy to allow you to enter the ace class as an exception. Without waiting for Su Chen to refuse, Yan Meichi continued, if you continue to stay in the beginner class, you will get very few resources, which will affect your martial arts cultivation. Moreover, only if you enter the ace class can you touch some things that the beginner, intermediate, and advanced classes cannot touch. Do you understand? Su Chen understood Yan Meishu's good intentions. With his cultivation level, he could enter the advanced class, but it was impossible for him to enter the ace class. After all, in order to enter the ace class, one must reach the golden core realm. Su Chen didn't know whether Yan Meishu could do something extraordinary. He really didn't want to leave the worst beginner class. Don't you want to? Do you really just want to stay in the beginner class for the rest of your life? Then I can tell you right now that there is no point in you staying in the academy, because with your talent, there is no need for you to stay in the academy. Yan Meishu was a little angry. She had been busy with Su Chen's affairs since last night. She wanted Su Chen to enter the ace class for training. Her cultivation has already broken through to the realm of form and spirit, and her teacher level has also been upgraded. I believe Su Chen should be able to be admitted to the ace class as an exception. Oh well. Okay, wait for my news. Yan Meishu couldn't help but be surprised. Women are like this. As long as you get her, she will slowly begin to accept you. Moreover, Su Chen's talent and appearance are 1 in a million. He will definitely be a rising star in the future. Anyone can see his potential. Under the scorching sun, Su Chen summoned all the students from the worst beginner class. Huang Qi, Lu Yu, Wan Yun, Yi Xian, Qiao Hong, Fang Qing, Fang Zhu, Shi Xiaoman, and Xingyin Xue. Xiaodi Su, do you have something to talk to us about? Su Chen nodded and said with a smile, if nothing unexpected happens, I will be promoted to the ace class soon. That's great. I was wondering how it would be possible for Junior Su to stay in the beginner class with his talent and potential. Xiaodi Su, congratulations. There was a hint of uneasiness and inferiority in Xingyin Xue's eyes. She knew very well that as Su Chen became more and more outstanding, the gap between her and Su Chen would become bigger and bigger. I sincerely congratulate Su Chen, because he is in the worst junior class in the entire academy and is looked down upon by everyone. And now, Su Chen, who came from the worst junior class, directly skipped the intermediate and advanced classes and entered the ace class for training. This was a good thing for the entire worst junior class. Huang Qi. Boss, you say. Here are 10,000 points. Take them first. Now that you have awakened your mutant blood wheel, don't be lazy or give up on yourself. If I see that you have not made any progress, you don't need to follow me anymore. Yes, boss, I will definitely not let you down. Huang Qi was not polite. He knew very well that if he wanted to practice in the academy and quickly improve his cultivation, points were essential. Su Chen only entered the ace class and did not leave the academy, so there was no separation of life and death. After successfully obtaining the dragon snake pill, Su Chen went to the dormitory of intermediate class 18. Excuse me, which dormitory is senior Bai Li's? Bai Li's dormitory is that one. Following the man's pointing, Su Chen looked at the neatly arranged houses and sighed. The dormitories for the intermediate classes were much better than those for the elementary classes. When I arrived in front of Bai Li's dormitory, I happened to meet Chu Yang, who was walking out. Xiaodi Su, you are here. Senior Chu, this is the dragon pill. When Chu Yang saw the dragon coil pill, his face suddenly brightened up and he bowed towards Su Chen with gratitude. He knew very well what this dragon coil pill meant. It was a pill that required hundreds of thousands of points to redeem. Xiaodi Su, I thank you on behalf of Bai Li. There's no need to be polite between friends. I have something else to do, so I won't go in. Good. He didn't stay long, as he really had a lot of things to do. After successfully climbing the 99 steps of the heavenly tribulation ladder, according to Dean Land's promise, he could go to the martial arts pavilion, the weapon pavilion, and the alchemy pavilion respectively to choose one thing from each. There is no need to go to Dean Lan. I believe that the Dean should have already given instructions on this matter. Instrument Pavilion. When he came for the second time, Suchen was also filled with sighs. Any treasure in the equipment pavilion would cost tens of thousands of points. Among them, any treasure worth your attention would definitely cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of points. Last time he exchanged for a space ring and a broken magic mirror. The teacher who guarded the weapon pavilion took out his identity jade token and looked at the student standing in front of him with some surprise. He nodded and said, "The Dean has already ordered that you can choose any spiritual weapon in the weapon pavilion, including the second floor, without the need to redeem points." As expected. After entering the equipment pavilion, Suchen did not stay on the first floor for long, but went directly to the second floor. The second floor of the weapon pavilion is much smaller than the first floor and is empty, because the spiritual artifacts and treasures on the second floor require at least hundreds of thousands of points to be exchanged, and at most require millions or even tens of millions of points. Even students in the ace class cannot exchange so many points for spiritual weapons in one go. Under each ball of light there is an introduction to the spiritual weapon and the points that need to be redeemed. Kong Long Sword, exchange for 1 million points. 1 million points. Suchen was also shocked. This number alone was enough to scare away countless students. It was too terrifying. You can only choose one thing, and you must choose it well. As he walked, he looked at the balls of light and the various spiritual weapons and treasures inside them, which dazzled him. He really wanted to take them all for himself, because every spiritual weapon and treasure was a good thing. Dragon Robbing Nail. This is another incomplete spiritual weapon treasure, but the points required are as high as hundreds of millions. I believe this is the treasure with the highest points exchange rate on the second floor of the entire weapon pavilion. Suchen was very surprised, because why would such a high number of points be required to exchange for an incomplete spiritual weapon? According to the introduction under the light ball, there are 9 dragon-robbing nails in total, which are the nemesis of the dragon clan. Each of the dragon-robbing nails contains unfathomable power. Each dragon tribulation nail is a priceless treasure. If one could gather 9 of them, one could imagine how terrifyingly powerful this set of spiritual weapons would be. Putting his identity jade token on it, Suchen had already decided in his heart that this was it. The jade identity card flashed, and the ball of light disappeared. The dragon nail inside appeared in his hand. It was about the length of a finger, black and yellow in color, and engraved with dense patterns, like countless tadpoles, and looked like a rusty nail. Holding the dragon-snatching nail tightly, Suchen turned and left. When Suchen left the second floor, Lan Shang's figure slowly emerged. Looking at the disappearing dragon nail, he seemed very satisfied. "You have a pretty good eye, my efforts have not been in vain." It turns out that this dragon-snatching nail was placed there intentionally by Lan Shang. It was not in the weapon pavilion before. The dragon-snatching nail is such a heaven-defying treasure and the nemesis of the dragon clan. If it gets out, the first to come to the door will definitely be the dragon clan. After leaving the weapon pavilion, Suchen went directly to the alchemy pavilion. Without choosing any other pills, Suchen took a pill that specialized in the soul, and then asked the academy to help send it back to the Su family in Panyo City. First of all, he cannot leave Donghuang Academy alone, because he destroyed Tang Hao's blood wheel, which made the Tang family want to kill him. In the academy, the Tang family may not dare to take action for fear of the academy's deterrence. Once he leaves, the Tang family will act recklessly. With his current strength, he is definitely not a match for the Tang family. Secondly, he is no longer a member of the Su family, so there is no need for him to return, but the pill must be sent back. His father has become a living dead, and even he doesn't know how to wake him up, but he will not give up any chance. The last one is Wu Pavilion. It is also a white building, and there are more students here than in other places, because the academy is very open to martial arts, and the points required for redemption are very few. Based on the teaching philosophy of teaching without discrimination, the academy hopes that more students can find the martial arts that suits them. There is only one hall in the Wu Pavilion, which is also filled with balls of light, neatly arranged. Students come in and out, some are happy and some are sad. Mo Lin and Mu Shuangshuang were so frightened when they saw Su Chen walking in. They were defeated by this man in the East Wilderness Forest, but they never thought that this man was already ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list. You stay here, I'll go find my brother. Good. Mo Lin has an older brother, Mo Xian, who is a student of Ace Class 5 and ranked at the first level Jindan realm. This humiliation is really hard to swallow. In Mo Lin's opinion, as long as his older brother takes action, he will definitely be able to suppress this person. Although the academy has regulations that senior students are not allowed to bully junior students, I believe the academy will turn a blind eye as a deterrent. Looking at the martial arts hidden in each ball of light, Su Chen was not very interested, because now he needed a martial art that could improve his body movements, or a hidden martial art would be good too. Another incomplete martial art. For some reason, Su Chen always likes incomplete spiritual weapons and incomplete martial arts, because in his opinion, any incomplete martial arts and spiritual weapons must be treasures. The god and demon mirror he got before can actually activate the ancient god and demon art, which in itself explains a lot of problems. Looking at the introduction under the ball of light, Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out that this incomplete martial art was actually a soul martial art. He had previously obtained a soul martial art from Yun Kongji, called the Soul Prison Technique. Among all martial arts, there is no doubt that soul martial arts are the rarest and the most difficult to obtain. Even if it is an incomplete martial art, Su Chen finds it very rare. He took out his jade identity card and placed it on the ball of light. The next second, the ball of light disappeared and the jade slip inside appeared in Su Chen's hand. Trash is trash. You only choose incomplete martial arts. Mo Lin, I told you a long time ago not to have anything to do with the worst beginners. They will make you stupid. A sarcastic taunt was heard, and Mo Xian came over with Mo Lin and Mu Shuangshuang. The contempt on their faces was so unbridled that anyone could see it. Just choose to ignore. Mo Lin stood up and sneered, Su Chen, this is my elder brother Mo Xian, from Ace Class 5. I can let go of the previous matter, but you need to kneel down and admit your mistake. Otherwise, I will beat you up every time I see you in the future. Su Chen frowned slightly and said impatiently and disgustedly, whose 3 dogs ran out and bit people here. If no one is watching, I will not be polite. Many students were choosing martial arts, and when they heard this, some of them couldn't help but burst out laughing. This person is so arrogant that he even dares to provoke Mo Xian from the Ace class. You don't even know him. Who is he? Is he famous? Nonsense, he is Su Chen who ranks first on the Hidden Dragon list. It has been less than 20 days since he entered the academy. For some reason, he is still in the beginner class and has not been promoted to a higher class. Su Chen. He is Su Chen. Even if he is ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list, he can never be a match for the Ace class students. There are 5 Ace classes with about 400 people, and the worst are all at the first level Jindan realm. The Hidden Dragon list is a joke in front of the Ace class. Everyone knows. The academy has 2 rankings, one is the Hidden Dragon ranking, and the other is the 100 Battles ranking. The Hidden Dragon list is a list that the beginner and intermediate classes compete for, while the advanced and Ace classes compete for the 100 Battles list. The 2 lists are not comparable at all. The angry Mo Lin said angrily, Su Chen, don't be so arrogant, do you dare to accept my eldest brother's challenge? Mo Xian immediately said, boy, you are indeed very arrogant, but being arrogant requires capital. I don't know if you have the capital, or if you are just a coward who can only talk big but is actually just a paper tiger. Brother, I think he is not even a paper tiger, but just a small ant. If you dare to show off in front of me, I'll see if you have the strength to do it, you rubbish. The fox is taking advantage of the tiger's might. Looking at the arrogant Mo Lin, many people had contempt and ridicule on their faces. If it weren't for his elder brother Mo Xian, would Mo Lin dare to be so arrogant? The answer is definitely no. Mo Lin was so happy. He is definitely no match for Su Chen. If he didn't rely on his brother behind him, he would always have to suffer in humiliation and dare not make the slightest provocation. But now, he dared to do so. What can he do by relying on his brother? After all, he has a powerful elder brother. Ignore the ridicule from the students around you and just enjoy yourself. Whether it was the Mo Xian brothers or anyone else,
they were 100% sure that Suchen would not dare to accept the challenge. A student in the junior class, even if he ranks first on the hidden dragon list, can never be a match for the students in the ace class. The difference in realm is too great, accepting it is equal to being humiliated. I believe Suchen will not make such a low-level mistake easily. In everyone's shocked eyes, Suchen nodded with satisfaction and said, "Since you want to challenge me, if I don't accept it, you will probably keep biting me." Ah. Does Suchen really want to accept the challenge? Is he crazy? Everyone looking at Suchen who agreed to the challenge thought that Suchen was impulsive. After all, being humiliated and provoked by Mo Lin like this would make anyone lose temper and explode. Unfortunately, the current situation is somewhat special. Mo Xian is from Ace Class 5, a dignified Jindan realm warrior. How could a junior class student be his opponent? Mo Xian and Mo Lin both looked delighted. This was exactly the result they wanted. They wanted to take this opportunity to challenge and teach this person a lesson. Very brave, I like your domineering attitude. Without waiting for Mo Xian to finish his nonsense, Suchen suddenly said, "You and I signed a life and death agreement, a life and death battle. Life and death are up to fate, do you dare to accept it?" Hearing this, a chill ran down the surroundings. Everyone looked at Suchen as if he was a fool, because no one expected that Suchen would not only accept the challenge, but also propose a life and death battle. Dongwon College has a clear rule that no death can occur at any time, no matter what the reason is. Once you touch the bottom line of the academy, no matter who you are, you will be sanctioned by the academy. It is also because of this that there has never been any death in the academy over the years, unless there is an abnormal situation. That's what's called a life and death battle. After all, it is impossible for a person to suppress his anger all the time. Whenever two people are in an irreconcilable life and death situation, they can sign a life and death agreement and fight a life and death battle. In this case, even the academy will not intervene. Mo Xian was a little confused. Life and death battle. A student from the beginner class actually wanted to fight a life and death battle with me. Even if I was ranked first on the hidden dragon ranking, I couldn't violate the rules of martial arts. Suchen, are you crazy? Mo Lin just wanted to teach Suchen a lesson, not to kill him. The grudge between him and Suchen did not reach the level of life and death. If a dog wants to be a jerk, I can only accompany him. Don't you dare. A naked provocation. There were many students watching around, and Mo Xian knew very well that if he did not accept the life and death battle, the news would spread quickly, and then he would become the biggest joke of the academy, which was something he could not accept. Boy, since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Here is the time and place. Suchen immediately forced out a drop of essence and blood, which slowly floated to the middle of the two people. Only now did everyone finally understand that Suchen was not joking, but was serious and really wanted to fight a life and death battle with Mo Xian from the ace class. Everyone sighed and secretly lamented that Suchen was really crazy. He was worthy of being called a madman. He was truly a madman who was fearless. Things have come to this point, Mo Xian also realized that he could not refuse, and he forced out a drop of blood at the same time. The blood of the two people instantly merged, forming a special symbol pattern and disappeared. The life and death agreement was signed, and even the academy would not interfere in the affairs between the two. 3 days later, the life and death stage. The academy has a life and death arena specifically for life and death battles. Okay, I'll wait for you. I hope you're not just talking. Let's go. Mo Xian took Mo Lin and left. There was complete silence. Everyone was looking at Suchen, and no one was optimistic. After all, the gap between Suchen and Mo Xian was too big. One was from the junior class, and the other was from the ace class. A life and death battle of this magnitude had never happened in the history of the academy. This is the first time ever. He did not stay any longer, as he had successfully acquired the martial arts, and was ready to return to the dormitory to practice this incomplete martial art and see how to repair it. In the dormitory. Ta Ling, can you help me repair this incomplete martial art? Suchen thought that he was still unable to repair the incomplete martial arts. His intuition told him that this soul martial arts must be very complicated. If it could not be repaired, everything would be in vain. Tarling's voice rang in his mind. Master, the Chaos Devouring technique you practiced can repair your martial arts, but the degree and speed of repair depends on the Master's realm. I see. Without any hesitation, Suchen immediately sat cross-legged, circulating the Chaos Devouring art in his body to wrap the jade slip floating in front of him. Waves of devouring aura completely enveloped the incomplete information and entered the mind, slowly beginning to repair itself. Half an hour later, Suchen felt the incomplete martial arts in his mind, and finally a trace of enlightenment appeared, and 4 illusory big words appeared. Primordial Divine Mark. Following right on. The voice from the eternal vastness slowly emerged from the 4 words of Taichu Divine Mark and resounded throughout the mind. The heaven and earth are the beginning, the soul is the foundation, and the pattern is condensed with the souls of all spirits. It breaks the universe and stabilizes the sky. It is regarded as the primordial divine pattern. Waves of vast aura constantly hit Su Chen's soul. His painful face was instantly covered with sweat. He gritted his teeth and persisted. He never expected that this soul martial art would be so overbearing. At the same time, 2 pieces of news came out from all the junior classes, causing a complete uproar. They were all about Su Chen, who was number 1 on the Hidden Dragon list. First, Su Chen accepted the challenge from Mo Xian from Ace Class 5, and also signed a life and death agreement, to have a life and death battle on the life and death stage 3 days later. Second, Su Chen was promoted to the Ace class of the Academy as an exception. The 2 pieces of news caused a complete sensation in the primary class, the intermediate class, and the advanced class. Even the Ace class felt incredible. The first piece of news is fine, but in everyone's opinion, Su Chen's overestimation of his own abilities will bring a devastating blow to himself. After all, it is a complete pipe dream for a person from the junior class to defeat the students in the Ace class. There will not be any suspense. This is the law of martial arts and no one can break this law. As for the second piece of news, many people were dissatisfied, because according to the rules of the Academy, the first requirement to become a student in the Ace class is to break through to the Golden Core realm. Where is Su Chen? He was just a Shudan realm warrior, let alone being promoted to the Ace class, he was not even qualified for the advanced class. Many students were very unhappy and dissatisfied, but no one dared to say anything. Night falls. There was a knock on the door. Su Chen opened the door, looked at Xingyin Xue standing outside, and asked with a smile, "What do you want to talk to me about so late at night? Won't you invite me in? Come in." Looking at Xingyin Xue's worried face, Su Chen probably had guessed the purpose of Xingyin Xue's visit. Sitting on the stone bench in the yard, Xingyin Xue looked at Su Chen in front of her and said helplessly, "Mo Xian is from the Ace Class 5. Although his strength is at the bottom of the Ace Class, his strength should not be underestimated. As long as you don't want to, he can't do it." Without waiting for Xingyin Xue to finish her words, Su Chen immediately waved his hand to stop her and said with a smile, "The life and death agreement has been signed, and there is no way to go back on it. Don't you believe me?" Believe? How to believe? Xingyin Xue was really afraid that something might happen to Su Chen, but she didn't dare to tell him that she liked him. Don't want to dwell on this issue. Su Chen knew that Xingyin Xue was worried about him, but he certainly couldn't avoid a life and death battle, so he asked, "What is your current level of cultivation?" 9th level foundation building stage. Oh. Level 9 foundation establishment realm. Su Chen was somewhat surprised at Xingyin Xue's improvement speed. In such a short period of time, she broke through 2 levels in succession. It seemed that he had underestimated Xingyin Xue's awakened mutated blood wheel. Have you practiced the Xing clan's secret techniques? Su Chen knew very well that powerful races all had secret techniques to control their clan. He had heard from other people that Xingyin Xue's status in the Xing clan was not low, but she was not welcomed because of her waste blood. Now Xingyin Xue has awakened the mutated blood wheel. If she can practice the Xing clan's secret technique, I believe her practice speed will be twice as fast with half the effort. Nodding, Xingyin Xue said helplessly, "Although I am not valued by the Xing clan because of the awakening of the blood wheel, the Xing clan will still teach me the clan's secret techniques and martial arts. I have already started practicing. It is precisely because of this that I was able to break through 2 levels in such a short period of time." As if she had thought of something, Xingyin Xue immediately said,
Xiaodi Su, why don't I teach you the secret techniques and martial arts? Shaking his head, Suchen directly refused, no need. It's not that he has no interest, but he doesn't want to cause any trouble for Xingning Xue. As the top race in the eastern wilderness, the Xing clan would definitely look for the source once their secret techniques and martial arts were leaked. There is no need to do that. Brother Su. Okay, let's not talk about this. Tell me about your experience in the Xing clan. Xingning Xue understood that Suchen was deliberately changing the subject. She had no choice but to nod and start talking about her time in the Xing clan. That was the thing she least wanted to talk about and had never shared with anyone. Suchen was the first person. That's all. Under the cover of night, Suchen listened quietly and never interrupted. Ace area. There are 5 ACE classes with more than 400 students. Among them, the students in ACE class are the most outstanding ones. There are 39 people in total, and Suchen has just turned 40. Except for 7 students who were practicing in various places, the remaining 32 people were all summoned, because Teacher Yen would welcome every new student in this way. What happened to Teacher Yen this time? He had to report to the academy and make an exception to admit a student from the beginner class into the ACE class. This really drags down our ACE class. Well, this matter is indeed strange. In previous years, the number 1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking could only be promoted to the advanced class, and that was the last class. Unlike this time, he was directly promoted to the ACE class and was assigned to ACE class 1. If there is no trick in this matter, I will eat shit. Shirkai, why don't you just eat stones? Why eat shit? Do you think this person could be a relative of Teacher Yen? Shirkai, shut up. You are not allowed to say bad things about Teacher Yen behind her back. Ji Yoshi walked over with some anger on her face. Although she and Teacher Yen were in a teacher-student relationship, they were actually best friends behind the scenes. She couldn't stand anyone saying anything bad about Teacher Yen. When they saw Ji Yoshi, Shirkai and others' eyes suddenly lit up. Ji Yoshi, who was praised as one of the top 5 beauties in Donghuan College, was the object of pursuit in every man's mind, whether in terms of talent, appearance, or status. Shirkai said in a flattering tone, "Senior Sister Ji, I haven't congratulated you yet for successfully breaking through to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm in the Heavenly Tribulation Valley. At this rate of cultivation, I believe that within a year, Senior Sister Ji will be able to successfully advance to the Nascent Soul realm and go to the Ace class to cultivate." With a look of disgust on her face, Ji Yoshi did not answer. It's somewhat embarrassing. Right at this moment, Suchen's figure appeared in Ace Class 1. Each class's classroom is actually a small martial arts training ground. Who are you looking for? I'm here to report. Are you Suchen? Come in quickly, let me take a good look at whether this person who can make Teacher Yen and the academy make an exception really has 3 heads and 6 arms. All kinds of sarcasm and ridicule. If the other party was at the Jindan stage and successfully entered the Ace class, I believe there would be no objection. However, this person was only from the junior class and was promoted to the Ace class by exception. This backdoor is quite powerful. What surprised them the most was, all the students in the academy knew that their dean hated people who used backdoors the most, so why did he let this person use the backdoor? It's you. Ji Yoshi was very surprised when she saw the young man walking into the martial arts training ground. Previously in Tianjia Valley, she had kindly reminded this person, but he simply chose to ignore her. However, she did not expect that the person who was promoted to the Ace class was this person. Suchen. His fiancée is also named Suchen. But Ji Yoshi knew very well that this Suchen was not Suchen. Her fiancé, Suchen from the Su family, had his blood chakra destroyed by Su Hao, making him an ordinary person who could not build a foundation. How could he possibly stand here? 32 people looked at Suchen one by one, as if he were a monster, looking at him from head to toe. Shirkai, a 6th-level Jindan realm, Blood Will Diamond, is also the weakest person in the Ace class. It seems that I have found a sense of existence. After all, no one wants to be the last one. Coming in front of Suchen, Shirkai looked at the young man in front of him and said with a smile, "I just heard that you accepted the challenge from Mo Xian and even signed a life and death agreement. Are you out of your mind? A life and death agreement?
Mo Xian from Ace Class 5. Everyone was very surprised, because in their opinion, even if Mo Xian was from Ace Class 5 and was only at the first level Jindan realm, he was not someone that a junior class student could challenge. What a fool. If you want to die, there is no need to do this. In the eyes of everyone, including Ji Yoshi, no one is optimistic about Su Chen, because the gap between the two is too big and there is absolutely no comparability. It turns out there are idiots in the Ace Class too. How dare you curse? Shirkai's face suddenly turned cold, as if he had not expected that this person would dare to scold him directly. I will scold anyone who is a jerk. You're looking for death. Just as Shirkai was about to make a move, Yan Meishu suddenly appeared and slapped Shirkai hard in the face. Like a kite with a broken string, he fell backwards. After falling heavily to the ground, Shirkai felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter. He climbed up from the ground with difficulty and looked at Yan Meishu who came in front of him, not daring to show the slightest anger. In the entire academy, Yan Meishu is the strictest teacher and the goddess in the eyes of countless male students. She is known as the most beautiful woman in the academy and her strength is extremely powerful. With a cold look in her eyes, Yan Meishu's voice sounded like it came from hell. She said coldly, "Go and bully the students in the Ace class if you have the guts. I look down on students like you who bully the weak and fear the strong. From now on, you are no longer a student in the Ace Class 1. Go back to the advanced class and practice immediately." Ah! Upon hearing such a punishment, everyone including Shirkai was stunned. No one expected that Teacher Yan would do this. After all, it was just a joke. Even if it was a bit of bullying, it would not be necessary to punish Shirkai and demote him from the Ace class to the advanced class. Once Shirkai goes to the advanced class, he will probably be regarded as a joke. Shirkai was very scared. He had finally broken through to the 6th level Jindan realm and entered the Ace class. As long as he practiced hard, he might be able to break through to the Yuanying realm within 2 to 4 years and be promoted to the Ace class. Once you are demoted to the advanced class, it will leave a very bad impression on the academy. Even if you break through the nascent soul stage in the future, you may not be able to enter the Ace class. The most important thing is, if you provoke Teacher Yan, it will be very difficult for you to survive in the academy in the future. It was too late to regret, so he could only admit his mistake. Shirkai immediately apologized, "Teacher Yan, I know I was wrong. I will apologize to junior brother Su right away." "Teacher Yan, your punishment is a bit too severe." Shirkai didn't mean it. That's right, Shirkai also did it unintentionally. Shut up, everyone. Yan Meichi was very angry. He looked around with a cold look and said to everyone, anyone who asks for mercy or is dissatisfied should leave the Ace class immediately. If you are not satisfied, you can go directly to the Dean and Vice Dean. You must leave the Ace class, right now. From now on, I don't want to see you again. If the academy doesn't let you leave the Ace class, I will leave the academy. Teacher Yan was really angry, and no one dared to say anything more. No one wanted to be demoted to the advanced class. What's more, Teacher Yan compared himself with Shirkai, so there was no suspense. I believe that the college will definitely not give up on Teacher Yan. Shirkai was completely dumbfounded. He just wanted to tease Su Chen, but who would have thought that not only was he provoked by Su Chen, but he was also punished by Teacher Yan. He really made a big fuss out of nothing. Dare to be angry but dare not speak out. Shirkai glared at Su Chen fiercely. He never thought that his actions would arouse such great anger from Teacher Yan. Teacher Yan is usually very strict and will teach students a lesson, but direct demotion like this has never happened before. After Shirkai left, Yan Meishing looked at everyone and said coldly, I don't care how great your status is or how talented you are, remember this, you can't even get into the Ace class, so you are not the strongest in the academy. You can only bully your classmates. No matter when, your height has been limited. Teacher Yan, don't be angry. We've made a note of it. Only after knowing the relationship between Ji Yoshi and Yan Meishing did he dare to stand up and persuade them. Nodding indifferently, Yan Meishi came to Su Chen and said, let me introduce you to everyone. This is Su Chen, from the elementary class, ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list, with the Blood Wheel Sword, and has reached the 4th level of the Solid Pill realm. Welcome, Junior Su. Welcome. With the previous experience, no one dared to mock or bully the newcomers. No one wants to be relegated to the advanced class. Su Chen, come with me. Su Chen followed Yan Meishing away, and the others were a little confused. Wait until the two of them disappear completely. Tell me, what happened to Teacher Yan today? She was so angry that she directly demoted Shirkai to the advanced class. I have never seen Teacher Yan so angry before. Who knows? The only thing I know is that Su Chen's background is not simple, and Shirkai was just unlucky and hit the edge of the knife. It is a miracle for the Academy to be able to enter the Ace Class 1 at the 4th level of the Solid Den realm. Hush, do you want to die? Do you also want to follow in Shirkai's footsteps? Looking at the disappearing figure, Ji Yoshi frowned tightly. She always felt that her good friend and teacher seemed to be a completely different person today. There must be something fishy in the room. Don't take it personally. Su Chen hugged Yan Meishing from behind, smiled helplessly, and said, "Why are you so angry today? I can handle this matter." Even when facing the 6th level Jindan realm, Su Chen still has absolute confidence that he can defeat the opponent. Yan Meichi shook his head and said helplessly, "I applied for your special promotion to the Ace class. I thought it would be blocked, but I never thought that the vice president would agree to it directly. As for what happened today, if I don't deter them, they will get worse in the future." Smelling the faint fragrance coming from Yan Meishu's body, Su Chen's heart gradually relaxed. For half an hour, neither of them moved, and neither of them wanted to break the silence. Yan Meishi felt distressed. She knew that Su Chen must be a little tired. After Su Chen sat down, she sat on his lap and asked, "I heard that you accepted Mo Xian's life and death challenge. It's just a small matter." Seeing that Su Chen was unwilling to talk about this matter, Yan Meishing did not mention it any further. She had absolute confidence in Su Chen. She believed that a person who could directly step from the Void Pill realm to the Real Pill realm in just 2 days should have some means. "How are you going to resolve the issue between you and Yoshi?" Yan Meishu has already found out everything about Su Chen. Su Chen, from the Su family in Panyo City, was engaged to the princess of the Pandang dynasty, Ji Yoshi, who was also her student. However, not long ago, news came from Panyo City that Su Chen's blood will was abolished, and the royal family wanted to cancel the engagement, but they never thought that Su Chen would be able to stand in the academy intact. The Su family of Panyo City was in the limelight back then because the Su family produced a peerless genius, Su Zhan, who was Su Chen's father and was hailed as the strongest man in the eastern wilderness. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened later, and it was said that Su Zhan suffered serious injuries and his whereabouts were unknown. "I will cancel the engagement myself." Without feeling the slightest bit surprised, Yan Meishu sighed deeply in her heart. As Su Chen's woman, she certainly didn't want to see her beloved become husband and wife with another woman. But she regarded Ji Yoshi as a friend and didn't want to see Ji Yoshi in trouble. "Sister Yan, after what happened in the Heavenly Tribulation Valley, I discovered that your charming fox blood wheel has some drawbacks. It can be controlled once, but if you fail the second or third time, the consequences will be disastrous." When it comes to the blood wheel, Yan Meishu's face is full of helplessness. The charming fox blood wheel is naturally endowed with the power of charm, but this charm has a natural flaw. Once it is suppressed by absolute power, the charm will backfire. I have thought of many ways, but I cannot completely eliminate this hidden danger. Faced with this hidden danger of his blood ring, Yan Meishu was also very worried. "Sister Yan, I have a way to completely eliminate your blood ring hidden danger." "Really? What is the method?" Yan Meishing asked impatiently, because her blood problem had been bothering her and had to be solved as soon as possible, otherwise there would be big trouble. There was a hint of intriguing smile on Su Chen's face. "What's wrong?" "Sister Yan, this method is a little special." "What?" Su Chen mustered up his courage and said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. I just want to cure your blood wheel. If you want to solve the hidden dangers of the charm fox blood wheel, you need our cooperation." It was indeed a sincere help, not an attempt to take advantage. The last time they combined, Su Chen had already found a way. That was to use the chaotic body in his body and the chaos devouring technique to help Sister Yan solve the hidden danger of the blood wheel. It was 100% effective. His whole face turned red in an instant.
Yan Meishu seemed not to have expected Su Chen to say that. If it were someone else, he would have slapped him in the face long ago. Staring at the face so close to him, Yan Meishing nodded and said, "I believe you. Anyway, they are all Su Chen's people, so it doesn't matter whether they are together or not." Yan Meiying is a very open-minded person. Since they are together, whether intentionally or unintentionally, she will try her best to accept this relationship and be completely open to Su Chen, instead of being shy and putting on airs, which is completely unnecessary. Holding Yan Meishu's face, Su Chen slowly leaned towards her. Indescribable, use your imagination. The news that Su Chen was promoted to the ace class as an exception completely shocked the entire academy. Even though the ace class had already spread the news that Su Chen had broken through to the 4th level solid pill realm, it still felt incredible. It is undeniable that Su Chen has great talent. He was able to advance from the foundation establishment stage to the solid pill stage in just 1 month. This speed of cultivation is simply blinding to everyone. What a terrifying talent and speed for cultivation. Even so, if one wants to be promoted to the ace class, one needs to reach the golden core realm. It has never been heard of that one can be promoted to the ace class by exception at the solid core realm. During the 3 days, Su Chen never left Yan Meishing's office, constantly helping Yan Meishing to eliminate the hidden dangers of the blood wheel, fighting one battle after another, and really put in a lot of effort. Apart from the battle on the bed, Su Chen spent the rest of his time practicing various techniques and martial arts, especially the soul imprisonment technique and the primordial divine marks. With the help of the chaos body, Su Chen has repaired the front part of the primordial divine mark and can now practice. 3 days later, the hidden danger of Yan Meishu's blood ring was completely solved. It took 30 rounds of fighting to solve it. Su Chen put in a lot of effort. The next day, looking at herself in the mirror, Yan Meishing found that her face was becoming more and more rosy, and even she felt that she was more beautiful than before. She likes being with Su Chen very much. Touching her cheek, Yan Meishing prepared to go to the life and death stage, because today is the life and death battle between Su Chen and Mo Xian. There are 3 life and death platforms in the life and death training ground. They are prepared for students who have irreconcilable grudges and want to sign life and death contracts. Once you sign the life and death agreement and step onto the stage of life and death, there is no chance to regret. Life and death are left to fate, and even the academy will not interfere. Today, there will be a life and death battle. One is Mo Xian from Ace Class 5, who is at the 1st level of the Golden Core Realm. One is Su Chen, who had just been promoted from the junior class to the Ace Class, and was at the 4th level of the Solid Den Realm. The gap between the two is there. No one is optimistic about Su Chen. They all think that there will be no suspense in this battle and Mo Xian will definitely win. A large number of students poured into the life and death martial arts arena. There were students from the beginner and intermediate classes as well as students from the advanced and ace classes. They all wanted to see who would win and who would lose in this battle. Even the vice president is here. There are 8 vice presidents in the academy, with Qin Zhu ranking 1st. No one expected that this life and death battle would attract the arrival of the vice president. Vice Dean Qin manages all the affairs of the academy. However, no teachers or vice deans have ever come to the life and death battle. Now, 4 vice deans, dozens of teachers, and Teacher Yan are here. It seems that the academy attaches great importance to this life and death battle. I guess that Su Chen's identity should be not simple. I went to ask around, but I couldn't find any information. Can't find out. How is that possible? That's why I said Su Chen is a little special. How could we not find out his identity? In order to protect Su Chen, the college directly blocked Su Chen's identity information. Yan Meishing was able to find out the information smoothly because he was a teacher in the college. Mo Xian is here. Mo Xian walked into the life and death training ground accompanied by Mo Lin and Mu Shuang. When he saw the teachers and the vice president, he looked at everyone. He had not expected that his life and death battle would attract the attention of the top management. Arriving at the stage of life and death and seeing the students standing on all sides, Mo Xian was not worried at all. Even if Su Chen was at the 4th level Solid Den Realm, he could not pose any threat to him. The scheduled fighting time had already passed, and the entire life and death training ground began to become chaotic. Do you think Su Chen doesn't dare to come? It's possible.
After all, he is only in the solid core realm. How could he possibly defeat Mo Xian, who is in the golden core realm? He impulsively chose a life and death battle because he was humiliated and provoked. He will definitely regret it afterwards. It's only natural for him not to come. Damn, I thought there was going to be something good to watch, but it turned out to be a waste of time. Here I come. Looking at the young man who walked into the life and death martial arts arena from outside, everyone sighed. Su Chen really came. He was so arrogant that he actually challenged Mo Xian, who was in the golden core realm, at the solid core realm, and took the initiative to propose a life and death battle. He was really arrogant to the extreme. Amidst the discussions, Su Chen stepped onto the life and death stage, and all the students watching around him fell silent. Mo Xian looked at the young man opposite with contempt on his face. He did not take Su Chen seriously at all, because the gap between the solid core realm and the golden core realm was like an insurmountable chasm that was almost impossible to cross. Once you step onto the stage of life and death will be up to me, not you. Now your life and death is in my hands. As long as you kneel down and admit your mistakes, I can forgive you and cancel the life and death agreement. Life and death stage. Yan Meishu frowned tightly. Although she believed in Su Chen's strength, she was still very worried. After all, Mo Xian was a genuine Jindan realm. On the contrary, Qin Zhu looked relaxed. He trusted this man unconditionally. Old Qin, why did you bring us here so early in the morning? It's a life and death battle between two students, and there's no suspense at all. What's so interesting about it? The other three vice presidents were all dissatisfied. They still had a lot of things to do, but were forcibly pulled over by Qin Zhu. There will be something interesting to watch later. There was no sound, only Su Chen moving his lips. Mo Xian clearly saw that Su Chen said the word fool. You're looking for death. The angry Mo Xian, with unmatched power, attacked Su Chen fiercely. Boom. The attacks of the two men collided fiercely on the stage of life and death, but there was no massacre as imagined. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Mo Xian's body left quickly and came back even faster. After retreating dozens of steps, Mo Xian finally managed to stand firm. In contrast, Su Chen stood in the same place, as unmoved as Mount Tai. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Was I dazzled just now? Su Chen actually defeated Mo Xian with one move. I must not have slept well last night. How did he do it? No wonder he dared to challenge Mo Xian to a life and death challenge. It turns out he has something to rely on. Now it's going to be interesting. Mo Xian really shot himself in the foot this time. Mo Lin and Mu Shuangshuang were completely confused. They originally thought that they could kill Su Chen completely this time. Anyway, there was a life and death agreement, and even the academy would not interfere in the matter. The result was that the eldest brother couldn't even withstand one of Su Chen's attacks. The most confused person is Mo Xian. Staring at the young man opposite, Mo Xian could not accept this fact and directly released his blood wheel. The illusory figure of the two-headed wolf exuded cold murderous intent, and his cold eyes stared at the prey in front of him. Wolf Extreme Slash. With a roar, Mo Xian rushed out like a whirlwind and attacked Su Chen again. Strong waves came from all around, but the life and death stage was covered with an air shield, and the offensive waves of the two could not spread out at all. After all, neither side in a life and death battle will hold back, and it would be bad if innocent people were harmed. A blood will condensed above his head, and the illusory sword shadow exuded a cold sword intent. Sword energy scattered in all directions, and the sword chant that came out directly covered the air shield. There was cold murderous intent in Su Chen's eyes. He was not a pushover and always adhered to the principle of, I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. Mo Xian relied on the fact that he was a Jindan realm student and actually humiliated him wantonly. They had already signed a life and death agreement, and in the battle of life and death, he didn't need to show any mercy at all. The two-headed wolf and the sword collided fiercely in midair. Su Chen performed the 9 tribulation sword technique, and the sword blood wheel sounded like thunder. The dense sword energy did not give Mo Xian any chance to breathe. What a domineering sword blood wheel. Mo Xian is being suppressed so tightly. If this continues, Mo Xian will definitely lose. This person is really strong. There is no more contempt and ridicule. No matter where you go, strength speaks and fists decide everything. His exceptional promotion to the ace class caused a lot of dissatisfaction among many people, but Su Chen's strength now tells everyone that he is qualified to enter the ace class. A person who can defeat a first-level Jindan realm student, even if he is only in the Shiden realm, what can he do? He has changed the rules of martial arts. He couldn't even block a sword, and he was at the first level of the Golden Core realm. Now Mo Xian could clearly feel all kinds of ridicule coming from all around. His face was extremely gloomy, as ugly as it could be. He originally thought that he could kill this man with the help of a life-and-death battle, but he never expected that this man's strength was so strong. Take my strongest move, double-headed explosion. The double-headed detonation was not a true self-detonation, but a short burst of powerful force. Doing so would have a huge backlash, but now, he could no longer care about so much. No matter what the cost, he had to kill this man and save his face. Bang. Bang. The two heads exploded, and two terrifying forces attacked Su Chen from the left and right directions without showing any mercy, because it was a life-and-death battle, and it was either you die or I die. With both hands, he formed the death seal of gods and demons and coordinated it with the sword and blood wheel to respond to ever-changing situations with the unchanging approach. Boom. The violent riot caused the entire life and death stage to tremble violently. With a pig-slaughtering scream, Mo Xian's body fell heavily, blood staining his entire body, and his pale face was bloodless. His face was ashen. Even if he launched his strongest attack, he was no match for Su Chen. In this battle, he was defeated completely. Watching Su Chen walking towards him step by step, Mo Xian had already suppressed the fear in his heart. If it were any other time, he would definitely not be afraid. After all, the academy has rules and no one can violate the rules. But now, the situation is completely different. They signed a life-and-death agreement and are fighting a life-and-death battle. Even if the vice presidents and teachers are standing below, I believe they will not interfere in this matter. I regret it so much, but I don't even have the chance to regret it. His face was full of fear, because Mo Xian was very afraid of death. He believed that no one could ignore his life and death. Facing the life and death agreement, he didn't even have the slightest chance. Retreating repeatedly, Mo Xian said in horror, "Su Chen, I admit defeat, you win this battle. Give up?" Everyone watched what happened on the life and death stage, and they were all sighing. The dignified Jindan realm warrior from Ace Class 5 actually lost to a Shiden realm warrior. If no one had seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would believe it was true. Admitting defeat is shameful, but it is better than losing your life. Mo Xian can still calculate this clearly. Su Chen shook his head. If he lost this battle, would Mo Xian let him go? The answer is not necessarily. When dealing with enemies, never show any mercy. Feeling the murderous intent enveloping his body, Mo Xian's face was filled with fear. I have already admitted defeat. There is no life and death grudge between the two of them, so there is no need to wipe out the roots. Using his finger as a sword, the domineering sword energy pierced through Mo Xian's brows and the shocked eyes of everyone. His eyes widened, and until the moment his body fell down, he did not expect that he would be defeated. Thump. The body fell heavily on the stage of life and death. The whole audience was silent. When the sound of Zhen Luo was heard, everyone looked at what happened on the life and death stage in shock. No one could have imagined that Su Chen really killed Mo Xian. Mo Xian fell. Su Chen wins. Seeing the figure leaving the life and death martial arts arena, the atmosphere instantly boiled over with sounds of exclamations, sighs, and disbelief everywhere. Qin, are you interested in this guy? Qin Zhu nodded and said with a smile, what do you think? Gifted with extraordinary talent and unlimited potential, this boy is definitely not an ordinary person. He will soar into the sky like a dragon in the future. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Qin Zhu laughed out loud. He really liked Su Chen. Over the years, he had never praised any disciple so much. This time he was moved by his love for talent. The matter of the life and death battle seemed to have grown wings and spread throughout the entire academy.
A student who was promoted to the Shiden realm in the Ace Academy by exception killed Mo Xian, a student in the first Jindan realm of the Ace Class 5. Su Chen's name became famous throughout the academy. After returning to the dormitory, Su Chen did not waste any time and immediately entered the state of cultivation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chen suddenly received a summons from Yan Meishu and went to the martial arts training ground to gather. In the huge training ground, except for students who were unable to arrive due to special circumstances, more than 400 Jindan-level students were all present, including almost all the top 100 students on the 100 battles list. There were 20 teachers standing in front of all the students, each with a serious expression. The autumn hunt has begun. I heard that Vice President Qin will lead the team personally this time. Is this true or false? Of course it's true. Vice President Qin's cultivation has reached a high level of concentration. I didn't expect that he would personally lead us to the Lost Forest this time. It seems that the college attaches great importance to us. Nonsense. Standing at the end of the crowd, Su Chen already knew the purpose of calling them together this time. It turns out that every autumn, the academy would summon all the students from the 5 ace classes to go to the Lost Forest to hunt monsters, and the beast cores obtained could be exchanged for points. The vice president is here. Qin Zhu walked into the martial arts training ground, looked at the 400 students in front of him, and said with a smile, I believe everyone already knows what is going on. Yes, the annual autumn hunt has begun again, and this time our target is still the Lost Forest. The Lost Forest is one of the largest forests in the eastern wasteland. There are all kinds of dangers in it. Even the academy cannot guarantee your absolute safety. If anyone gives up, leave the training ground immediately. No one left. They all want to go to the Lost Forest and hunt monsters. On one hand, he hunts monsters to train himself, and on the other hand, he consumes monster cores in exchange for points. Seeing that no one chose to give up, Qin Zhu nodded with satisfaction and said, Everyone get ready, we will set off in an hour. Yes. Just when Su Chen was about to leave, he was stopped by Qin Zhu. The vice president wants to see me. Qin Zhu nodded and said with a smile, You can't go to the Lost Forest this time. As for the reason, you should know better than me, but the academy will not force you. Whatever you plan to do, it's up to you. Su Chen understood what Qin Zhu and the academy meant. I destroyed Tang Hao's blood wheel, which made the Tang clan furious and they would definitely not let it go. Inside the academy, there was the threat of Donghuang Academy and the Tang clan did not dare to take action. But once I left the academy, it would be a different matter. If I go to the Lost Forest myself, I know what will happen once the Tang clan gets the news. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not dare to leave the academy. Su Chen nodded and said, I will go to the Lost Forest. If he was afraid of the Tang clan, he would not have destroyed Tang Hao's blood wheel, and no one could stop him. Very satisfied, as if he had already guessed what Su Chen would say, Qin Zhu smiled and said, Lost Forest, if the beast cores of the monsters you hunt can rank in the top 3, I will give you a surprise. Thank you, Vice President. Go ahead and get ready. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Qin Zhu was very satisfied with Su Chen and wanted to accept him as his disciple immediately. However, as the vice president of the academy, he always had to pretend to be cool and act high-handed. An hour later. In the huge empty courtyard, there are hundreds of golden eagles densely packed together. They are the flying monsters raised by the academy. Everyone is present, 4 people each will ride on a golden eagle. Su Chen did not move and waited until everyone had boarded the golden Kuei eagle. Come with me. Following Yan Meishing onto the golden Quidio, there were only the 2 of them. This was what Yan Meishing had told him before. One after another, the golden eagles soared into the sky, straight into the clouds, and disappeared from the academy in an instant. Junior class dormitory. Xing Yingshue's face was full of helplessness. She had already received news that Su Chen was following the ace class to the Lost Forest, but she had no way to follow them. Asai showed helplessness. Tang people. As one of the top races in the eastern wilds, the Tang clan's strength and heritage cannot be underestimated. Tang Xiaotian, who returned from Donghuang College, was very angry. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became, but he did not dare to go to war with Donghuang College. First of all, Donghuang College itself is extremely powerful, and its Dean Lan Shang has even reached the level of 9 flowers gathering. Looking at the entire Tang clan, no one can be Lan Shang's opponent. Secondly, over the past 10,000 years, too many powerful people have come out of Donghuang Academy. Once a life and death battle breaks out with Donghuang Academy, no one knows whether some top-level powerful people will emerge. The person he wanted to kill was only Su Chen, just to avenge his son, but he didn't want to anger Donghuang College. Reporting to the clan leader, news just came from the East Wasteland Academy that all the 5 king-level students have left the East Wasteland Academy and are heading to the Lost Forest for the autumn hunt. Oh! His eyes suddenly lit up. The opportunity had finally come. He couldn't take action in Donghuang College, but once Su Chen left Donghuang College, that would be his chance. How could Tang Xiaotian easily give up such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for revenge? Summon all the elders to discuss matters immediately. Yes. With his fists clenched tightly, Tang Xiaotian's eyes became increasingly cold, and the cold murderous intent surged out like a tsunami, instantly covering the entire hall. Su Chen, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you break in. You hide in Donghuang College, maybe I can't do anything to you, but now, I will make sure you never come back and die in the Forgotten Forest. Void. On the back of the Golden Eagle. Su Chen sat quietly with his arms around Yan Meishu, feeling the strong wind blowing towards them. However, neither of them had any air shields to protect them, so they let the strong wind blow on them. Brother Su, we are about to arrive at the Lost Forest. I will explain the rules to you now. Good. Su Chen was also looking forward to the experience in the Lost Forest. In his opinion, for a warrior, only by constant experience of life and death can one break through his own limits. First of all, none of our teachers are allowed to participate in students hunting monsters unless they encounter irresistible danger, so we will watch you secretly. Secondly, there must not be any casualties among the students, and they can form teams. Nodding, Su Chen smiled and said, I like to be alone. There was no surprise at all. Yan Meishu seemed to have guessed that Su Chen would do this and did not say much. Some people like to be alone, some people like to be in a group. Without wasting any time, both of them started practicing. Lost Forest. It is located on the east side of Donghuang and is known as the Lost Land. The monsters inside are extremely powerful. Warriors of the same level are no match for the monsters. Loud eagle calls echoed through the void. Hundreds of golden eagles landed steadily at the entrance of the forest. All the students lowered their backs and looked at the forest in front of them, their eyes filled with anticipation. Among the more than 400 students, about 80% have been to the Lost Forest, and some have even been there several times. No one knew where Qin Zhu had gone. One of the teachers looked at everyone in front of him and said seriously, I'll give you 5 minutes to form a team. Those who are willing to go hunting alone can enter the Forgotten Forest now for a period of 1 month. Call out. Call out. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, the students quickly headed towards the Lost Forest. After they had walked halfway, the rest wanted to form a team. After all, the Lost Forest was full of dangers, and it would be safer to form a team. Yan Meishu was very worried about Su Chen, and kept pulling Su Chen aside to explain the various crises in the Lost Forest. Look, Teacher Yan is holding Su Chen's hand. Yan Meishu, the most beautiful teacher in Donghuang College, is usually serious and cold, and never treats anyone well. Handle. Never before. This was the first time Yan Meishu was seen holding a student's hand. Stop talking nonsense. We can find out more gossip when we return to the academy. Let's find a few more people to form a team, so that we won't be unable to deal with any dangers when we enter the Forgotten Forest. Jiyoshi did not form a team and did not enter the Lost Forest. Came in front of Su Chen and Yan Meishing. Looking at the two of them holding hands with tightly furrowed brows, she knew her best friend's relationship status and knew that she definitely didn't have a loved one. How do you explain the current actions? Sister Yan. Yoshi, do you have something to talk to me about? Behind her back, Jiyoshi always called Yan Meishio Sister Yan. Nodding, Jiyoshi pointed at Su Chen beside her and said, I want to team up with him and enter the Lost Forest together. Hearing Jiyoshi's words, both Su Chen and Yan Meishu were a little surprised.
I'll go first. Well, be careful. Looking at Suchen, who ignored her and went to the lost forest alone, Ji-Yoshi's eyes suddenly lit up. She never expected that she would be rejected. She was definitely considered one of the top beauties in Donghuan College, whether in appearance, talent, or family background. She had never been so proactive before, and there were many people pursuing her, but she had never accepted anyone. Seeing that Suchen was very special, she wanted to team up with him. In her opinion, Suchen would definitely not reject her, but the result was just the opposite. Sister Yoshi, forgive me for being blunt, but you and he are not suitable for each other. Sister Yen, I'm not going to pursue him, so how can I talk about whether it's suitable or not? With a deep sigh in her heart, Yen Meishu did not tell Ji-Yoshi about Suchen's true identity. As for the matters between them, they still needed to be resolved by Suchen and Ji-Yoshi. It was not appropriate for her to interfere. Sister Yen, I'm going in too. Be careful. Clear. Ji-Yoshi was very angry. She didn't expect that her first initiative would be rejected, and she felt a little embarrassed. The dense forest is covered by towering trees, and sunlight can only be refracted through the gaps. Suchen was very fast, moving back and forth like a cheetah. Hunting animals was secondary. His main purpose of coming to the Lost Forest this time was to constantly break through his own limits with the help of experience. It would be best if one could successfully break through to the Golden Core realm before leaving the Lost Forest. Suchen, stop right there. Hearing the voice coming from behind, Suchen frowned, turned around, and his cold eyes contained deep disgust that anyone could see. As soon as Ji-Yoshi saw the disgusted expression on Suchen's face, she became more and more angry and felt very aggrieved. She did not deny that she did have a good impression of Suchen, but she was ignored again and again. If you have something to say, just tell me. The voice was cold and Suchen was very impatient. I just want to team up with you, why do you have to keep me away? Do you really hate me that much? She really wanted to know why Suchen had such an attitude towards her. More than 400 people, why did you pick on me? I just love teaming up with you. He was very impatient. After all, the autumn hunt only lasted for half a month. Every minute wasted. He took out the marriage certificate from the space ring and said coldly, "This is the marriage certificate between you and me. Since your royal family wants to cancel the engagement, I will grant your wish." I am totally confused. Suchen. It turned out that the Suchen in front of her was Suchen from the Su family and also her fiancé. No wonder he was so cold to her. Everything became clear to her in an instant. Before Ji-Yoshi could react, the marriage certificate in Suchen's hand had already started burning, instantly turning into ashes and falling to the ground with the wind. What you do? With a cry of surprise, Ji-Yoshi stepped back repeatedly as she looked at the burning marriage certificate, her face full of dullness. If it had happened before, she would definitely be willing to see this happen. After all, Suchen's blood chakra has been destroyed. At most, he can rely on the Su family to live better than ordinary people. It is already a dream for him to continue to build his foundation, let alone break through to a higher level of martial arts. Now, the situation is completely different. Suchen displayed amazing talent and was outstanding in every aspect. The most important thing was that because she was ignored by Suchen for the first time in Tianjia Valley, she instead had Suchen's presence in her heart. If she did regret it, she should have stopped the royal family from breaking off the engagement. She sighed deeply in her heart and said, "Suchen, it was not my idea to break off the engagement." Waving his hands impatiently, Suchen said disgustedly, "It doesn't matter whether it is what you meant or not. The marriage certificate has been burned. From now on, you and I have no relationship. Goodbye." Watching the figure gradually disappearing, Ji-Yoshi took 3 steps back, her face full of regret. She should have stopped the royal family from breaking off the engagement before, but it was too late to regret now. Whether she was willing to admit it in her heart or not, Ji-Yoshi knew very well that she fell in love with Suchen at first sight. I can't hide the love in my heart. Looking at the marriage certificate that turned into ashes, Ji-Yoshi slowly picked it up from the ground and put it into the space ring. After leaving, Suchen began to lock onto the monster. Purple fox. The purple fox in my arms disappeared. On the way here,
Zihu was still sleeping. Why did he suddenly disappear? Su Chen was very anxious, but he sighed deeply. The most likely possibility was that Zihu's injuries had stabilized and began to improve, but he chose to leave. It's considered ungrateful. Su Chen did not continue to dwell on this matter. It was going to rain and his mother was going to get married. He could not stop Zihu from leaving. Shen Bingxue? Looking at a figure that flashed quickly not far away, Su Chen sneered. Shen Bingxue had challenged him before, but he had not accepted. But now he was fully confident that he could successfully kill Shen Bingxue. During the autumn hunt, fighting between students is not allowed. Saying it is one thing, doing it is another. Su Chen understood one thing, that is, when dealing with enemies, one must always be ruthless and decisive in killing, and there must not be the slightest bit of mercy and compassion. Su Chen followed him directly. Whether a person is good or bad, one needs to look at the problem from different perspectives. Night falls. The dark void is dotted with stars and shrouded in clouds. Originally, he followed Shen Bingxue because he wanted to find an opportunity to kill Shen Bingxue, but he never expected that there was a huge lake in front of him, surrounded by dense forests on all sides. Hundreds of warriors gathered here, all staring at the lake in front of them, including Shen Bingxue. Third uncle, is the news reliable? Shen Hua nodded and said, look, there are as many as 2,000 people here. They all come for the tomb. The news has not spread, so there are not many people here. When she came to the Forsaken Forest, she received news from her family that a tomb had appeared in the Forsaken Forest. As for what treasures there were, it was still unknown. Everyone is looking forward to it. Hey, do you think the tomb recorded on the map is real? I've been waiting for 12 days. I'm really unlucky. You have only been waiting for 12 days. I have been waiting for 15 days, and there is still no movement in the lake. Is there someone playing a prank? If the tomb really exists, how could only more than 2,000 people come? I won't wait any longer. Some people couldn't stand it anymore and chose to leave. Su Chen was looking at the calm lake and had no idea about the so-called tomb palace. Shen Bingxue is surrounded by powerful people, so it may not be that easy for me to kill Shen Bingxue. Look, there's movement in the lake. Under everyone's surprised eyes, the entire lake began to ripple, and began to gather to form a tornado, and a space stone gate gradually appeared. Entrance to the tomb palace. Greed was written all over their faces, because no one knew whether the tomb was real or fake. Otherwise, it would be impossible for only more than 2,000 warriors to come to fight for it. Most of them thought the news was fake. Who would have thought that the news was true? Looking at the space stone gate, without any hesitation, the warriors quickly went towards the space stone gate and disappeared into the space stone gate in an instant. Including Shen Hua, Shen Bingxue, and others also chose to enter. When everyone entered the space stone gate, Su Chen slowly walked out, looking at the lake in front of him, wondering whether to enter or not. I want to see what opportunities there are. Taking one step forward, Su Chen's figure instantly disappeared from the stone door of space. The moment he entered the space stone gate, Su Chen immediately felt dizzy, as if he was about to vomit. He instantly understood that the stone gate was a small space teleportation array, and it was unknown where he would be teleported. In just a few seconds, the dizziness in Su Chen's mind had completely disappeared. Looking at the gray cave space around him, the heavy atmosphere made people feel suffocated. Su Chen. More than 2,000 warriors were all teleported to the underground space. Shen Bingxue saw Su Chen at the first sight and seemed not to have expected that she would meet Su Chen here. You know him. Shen Bingxue nodded and said, he is a student of the academy. Didn't attack him. This was beyond Su Chen's expectation, because with the grudge between them, since there was a master sitting beside him, he would definitely attack him and kill him here. As long as he didn't report it back to the academy, there would be no problem at all. As if she could guess what Su Chen was thinking, Shen Bingxue walked over and said coldly, Su Chen, you don't need to worry that I will use the power of my family to deal with you. It is normal for us students to have grudges, but it has not reached the point where we must fight to the death. Moreover, this is the Lost Forest, and I will abide by the rules of the academy. Shen Bingxue's attitude really surprised Su Chen. He was indeed overthinking this matter. I don't care how you found this place. For the sake of both you and me coming from Donghuang College, I want to remind you that according to rumors, this is a tomb, and there are inheritances and opportunities for strong people in it. However, there will be crises. If you want, you can follow me. Thank you, I don't have to watch anymore. Deny yourself. Shen Bingxue snorted and said nothing more. Returning to Shenhua, everyone looked at the gray underground space around them. Their eyes were solemn, but contained greed and expectation. Yan Meijuan didn't pay attention to the others and kept following Su Chen. However, Su Chen's speed was too fast, and she actually showed some signs of losing track. According to the rules of the academy, no teacher is allowed to interfere during the students' autumn hunting. She will not break the rules of the academy for her own personal feelings. Following from a long distance, Yan Meixing saw Su Chen suddenly disappear, and his figure instantly appeared in the lake. However, the stone gate of space would only last for 3 minutes. When Yan Meixing arrived, the stone gate of space had disappeared. I feel very guilty. Yan Meixu was well aware of the dangers of the Lost Forest and she absolutely could not let anything happen to Su Chen. If she followed him, she could still help him if he encountered danger. But once he was lost, she would have no control over whether Su Chen lived or died. How could she not be worried? His eyes were very solemn. Because the distance was too far, Yan Meixu could only detect the breath of the warriors. He didn't know why so many warriors, including Su Chen, suddenly disappeared. Brother Su, I will definitely find you. Underground space. After everyone determined the direction, they walked directly forward. Now that we have entered the stone gate of space, we must see what opportunities are hidden here. We cannot just back out and leave. As they moved forward, everyone looked around with extreme vigilance and stayed extremely alert. Here. There was dead silence, without any sound. One could even sense other people's breathing. The further one walked, the weirder and more depressing it became. I feel a little uncomfortable, as if I am in purgatory. Do you feel it? Don't think about it, it must be me who is causing trouble. Why don't I have that feeling? Is that a corpse? I don't know who shouted in surprise. Everyone was completely dumbfounded when looking at the scene in front of them, because the ground was covered with corpses, and there was no way of knowing how many corpses there were. Some corpses were even piled up like a mountain, and at first glance, it looked like an endless sea of corpses. In the very center of the bones was an extremely huge ancient altar, with more bones piled up on all sides, in a haphazard manner, making one's scalp numb. Su Chen frowned tightly, his intuition told him that this was definitely not a good place. With so many corpses, God knows how many warriors were buried here. Everyone looked at the ancient altar in front of them. It was so big that they couldn't even see the top. Every step of the altar was engraved with densely packed patterns, disgusting and weird patterns that made everyone's feet shiver when they saw them. How many warriors are needed to gather such a sea of corpses? Su Chen was filled with sighs, while the others went around the altar and continued forward, even if it meant stepping on piles of bones, because in their opinion, the more they did so, the more opportunities they might have. The practice of a warrior is itself against the will of heaven, and only by stepping on endless corpses can one improve step by step. Some people were unwilling to give up and tried to go to the top of the altar to see if there were any opportunities contained inside. Only. As soon as he stepped onto the first step, he let out a miserable cry, and in front of everyone's shocked eyes, his flesh and blood began to disappear. That's right, it disappeared. In just 2 seconds, the blood and flesh on the body disappeared without a trace, leaving only a skeleton lying on the ground. Everyone was horrified and no one dared to approach the altar anymore. Su Chen was no exception. He knew the dominance of the altar, but if he still went forward, he would deserve to die. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, the ancient gods and demons' techniques in his body began to operate on their own again, and the gods and demons' mirror appeared in his hand, emitting waves of intense vibrations. His eyes suddenly focused. There was no doubt that the divine and demonic mirror must be a treasure. However, in Su Chen's view, he has already begun to nurture the god and demon mirror in his soul, and there must not be any mistakes. Otherwise, the moment the god and demon mirror shatters, it will be the day of his death. Holding the god and demon mirror tightly, the ancient god and demon art in his body was running wildly. Su Chen understood that the god and demon mirror must want him to go to the altar.
Could it be that the god and demon mirror is going to devour the power of the altar? If this is true, I should give it a try. After all, if I only rely on my own soul to nurture the mirror of gods and demons, I have no idea how long I will have to wait before I can completely restore the power of the mirror of gods and demons. Suchen took a step forward and did not hesitate any longer. Since he had already made the decision, he would not waste time and walked towards the altar step by step. When Suchen stepped onto the first step of the altar, his whole body trembled violently. Because he was practicing the ancient god and demon art, his body was surrounded by the god and demon aura, so his flesh and blood were not devoured like the warrior just now. There was no one here, so no one noticed Suchen's unusual movements. Standing on the steps, Suchen's body trembled slightly. Suddenly, screams came from my mind, like the sound of a death knell, and the depths of my entire soul began to appear in a void space. The sky was covered with thunderclouds, and rolling lightning swept across the entire earth. The ground was littered with corpses as far as the eye could see. Under the brutality of the thunder, the corpses were suppressed to death. A giant who is 100 feet tall, wearing a black crown, holding a magic sword, looking down at the sky with cold eyes, stepping on thousands of miles of corpses, standing between heaven and earth. Why don't you kneel down and bow to me when you see me? Suchen, holding the god and demon mirror, did not choose to kneel down, but asked, why should I kneel down? Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The 100-meter-tall giant laughed loudly towards the sky, his laughter piercing through the clouds and shaking the heaven and earth. Even Suchen felt that his body seemed to be torn apart completely. You have learned my ancient magic formula, and you have taken my demon clan's most precious treasure, the magic mirror, but you refuse to kneel before me. Suchen was not a fool and immediately understood what this person meant. That is to say, the ancient magic arts that he practiced, and the magic mirror in his hand, were both from the giant 100 feet tall in front of him. No wonder this person was hiding in the magic mirror. As if he could guess what Suchen was thinking, the giant said coldly, I am the demon god of the demon clan. I died that year. In order to be reborn in the world one day, I sealed my soul in the god and demon mirror. For thousands of years, no one has ever been able to practice the ancient god and demon art. You are the only one. My guess turned out to be correct. The 100-meter-tall giant in front of me, the so-called demon god, came from the god and demon mirror. I didn't even know this before. The more I thought about it, the more scared I became. He could feel how terrifying the strength of this so-called demon god was. Even if only a trace of his soul existed, he still possessed unparalleled power. Once the demon wants to attack him, he won't even have a chance to dodge. The corpse chi here is very suitable for the god-demon mirror to devour, and it can also allow this emperor to restore his soul cultivation. Are you willing to help this emperor? Can I say no? Suchen was very depressed. What he asked were all nonsense. This was how the world was. No matter where you went or when, strength always came first. Ha ha ha, good boy, I like your character very much. Now I ask you, are you willing to be my disciple? Become a disciple. Suchen was also a little confused. He didn't seem to have expected that the demon god suddenly wanted him to be his disciple. Ever since his imperial bones were taken away from him, he had never taken anyone as his master. He knew very well that the teachers nowadays were completely different from those in the academy. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Once you worship the devil as your teacher, the devil will be like your father. I do. Of course Suchen would not refuse. How could he refuse? First of all, the devil's soul is hidden in the magic mirror, and now his soul has begun to conceive again. As long as the devil destroys the magic mirror, he will surely die. Secondly, being able to become the demon god of the demon clan, Suchen can be completely sure that the demon god's strength is definitely not simple. Being able to worship such a person as a teacher will definitely be more beneficial than harmful to one's martial arts practice. This is a matter of no doubt. I would only refuse if I have a problem with my brain. Kneeling on the ground, Suchen kowtowed 3 times to the demon god, and shouted, Disciple Suchen, hello to the master. The afterimage flashed, and the figure of the demon god had recovered to less than 2 meters. His burly figure was like a volcanic eruption, and his strong facial features were very handsome.
His eyes were fixed on the young men in front of him, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. It's actually the 3 lives blood wheel. No one on the continent has ever possessed the 3 lives blood wheel at the same time. Eh? No, something seems to be missing from your body. Emperor's bone. Emperor bone. You have awakened the Emperor bone. Suchen did not hide anything and simply recounted the story of how he awakened his imperial bones and then had them stripped away. The demon god nodded and said, "It is rumored in the continent that if you awaken the Emperor bone, you will definitely achieve the Emperor realm. However, although you lost the Emperor bone, you unexpectedly awakened the 3 lives blood wheel, which is not comparable to an Emperor bone. What's more, you have also practiced the ancient demon god art and the ancestral phoenix nirvana art. You are really blessed. Don't worry, your talent is enough to be the best in the continent. In the future, you will not only achieve the Emperor realm but also become the strongest person in the continent." Suchen was very happy to receive the praise from the demon god, but he did not tell his master about the Chaos Devouring Tower, because the Chaos Devouring Tower was his biggest secret and he would not tell anyone except himself. "Master, I don't have anything good to give you. I believe you should have derived the god and demon death seal from the ancient god and demon art." "Yes, I have successfully cultivated the first god and demon death seal." Nodding with satisfaction, the god and demon said, "Sit down, I will help you practice now." Suddenly delighted, Suchen sat cross-legged without any hesitation, and began to circulate the ancient gods and demons sutra in his body, and cast the gods and demons death seal. Standing on the first step of the altar, Suchen's body did not move, and the divine mirror in his hand automatically left his palm and went towards the ancient altar. The god and demon mirror floated to the top of the altar and began to devour things frantically. Half an hour later, the god and demon mirror returned to Suchen's hands. As for Suchen's mind, with the help of gods and demons, his soul cultivated 36 god and demon death seals, and unexpectedly realized the blood demon transformation. Blood demon transformation. You can actually comprehend the blood demon transformation. "Master, what is the blood demon transformation?" The god and demon sighed deeply and said helplessly, "Blood demon transformation is the most advanced secret technique of the demon clan. Even I couldn't practice it back then. Rumor has it that blood demon transformation is hidden in the ancient god and demon art, and only those who are destined to practice it can practice it. Chenner, I'm telling you now, you can practice blood demon transformation, but you can't use it at any time, do you understand?" "Why?" Suchen was somewhat confused. Since he was able to successfully comprehend the blood demon transformation from the ancient gods and demons sutra, why could he only practice it but not use it? However, Suchen also understood that since his master did not allow him to use the blood demon transformation, there must be a reason. With a deep sigh, the demon god said helplessly, "Using the blood demon transformation can instantly double or even multiply a warrior's strength. However, the only drawback is that in the process of performing the blood demon transformation, the warrior will become a killing machine and may even be attacked by the blood demon transformation." "I see." Suchen finally understood why his master didn't allow him to use the blood demon transformation. Suchen smiled. No matter how powerful the blood demon transformation was, since it had such a huge backlash and after effects, he would not be able to use it, unless he did not take his own life seriously. "Chenner, I want to tell you now that I am a demon god from the demon clan. On the mainland, the demon clan is shunned by people. Once people know that you are a disciple of the demon god, you will probably not be able to gain a foothold in the world. Disciple is not afraid." "Good." The demon god was very satisfied, nodded, and said, "Master is going to practice, you can leave now." "Yes." When his soul returned, Suchen was filled with emotion. If he had not encountered the altar this time, he would not have accidentally broken into the god and demon mirror and met his master, the demon god. Keep going. Suchen's speed increased significantly because he was delayed by the altar and wasted half an hour. If there was any opportunity, it would probably be too late. Without wasting any more time, he flew like a cheetah above the clouds. The ground was littered with corpses, and black fog enveloped the underground space. The corpse chi gathered and slowly eroded the warrior's soul. This moment, many warriors were corroded by the corpse chi, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they slaughtered other warriors crazily, not feeling any pain. Even if their arms were cut off, and some warriors even had half of their heads cut off, they were still fighting frantically like zombies. Shen Bingxue and Shen Hua's faces were very gloomy. They dodged repeatedly and could only kill them forcefully. However, these people were corroded by the corpse qi and became killing tools. They could only kill and kill. Su Chen's figure appeared instantly. He was a little surprised to see the broken limbs and arms everywhere and the blood seeping into the bones. The scene was so creepy and weird that it made people feel extremely confused. The ancient magic formula immediately circulated in his body, and he held the magic mirror in his hand and swung it directly in front of him. He was not here to save these people. Whether the warriors lived or died had nothing to do with him. What he had to do now was to use the divine demon mirror to continuously devour the power here so that his master, the demon god, could devour it and restore his soul, so that he could be reborn one day. Just 3 minutes. Under the cover of the god and demon mirror, the warrior who was corroded by the corpse qi gradually regained his consciousness, and in an instant, screams like pigs being slaughtered were heard, which were extremely miserable. After all, he had just been corroded by the corpse qi, and even when half of his head and both hands and feet were cut off, he didn't feel anything. Now that he had regained consciousness, the pain instantly spread throughout his body. Of the more than 2,000 warriors, more than 500 died after this mutual slaughter, which is about a quarter of the total. Boy, let me see the mirror in your hand. The god and demon mirror disappeared in an instant, and Su Chen chose to ignore it. Of course, he understood what the other party meant. It was nothing more than seeing that his god and demon mirror could devour and suppress corpse qi, which must be a business deal that he could not return. He is not a fool, how could he hand over the divine mirror for no reason? The ignored man's face suddenly darkened. The more he thought about the scene just now, the more scared he became. If it weren't for the magic mirror in this person's hand, the consequences would have been disastrous. Boy, you are so shameless. I advise you to hand over the mirror, otherwise you might become a part of this place. Shen Bingxue and Shen Hua immediately came to Su Chen and said angrily, you are so shameless. If Su Chen hadn't taken out a treasure to help you suppress the corpse qi erosion here, you would have turned into corpses now. You actually dare to stick your face to others and ask for their things. He is from Donghuang College. Do you want to be the enemy of Donghuang College? Looking at Shen Bingxue standing in front of him and standing up for him, Su Chen was a little surprised. He seemed to have not expected that Shen Bingxue, who had some minor frictions with him, would stand up to help him. After all, the man next to Shen Bingxue was a powerful nascent soul realm expert. Not only that, when Shen Bingxue said the 4 words, Donghuang College, fear was written all over the faces of those who wanted to snatch the treasure. In Donghuang, the 4 words, Donghuang College, are absolutely synonymous with deterrence, and no one can choose to ignore Donghuang College. Even if they wanted to kill people and rob, they had to kill Shen Bingxue and the other 2 without letting Donghuang Academy know, but they couldn't do it. The only choice is to give up. Boy, we can do without the mirror in your hand, but you must ensure that the corpse qi does not corrode us, how about that? The reason for the compromise was, after all, because everyone was afraid of Donghuang College. Su Chen didn't say anything. It was impossible for him to make any promises. As he said, whether these people lived or died had nothing to do with him. It would be better if they all died. The remaining 1,000 or so warriors followed Su Chen. After all, only the mirror in this man's hand could absorb the corpse qi, protecting them from the erosion of the corpse qi and turning them into killing machines. There were corpses everywhere, and they made a crackling sound when you stepped on them. The corpse is moving. Ah. Looking at the corpses on the ground, as if zombies had come to life, everyone's faces changed suddenly. However, before they could get close, everyone was forcibly separated. Boy, suppress it quickly. In their opinion, the mirror in the young man's hand should be able to suppress the corpse. Shen Bingxue and Su Chen walked together, looking around. Come with me. Shen Bingxue followed without any hesitation. He swung the magic mirror in his hand left and right, and cut a bloody path. The 2 men breathed a sigh of relief. Peace returned to the surroundings, and there was no corpse left. Uncle San is still inside. There's no use for you to go back. You might even become a burden to him. Whether she was willing to believe it or not, Shen Bingxue understood that what Su Chen said was the truth. She sighed deeply in her heart. She couldn't go back, so she could only hope that her third uncle was okay. So what should we do now? Shen Bingxue seemed a little confused and didn't know what to do. Looking around, Su Chen pointed to the south and said, "Let's go over there and take a look." Good. The two of them didn't hesitate any longer and immediately headed quickly south. Right at this moment, Su Chen suddenly stopped, his eyes shining as he stared at the broken bones on the ground. The ground was littered with corpses and broken bones. Shen Bingxue asked curiously, "Su Chen, what happened to you?" "I have something to do." Without waiting for Shen Bingxue to ask more questions, Su Chen took a few steps, half-squatted, and began to kick the corpses aside. He found a palm-sized black bone piece from among the countless broken bones. There were densely packed patterns engraved on the black bone piece. Su Chen was very familiar with these patterns. They were exactly the same as the primordial divine patterns that he had accidentally obtained from the academy. He never expected that he would encounter the bone fragment of the primordial divine mark here. Su Chen was very clear that the primordial divine pattern he had obtained in the academy was just an incomplete soul martial arts. The divine patterns engraved on the bone fragment in my hand now are probably more comprehensive than before. With excitement on his face, Su Chen was ready to comprehend the bone fragment, but the voice of the devil rang in his mind. "Chener, no matter how talented you are, it is too difficult to comprehend the primordial divine mark from the bone fragments." Su Chen would not doubt his master's words, and his soul asked, "Master, what should I do?" "The choice is yours, I'm just telling you the method." "Master, please speak." The Taichu divine mark is a top-level soul martial art. According to rumors, the Taichu divine mark is engraved on 9 pieces of bone. The only way to fully comprehend the bone patterns on the bone pieces is to change bones. Change bones. Su Chen had already guessed something. "I will now teach you the art of bone replacement. Whether or not to undergo the bone replacement is up to you." Next second, Su Chen immediately felt a secret technique surging into his mind. It was the so-called bone-changing technique. It looked extremely simple, but was actually extremely overbearing. If one was not careful, there would be great danger. The most important thing is that bone replacement will be very painful. You must first dig out a piece of your own bone, and then replace the bone fragments and reintegrate them. Others may not know the pain of bone digging, but how could Su Chen not know it? When he awakened his emperor bone, it was forcibly peeled off by Su Hao before it could merge. The pain of life and death is unforgettable for the rest of his life. Thinking about it now, if it weren't for the dragon-elephant bloodline sealed in his body to preserve his foundation, he would have died. Sitting cross-legged, Su Chen shook his head and prepared to start changing his bones immediately according to the bone-changing technique. Faced with such a heaven-defying opportunity as the primordial divine mark, he could not choose to give up. The master has just said that there are 9 bone pieces in the world, and he has only obtained one of them now. As for the primordial divine mark obtained in the academy before, it is probably just a general outline. No wonder he has not been able to touch the primordial divine mark. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen's palm was like a sharp blade, grabbing directly towards his left shoulder. With a ripping sound, the flesh was torn apart, revealing the white bones, and blood spurted out like a fountain. "Su Chen, what are you doing?" Seeing Su Chen's sudden action, Shen Bingxue was completely stunned. She trembled with fear and immediately came to Su Chen and said, "Are you crazy? Why are you hurting yourself? Leave me alone." He gritted his teeth, sweating profusely in pain, and his whole body was soaked with sweat. Su Chen didn't bother to pay attention to Shen Bingxue. He broke through the bloody flesh with his right hand, broke off a piece of bone, and pulled it out forcibly. Looking at the scene in front of her, Shen Bingxue's face was full of disbelief. She really couldn't understand why Su Chen would do this for no reason. Shen Bingxue felt her scalp tingling and wanted to stop him, but Su Chen had just told her not to bother with him. Shen Bingxue knew very well that Su Chen was not a fool and would not do this for no reason. He pulled out the bone fragment from his left shoulder and casually threw it into the space ring. Without any hesitation, he put the bone fragment directly into his left shoulder, grimacing in pain and sweating profusely. Balls of power surged out of his hands, continuously gathering the flesh and blood on his left shoulder. Even so, Suchen couldn't help but tremble. Changing bones, fusing bones, Suchen successfully completed the bone changing. His face turned extremely pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He successfully fused the bone fragments, which was considered to be 1/9 of the completion. There are 9 bone pieces in the primordial divine mark, and he has only fused the first piece. However, it is more than enough for him now. After the bones were successfully fused, he began to refine the bone fragments. The Chaos Devouring art began to circulate in his body. Waves of devouring aura continuously poured into his left shoulder, wrapped around the bone fragments and began to refine them. Half an hour later, Suchen slowly opened his eyes. He had already changed his bones and refined the bone fragments. The next period of time would be to slowly refine the bone fragments and practice the primordial divine patterns. Looking at Suchen standing up, Shen Bingxue was very depressed. She was convinced. She had never seen such a person who dug out his own bones. She didn't ask any more questions, because Shen Bingxue knew very well that even if she asked, it would be useless as she believed Suchen would not tell her. With a deep sigh, Shen Bingxue realized that she had underestimated Suchen. The fact that such a person was promoted to the ace class by the academy as an exception already explained a lot of problems. As far as she knew, there seemed to have never been an example of a student at the Solid Den realm being able to enter the ace class as an exception. Donghuan College cares a lot about the teaching quality of the ace class and the king class. No matter what kind of background you have, if your cultivation has not reached that level, it is impossible for you to be promoted to the ace class. It seems that Suchen is not simple. Are you going alone, or are you going to join me? Because Shen Bingxue stood up for him just now, Suchen has forgotten the friction between them and even regards Shen Bingxue as a friend and classmate. Such people are worth making friends with. Together. Walk. The two did not hesitate at all. Now they had nowhere to retreat and could only keep moving forward. However, in their opinion, this place was so strange that there might really be a chance to defy the heavens. The two of them were running on the desolate corpses, stepping on the white bones, making a harsh sound that made people's scalps numb. If the situation here were to spread, it would probably shock the entire eastern wilderness. How many warriors had to be slaughtered to create such a scene? There were countless corpses hanging on the dry trees, which looked like trees full of fruits. Shen Bingxue could no longer bear it, so she stopped and started vomiting. After all, she was a girl and had never encountered such a situation before. This was the first time she encountered this. Fortunately, Suchen used the divine demon mirror to devour the corpse qi. Otherwise, Shen Bingxue would have collapsed long ago. Even so, her face became paler and paler. Are you okay? Hey, if I had known this was the situation, I would not have chosen to come in even if there was an opportunity. Nodding, Suchen understood deeply that such a scene was indeed not suitable for a girl. Moreover, the further he went, the more corpses there were. They were everywhere, corpses on the ground and hanging on the trees. From now on, you stay by my side and don't leave more than 3 steps away. Suddenly, bursts of Buddhist aura burst out from Suchen's body. There were 8 Buddhas sitting in his chaotic body, suppressing the god-killing bone-breaking bow. The 8 Buddhas also taught all of their Buddhist magical powers to Suchen. Originally, Suchen did not want to use the Buddhist magical powers. He had the divine demon mirror, and he could rely on it to devour the corpse qi to help his master recover. He was not afraid of the erosion of the corpse qi. But now, the situation is completely different. It was obvious that Shen Bingxue could no longer hold on. If she continued at this rate, I believe that in 2 hours at most, Shen Bingxue would be completely corroded by the corpse qi and become a killing machine. With no other options, he could only use the magical powers of Buddhism and the help of the Buddhist air shield. He believed that he could completely prevent Shen Bingxue from being corroded by the corpse qi. The Buddha's aura enveloped the two of them, and even a huge yellow gradually formed behind them. The Buddha's light shone everywhere, and the corpse qi around them was completely purified by the Buddha's aura. Buddhist magical powers. Suchen, are you from Buddhism? As soon as Shen Bingxue asked the question, she regretted it. This question was really stupid. How could Suchen be a Buddhist?
be sure to follow me closely and don't leave more than 3 steps away. Clear. Being so close to Su Chen, she could even smell the slight masculine scent emanating from Su Chen. Her heart trembled and her whole face turned red, revealing the shy look of a girl. The ground was littered with corpses, all over the place, like a purgatory on earth filled with corpses. Apart from the roar of corpses in the air, there was not even a breeze. I don't know how long I ran for, probably a day and a night. Look, what is that? Following what Shen Bingxue pointed, Su Chen took a breath of cold air, because not far away, there were small altars forming a huge circle. After a rough count, Su Chen found that there were 9 altars in total, and on each altar sat a palm-sized phantom of a baby, whose body was blood red, as if it had been filled with blood. In the center, there is a crystal ball floating, the size of a football, all green, surrounded by 9 altars. Chener, I need that strength as a teacher. No problem. Su Chen has already guessed that the souls gathered here among the bones are probably in the crystal ball. Since the master wants it, he will not hesitate or refuse. Sister Shen, you stand here and wait for me. I'll go in and get something. Su Chen, listen to my advice and don't go in. Shen Bingxue stared at the 9 altars in front of her. Even though she knew that the crystal ball was a great opportunity, the 9 altars were still full of dangers. Once she stepped in, she would fall into an irretrievable situation if she was not careful. If it were in the academy, she wouldn't care whether Su Chen lived or died. But now, after experiencing life and death with Su Chen, she didn't want anything to happen to Su Chen. Shaking his head, Su Chen smiled and said, "It's okay, I know my limits." Without waiting for Shen Bingxue to speak, Su Chen was already walking towards the 9 altars. The closer he got, the more he could feel a desolate and ancient sense of oppression from the 9 altars, as if they had been baptized by countless years. The person who refined the blood puppets is dead. The power of the 9 altars has been completely devoured by the blood puppets. You are really lucky. The blood puppets have all been successfully refined. The only thing left is the final refining. Blood puppet. Listening to the surprised tone of his master demon god, Su Chen could guess that the 9 bloody men on the 9 altars must not be simple. After all, his master's identity was there. Come to the crystal ball. Outside, the power of the crystal ball was sealed by 9 altars and could not be sensed at all. Now, sensing the vast soul breath coming from the crystal ball, Su Chen was also sighing. He could easily guess that, if nothing unexpected happened, the soul contained in the crystal ball was the result of the endless corpses outside. From this, one could imagine how vast the soul power contained in this crystal ball was. Without any hesitation, he immediately mobilized the devouring energy in his body and directly covered the crystal ball. Master needs this crystal ball for practice, so Su Chen certainly won't be stingy. After getting the crystal ball, Su Chen looked at the 9 altars around him. He chose to believe his master. It seemed that someone here deliberately refined the blood puppet, but just after it was completed, it disappeared unexpectedly without even waiting to be taken away. Who on earth is that person who would slaughter so many lives just to refine a blood puppet? 2 words, cruel enough. He walked to the altars and collected all the bloody babies in his hands. Master, what exactly is a blood puppet? Blood puppets are the most difficult to refine among all the puppet's secret arts. Especially for a blood puppet like this, it needs to gather the blood essence of tens of millions of lives, and also requires special materials to be successfully refined. 9 blood puppets require hundreds of millions of lives. Judging from the arrangement here, it may take tens of thousands of years. The devil also sighed. This person really regards living beings as ants. Only real ants can refine such a domineering blood puppet. Chener, you can drip your blood essence on the blood puppet and start breeding the blood puppet. The strength of the blood puppet will continue to improve with your realm, which will be of great benefit to you in the future. Nodding, Su Chen did not lament the indifference of living beings, because in his opinion, the way of heaven is a cycle, especially under the martial arts, life is really fragile. In this cruel and realistic world of martial arts, fists are everything. If you don't have strong power, even your life will be at risk. No one can control the rules of martial arts. 9 drops of blood dripped out and fell on 9 bloody babies. Next second, the 9 babies disappeared in his palms in an instant, but Su Chen could clearly sense that the 9 blood puppets were in his body. Strictly speaking, they should be in his blood. Use blood to breed blood puppets, making the 9 blood puppets completely your own blood puppets. It seems that the greatest opportunity in this underground space should be the 9 blood puppets. After I get them, there is not much point in staying in the underground space anymore. Su Chen, are you okay? Looking at the young man in front of her, Shen Bingxue always felt that Su Chen was strange and mysterious, which was hard to explain. Su Chen shook his head and said, "There are no other opportunities in the underground space. I am ready to leave. What about you?" "Together, but I have to go back and see how my third uncle is doing first." "Good." Su Chen didn't know that as he took away the crystal ball and the 9 blood puppets, the endless corpses that had begun attacking all calmed down. The entire underground space became like hell, so quiet that it made people feel frightened. When the two returned, the ground was full of corpses. Fully half of the more than 1,500 warriors had died. Shen Hua's body was covered with bloody wounds, but fortunately he had not died. Panting for air, Shen Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Shen Bingxue successfully appearing in front of him. "Uncle Third, are you okay?" "I'm fine. This place is really weird. These corpses are completely immortal. No matter how you attack them, it won't help." Fortunately, the corpses didn't continue to attack. Otherwise, no one here would be able to leave alive. "Uncle Third, I want to leave here." "Good." This time, Shen Hua did not refuse or object, because this place was too weird. If he continued to stay, his body would be gone, and he would eventually become one of the bones. Not only Shen Hua and Shen Bingxue, but also other people, 90 of them chose to leave and did not want to stay. However, there were also some who were not afraid of death and were ready to stay in the underground space to look for opportunities. Without staying any longer, the 3 of them quickly headed towards the entrance. Half an hour later, the 3 people who successfully returned to the surface of the lake breathed a long sigh of relief. The strangeness of the underground space made them feel frightened. Shen Hua, in particular, was extremely depressed. Not only did he not get the chance, he almost died in it. "Sister Shen, I'll leave first. Be careful. Take care of yourself too." Seeing the figure disappearing in an instant, Shen Hua frowned slightly and asked, "Bingxue, do you like him?" My heart skipped a beat. Do I like Su Chen? With a deep sigh, Shen Bingxue said helplessly, "Third uncle, I don't know either. In fact, when we were in the academy, my sister and I had some minor frictions with him, but now." Shen Bingxue really couldn't explain her feelings clearly and didn't know whether she liked Su Chen or not. "This guy is pretty good. If you like him, you can just chase him. You won't regret it later." "I understand, Uncle San." Night falls. Su Chen sat cross-legged under a big tree, the Chaos Devouring art running in his body, devouring spiritual power from all directions. After passing through the underground space, he could clearly sense that his cultivation level could continue to break through, but he chose not to practice in the underground space. Not wanting to wait any longer, he immediately found a secluded place and began to practice. Now he was stabilized at the peak 4th level solid den realm. The power in his body was rolling wildly and flowing throughout his body. He looked up to the sky and let out a roar. He instantly broke through his own limit and directly entered the 5th level solid den realm from the peak 4th level solid den realm, and stabilized at the peak 5th level solid den realm. Although it was only an improvement in rank, Su Chen couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Martial arts practice goes against the will of heaven, and 1 rank improvement is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Ever since his blood wheel was destroyed, he obtained the Chaos Devouring Tower and awakened the 3 lives blood wheel. His cultivation speed can be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. How could he not be satisfied? But his situation is very special. Facing Su Hao, who possesses the Emperor's Bone, he cannot waste any time. He must seize every step to catch up with Su Hao. Although Dean Lan said that Su Hao had only reached the Golden Core realm, Su Chen also understood that Su Hao, who had fused with his Imperial Bone, had top-notch talent. How could it be possible that he took so many years to reach the Golden Core realm? There must be something fishy going on. No matter what he has to do is to keep practicing hard and go to the Su tribe to seek revenge on Su Hao one day. Buzz. Buzz. Right at this moment,
Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, feeling the cold murderous intent enveloping him. His expression changed slightly, because he could feel how powerful this cold murderous intent was. Since you're here, why bother being sneaky and being a coward? Under the cover of night, 4 figures slowly walked out, all clad in black, with pairs of cold eyes emitting a heart-pounding chill. The powerful aura of the 4 people locked onto Su Chen, blocking all escape routes. Tang clan. Su Chen instantly guessed the origins of the 4 people. Apart from the Su clan, he had no enemies. However, he was confident that the Su clan could not possibly know that he was in Donghuang College, and Su Hao would not take him seriously, so how could he send such a strongman to rob and kill him? The only possibility is the Tang clan. After all, before at Donghuang College, clan leader Tang Xiaotian had no choice but to give up under the intimidation of Dean Lan. Tang Xiaotian would definitely not let it go even though he had destroyed Tang Hao's blood wheel. Because of the threat from Donghuang Academy, the Tang clan didn't dare to take action in the academy, but that didn't mean they didn't dare to take action here. Before coming here, Vice Dean Qin Zhu had told me that once I left the academy and came to the Lost Forest to participate in the autumn hunt, there was a high possibility that I would be ambushed by the Tang tribe, so I had to make a choice. Without any hesitation, he chose to go to the Lost Forest without looking back. In Su Chen's opinion, if he was afraid of death and was hesitant about everything, how could he improve his strength? A warrior should not fear life or death and should move forward courageously. That's why he came. Haha, that's right, you are quite smart, you actually guessed the identities of the 4 of us. We are indeed from the Tang clan. How dare you destroy Tang Hao's blood wheel? We will make you pay with blood. Don't worry, we won't kill you, but we will destroy your blood wheel, cut off your limbs, cut off your tongue, dig out your eyes, and turn you into a cripple. The 4 people were indeed from the Tang clan, 2 elders in the form and spirit realm, and 2 elders in the refining spirit realm. In Tang Xiaotian's opinion, with 4 elders in the condensation spirit realm taking action, and choosing to launch a sneak attack, there would hardly be any big problems. There will only be 1 vice president following Donghuang College, so it is impossible for him to take care of Su Chen. The 3 realms of concentration, the realm of form and spirit, the realm of refining spirit, and the realm of concentrating spirit. Tang Xiaotian did not send out an elder in the concentration spirit realm. In his opinion, 2 elders in the form spirit realm and 2 elders in the refining spirit realm, 4 elders were more than enough. This time they came to the Lost Forest just to assassinate Su Chen, not to confront the vice president and teachers of East Wasteland College head-on. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the Tang clan was not willing to provoke East Wasteland College. There was no surprise, nor any fear. Even when facing 4 powerful men in the state of concentration, he was as steady as a rock. You're not bad, seeing the 4 of us are so calm. It's a pity that you messed with the wrong person. You had a bright future in Donghuang Academy, but you ruined it yourself. You can't blame others. The god-killing bone-breaking bow appeared in Su Chen's hand. He knew very well that he only had 1 chance to see if he could kill the 3 people with the help of the god-killing bone-breaking bow and the god-killing bone-breaking arrow. This battle is against the 4 strongest people he has ever encountered. Even if he has no chance of defeating them, he will never give up. Draw the bow and pull the arrow. A god-killing bone-breaking bow has been pulled open, and the 4 people's faces are full of ridicule. Until now, the other party has not chosen to give up. In their opinion, this boy is really good. It's not wrong, but anyone who touches the bottom line of the Tang clan will die, not to mention that the mistake this person made is unforgivable. How can I explain to the clan leader if I cannot complete the task? Kill. The 4 of them didn't want to continue wasting time as there were too many variables. Once discovered by the vice president of Donghuang College, not only would they not be able to kill this person, they might even lose their lives. A quick battle and a quick decision. Even if Donghuang Academy guesses that Su Chen was killed by the Tang clan, what can they do? Could it be that Donghuang Academy would go to war with the Tang clan for the sake of a dead person? This was definitely unrealistic. Holding the god-killing bone bow in his hand, the murderous aura on Su Chen's body continued to rise, and the blood will condensed above his head emitted a series of sword chants and roars. Call out. A god-killing bone-breaking arrow flew out of the air, followed by the second and the third. Suchen understood that the only way for him to have a chance of survival was to use the god-killing bone-breaking arrow. With his current strength, fighting alone against the 3 powerful spirit concentration realm masters would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Roaring with murderous intent. The 4 people who were targeted by the god-killing bone-breaking arrow suddenly changed their expressions. They seemed to have not expected that the bow and arrow in this person's hand would be so domineering. Accompanied by a deafening sound of breaking through the air, the 4 wanted to dodge, but were horrified to find that they had nowhere to hide because the god-killing bone arrow had already locked onto them. Puff. They were hit by the god-killing bone-severing arrow, but because of the huge difference in their realms, and the fact that 4 of them were in the concentration spirit realm working together, 3 of them were hit in the left shoulder, and right leg respectively. The air was filled with blood mist, and screams were heard. The 3 concentration spirit realm warriors were all injured. The god-killing bone-breaking bow and god-killing bone-breaking arrow disappeared in an instant. There was a hint of helplessness on his pale face, and his body was shaking. Even if his cultivation had improved, if he forcibly used 3 god-killing bone arrows, he would still be backlashed. Now, let alone facing 3 warriors in the condensation realm at the same time, even a warrior in the nascent soul realm could be killed by him. Kill. The 4 shocked and angry people came directly towards Suchen without any hesitation. Even so, Suchen did not choose to give up. He released his own sword blood wheel, performed the 9 tribulation sword art, and used extremely domineering sword energy, one sword after another. Unfortunately, how could he withstand the joint suppression of 4 people? The difference in realm is too great, even the god-killing bone bow cannot make up for the gap. The sword energy shattered, and the horrific killing continued to explode in the air, hitting Suchen fiercely. Blood gushed out, and there were more and more bloody wounds on Suchen's body. The 4 men did not seem to kill Suchen immediately, but were playing a game of cat and mouse. The 4 of them were really angry. Just now, they were almost tricked by this kid. If he was killed by a warrior in the Solid Den realm, he would not be able to rest in peace even if he died. The 4 angry people wanted to torture him to death. Unable to hold on any longer, Suchen closed his eyes and fell down. The 4 were blocked by a terrifying aura and could not get any closer. They could only attack madly and angrily, but no matter how they attacked, they were still unable to break the invisible gas shield. A purple figure suddenly appeared, with a cold light flashing in its indifferent eyes, like a sharp blade, standing between heaven and earth. The 4 of them were stunned, because the woman in purple who suddenly appeared was so beautiful that she looked like a fairy. Her breathtaking beauty made their hearts tremble. The purple dress tightly wrapped around the tall body of the woman, her eyes were half-curved like amber, her lips were red like peach, her eyebrows were faintly visible, her lively eyes contained unspeakable charm, her skin was like cream, making people unable to extricate themselves under the night. What a stunning face this is! The 4 men looked stupidly at the purple-clothed woman in front of them, their hearts trembling, their eyes filled with unbridled greed. If they could spend a night with such a woman, they would be willing to live 10 years less. You can't kill him. The elder of the Tang family clasped his fists towards the purple-clothed woman and said helplessly, "Please do not interfere in the affairs of our Tang family. If we do not kill this person, we will not be able to explain to the clan leader. Please leave, sir." After a brief shock, the 4 of them calmed down a little. Suchen had fainted. The only thing they had to do now was to kill Suchen successfully. If Suchen ran away in this situation, they really could not face the patriarch, let alone them. Who would have thought that a woman would suddenly appear and obviously want to save Suchen? Without any nonsense, an astonishing aura suddenly burst out from the purple-clothed woman, and she fiercely suppressed the 4 people. Emperor's power. You are a powerful emperor. Senior, we know we were wrong, please show mercy. Before the 4 men could finish their nonsense, their bodies exploded one by one and turned into blood mist that spread out. The poor 4 elders of the Tang family were slaughtered one by one without even knowing what was happening. The woman in purple didn't even have to make a move, but she killed 4 people with her aura alone. This shows how powerful the woman in purple is. Looking at the unconscious Suchen, the woman in purple took a step forward and came in front of him in an instant. There was a hint of tenderness in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He took out a pill from his arms and gently put it into Suchen's mouth.
The pill melted in his mouth and flowed down his throat to all parts of his body. Shameless. After saying the word shameless, the purple-clothed woman's face turned slightly red, then she turned and left, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Snap. A flash of lightning broke through the void and thunderclouds began to gather from all directions. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and in an instant, heavy rain swept across the entire lost forest. Terrifying thunder and lightning accompanied by heavy rain fell heavily on Su Chen's body. His heavy eyelids slowly opened, but he did not feel as bad as he had imagined. What happened? He was not dead. Logically, he should have been killed by the 4 men. He got up from the ground and looked around, where there was no one. His brows were tightly furrowed, and he had no idea what had happened. Could it be that the Tang family chose to let him go? This must be nonsense. He had destroyed Tang Hao's blood wheel. How could the Tang family choose to give up such hatred? Medicine. Feeling the extremely surging power in his body, Su Chen immediately sat cross-legged. As an alchemist, although he had not yet refined the elixir, he could still clearly know that he had swallowed an elixir, and it was a very high-level elixir. With the help of the power of this elixir, Su Chen's cultivation level actually broke through again, from the 5th level solid elixir realm to the 6th level solid elixir realm. This was something Su Chen had never expected. The injury is not as serious as imagined. I believe he will be able to recover in 3 days. In order to kill me, the Tang family really spent a lot of money and directly sent 4 warriors in the state of concentration. Who saved me? Could it be Luo Tianfei? In Su Chen's opinion, if Vice Dean Qin Zhu or a teacher from the college came to the rescue, they would definitely not leave without saying hello to him. Among the people he knew, it seemed that only Luo Tianfei was very strong. Although he didn't know what level of cultivation Luo Tianfei had, she must be very strong since she was able to kill 4 people in the concentration spirit realm. It seems that Luo Tianfei has not left and has been protecting me all the time. Su Hao slowly opened his eyes. Just now, he had successfully broken through to the 7th level of Void Infant Realm. The 3 realms of Yuanying, Virtual Ingyuan Realm, Real Ingyuan Realm, and Yuanying Realm. Not long after he broke through to the Void Infant Realm, he was directly promoted to the 7th level of the Void Infant Realm. This speed of cultivation was so astonishing that even he himself was amazed. Master. A soul floated out, it was Su Hao's master Toucan. Looking at his disciple in front of him, Toucan nodded with satisfaction and said, "The Emperor Bone has begun to show effects. According to your cultivation speed, I believe you don't need to wait for a year. You should be able to reach the Soul Palace realm in 3 months, the Condensed Spirit realm within a year, and the Gathering Cauldron realm within 2 years. Not bad, very good. Thank you for your cultivation, Master. Your talent is enough to be the best in the Eastern Wasteland, but however, you should understand that the Eastern Wasteland is just a drop in the ocean in the entire Tianhuang continent. Your goal is not just the Eastern Wasteland, but you need to look at the entire continent." "Yes, Master. From today on, I will teach you my unique secret techniques and magical powers. You must remember to practice hard and not waste your talent. When you become the leader of the continent in the future, I will have given you an explanation. I will definitely live up to Master's high expectations." The more Toucan looked at his disciple, the more satisfied he was. His talent was already top-notch, and he had the fusion of the Emperor Bone. Regardless of whether the Emperor Bone awakened on its own or not, it was enough for Su Hao. Su Hao has a very high status in the Su tribe, and is designated as the young tribe leader. His imperial bones alone are enough to make him unmatched by his peers. The Su tribe has very high expectations for Su Hao. The Forsaken Forest is filled with killings. Various monsters hunt warriors. If you are unlucky, you may even encounter a monster in the state of concentration. As his cultivation level stabilized at the 6th level of the Solid Den realm, Su Chen had been constantly hunting monsters, hoping to devour the monsters' souls and advance 2 levels before returning to the academy. Su Chen, who had just devoured the soul of the monster, suddenly heard a sound of breaking air. Su. Hearing the word Su tribe, Su Chen's face suddenly turned cold. He did not expect that he would meet disciples of the Su tribe in the Lost Forest. With a light snort, Su Chen quickly headed towards the direction of the sound.
The horrifying wave spread out, and a woman in yellow was besieged by 3 young men. Logically speaking, one of the 3 was a Void Infant Realm warrior, and they should be able to win the battle quickly by joining forces, but they were unable to determine the winner. It was completely intentional, just to play the cat and mouse game. Bang! Huang Ying's body retreated repeatedly and collided heavily with the tree. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, his face was as pale as paper, and the blood will condensed on his head had disappeared. I am from Donghuang College. You dare to attack me? Aren't you afraid of Donghuang College? Huang Ying, a student of Class 1 of Donghuang College, is at the 8th level of Jindan Realm and has the Blood Wheel Aureole. While hunting monsters alone, he accidentally found 2 golden elixir grasses. This kind of spiritual herb does not need to be refined into elixir. Any warrior in the 3rd level of golden elixir who swallows it can instantly upgrade 1 level without any backlash or side effects. The only drawback of pandan grass is that it can only be swallowed once. Even if you swallow 100 plants of pandan grass, the effect will be the same. If it was anything else, it would be fine to give it up, but the only difference is that if you want to exchange this spiritual herb, the points required are so terrifying that even the students in the ace class cannot accept such a point exchange. She had decided to give 1 pandan grass to the 3 people, but she never thought that they would be so greedy that they actually wanted 2 pandan grasses. Eastern Wasteland College. We are so scared. You scared us to death. What can Donghuang Academy do? We, the Sioux tribe, are not afraid of your Donghuang Academy. We just gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Now we want more than 2 pandan grasses. We also need you to accompany us. If you serve us well, we may be able to let you leave alive. Brother's suggestion is good. All 3 of them are from the Sioux tribe, 1 is Sukan, who is at the 1st level of the Void Infant Realm, and 2 are at the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm. They left the Sioux tribe and came to the Lost Forest for the purpose of training. Sukan found it very funny. He looked at the woman in front of him with sneer on his face. He had to admit that Huang Ying's appearance could be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Donghuang Academy. If it were at Donghuang College, they would definitely be afraid of Donghuang College. Looking at the entire Donghuang, there is really no force that dares to provoke Donghuang College. This is not Donghuang Academy, but the Lost Forest. Even if we kill this girl and rob her, Donghuang Academy has no idea about it. How can we seek revenge on them? Huang Ying's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with anger. Even the East Wasteland Academy could not intimidate the 3 people. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid of being defiled. She said, I will give you both pandan grasses. It's too late now. We want the pandan grass, and we want your people too. Her body trembled slightly. Looking at the 3 people walking towards her step by step, Huang Ying had nowhere to retreat. Her face became increasingly gloomy and pale. She was ready to commit suicide. Even if she died, she would not be defiled by these 3 people. She absolutely could not. It turns out that the Sioux garbage is so disgusting. Right at this moment, a mocking sneer came from behind, and Su Chen's figure appeared in front of the 4 people, with cold murderous intent in his cold eyes. The 3 of them slowly turned around and looked at the young men in front of them. They were a little stunned when they felt the aura of the young man. He was just at the Shiden realm. Sukan laughed and sneered, you are just a trash in the realm of Solid Dan, and you want to be a hero and save the beauty. I think you are the trash. They really couldn't understand why a mere Solid Den realm warrior dared to come out and meddle in their affairs. With the strength of the 3 of them, let alone joining forces, they believed that any one of them could easily wipe out this person. Brother Su. Looking at Su Chen who suddenly appeared, Huang Ying's face suddenly lit up with joy. Even though she knew that Su Chen was no match for the 3 of them, for some reason, Huang Ying couldn't help but be surprised. She didn't want to die, nor did she want to be defiled. I hope a miracle will happen. I'll help you kill those 3 scumbags, and you need to give me 1 pandan grass. No problem. Without even thinking about it, Huang Ying agreed directly. Not to mention 1 pandan grass, she would even give both pandan grass to Su Chen, as long as Su Chen could kill 3 people and help her leave here. Looking at such an arrogant young man, the angry Sukan and the other 2 had increasingly colder eyes filled with extremely cold murderous intent.
If eyes could kill, Suchen would have been killed countless times by eyes. They are from the Su tribe and their strength is obvious. This person dares to provoke them like this and does not take them seriously at all. How can they not be angry? Suchen smiled and said, "It's quite arrogant, but I like it. I will cut off your limbs and seal your body to the ground. Then I will make a hole in your head and pour some honey into it. You can imagine what the consequences will be." Buzz. Without further ado, Suchen would not show any mercy to the people of the Su tribe. Although the Su tribe was his main clan, for the Su tribe, the so-called branches could be sacrificed at will. When Su Hao deprived him of his imperial bone, the Su clan not only did not stop him, but instead announced it to the world to celebrate Su Hao's awakening of the imperial bone, trying to cover up his mistake. Court death. Presumptuous. Seeing the young men taking the initiative to attack, the three angry people roared in low voices. A small solid Den realm warrior dared to be so rampant in front of them. It was completely a way to seek death. What a fast speed. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, leaving only a trail of afterimages like a ghost, Suchan's eyes suddenly focused. This was simply not a speed that a person in the Shiden realm could possess. The three of them came to their senses instantly. This person certainly knew that he was in the Shiden realm, but he still dared to provoke them. If he said that he had no support, he must be lying. Putting away their contempt, the three of them immediately released their own blood wheels, all of which were sword blood wheels. The surging sword energy and the mad roar of sword intent roared out, flying all over the sky and covering the surroundings. Suchen has absolute confidence in his own strength. He is at the first level of Void Infant Realm. Even if he is at the weakest level of Nascent Soul Realm, he can slaughter any warrior at any level of Golden Core Realm at will. Violent sword energy poured out from the three people, carrying unparalleled power, covering the entire world, and the surrounding space began to tremble slightly. Suchen snorted coldly, and the virtual sword condensed in his hand contained a domineering killing sword energy. The sword and blood wheel that was reunited with the help of the Chaos Devouring Tower was itself a killing sword and blood wheel. The astonishing sword energy attack swept out like a sandstorm, and the attacks of the four people instantly collided fiercely in the void. Sword energy was running rampant, and the moment of collision a sword energy storm was rolled up and spread all around, like a giant spider web engulfing the world, fiercely tearing the ground apart, and it began to shatter into pieces, with countless cracks appearing. What a terrifying killing sword energy. Huang Ying felt the sword energy wielded by Suchen, which was so domineering and sharp that her face suddenly changed. Now she finally understood why Suchen was promoted to the ace class by the academy as an exception. With the cultivation level of the Shiden realm, he can not only contend with the Jindan realm warriors, but can also compete with the Shuiying realm warriors. Just based on this point, looking at the entire Donghuang Academy, and even the entire Donghuang, I believe that no one can do it. Huang Ying stared at the battle in front of her and did not choose to leave. If Suchen was killed by the three men, she would also commit suicide. She would not leave Suchen alone. Boom boom boom. As the saying goes, an expert can tell whether one has the strength or not with just one move. With a simple collision with the opponent, the three of them instantly understood where the other party's courage came from. Although the young man was only at the Shiden realm, his strength was extremely powerful, especially the sword blood wheel he condensed, which was extremely domineering. But you have to know that in the Eastern Wilderness, the Su clan is the ancestor of the sword blood wheel, and any sword blood wheel is like a younger brother in front of the Su clan. He used the 9 Tribulation sword technique and integrated it with the ancient gods and demons technique to fight 1 against 3, and face the combined forces of 1 Void Infant Realm and 2 Golden Core Realm Masters. Even Suchen did not dare to be careless. The rolling demonic aura merged into the sword energy. The sword energy continued to overlap and attack the three people fiercely. The domineering sword energy seemed to tear the entire world apart. Demon breath. You are from the demon clan. When Huang Ying heard the word demon clan, her body trembled violently. She knew best what the demon clan meant. Suchen was definitely not from the demon clan, otherwise, how could Suchen enter Donghuang College and become a member of the academy? You three are really shameless. Junior brother Su is from Donghuang College, how can he talk about the demon clan? Donghuang College? When did the students of Donghuang College start practicing the martial arts of the demon race?
However, the three of them also understood that since this person came from Donghuang College, the possibility of him being a demon race was almost small. After all, Donghuang College would definitely not risk the condemnation of the world. Even if they were not demons, the three of them had been completely enraged. If they were defeated by a small solid Den realm cultivator, how could they save their dignity? This battle can only be won, not lost. The three of them simultaneously performed the Su clan's secret martial art, the demon-subduing sword technique. One after another, domineering sword energy came towards Su Chen to suppress him. This was the intention of the three of them. Su Chen fought 1 against 3, without any sign of defeat. As the battle escalated, the three became more and more frightened and more incredible. They really couldn't understand how a warrior in the solid Den realm could launch such a domineering offensive. Demon-subduing sword technique. Impossible. How could you possibly perform the demon-subduing sword technique? Suddenly seeing the young man performing the demon-subduing sword technique, the three of them were completely dumbfounded, because as everyone knows, the demon-subduing sword technique is the secret of the Su tribe, and outsiders cannot have access to it. This person not only awakened the sword blood wheel, but was also able to perform the demon-subduing sword technique. Could it be that this person is also from the Su tribe? Who are you? Speculation is one thing, but whether the other party is actually from the Su is another. Su Chen did not answer. He was indeed from the Su clan, but not from the main Su clan. He was only from a branch of the Su clan, the Su family of Panyo City. For the entire Su clan, the Su family in Panyo City is just a small branch, and whether it will be remembered by the Su clan is a question. The demon-subduing sword technique is the secret of the Su clan. Every family branch can practice it, but they only practice the basics. The core of the demon-subduing sword technique will never be passed on to any family branch. This is a fact of life. Kid, who are you? Where are you from? In case we kill the wrong person. If you don't answer, don't blame the three of us for being rude. For some reason, when they saw the young man performing the demon-subduing sword technique and releasing the sword blood wheel, the three of them had a hunch that this person was also from the Su tribe. No answer, no way to know for sure. The three angry people were completely enraged. The young man completely ignored their existence. However, before killing this man, he had to find out whether this man was from the Su tribe. Originally, he had full confidence that he could win the battle quickly and kill this man with his absolute tyranny without any suspense. What's the result? Even when they joined forces, they were unable to achieve absolute suppression. If they had not experienced it themselves, they would never have believed it was true. It's hard to believe, but the facts are right in front of us. The other two Su clan Jindan realm warriors had flushed faces, and beads of sweat on their faces showed that they were being suppressed. Feeling the dense sword energy rolling around him, Su Chen knew that continuing like this was definitely not a solution. The Su dogs are no better than this. The blood-red sword shadows in his hand continued to sweep out, and Su Chen's eyes were full of mockery. He looked at the three people who were suppressed by him and deliberately provoked them. The two Jindan realm warriors didn't matter to him. The only person he was wary of was the only one in the Shuiying realm among the three. Su Chen could almost assert that this person in the Void Infant realm must have just broken through not long ago, otherwise he would not have been suppressed by him so much. Buzz. At the moment when Su Chen performed the Taichu Divine Mark, a silent wave instantly invaded the minds of the two Jindan realm masters. Caught off guard, the two didn't even know what was happening. They immediately stopped attacking, covering their heads and screaming like pigs being slaughtered. Soul Martial Arts. Looking at the two people falling down, Su Chen exclaimed. He knew very well what soul martial arts meant. Just as Su Chen guessed, Su Chen only broke through to the Void Infant realm after entering the Lost Forest, and he hasn't even consolidated his strength in the Void Infant realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Kill him while he is ill. Su Chen showed no mercy. He believed that given the grudge between him and Su Hao, he and the Su clan would be mortal enemies in the future. This was completely imaginable, because no matter who the Emperor's bone belonged to, Su Hao had already integrated the Emperor's bone. The Su will definitely keep the Emperor's bones and give up themselves. No resentment. No blame. If you stand at a different angle, you will see things differently.
The Su have their own position, and I have my own position. But Su Hao must die. Sukin had no intention of continuing the fight. Although this person was only at the Shiden realm, his strength was extremely overbearing. He didn't dare to continue gambling. If he lost, he would lose his life. I really can't afford to lose. Even the two companions chose to give up. Rubbish. Taking advantage of the moment when Sukin turned around and escaped, Suchin directly used the primordial divine pattern and superimposed the death seal of gods and demons. Buzz. The extremely domineering Taichu divine pattern broke through layers of void and directly invaded Sukan's mind. If Sukin fought with all his strength, even if he was defeated by Suchin in the end, he might still have a chance to escape. But now he has lost confidence and dares not to fight at all. When warriors fight, the state of mind is very important. Accompanied by a pig-slaughtering scream, a series of death seals of gods and demons swept over. A total of 36 death seals of gods and demons were constantly superimposed and bombarded Sukin fiercely. Poor Sukan, he originally wanted to obtain a pandan grass and successfully upgrade to a higher level, but he never expected that a Qing Yaojin would appear halfway and he might even die here. Endless anger. With reluctance, Sukin fell heavily to the ground, his entire body blasted beyond recognition by the god and demon death seal. Please let us go. We won't tell the Su what happened today. We are from the Su tribe. If you dare to kill us, the Su tribe will definitely not let you go. Seeing Sukin being slaughtered, the remaining two Su tribe warriors were terrified. Their souls had just been attacked and cracks had appeared. Even if they didn't die, it would be difficult for them to make further progress in martial arts practice in the future. They had encountered a tough guy this time, and it was too late to regret. They could only pray that both of them could leave the Lost Forest alive. Are you threatening me? They didn't want to threaten, but facing life and death, what else could they do if not threaten? At least there was still a glimmer of hope if they moved out of the Su tribe. Without waiting for the two to speak, Suchin shook his head and said with a smile, I will kill every dog of the Su tribe I see, without exception. Suchen's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he had no patience at all. The surging sword energy rushed towards the two of them frantically, ignoring their screams. The dense and domineering sword energy penetrated their bodies. He immediately used the Chaos Devouring technique and began to frantically devour the souls of the three people. The souls of one at the Void Infant realm and two at the Golden Core realm could not be wasted, they were definitely good stuff. Looking at the scene in front of her, Wang Ying was completely dumbfounded. She didn't expect that Suchin could really fight 1 against 3 and successfully kill all 3 of them. But you have to know that among the 3, there was even a warrior in the Void Infant realm. Even though the Void Infant realm is only the first of the 3 nascent Soul Realm realms, it is definitely not something that the Solid Pill realm can contend with. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, his face full of shock and disbelief. Looking at Suchin who came to him, Wang Ying sighed and said, Brother Su, you are really amazing. I think with your current strength, you are qualified to enter the Ace class for training. Shaking his head, Suchin had no interest in the so-called Ace class. He just needed to keep breaking through himself. His target is Su Hao. Brother Su, this is pandan grass. Even if you don't refine the elixir, swallowing it directly can allow any warrior in the 3rd level of Jindan to instantly upgrade a level without any backlash. Nodding, Suchin took the pandan grass from Wang Ying's hand. He certainly knew the value of pandan grass. For a warrior in the 3rd level of Jindan, it was definitely a good thing. The only drawback was that each warrior could only swallow 1 pandan grass. There was no use in swallowing more than that. Senior Wang Ying, to avoid any more trouble, I think you should swallow the pandan grass immediately. Clear. A man is innocent but is guilty of possessing a treasure. The value of pandan grass is obvious, and the best way is to swallow it quickly. Wang Ying and Suchin did not hesitate any longer and each swallowed the pandan grass in their hands. Wang Ying's cultivation had originally reached the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. After swallowing the pandan grass, there was no bottleneck at all. He directly broke through his own limit and entered the 9th level of the Golden Core realm from the 8th level. As for Suchin, the moment he swallowed the pandan grass, he felt a heat current spreading throughout his body. It was definitely a good stuff. It didn't need to be refined into a pill. It had miraculous effects when swallowed directly. It could help a warrior in the 3rd level of the Golden Core to instantly break through a level. After swallowing the Pandan grass, Suchen instantly advanced from the 6th level Solid Den realm to the 7th level Solid Den realm. Pandan grass is indeed a good thing, but it makes people feel a little unwilling. Warriors can only swallow 1 Pandan grass. If they can swallow it unlimitedly, it would be perfect. Suchen smiled helplessly in his heart. He knew that everything had rules and he could only abide by the rules. If he wanted to change the rules, he had to become stronger. There are still dozens of days left until the end of the autumn hunt. Now, my cultivation has stabilized at the 7th level of the Solid Den realm. It seems that I can try to break through to the 8th level of the Solid Den realm, or even the 9th level of the Solid Den realm. For warriors, going out for training is the most important thing. Staying in the academy to train will definitely not be as fast. Brother Su, I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Nodding, Suchen understood what Huang Ying meant. He had killed a disciple of the Su clan. Once the Su clan knew about this, they would definitely not let it go. Even if they were afraid of the threat from the East Wilderness Academy, he was afraid that his identity would be exposed. Nothing necessary. What he needs now is to buy more time to practice, avoid unnecessary troubles, and wait until he is strong enough to defeat Su Hao in one fell swoop. One strike must hit the target, and Su Hao must not be given any chance to breathe. After dealing with the 3 people from the Su tribe and swallowing the Pandan grass to break through his own limits, Suchen prepared to leave. He prefers to hunt alone rather than in a group. Xiaodi Su, thank you for saving me this time. I know a spiritual spring, I wonder if you are interested. Spiritual spring. He was very surprised. Of course he knew what the spiritual spring meant. For a warrior, it was definitely the best place to practice. Lingquan, as the name suggests, is a spring that has been precipitated through a special environment to gather the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and gradually forms over the years. No matter where the spiritual spring is placed, it is a good thing that makes all warriors jealous. Huang Ying nodded and said, "This spiritual spring is located in the southeast of the Lost Forest. We discovered it by accident when we came here last time. Are you in trouble?" Suchen is not a fool, of course he can hear something wrong in Huang Ying's words. Lingquan, such a good thing, no matter who it is, once they have discovered it, they will definitely choose to practice it instead of giving up. This is totally unreasonable. Well, the spiritual spring here is surrounded by the Yaoyue Heavenly Wolf clan, and even the Wolf King has reached the state of concentration. When we told the vice president about this, the vice president strictly forbade us to step in, and we were not allowed to get close to it. The 3rd level of concentration, the concentration level is already the strongest existence below the gathering level. Even the vice president of the academy does not dare to provoke the Wolf King. Suchen finally understood why Huang Ying and others chose to give up the spiritual spring when they encountered it last time. Even the vice dean and the teachers were unwilling to touch it. It's not that they don't want to get the spiritual spring, but the spiritual spring is guarded by the Yaoyue Tianlang clan. Opportunity is important, but compared with life, it is not worth mentioning. Huang Ying was really grateful to Suchen, but she couldn't give him anything substantial to thank him, so she could only tell him the secret. When she said it, she felt a little regretful, because for a warrior, it is really hard to resist the spiritual spring. Brother Su, the vice president strictly forbids us to get close, so we can only choose to give up. If it were anyone else, facing the threat from the Yaoyue Tianlang clan, they would definitely not dare to take the spiritual spring. Only Suchen shook his head and said with a smile, "Let's go and take a look. If we are lucky, the Yaoyue Heavenly Wolf clan no longer exists. Then we might be able to get a bargain." Huang Ying nodded and went to see what was going on. It didn't matter as long as they didn't get close. The 2 of them did not waste any time, just like 2 cheetahs constantly shuttling through the Forgotten Forest. Both of them were very fast because they did not want to waste time. About 2 hours. Xiaodi Su, we are here. You must remember to control your desires and not let the spiritual springs overwhelm you. Once we are targeted by the Demon Moon Heavenly Wolf, we will be in big trouble. Nodding, Suchen understood what Huang Ying meant. Not to mention the strength of the Yaoyue Sky Wolf clan, the Wolf King alone was enough to easily destroy them.
Even the vice president and teachers of the academy are no match for the Wolf King. The two of them moved forward slowly and cautiously, and gradually they saw a small valley in the crevice of a mountain. Looking down from halfway up the mountain, they could see everything in the valley. Junior Su, that is the spiritual spring. The Yaoyue Heavenly Wolf clan is all around, but I am not sure about the Wolf King. Following Wang Ying's direction, Suchen looked at a huge stone pool in the center of the valley. There was a turquoise liquid in it. He said in surprise, "Spiritual power is liquefied." Nodding, Wang Ying also said with greed on his face, "It is indeed the liquefied spiritual power. This spiritual spring is useful even for warriors and monsters in the condensed spirit realm. Therefore, the Yaoyue Heavenly Wolf clan guards here to slowly devour the spiritual spring. The Wolf King has reached the condensed spirit realm and can completely impact the gathering tripod realm with the help of the spiritual spring. The Juding realm is already considered the pinnacle existence in the eastern wilderness." Nodding, Suchen understood what Wang Ying meant. This was the only explanation that made sense for the Yaoyue Heavenly Wolf clan guarding the spiritual spring. The Wolf King did not devour it directly. Presumably, the spiritual power contained in the spiritual spring was enormous, and the Wolf King needed to devour it slowly in order to achieve stable advancement. There are a lot of demonic moon wolves in the valley. At a glance, there are no less than 100 of them. Suchen knows very well that it is impossible to get close to the spiritual spring no matter by force or in secret. With a gleam in his eyes, Suchen was unwilling to give up. After all, good things like the spiritual spring were hard to come by. Once he missed it, who knows how long he would have to wait to get it again. Suchen could even assert that even Vice Dean Qin Zhu would not give up when faced with the spiritual spring that liquefied spiritual energy. However, even Vice Dean Qin Zhu would not dare to provoke the Wolf King who was in the state of concentration. "Xiaodi Su, let's leave now." Wang Ying regretted telling Suchen this secret. After all, for a warrior, he would definitely not want to give up facing such temptation. Even she wanted to rush down and enter the spiritual spring to practice. Now her cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Once she successfully enters the spiritual spring to practice, Wang Ying has full confidence that she can use the power of the spiritual spring to break through to the peak of the Golden Core realm, or even break the elixir and condense the infant, and break through to the Yuanying realm. Thinking about it is one thing, but daring to do it is another. Facing the Wolf King who is in the state of concentration, and the entire Yaoyue Heavenly Wolf clan, I believe no one would dare to do so. Night falls. The sky full of stars covered the entire mountain, and the small valley in the crevices looked very beautiful. All the demon moon wolves had fallen asleep, and only dozens of tribesmen were still guarding the entrance. At this time, one of them was more than 4 meters long, with moonlight patterns all over its body. It slowly walked towards the spiritual spring, then entered the spiritual spring and began to practice. Until now, neither of them has left. Wang Ying understood what Suchen meant. He was definitely not giving up on Ling Quan. She wanted to persuade him but he kept silent. Even if she couldn't get in, it would be fine to take a look. As for wasting time, it didn't matter to her. So what if she didn't get a ranking in the autumn hunt? At least her cultivation level had improved by 1 level, which made her very satisfied. There is movement. What's going on? Suchen looked at a place not far from the valley. A black tiger more than 4 meters long was approaching quickly. Its speed was so fast that it entered the valley in an instant under the cover of moonlight. The dark demon nether tiger, a demon beast in the concentrated mind realm. Wang Ying cried out in surprise. She never expected that a dark demon nether tiger would suddenly appear. The most important thing was that this dark demon nether tiger was actually a demon beast in the concentration realm. Suchen smiled and sighed that the opportunity had finally come. It seemed that his whole day of waiting was not in vain. As soon as the dark demon nether tiger appeared in the valley, it directly started to slaughter the demon moon wolf. With its power of concentration, no demon moon wolf could stop it. Arriving in front of the spiritual spring, looking at the Wolf King who was cultivating in the spiritual spring, the dark demon nether tiger's eyes were very cold, and he said coldly, "You are really free." The Wolf King slowly stood up from the spiritual spring, without any surprise or anger on his face, as if he had already guessed that the dark demon nether tiger would come. "Dark demon, you and I have fought for 100 years, and you have never been my opponent. This spiritual spring belongs to me, so you should leave now. Snort. With a heavy cold snort, the dark demon nether tiger roared angrily, "Crippled wolf, if you didn't rely on the spiritual spring to practice, would you be better than me? You crippled wild wolf. Who are you calling a disabled wolf? I call you a disabled wolf. Look at your garbage appearance. You make me sick. I really wonder why your parents were so careless to raise a disabled wolf cub like you." Su Chen and Huang Ying were also a little stunned when listening to the dark demon nether tiger's insults. This was the first time they heard a monster cursing. It was really exciting. When a monster reaches the Soul Palace realm, it can actually speak like a human. However, it depends on the monster. Some monsters cannot speak even at the Soul Palace realm, but some monsters can speak when they are at the nascent Soul realm. The angry Wolf King roared to the sky. He hated being called a disabled wild wolf the most because his mother belonged to a low-ranking wolf clan and he was born with a disability. As he became more and more powerful, although his disability had disappeared, there were still people who called him a disabled wild wolf behind his back. If they are afraid of him, they certainly wouldn't dare to shout at him directly, except for this dark demon nether tiger, who has been provoking them time and time again. The demon moon heavenly wolf is at the 9th level of the concentration realm, while the dark demon nether tiger is at the 8th level of the concentration realm. This is because the Wolf King relies on the spirit spring. Otherwise, the dark demon nether tiger would have surpassed the Wolf King long ago. This in itself shows that the dark demon nether tiger has a higher talent than the Wolf King. Dark demon, I will tear your mouth apart today. Just you. The dark demon nether tiger roared and headed straight for the wolf pack next to it. Dark demon, how dare you? Why shouldn't I dare? Today I will slaughter your wolf clan. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. This moment. The Wolf King was completely panicked, because he was shocked to find that the aura released from the dark demon nether tiger had actually allowed the dark demon nether tiger to break through to the 9th level of the concentration realm. At the same level, he could no longer absolutely suppress it. And with the current strength of the dark demon nether tiger, if it wants to slaughter the tribe members, I believe no one in the tribe will be able to resist. The dark demon nether tiger was so fast that only black afterimages could be seen, accompanied by miserable roars and bursts of blood mist. None of the demon moon wolf could withstand the slaughter of the dark demon nether tiger. The tiger and the wolf chased each other forward and backward. Wherever they passed, there was blood mist. The pungent smell of blood spread in all directions. Even Su Chen and Huang Ying who were hiding in the dark could smell it. Dark demon, you foolish tiger, if you dare to kill any of my people again, I will tear you into pieces and turn your bones into ashes. You are such trash. The dark demon nether tiger simply chose to ignore the threat from the Wolf King. He suddenly broke through to the 9th level of the concentration realm and could finally vent his anger. After being suppressed by the Wolf King for a whole 100 years, he was determined to slaughter the entire demon moon heavenly wolf clan this time. Just a few minutes. Hundreds of demon moon sky wolves were slaughtered. Even those that survived were frightened to death and fled from the valley in their tracks. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground, the Wolf King's face was twisted with anger. The cold aura on his body was extremely violent, and murderous intent surged. He said coldly, "Dark demon. Today I will definitely eat your flesh, drink your blood, and even your bones. If you cross the line, I will never forgive you. Anyone who dares to touch his people will die. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just get started." The dark demon nether tiger didn't waste any time, this battle was inevitable anyway. Having been suppressed for 100 years, he must suppress the Wolf King today and occupy the spiritual spring. The dark demon nether tiger has full confidence in his own talent. Once he successfully seizes the spiritual spring, he will be able to reach the Juding realm in a short period of time. This is the real reason why he is willing to come here at the risk of his life and is unwilling to give up for 100 years. Next second. The figures of the tiger and the wolf disappeared from their original positions in an instant and collided violently in midair. "Junior brother Su, our chance has come," Huang Ying's face was full of surprise. Fortunately, they stayed here, otherwise, such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would be missed in vain. As the dark demon nether tiger and the Wolf King fought to the death, Wang Ying was very clear that what they had to do was to watch the fight from the other side and wait for the two great monsters in the concentration realm to fight to the death. Then they could monopolize the spiritual spring. Su Chen nodded. He had been thinking about how to get the spiritual spring smoothly. However, under the guard of the Yaoyue Sky Wolf clan, unless he could suppress the entire wolf clan, it would be almost impossible to get the spiritual spring. However, they never expected that they were lucky enough to encounter the dark demon Nether Tiger who came to seek revenge and fight for the spiritual spring, which gave them an opportunity. Now Su Chen just hopes that the two monsters in the concentration realm can fight to a draw, and then the two of them can step forward to clean up the mess. Boom. The attack of the two monsters was very domineering, and neither of them showed any mercy, because the two monsters knew very well that this battle would be either you die or I die. Unable to continue to achieve absolute suppression, the Wolf King's face became more and more solemn, because their strength was almost the same. If they continued to fight, there would be no winner. The worst result would be that both sides would suffer losses. But he simply couldn't give up now, because the Wolf King knew very well that even if he was willing to give up, the dark demon Nether Tiger would definitely want to kill him. The attacks of the two monsters became more and more crazy, and their bodies were stained red with blood. Even so, neither of the two monsters was willing to stop, and both wanted to kill the other. Boom boom boom. After continuous collisions, the sound of bones breaking was heard, and there was a terrifying murderous intent hidden in the cold eyes. The two monsters actually chose to attack the soul. Normally, no monster would be willing to try such a thing that would hurt its foundation. Especially when the strength is evenly matched, the winner can only be determined by the collision of souls. Otherwise, it is impossible to break away by force. Far away. Looking at the two monsters whose souls had begun to collide, Su Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter. He really didn't want to wait any longer because there were too many variables. Although the two monsters chose to collide their souls, no one knew what the final result would be. The safest thing to do was to do it personally and take the initiative into one's own hands. Su Chen understood what the consequences would be if he took action personally. If he was not careful, he would dig his own grave. Senior Wang Ying, wait for me here. What you do? It is very likely that their life and death battle will not be decided. If both sides are injured, it will be difficult for us to obtain the spiritual spring. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I want to try it. Wang Ying stood there in a daze, completely dumbfounded, because she never expected Su Chen to make such a choice. Even if the two monsters are in a special period now, they are not able to contend with them. Once an accident occurs, they will not even have the chance to leave the valley smoothly. Only. Looking at Su Chen's determined face, Wang Ying knew very well that no matter how she tried to persuade him, it would be useless. In that case, there was no need to waste her breath. Xiaodi Su, I'll go with you. No. Xiaodi Su, do you think I am a coward? If we want to go, we go together. If we want to die, we die together. I will not sit here and enjoy the fruits of my labor. If you disagree, then you cannot go either. He said it so firmly that even Su Chen couldn't refuse and could only agree, but he still said, Senior Wang Ying, wait, don't do anything, I'll take care of it. If you encounter any accidents, remember, don't worry about me and leave immediately. Okay. Promising is one thing, but doing it is another. Wang Ying has decided that if a life-or-death accident occurs, she will not leave alone, but will face it with Su Chen. This is not the so-called love between a man and a woman, but the loyalty between classmates. Su Chen saved her and was willing to consider her, so it is impossible for her to do such a stupid thing as leaving alone. Su Chen was very crazy, because in his opinion, for a warrior, how can he get an opportunity without fighting? If he was afraid of danger, why bother to take the risk? Since he was here, he must seize the spiritual spring, and the opportunity now was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. The gap between the mountains. The valley was littered with wolf corpses, and the two great monsters in the state of concentration were fighting madly for their souls, each wanting to kill the other. Both of the two monsters are at the 9th level of the concentration realm, and their strength is equally matched. It is almost impossible for them to kill each other solely by relying on their own strength. The constant collision of souls made it impossible for the two monsters to withdraw from the battle. Soon, the bodies of the two monsters began to shake, and there was a hint of fear in their eyes, because under this situation, they were afraid that there would be only one result, and that was that both sides would suffer losses. Right at this moment. Buzz. Buzz. The two primordial divine patterns broke through layers of void and forcefully invaded the minds of the two monsters with absolute domineering force, strangling their souls mercilessly. Under normal circumstances, even if Suchen attacked from behind and used the primordial divine mark, he would not be able to successfully injure the demon beast in the concentrated spirit realm. However, the situation now is completely different. The collision of souls between the dark demon Nether Tiger and the Wolf King has reached the most critical moment. Suchen suddenly rushed out and caught everyone off guard. The bodies of the two monsters fell straight down, their souls were shattered, and their breaths were extremely weak. It was obvious that they could no longer survive. Looking at the two people gradually appearing in front of them, both the dark demon Nether Tiger and the Wolf King had anger in their eyes. Two human warriors in the Jindan realm actually dared to appear here. "Human, if you dare to touch the spiritual spring, I will kill you." An angry roar came out from the low throat. They could all guess that, if nothing unexpected happened, the two human warriors must have come for the spiritual spring. How could he not feel angry? If it were any other time, the two humans would definitely not dare to come here. Any random member of the tribe could easily destroy them. Coming in front of the two monsters, Suchen was too lazy to say any more nonsense and directly killed the dark demon Nether Tiger and the Wolf King, and began to circulate the Chaos Devouring art in his body. "Master, do you have time to chat?" "Can." Suchen sat cross-legged as his soul was drawn into the Chaos Devouring Tower. "Ta Ling, what do you want to see me for?" Suchen certainly knew that if it wasn't something important, the tower spirit would not look for him casually. The illusory figure nodded and said with a smile, "Master, you practice the Chaos Devouring art. Even if you can use the Chaos Devouring art to devour soul power without any backlash, the influx of power that is not comparable to your realm will only be detrimental to your martial arts, not beneficial." Suchen instantly understood what the tower spirit meant. He was somewhat helpless about this matter, because he also knew that he could not devour indefinitely. He had to refine and fuse it before continuing to devour. Such endless devouring would not do much good for his martial arts training. Just watch the soul slip away. It's such a pity. For example, the souls of the two demon beasts in the concentration realm could be devoured if my own realm could keep up. "Ta Ling, do you have a way to solve this problem?" Suchen is not a fool. Since the tower spirit summoned him in, there must be a way to solve this problem. He looked at the tower spirit with anticipation. He didn't want to waste his soul in vain. The tower spirit nodded and said, "Master, I will now teach you a method of alchemy. It is different from the 3,000 methods of alchemy. It is specially designed to deal with the soul-devouring pills. It can only be refined in conjunction with the chaos-devouring art." "You mean to say that I can refine the souls I devour into soul pills?" "That's right. Master, with the help of this alchemy technique, using the chaos-devouring art as a supplement and the Qianquan furnace as a base, can refine the swallowed souls into Qianquan pills. Qianquan pills can store more than 95% of souls, and the remaining 5% will disappear, which is uncontrollable. And after refining them into Qianquan pills, Suchen doesn't have to swallow them all in the future. Instead, he can slowly swallow and refine them to ensure that the master's martial arts will go smoothly all the way. The master has already practiced the chaos-devouring technique, and he also has the Qianquan furnace to help him, so he can refine it immediately." Understood. The soul returns. The chaos-devouring art was running in Suchen's body, madly devouring the souls of the two monsters, and he chose not to refine them, but to summon the Qianquan furnace. The first attempt at alchemy had failed, but this time was different. Although the tower spirit did not say it explicitly, Suchen still guessed something. It seemed that the alchemy technique that the tower spirit had just taught him was completely complementary to chaos devouring. Without chaos devouring as a foundation, it would be useless even if he practiced this alchemy technique. He kept forming seals with his hands, and introduced the power absorbed by his body into the Qianquan furnace, and began to refine it. Alchemy. Looking at Suchen, who was refining the elixir in front of her, Wang Ying was completely confused, because she really didn't expect that Suchen was actually an alchemist. On the mainland, warriors have a very high status, and warriors are above everything else.
Among warriors, alchemists, weapon refiners, talisman masters, formation masters, etc., have a higher status than ordinary warriors because the talent required to become an alchemist, weapon refiner, talisman master, and formation master is too demanding. How many secrets does Su Chen have? With such talent, he is the best among his peers, not to mention in Donghuang Academy, even in the entire Donghuang. It's really sad. Now think about it, Donghuang Academy has never had a case where a student in the Solid Den realm could be admitted to the ace class as an exception. Su Chen was an exception. It turned out that it was Su Chen's talent and potential that allowed the academy to break the precedent. The first time Su Chen refined the Qianquan pill, it took him 2 full hours to succeed, and even then, 50% of the energy was still wasted. Even so, Su Chen was already very satisfied. After all, alchemy requires a slow process and it is impossible to achieve success overnight. This was because he had practiced the Chaos Devouring art and the Qianquan furnace. Otherwise, the fire level alone would not allow him to refine the pill. Slowly opening his eyes, Su Chen put away the Qianquan furnace, and 2 pills appeared in his hand, which he put into the space ring. Senior Huang Ying, let's enter the spiritual spring to practice. Remember, don't consume too much, or you will suffer backlash. I understand. He had a good impression of Huang Ying because during the 2 hours he was refining the elixir, Huang Ying had been guarding in front of him and did not enter the spiritual spring to practice alone. Moreover, Huang Ying followed him to take the risk, which was something that most people could not do. The two came to the spiritual spring, felt the spiritual power emanating from it, and surprise appeared on their faces. Without further ado, they immediately entered the spiritual spring and sat cross-legged on the left and right. Senior Huang Ying, when you are enveloped by my aura, don't resist. Just concentrate and calm your mind, stick to your essence, and absorb the power in the spiritual spring to practice. Good. Just helping out. The two of them slowly closed their eyes, and Su Chen's body madly activated the Chaos Devouring art. Waves of devouring aura enveloped the two of them. Her face suddenly changed. Huang Ying could clearly feel that she was enveloped by an aura. The speed at which she was swallowing seemed to be more than 3 times faster. The speed of refining and fusion also skyrocketed. She did not dare to waste any time. For her, this was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now she has broken through to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. If nothing unexpected happens, she can use the spiritual spring to break through to the nascent soul realm. The terrifying liquefaction of spiritual power surprised Su Chen greatly. He had not just devoured the souls of the 2 monsters, so he could completely devour the power of the spiritual spring. While absorbing the power of the spiritual spring to practice, he communicated with the Chaos Devouring Tower and asked, "Tower Spirit, can you think of a way to store the power of the spiritual spring?" This is what Su Chen is most concerned about, because the entire spiritual spring is very large, and the power contained in it is enough for hundreds of people to devour and practice. Even if he has the Chaos Devouring art and the Chaos body, it is impossible for him to devour the power of the entire spiritual spring. Due to the master's performance during this period, I would like to reward the master with a Qianquan bag. The Qianquan bag contains the Qianquan world, which requires the master to constantly evolve. A small yellow bag appeared in Su Chen's hand. A drop of essence and blood merged into the Qianquan bag. His soul instantly entered the world inside the Qianquan bag. It was indeed 100 times larger than the space ring, and he could explore the world as he pleased. His eyes were bright. According to what the Tower Spirit said, the Qianquan bag he got contained the Qianquan world. The boundless Qianquan world required his continuous evolution. He didn't know how big the Qianquan world would be when he evolved to the peak of Qianquan in the future. Looking forward to it. There is no immediate action. What we need to do now is to use the spiritual spring to break through our own limits. The Chaos Devouring art, the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana art and the ancient gods and demons art were running in his body at the same time, devouring them madly, forming a vortex in his body that continuously poured into his solid elixir. He broke through his own limits in an instant, and successively crossed from the 7th level Solid Den realm to the 8th level Solid Den realm, the 9th level Solid Den realm, the peak Solid Den realm, and finally broke through to the 1st level Golden Den realm. If it were normal practice, it would probably take more than 3 months to break through from the 7th level Solid Elixir realm to the 1st level Golden Elixir realm.
Now, it only took one day to break through successfully. This shows the domineering nature of Lingquan. Right at this moment, the golden elixir in Huang Ying's body shattered instantly, and was tightly wrapped by the devoured power, and began to form a baby phantom, which was not much different from the golden elixir. It was exactly the nascent soul possessed by a warrior in the nascent soul stage. Break the golden elixir and condense the primordial infant. Huang Ying suddenly opened her eyes. She was extremely excited. She was very clear about her talent. Even if she practiced in the forest organ, it would be impossible to break through to the nascent soul stage within a day without the help of her junior brother Su. Thank you very much. If it weren't for your help this time, I would not be able to condense my nascent soul. Nascent soul stage. When she returns to the academy, she can apply to be promoted to the ace class. That is the ace class, the highest level class in the academy. There is only one ace class in the entire Donghuan Academy, and each student in it is the elite among the elites. It can be said that for every student in the academy, the ace class is the class they dream of entering. She never thought that she would be able to enter the ace class so quickly. Huang Ying was really grateful to Su Chen, because without Su Chen's help, she would not have been able to condense her nascent soul so quickly, and it would take at least a year. Su Chen shook his head and said with a smile, "This is what you deserve." Qianquan bags appeared in his hands. Both he and Huang Ying had already swallowed to their limits and could not continue swallowing unless they wanted to suffer a backlash of power. A little curious. I don't know what Su Chen is doing with a yellow bag. Next second. Under Huang Ying's shocked eyes, the bag in Su Chen's hand suddenly burst out with a terrifying suction force, swallowing up the spiritual spring directly. The power in the spiritual spring was being devoured madly. In just a few minutes, all the power in the spiritual spring had been wiped out and all was put into the Qianquan bag. Huang Ying was completely stunned, staring at everything in front of him stupidly. It was the first time he had seen such a thing before. He had never even heard of it, let alone seen it with his own eyes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe it was true even if he was beaten to death. Very satisfied. The Qianquan bag is indeed a good thing. If you encounter this kind of power in the future, you can completely draw it into the Qianquan bag and slowly devour it for cultivation in the future. The Qianquan bag combined with the Qianquan pill is absolutely a miraculous benefit to me. After transferring the power in the spiritual spring into the Qianquan bag, Su Chen prepared to leave with Huang Ying, but at the moment of leaving, he suddenly turned around and looked at the spiritual spring in front of him. Because when Su Chen was practicing the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique just now, he actually discovered a slight summoning fluctuation, which came from the spiritual spring in front of him. Being able to trigger the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique, I believe there must be good things in the spiritual spring. Xiaodi Su, what's the matter? Well, there should be some good stuff in the spiritual spring. I need to take a look. Do you want to come with me? Huang Ying understood what Su Chen meant. She thought that there must be opportunities in the spiritual spring. Opportunities and dangers coexist, so there must be many dangers. I want to see it, too. Good. The two re-entered the spiritual spring and looked at the hollowed-out ground. It was very smooth, with a flame pattern engraved on it, vaguely resembling the shape of a phoenix. Phoenix flame pattern. Huang Ying guessed, Xiaodi Su, have you ever heard of strange fire? Certainly. Su Chen was not unfamiliar with the strange fire. For alchemists, the strange fire was a vital thing. The reason why he failed in alchemy before was that the key issue was fire. Most alchemists only have ordinary flames, but once they master the special fire, it will be of great help in alchemy. Only. Strange fire is difficult to subdue. There are flame patterns here. Maybe there is a strange fire under the spiritual spring. Hearing Huang Ying's words, Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. If this was true, then it would be great. There were many strange fires in the world, and it would be great if he could master one of them. Senior Huang Ying, please leave Lingquan first. Huang Ying nodded and left Lingquan. She understood what her junior Su Chen was going to do. He took a deep breath, used his fingers to represent the sword, and attacked the ground of Lingquan fiercely with the domineering and sharp sword energy. Suddenly, the sound of sword energy and the ground colliding was heard. Su Chen could feel that there was a seal on the ground. He didn't know if his sword energy could break the seal.
It would be great if there was a strange fire under the seal. There was no reaction. The seal was like Mount Tai. The domineering sword energy bombarded it, but there was not the slightest fluctuation. His brows were tightly furrowed. There was no way he could choose to give up. Suchen began to mobilize the chaotic body in his body, and he was ready to use the chaotic body to break the seal. Only. Suchen was stunned. He was so anxious that he almost forgot the most important point. That is it. The reason why he felt the strange movement of the spiritual spring was entirely because of the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana art running in his body. In that case, I will use the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique to open the seal. I don't know if it is possible, but I have to do it. I have to give it a try. I can't just give up. The ancestral Phoenix Nirvana art was circulated in his body, and he let out a phoenix cry towards the sky. An illusory phoenix figure of 100 feet in size instantly condensed behind him. The huge phoenix figure stood between the mountain peaks, and the rolling phoenix aura covered the sky, making people feel depressed and suffocated. Phoenix. Is this a phoenix? Looking at the phoenix shadow in front of her, Wang Ying stepped back in shock, her face full of disbelief, because she knew very well what the phoenix meant. In the monster world, the phoenix is definitely a being that stands at the top of the pyramid. If it weren't for the small number of phoenixes, I believe it would have already become the master of monsters. She really couldn't understand why a phoenix shadow appeared behind Su Shuidi. What was going on? Junior Su has too many secrets. I feel more and more sad. The phoenix's shadow covered the entire spiritual spring, and Suchen continued to activate the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana art in his body. Boom. The ground began to emit bursts of phoenix calls. Before Suchen could react, he was instantly swallowed up by the phoenix flame pattern on the ground and disappeared on the spot. Brother Su. Huang Ying was shocked when she saw Suchen suddenly disappear. She had no idea what had happened or why Suchen disappeared. She could only conclude that Suchen must have entered the seal of the spiritual spring. He immediately began to bombard the seal on the ground, but no matter how Huang Ying attacked, the ground did not shake at all, and the seal was as solid as Mount Tai. His face was full of anxiety, because Huang Ying had no idea what kind of danger Suchen would encounter when he was caught in the seal, or whether he would live or die. She must break the seal in the shortest possible time. Suchen felt dizzy and tried his best to stay calm, because the more it was at this moment, the more he had to remain calm and not be the slightest bit flustered. In the blink of an eye, Suchen has entered a cave, with fiery red stone walls on all sides. Even the ground is flaming, like the burning 800-mile flame mountain. This moment, Suchen could almost assert that there must be a strange fire here, and he was very surprised. If he could successfully master the strange fire, it would be of great benefit to his alchemy, there was no doubt about it. The ancestral Phoenix Nirvana art had been running in his body, and he instantly locked onto the very center of the cave. There was a phoenix stone platform on which a phoenix was hovering, and it looked lifelike, just like a real phoenix. On the top of the phoenix stone platform, there is a concave groove with a ball of fiery red flame floating inside. Strange fire. It must be a strange fire. As for what kind of strange fire this is, it is unknown. There are tens of thousands of strange fires in the world, and there seems to be a strange fire list. He has only heard of it but doesn't know it. However, no matter what kind of strange fire it is, he must get it. Ta Ling, do you know what kind of strange fire this is? What rank does it rank on the strange fire list? Ask the tower spirit, maybe it knows. Master, this is the Phoenix True Flame, ranked 32nd on the strange flame list. Hearing Ta Ling's answer, Suchen's eyes suddenly lit up. Ranked 32nd on the strange fire list, this strange fire is already quite good. What we need to do now is to see how to successfully tame the strange fire. According to Suchen's guess, if he wanted to subdue the Phoenix True Flame, he would probably still need to practice the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique. Do what you say without any delay, because the longer you delay, the more trouble you will have. Now that you have encountered the strange fire, even if you know there is a life and death danger, you will never choose to give up. With the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana art still running in his body, Suchen came to the Phoenix Stone platform, looked at the flame in the groove, and took a deep breath. To ensure that nothing goes wrong.
3 blood wheels condensed above Su Chen's head, and at the same time, he activated the ancient gods and demons art and the chaos devouring art. He stretched out his right hand towards the flame and instantly felt an overbearing burning sensation coming towards him. However, Su Chen did not step back and watched with a firm look in his eyes. You can only succeed, not fail. The ancestral phoenix nirvana art in his body was running to its extreme. Su Chen directly grabbed the flame and disappeared into his body. The phoenix true flame entered Su Chen's body with absolute dominance and began to burn wildly, as if it was going to burn Su Chen's internal organs. Su Chen was suddenly delighted. He did not expect that the speed of the phoenix true flame was so fast. Not daring to be careless at all, the combined power of the 3 major techniques was used to immediately block the phoenix true flame. The body was like a battlefield, and violent collisions began to break out. Fortunately, I practiced the ancestral phoenix nirvana technique, otherwise, it would be impossible for me to suppress the phoenix true flame successfully based on my own situation. Even so, Su Chen still felt powerless because the phoenix true flame was too overbearing. If he was not careful, he believed that his entire body would be burned to ashes. Sitting cross-legged, the chaotic body in his body emerged. Su Chen had already thought of a way, which was to use the power of the 3 major skills to encircle and intercept the phoenix true flame, then force the phoenix true flame into the chaotic body, and then suppress it with the chaotic body. The chaotic body that he possessed was the number 1 divine body in the world. It could even seal the god-killing bone-breaking bow. He believed that it could also seal the phoenix true flame. The angry phoenix Jinyan was forced to retreat again and again by the 3 great skills. Finally, he arrived in front of the chaotic body. When the soul saw the situation inside the body, Su Chen's face was overjoyed. The opportunity had finally come. This time, he must not let phoenix true flame escape. The power of the 3 blood chakras poured into his body frantically, and Su Chen began to activate the 3 major skills to launch a general attack on the phoenix true flame. It was like thousands of troops trampling on a battlefield thousands of miles long, and the low roars resounded throughout the body. What Phoenix Jinyan really feared was the ancestral phoenix nirvana art. It was suppressed by the 3 major techniques and could only hide in the chaotic body in the end. Buzz. Buzz. Right at this moment, 8 Buddhist chants sounded simultaneously within Chaos Body, which was the power from the 8 Buddhas. Su Chen was very clear that it seemed that the 8 Buddhas had taken action. It was a pleasant surprise. Under the suppression of the chaotic body and the power of the 8 Buddhas, Phoenix Jinyan gradually lost its temper. However, the matter is not over yet, because the phoenix true flame has only been suppressed but not truly subdued. If one wants to use the phoenix true flame, one still needs to refine the phoenix true flame oneself so that one can summon it at any time in the future. The ancestral phoenix nirvana art poured into the chaotic body, and while the phoenix true flame was not paying attention, it swallowed up the phoenix true flame in one breath. His face was full of pain, because of the burning caused by swallowing the phoenix true flame. Su Chen felt as if he was in an 800-mile volcano, and his whole body was in pain. However, Su Chen chose not to give up. He still gritted his teeth and persisted. Only by not giving up could he have the opportunity to refine the phoenix true flame and obtain one of the most strange fires in the world. Strange fire is extremely important to alchemists. Once one can truly subdue the phoenix true flame, the success rate of refining pills can be increased by almost 40% to 80%. He gritted his teeth and refined it, the ancestral phoenix nirvana art running in his body. The gushing phoenix aura continuously covered the phoenix true flame, layer upon layer, inside and out, leaving the phoenix true flame without any air space. A phoenix cry resounded throughout the body, and a huge phoenix phantom appeared, staring at Feng Huangjinyan with cold eyes, as if telling Feng Huangjinyan that he must surrender. At the same time, the chaotic body suddenly burst out with a 1,000-foot-long chaotic light ball, which instantly suppressed the phoenix true flame. Under the combined deterrence of the 2 forces, the phoenix true flame seemed to suddenly lose its resistance and allowed Su Chen to begin to refine it. Without the resistance of the phoenix true flame, Su Chen felt the burning sensation in his body disappear without a trace in an instant. His face was filled with joy, and he began to refine it immediately without any hesitation. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It can be encountered but not sought after. Who would have thought? He would encounter a strange fire under the spiritual spring, and it was the Phoenix True Flame, which was ranked 32nd on the strange fire list. When luck came, it was simply unstoppable. I have to thank Luo Tianfei for this. If Luo Tianfei hadn't taught me the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana art, I wouldn't have been able to resolve crises time and time again, and sense the unusual movements under the spiritual spring, let alone open the seal and come here. Even if the Phoenix True Flame gave up resistance, Suchen still spent 3 hours refining it before he could completely refine it. The moment my eyes opened, Suchen couldn't help but show a hint of excitement and surprise in his eyes. He finally had a strange fire. He stretched out his right hand and looked at the strange fire slowly condensing in the palm of his hand, as if a phoenix was burning. Even he could feel the terrifying power of the Phoenix's true flame. The Phoenix True Flame, ranked 32nd on the strange fire list, already possesses such powerful power. It is hard to imagine what kind of terrifying power the strange fire ranked first on the strange fire list has. Suchen immediately took out the Qianquan furnace and wanted to try to refine the pill again to see if he could successfully refine the pill with the strange fire. Taking out the Panchue Ganoderma and purple blood Ganoderma, and throwing them directly into the Qianquan furnace, Suchen began to make seals with his hands, forming pill seals one after another, which he continuously hit into the pill furnace, and used strange fire to assist. He devoted himself to alchemy. The first time he tried alchemy had failed. This was the second time he tried alchemy after obtaining the strange fire, and he must not fail again like last time. Dozens of minutes later, Suchen let out a long roar. Congeal. The lid of the alchemy furnace was opened, and 6 light yellow pills appeared inside. Each pill exuded a strange fragrance, and all of them were successfully refined. They are all high-level elixirs, not bad, not bad. Being able to refine high-level elixirs is already quite good. Suchen is also very clear that he has now truly entered the ranks of alchemists and become an alchemist. Alchemist, with an extraordinary status. According to the levels of alchemists that Suchen knew, from low to high, they are level 1 to level 9, and above them are king level, emperor level, master level, and emperor level. He is now considered a first-level alchemist. He stood up and left, and with the help of the ancestral Phoenix Nirvana technique, he successfully passed through the seal and left. Huang Ying, who had been attacking the seal frantically, had anxiety and worry written all over her face. She knew very well that the current situation was very unfavorable for Suchen, and the longer the delay, the more disadvantageous it would be. Suddenly, seeing Suchen appear in front of her, Huang Ying's face was instantly filled with surprise. She rushed directly to Suchen, hugged Suchen tightly, and said with tears in her eyes, "Xiaodi Su, you scared me to death." "I'm fine." Letting Huang Ying hold him, Suchen also understood that Huang Ying was a person of temperament. After spending several days together, he regarded Huang Ying as a true friend. With a slightly red face, Huang Ying hurried away, pinching the corner of her clothes with both hands. She had lost control of herself just now. She also knew that she had some feelings for Suchen. After all, Suchen's excellence is obvious to all. I believe that many women cannot resist Suchen's charm, including her. Let's go. Kindness. Suchen resolved the awkwardness, and the two did not continue to stay in the valley. This trip was not in vain. Not only did they use the spiritual spring to greatly improve their cultivation, but they also obtained the strange fire. "Suchen, where have you been?" Right at this moment, Yan Meishu's figure suddenly appeared. Seeing Suchen was safe and sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without caring about Huang Ying, he directly pulled Suchen's hand and looked left and right, up and down. Huang Ying was a little dumbfounded. She had never seen Teacher Yan care so much about a student. After all, Teacher Yan was a well-known iceberg beauty in the academy and never took anyone seriously. Suchen's charm is so amazing that even Teacher Yan can't resist it. Even Huang Ying didn't know what was wrong with her, and she actually felt a little jealous. She understood that even if she was jealous, what could she do? She was not related to Suchen and did not even have the right to be jealous. "Sister Yan, I'm fine. I'm glad you're okay. You have to remember that this is the Forsaken Forest. There are dangers everywhere. You must not leave my sight." Understood. He is simply a brother protecting demon. Teacher Yan. Yan Meishu only noticed Huang Ying at this time but did not let go of Su Chen's hand. She had already made up her mind that since she had already given the person to Su Chen, there was no point in continuing to dither. It was only a matter of time before it would be made public, and she was not afraid of gossip from others. The vice president just called all of us together and found the imperial throne. Let's hurry there as soon as possible and talk as we go. Good. On the way. Yan Meishu said, the emperor's throne is the inheritance left behind by the fallen emperor realm warriors, and it contains the emperor realm martial arts. This time, 2 emperor's thrones appeared in the Lost Forest. Once the news spreads, it will definitely attract the entire eastern wasteland to come. The emperor-level strongmen are the pinnacle existences on the continent. Looking at the eastern wilderness, the Juding realm is standing on the pyramid. If one can obtain the emperor-level inheritance, even if one cannot reach the emperor level in the future, at least the martial arts training will not be too bad, not to mention the emperor-level martial arts. Even so, there are many strong people gathered here, including independent martial artists and people from other forces. The Lost Forest is one of the largest forests in the eastern wilderness. A remote place. There were lush towering trees everywhere, blocking out the sun. At the moment when the morning enveloped the earth, 2 balls of light rose from the ground and floated on the ground. There was a phantom of a stone chair in each ball of light, which was the legendary imperial throne. 2 balls of light, with 2 imperial thrones. Hundreds and thousands of warriors came from all directions, because the moment the 2 beams of light rose from the ground, the entire Lost Forest shook, and even some strange phenomena in the sky and earth appeared. Many forces saw the strange phenomena in the Lost Forest and rushed over as fast as they could. Everyone at Donghuang Academy has gathered, and the scattered students and teachers have not yet arrived. Qinju no longer cares about that, because the temptation of the imperial throne is there, not to mention him. I believe that even the dean will not be able to resist. This is the emperor's throne, which contains emperor-level martial arts and even emperor-level inheritance. Once obtained, it will be of great benefit to one's own martial arts practice. Deputy Dean, now we have gathered warriors from dozens of top forces. If we continue like this, I believe more top forces will come. Qinju nodded. How could he not know this? They had all tried to attack the light balls just now, but no one, including him, could break the 2 light balls. They were very shocked. No one had expected that the defense of the 2 light balls would be so overbearing. Boom. There were still some people who refused to give up and were still attacking the 2 light balls frantically, like an old monk in meditation, motionless. Everyone around them felt very depressed. It was obvious that the 2 light balls in front of them contained the inheritance and martial arts of the Emperor realm, but they could not get them. It was really depressing. Teacher Yan is here. Yan Meishu and Su Chen came over and clasped their fists towards Qinju. Teacher Yan, I believe you already know the situation. Go over and try it out. Qinju was very anxious, because as time went on, more warriors would probably come, and by then, no one knew who would get the imperial throne within the 2 light balls. They would definitely be willing to incorporate the imperial throne into the Donghuang Academy. Yan Meishu understood Qinju's meaning. He left and came to the front of the ball of light, trying to break the seal of the ball of light. However, no matter what method he used, it didn't work. He could only give up. With a deep sigh, Yan Meishu returned to Qinju and shook his head, saying helplessly, the 2 light balls are self-sealed. Only those who are destined to receive them can obtain them. Otherwise, unless an emperor-level expert descends, there will be a chance to forcibly break the light balls. I see. What Yan Meishu said was not only guessed by Qinju, but also by many people. They just didn't want to give up. After all, the opportunity to ascend to the throne was there. Nascent Soul Realm. You have broken through to the Nascent Soul stage. After hearing the vice president's words, all the students, including Jiyoshi, seemed to have changed the way they looked at Huang Ying. After all, before coming to the Lost Forest, Huang Ying was only at the 8th level of the Golden Core Realm. In just a few days, he had directly advanced from the 8th level of the Golden Core Realm to the Nascent Soul Realm. Such an improvement was simply enviable. Huang Ying smiled and said, it was all thanks to junior brother Su's help. Su Chen. Everyone looked at Su Chen. What on earth did Su Chen do to help Huang Ying improve so quickly? Qinju nodded with satisfaction and said, "Return to the academy and report directly to the ace class." "Yes." Huang Ying was extremely surprised. She knew very well what the ace class meant. In Donghuang College, there was only one ace class, and all of its members were the elites of the college, and only nascent soul stage students could enter. As she successfully entered the ace class, she would definitely receive the focus of training from the academy and would be able to obtain more training resources. How could she not be happy? Qin Zhu looked at Su Chen and said with satisfaction, "Golden Core Realm, when we return to the academy, you and Huang Ying will report to the ace class together." Su Chen nodded. He was not very interested in the ace class, but he would definitely not refuse if he could enter the ace class. After all, the ace class was much better than the trump class. There was all sorts of envy and jealousy, and the way the students looked at Su Chen had completely changed. They did not deny Su Chen's excellence. Whether it was talent or potential, he could be ranked at the top. He was just at the first level of the Golden Core Realm and was able to enter the ace class as an exception. Such a thing had never happened in the history of Donghuang Academy. They were angry but dared not speak out. Many students were dissatisfied. After all, their cultivation was higher than Su Chen's. Why could Su Chen be admitted to the ace class as an exception, but they could not? Qin Zhu is the vice president of the college and also the strictest vice president. They dare not question the vice president's words. Ji Yoshi looked at Su Chen with an indescribable feeling in her eyes. If it were in the past, she would definitely not have any regrets at all. After all, Su Chen had destroyed his blood chakra and was a complete waste of cultivation. But now, the situation was completely different. Su Chen's excellence is obvious. It has only been a short time since he entered the academy, but he has already been promoted directly from the beginner class to the ace class, which is faster than her 10 years of training. Whether she believed it or not, Ji Yoshi was very clear that the facts were in front of her. As Su Chen successfully entered the ace class, the gap between them would become larger and larger. Now she really regrets it. She regrets not stopping the royal family from breaking off the engagement, regrets not recognizing Su Chen, and regrets falling in love with the current Su Chen at first sight. Huang Ying went out and tried to integrate into the seal, but also ended in failure. A forceful attack would definitely not work. The only way now was to see if I was the destined one. Su Chen took a deep breath. Facing the imperial throne, he would be lying if he said he had no interest in it. However, he knew very well that it was a pipe dream to break the seal and obtain the imperial throne's imperial martial arts. After all, there are many people here, and they have all tried it, including Vice President Qin Zhu, but no one has succeeded. But you have to try it anyway, after all, you have encountered it. Many people around were very depressed. The imperial throne was right in front of them, but they were unable to break the seal and could only stare blankly. There are still many people trying, and Su Chen came to the ball of light. With a try attitude. The chaotic body in the body began to be mobilized, practicing the 3 major skills of Chaos Devouring Art, Ancient God and Demon Art, and Ancestral Phoenix Nirvana Art to see if it could be integrated into the ball of light. Su Chen also understood that a strong attack would be of no use at all. If it were useful, there would be no need to wait for him to come. He believed that someone had already broken through it before. After all, there were 3 people in the state of concentration here, including Vice President Qin Zhu, all of whom were strong people in the state of concentration. Just when Su Chen had just activated the 3 major skills and mobilized his chaotic body, a terrifying suction force instantly sucked Su Chen in. Before he could react, Su Chen was forcibly pulled in and disappeared from everyone's sight. Ah! Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the figure suddenly disappearing. Of course they knew what had happened. This person could actually be automatically sucked into the ball of light, which meant that he was the destined person and could obtain the imperial realm and imperial martial arts within the ball of light. Very envious. This boy is from Donghuang College. This is troublesome. Donghuang Academy will definitely do its best to protect this person. I wonder if someone will try to snatch him away later. Can inheritance be snatched away? That's ridiculous. Inheritance is definitely not allowed, but imperial martial arts are allowed. And if someone from Donghuang Academy gets the imperial inheritance, there will definitely be someone who is unwilling.
As the top force in Donghuang Academy has deterrence and no one dares to provoke it. However, it also depends on the time. Facing the Emperor's throne is another matter. Everyone knew very well what the Emperor's throne meant, and understood what it would mean to Donghuang if an Emperor-level expert appeared in Donghuang College. Whether it is to destroy the Imperial Realm inheritance or to seize the Imperial Realm martial arts, many people want to try. Everyone looked at the disappearing young men with envy. Qin Zhu's body trembled slightly, and a strange light was released in his eyes. He said, "Once Su Chen leaves the throne, I will take him away immediately. You follow the teachers. Remember, don't confront others head-on." Yes. Ji Yoshi, Huang Ying, and others were all sighing. Su Chen's talent and potential were fully displayed in front of the Emperor. Without absolute talent, it would be impossible for him to be chosen by the Emperor. Once Su Chen can really obtain the inheritance of the Emperor realm, he will be able to reach the top in one step. When he returns to Donghuang College, he will become the focus of training of the entire college and his future will be bright. I regret more and more. Ji Yoshi cursed herself harshly. Su Chen is very likely to inherit the Emperor realm, and maybe he will be able to reach the Emperor realm in the future. That is the Emperor realm. Once the dynasty has an Emperor realm expert in charge, it can definitely dominate the eastern wilderness and even conquer the continent. Inside the light ball, Su Chen's body was out of control and he was forced to sit on the imperial throne. Waves of terrifying imperial aura rushed towards him, covering Su Chen's entire body. The path to becoming an emperor is destined by heaven. The road to becoming an emperor is full of ups and downs. 9 cycles of life and death, and each step leads to nirvana. A domineering and eternal voice rang out in the entire ball of light, as if it had experienced endless years of reincarnation and sedimentation, slowly ringing beside Su Chen's ears, causing Su Chen's entire heart to tremble. Without saying a word, Su Chen looked at the ball of light in front of him vigilantly. He did not expect that he would be sucked in by the ball of light automatically. A warrior fights against heaven with his life, and enters the realm of Emperor with martial arts, so that he can be free from the control of heaven. For eternity, who can truly transcend heaven? Below the Emperor's path, we are all ants. I, Duan Wukong, am a Saint Emperor, but after all, we are too far away from that. The Emperor's chant was vast, like a huge bell striking the clouds, and the surging sea of clouds rushed straight into the sky, lingering in Su Chen's ears for a long time. Emperor Realm. Su Chen himself already knew that the imperial throne in the light ball was left by a powerful emperor, but as for what a holy emperor was, he had no idea at all. Finally unable to hold back, Su Chen asked, "Senior, what is the Emperor Realm? What is the Saint Emperor Realm? What is the Emperor Way? What does it mean to be above the heavenly way?" Ask 4 questions in a row. The entire imperial throne was filled with imperial rhythm. Su Chen had unknowingly entered a state of cultivation, with the 3 great skills running in his body. However, Su Chen himself was unaware of it as he was completely immersed in the imperial chant. The 3 paths and 9 realms of the Emperor Way, each step leads to life and death, each step leads to nirvana, and each step leads to a new heaven. With your current realm, the Emperor Realm is too far away for you. When you step into the Quasi-Emperor Realm, you will be qualified to know the 3 paths of the Emperor Way. As for the Saint Emperor Realm, it is the 4th realm of the 2 paths of the Emperor Realm. How difficult it is to surpass the heavenly way. A sigh spread throughout the entire ball of light. Su Chen was a little bit unable to understand, but he could understand how powerful Duan Wukong was. Among the 3 paths and 9 realms of the Imperial Way, being able to rank at the 4th realm, the Saint Emperor Realm, itself explained a lot. I am now asking you if you are willing to accept my inheritance. With your talent, you will definitely be able to step into the Emperor Realm and aspire to become a Saint Emperor in the future. As for whether you can step down from the sky, it depends on you. Su Chen fell completely silent. If it were someone else, facing the inheritance of an Emperor-level powerhouse, they would be too excited. After all, the Emperor level is the pinnacle existence in the entire continent, not to mention that Duan Wukong is a super existence among the strong ones. Only Su Chen did not agree immediately. Every minute and every second passes slowly. Senior. Have you thought it through? I don't have much time left. If I miss it, even if you want to receive the inheritance, I can do nothing to help you. Unfortunately, my imperial inheritance will be lost in the endless years. Suchen could hear a hint of helplessness and anxiety in Duan Wukong's tone. It seemed that the imperial realm inheritance here would soon disappear, and disappear forever, so Duan Wukong needed to find the inheritor immediately. Suchen stood up, clasped his fists towards the ball of light, and said, "Senior, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm sorry that I can't accept your inheritance of the imperial way." Reject. After careful consideration, Suchen finally chose to refuse, because he knew very well that once he chose to accept the inheritance, he would follow Duan Wukong's martial arts. A cry of surprise and doubt, filled with endless anger, gathered into an illusory giant face in front of Suchen. There were pale lines on the resolute face, and cold eyes stared at the young men in front of him. Duan Wukong did not seem to have expected that this boy would refuse his martial arts inheritance. How dare someone reject his imperial inheritance? This was a complete joke. Although the Saint Emperor realm is only ranked the 4th level of the Emperor Way, it is still the most pinnacle existence in the entire continent. If he is willing, countless people would want to worship him as a master and accept his inheritance of the Emperor Way. Neither humble nor overbearing, Suchen also looked at the illusory giant face, without retreating at all, but took a step forward, still clasping his fists, and said, "Junior is unwilling to give up his martial arts. Once I accept the inheritance of the Emperor's way from the predecessor, I will follow the Emperor's way from the predecessor." So what? Following my path to the throne will save you a lot of trouble and time. On your own, whether you can step into the throne in the future is unknown. Are you willing to gamble on the unknown? Suchen nodded, but said firmly, "I don't know if I can reach the Emperor's way in the future, but I am willing to work hard for it. Even if there are thousands of obstacles ahead, I will kill them step by step. Even if I lose the bet in the end, it is my own martial arts, and I will never regret it. Once I accept the inheritance of the Emperor's way from my predecessors, I believe that my future martial arts will only stop at the peak of martial arts, and there will be no hope of ever reaching the peak of martial arts again." This is the real reason why Suchen refused. Accepting the inheritance of the Emperor's way can indeed shorten his training time and even save him a lot of trouble on the road of training, but it will affect his martial arts aspirations, hinder his martial arts, and make it impossible for him to reach the peak of martial arts. Suchen could almost assert that if he wanted to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, he had to stick to his own martial arts. That was why he would resolutely refuse the inheritance of the imperial way. Suchen was reluctant to refuse the imperial inheritance, but he had to do so. Duan Wukong didn't say anything, just stared at him. Suchen didn't dodge at all, and the whole ball of light was extremely silent. I don't know how long it took. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Bursts of long laughs came from the giant face's mouth and spread throughout the entire ball of light. The imperial aura contained in it lingered for a long time, causing Suchen's eardrums to ache. His blood and energy churned, and he stepped back repeatedly, but his body still stood straight, and the determination in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" "Afraid? Why not? But even if I am afraid, I still cannot accept your inheritance of the imperial way." Nodding with great satisfaction, Duan Wukong praised, "With the 3-life blood wheel, a special divine body, and a firm heart in martial arts, you will definitely be able to step into the pinnacle of the imperial way and surpass the heavenly way in the future. It's a pity that I have no chance to be with you, alas." Sighing once again, Duan Wukong looked at Suchen with eyes that showed he liked him more and more, and admired him more and more. If this man could truly accept his imperial inheritance, he would be able to die in peace even if he disappeared immediately. It is a pity that such a person cannot possibly accept the inheritance of the imperial way. Once he grows smoothly, he will definitely be a top existence on the continent. In a few more hours, my inheritance will completely disappear between heaven and earth. I will not accept this. Senior, I want to ask you for something. Go ahead. If you are willing, I can introduce you to someone who can inherit your legacy. Who is she to you? Duan Wukong is not a fool. Would he say that if there is no special relationship between them? Suchen did not hide anything and said, "She is my wife, Yan Meishu, the blood will charm fox, whose talent is even higher than mine." Stop. Duan Wukong interrupted directly and said, "If you want to get my inheritance, there is no need to brag. Your talent is enough to be the best on the continent. However, my imperial inheritance is about to disappear. Rather than burying it in the cycle of time, you can have it. Thank you for your help, Senior. Go ahead and let her in. Good. Suchen left the ball of light without any hesitation. As the saying goes, good things should be kept in the family. Even if he refused the imperial inheritance, it would be completely worth it if Yan Meishu could accept it. With a sigh, Duan Wukong felt more helpless the more he thought about it. He was both angry and expectant that such a genius would refuse his imperial inheritance. After all, this kind of person must be extraordinary and have an extremely firm heart for martial arts. If it weren't for the fact that the imperial inheritance was about to disappear, he wouldn't be so anxious and would even agree to such a request. It's out. Could it be that this person has received the inheritance of martial arts? With the intimidation of Donghuang Academy, no one dared to suppress them directly, but the envy, jealousy, and hatred in everyone's eyes were unbridled, like hungry wolves staring at their prey. All the students looked at Suchen who was walking back, and they were all envious. It was such a pity that Suchen actually encountered such a good thing. If they could obtain the imperial realm inheritance, they would feel excited and thrilled just thinking about it. How's it going? Qin Zhu asked impatiently, looking forward to it very much, because he knew very well that once Suchen obtained the inheritance of the Emperor realm, he would have the opportunity to set foot on the Emperor's path in the future, and what that would mean for Donghuang Academy. The Emperor-level strongmen are the most powerful existences, not to mention in the eastern wilderness, even in the entire continent. Shaking his head, Suchen said, I refuse. Ah. Reject. This statement not only shocked Qin Zhu and others, but also made all the people watching around extremely confused, because no one would have thought that this person would actually refuse the imperial realm inheritance. He must be lying. Only Qin Zhu understood that Suchen must have rejected the inheritance of the imperial way. He was very anxious and speechless, because that was the inheritance of the imperial way. Coming in front of Yan Meishing, Suchen took Yan Meishing's hand amidst the shocked looks of all the students. Without any resistance, Yan Meishu let Suchen hold her hand, but her face blushed involuntarily. After all, doing this in public was already public. I have already made an agreement with Senior Duan Wukong to let you accept the inheritance of the Emperor Wei. When you go in, remember not to say anything else. Just say that you are willing. Duan Wukong is a powerful Saint Emperor. Why do you refuse? Don't ask any more questions, just go. Yan Meishing stared at Suchen who was so close to her. Since she was not allowed to ask, she didn't ask. However, not asking didn't mean she wasn't moved, because what Suchen gave up was the inheritance of the Emperor, not anything else. Faced with the inheritance of the Emperor realm, even brothers and sisters could not do this. She stood on tiptoe and gave Suchen a light kiss on the face. Without saying anything else, she went straight towards the ball of light. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the ball of light did not show any resistance and instantly swallowed up Yan Meisong. Seeing this scene, everyone instantly understood that this person had indeed rejected the inheritance of the Emperor's way, but gave it to other people. What a fool! Qin Zhu and others were completely confused. No one had expected that Suchen would pass the imperial inheritance to Yan Meishu. Yan Meishu had tried just now but failed to enter the ball of light, but now he can enter it, which in itself speaks volumes. Suchen, have you really thought it through? Deputy Dean, only by sticking to your own martial arts can you reach the pinnacle of martial arts. There was no unnecessary nonsense, Suchen's words were very clear, and Qin Zhu's eyes lit up. He originally felt regretful, but after hearing this, he nodded with satisfaction. With such understanding, even if he did not accept the inheritance of the Emperor's way, his future achievements would definitely not be low. He became more and more satisfied. At this time, the devil's laughter sounded in Suchen's mind. My dear disciple, you really surprised me. You actually rejected the Saint Emperor's inheritance. Not bad, not bad. I was right about you. You are just a Saint Emperor, how can you be worthy of inheriting the throne? One day, I will personally watch you reach the pinnacle of the heavenly Tao. Suchen did not answer, because he could guess that his master, the demon god, was also a powerful emperor. As for which level of emperor he was in, it was still unknown. If the master didn't say anything, he wouldn't ask more,
because he understood one thing: if the master didn't want to say anything, it would be useless to ask. Even if he did, it would be a complete waste of time. When the master wanted to say something, he would naturally say it. Everyone looked at Su Chen as if he was a fool. Inside the light ball. Are you the one he loves? Yes. You love him. Life and death can be exchanged. She was with Su Chen before, perhaps because of the accident, and she wanted to slowly develop feelings for him, but after this incident, Yan Meixing found that she really loved Su Chen. The illusory giant face was very satisfied and said, "The person you love has a firm heart in martial arts. He will definitely be able to step into the Emperor realm with his own martial arts in the future. If you don't want to hold him back, you need to inherit my legacy. Are you willing?" Junior is willing. But I have a condition. If you want to inherit my imperial legacy, you must take me as your master and help me be reborn in the future. Kneeling on the ground, Yan Meixiong performed the ceremony of paying homage to his master, and said, "Disciple Yan Meixiong is willing." Buzz. A wave of imperial charm enveloped Yan Meixiu. At this moment, Duan Wukong couldn't help but said with an excited smile, "Your blood wheel is actually a mutated blood wheel, the charming fox blood wheel. I want to see what kind of blood wheel it will be after the mutation. Do you have mutant blood?" Even Yan Meixiu was surprised, because she knew very well what the mutated blood wheel meant. Waves of imperial charm enveloped Yan Meixiu. A blood wheel condensed above his head, with the phantom of a charming fox inside. His every frown and smile contained an allure that could captivate everyone. With Duan Wukong's full help, Yan Meixiu's face changed completely, and the pain was unbearable, as if his blood was torn apart. The fox began to transform, and it actually gave off an aura of ancient desolation. The fox's fur also slowly changed from pure white to a special color. The illusory giant face was completely dumbfounded, staring at the blood wheel above the disciple's head, seemingly unconvinced, and exclaimed, "Mutated blood wheel, ancient sky fox." "Ha ha ha, I actually encountered the ancient sky fox blood wheel. Ancient celestial fox." At the moment when the blood wheel was successfully transformed, Yan Meixiu's body trembled violently and began to accept the inheritance of the imperial way. By accepting the imperial inheritance and the mutated blood wheel, Yan Meixiu instantly broke through his own limits and his cultivation level improved rapidly. Duan Wukong's face was full of excitement. He was extremely satisfied with Yan Meixiu's blood wheel's transformation into a mutated blood wheel. He had absolute confidence that his disciple would become an unrivaled powerful man in the future. In just half an hour, Yan Meixiu, under the dual influence of inheritance and mutated blood wheel, broke through to the peak of the spirit refining realm, and was only one step away from the spirit condensation realm. At the same time, Tang Xiaotian is here. Looking at Tang Xiaotian, who suddenly arrived, Qin Zhu's face instantly became extremely gloomy. He never expected that Tang Xiaotian would come in person. This was a big trouble. "Su Chen, leave quickly." Su Chen stood where he was without moving an inch, because he knew very well that since the Tang clan had arrived, even if he wanted to leave, it would probably be impossible. "Su Chen, you are really brave enough to leave Donghuang College. Today I want to see who can save you." Tang Xiaotian's laughter rolled in, containing an astonishing momentum, spreading wildly like a tsunami, scaring many people into stepping back, their faces filled with horror and shock. The Tang clan leader is here. It seems that he has a grudge against the kid who just refused the inheritance of the imperial way. He dares to provoke the Tang clan. He really doesn't know how to live or die. The Tang clan, the top force in the eastern wilderness. Tang Xiaotian, the patriarch of the Tang clan, is a powerful person in the Juding realm who has condensed 7 flowers. Even in the entire eastern wilderness, he is a first-class super existence. Seeing hundreds of people surrounding them, the faces of everyone in Donghuang College changed completely, including Qin Zhu. "Tang Xiaotian, you are the patriarch of the Tang clan and a member of the Juding realm. How can you face the people of the eastern wasteland when you treat a junior so shamelessly?" Tang Xiaotian smiled. His face was filled with anger, and he sneered, "He destroyed my son's blood wheel at Donghuang Academy, but your Donghuang Academy turned a blind eye to it. How dare such an academy speak so arrogantly in front of me? I think it is your Donghuang Academy that is shameless, not my Tang clan."
The more he spoke, the angrier he became. With Tang Hao's blood will destroyed, he became a complete waste of cultivation and would not be able to even build a foundation in the future. Amazing. He actually destroyed Tang Hao's blood wheel. This person is really cruel. No wonder Tang Xiaotian came here. The young patriarch of the Tang clan insisted on going to the East Wasteland Academy to practice, choosing a faraway place over one nearby. Sigh. Now we're going to have some fun. Everyone could see that Tang Xiaotian was afraid of East Wasteland College and did not dare to take action there. Instead, he waited until East Wasteland College held its autumn hunt before coming to the Forgotten Forest to intercept him. After all, as the top force in Donghuang Academy can definitely intimidate the Tang clan. If it had been something else, the Tang clan might not have dared to provoke the East Wasteland Academy and surround the Academy's students in the Forgotten Forest. After all, the Academy has a vice president in charge, and it was a complete disrespect to the East Wasteland Academy. But now, the situation is completely different. His own son's blood wheel was destroyed by someone. This hatred is more severe than killing his son. How could he not feel angry? Tang Xiaotian definitely wanted to avenge his son. Because once this person returns to Donghuang College, the Tang clan will no longer have a chance. Qin Zhu smiled and said, I think Patriarch Tang must have a bad memory. Su Chen and Tang Hao signed a life and death agreement. Even the Academy would not intervene in the life and death battle. Tang Hao was able to save his life. Do you think our Academy did not intervene? Life and death battle. I see. If the two signed a life and death agreement, then Donghuang Academy is in the right. According to the rules of warriors, once anyone signs a life and death agreement and engages in a life and death battle, then life and death are left to fate, and no one else is allowed to interfere, including Donghuang Academy. It was a pity. In everyone's opinion, even if the two signed a life and death agreement, they would have to see whether the backers behind this person could destroy the blood wheel or kill him. The strength of the Tang clan was there, and provoking the Tang clan was like provoking the god of death. Hearing the words life and death, Tang Xiaotian's face changed instantly, and his angry eyes burst out with cold murderous intent. If eyes could kill, Su Chen would have been killed by eyes countless times. Qin Zhu, the feud between my Tang clan and Su Chen must be settled today. I hope you will not interfere in this matter and take the others to leave the Lost Forest immediately. I, Tang Xiaotian, can promise that the Tang clan will support the East Wasteland College in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood one thing, that is, Tang Xiaotian was still afraid of Donghuang College and was unwilling to completely break off relations with Donghuang College. Qin Zhu smiled. Standing in front of Su Chen, looking at the people of the Tang clan in front of him, he said coldly, Tang Xiaotian, do you really think that my Donghuang Academy can give up its students at will? No matter when and where, my Donghuang Academy will never give up its students. Qin Zhu said it in a very firm tone. He was definitely not putting on a show. If he didn't want to provoke the Tang clan, he could just take the other students and leave. Qin Zhu, you are no match for me. There is no need to lose your life in vain. Is it worth losing hundreds of people behind you for a student? Qin Zhu glanced at all the ace-class students and teachers behind him and asked loudly, are you afraid? Don't be afraid. Will you abandon your classmates? Won't. Qin Zhu smiled and said, Patriarch Tang, I think I'm sorry to disappoint you. Our Donghuang Academy will never give up any student, and your Tang clan is not yet able to compete with Donghuang Academy. You should understand what consequences your actions today will bring to the Tang clan. I hope you don't do anything you will regret. A naked threat. Qin Zhu has the capital to threaten. After all, behind Qin Zhu is the entire Donghuang Academy. Looking across the entire Donghuang, no force dares to provoke Donghuang Academy like this. Facing the East Wasteland College, it would be a lie to say that he was not afraid. But when he thought of his son whose blood wheel was destroyed in the East Wasteland College, he could not suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Today, he brought hundreds of strong men from the Tang clan to the Lost Forest just to successfully kill Su Chen and avenge his son. Tang Xiaotian has already calculated that as long as he can kill Su Chen and not harm other students and teachers, including Vice President Qin Zhu, he believes that Donghuang College will not fight to the death with the Tang clan for a dead person. Qin Zhu, I'll give you one last chance. Take the others away. My Tang clan will never embarrass you. If you insist on doing so, don't blame my Tang clan for not giving face to Donghuang Academy. Everyone will die here. Looking at the vice president in front of him, as well as the teachers and classmates around him, Suchen sighed deeply in his heart. He couldn't be so selfish and let Qin Zhu and others die with him. After bypassing Qin Zhu and coming to Tang Xiaotian, Suchen said without any fear on his face, Tang Xiaotian, let them leave. The grudge between you and me has nothing to do with other people. Suchen. Deputy Dean, although the Tang clan is shameless, he said something very right. The academy cannot put all the students in danger of life and death just for me. Please ask the Deputy Dean to take everyone away. Suchen. Vice Dean, please. Qin Zhu stared at Suchen in front of him and sighed deeply in his heart. He also understood that with his strength, he was definitely no match for Tang Xiaotian, but he couldn't just leave like that. I, Qin Zhu, will never give up on my students. I will not leave. I won't leave either. I'm not leaving either. Hundreds of people in Donghuang College, including all the teachers and students, did not choose to leave. Determination was written all over their faces. Suchen was very moved, because how many people could face life and death without fear and stay to share life and death with him? This is Donghuang College. Tang Xiaotian was completely furious and said coldly, except Suchen, imprison everyone. Although he was angry, Tang Xiaotian was still very rational. Unless the Tang clan could suppress Donghuang Academy, he was absolutely unwilling to tear his face with Donghuang Academy and fight for life and death. Yes. The rest of the people all went towards Qin Zhu and others. What they had to do was to imprison everyone. As for Suchen, he was left to the patriarch. No one intervened. This was a feud between Donghuang College and the Tang clan. They couldn't afford to offend either one. As the saying goes, one should stay out of matters that do not concern one. He is mine, no one can touch him. Just when the Tang clan was preparing to take action, the voice was as cold as ice, and the chilling murderous aura instantly enveloped the world. In the shocked eyes of everyone, a woman in purple appeared out of nowhere. Her peerless beauty was so cold that people could not help but shiver. What a nice view! I have never seen such a gorgeous woman. She is so beautiful. Even Suchen was deeply shocked by the beauty of the purple-clothed woman who suddenly appeared in front of him. Even Yan Meishu was somewhat inferior to her. Only Luo Tianfei could compete with her. Tang Xiaotian was shocked, but he was unwilling to give up. He immediately clasped his fists towards the purple-clothed woman and said, "This is a feud between our Tang clan and Suchen. Please do not interfere in this matter. Our Tang clan is willing." Before Tang Xiaotian could finish his words, the purple-clothed woman said impatiently, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I just said? Get out of my sight right now. This is wild and overbearing enough." After all, Tang Xiaotian is the patriarch of the Tang clan and is also at the Juding realm. Who would dare not give him face? The purple-clothed woman completely ignored Tang Xiaotian, as if she was scolding her own child, and her tone was unquestionable. Everyone around was sighing and guessing about the purple-clothed woman's origins and identity. Tang Xiaotian's face was very gloomy, as ugly as it could be. This time he finally seized the opportunity. Suchen left Donghuang Academy and came to the Lost Forest, which gave him a once-in-a-lifetime chance to kill this guy. Once Suchen escapes back to Donghuang College and hides in the college, he won't even have the chance to take revenge. Unwilling to give up. I'm not willing to give up. You are so arrogant, sir. Today I want to see how capable you are to be so arrogant. A blood will condensed above his head, and a Qilin hammer slowly emerged, containing extremely terrifying power. Holding the Qilin hammer in his hand, a terrifying blood aura enveloped his entire body. Tang Xiaotian was unwilling to give up. Since he had already locked onto Suchen, he could not let Suchen leave the Lost Forest alive. Because he knew very well that as long as Suchen left the Lost Forest alive, it would not be so easy to encounter such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity next time. Unless he could suppress the Dean of Jihua Juding, it would be a complete pipe dream to kill Suchen in Donghuang College. This is his only chance to kill Suchen. There is absolutely no way I can give up. His cold eye stared at the purple-clothed woman in the air, and the murderous intent rising from his body became stronger and stronger, condensing into a murderous beast that roared towards the sky. Whoever dares to stop me will be killed. Tang Xiaotian has already made his position clear. In the eastern wilderness, the Tang clan's threat is there, and he doesn't believe that this woman will ignore the Tang clan. A sneer of contempt sounded between heaven and earth. The purple-clothed woman didn't continue talking nonsense, and a cold force descended instantly. He shuddered, feeling his strength being instantly restrained. His body was unable to move at all, and his frightened eyes were filled with disbelief. What kind of power is this? It actually contains such terrifying power that can instantly imprison his strength. No wonder this person dared to stop him and kill Su Chen. It turned out that a top-level strongman had arrived. Today, my Tang clan will give you this honor. Let's go. Bang. Just when Tang Xiaotian turned around and was about to leave. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, the bodies of Tang Xiaotian and more than 100 other people began to explode one by one, turning into a blood mist that filled the surroundings. The pungent smell of blood told everyone what had just happened. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded. No one ever thought of it. Tang Xiaotian, the patriarch of the Tang clan, and other top warriors of the Tang clan didn't even have the chance to fight back or escape in front of the woman in purple. From this, we can imagine how abnormal the strength of the woman in purple is. Everyone, get out of here. Under the threat of absolute strength, no one dared to stay any longer. Except for the students from Donghuang College, all the others chose to leave as fast as they could. After all, the purple-clothed woman's brutal methods had just been demonstrated to the fullest. Even the warriors of the Tang clan were slaughtered in an instant. If they continued to stay and followed the fate of the Tang clan, there would be no place for reason or regret. Simply ignore the other people from Donghuang College. The purple-clothed woman came in front of Su Chen, with a hint of coldness on her beautiful face, and said coldly, I will settle the grudge between you and me. You can't die. I will come to take your life in person in the future. A little confused. What is going on? Smelling the faint fragrance coming from the woman in purple, Su Chen was a little confused, because he didn't know the woman in purple at all, and her strength was so powerful. Who are you? Do I know you? You are really forgetful. But it doesn't matter. You will have to pay the price for your impulsiveness. Without further ado, the woman in purple turned and left, disappearing without a trace in an instant. You're rude. When have you ever been irritated? Su Chen, do you know her? Qin Zhu sighed. The fact that the woman in purple was able to kill all the people of the Tang clan in an instant, including the clan leader Tang Xiaotian, showed how powerful she was. Shaking his head, Su Chen said depressedly, I don't know him. He really didn't know him. After searching through all the memories in my mind, I couldn't find any information about the woman in purple, and the woman in purple also said that she was nauseous. Qin Zhu had no doubts, but the woman in purple would definitely not attack for no reason. There are 2 imperial thrones. Teacher Yan has successfully inherited one of them. Su Chen, go try the other one. Su Chen understood Qin Zhu's meaning and said, the 2 imperial thrones actually belong to one imperial throne, and there is only one inheritance. Just as Su Chen said, the 2 balls of light that appeared were actually one ball of light, and the 2 imperial thrones were actually just one imperial throne. Qin Zhu nodded, with a look of surprise on his face, and said, no matter what, the inheritance of the Emperor's way will always remain in my Donghuang Academy. Once Teacher Yan achieves the status of an emperor in the future, it will also be a good thing for the academy. Just finished. The 2 balls of light suddenly disappeared in front of everyone, and Yan Meishu's figure gradually appeared. 7th level of concentrated spirit. What a domineering inheritance, worthy of being the inheritance of the imperial way. Qin Zhu instantly sensed Yan Meishu's current cultivation level. Before, Yan Meishu was only in the form and spirit realm, but in just half an hour, he had already stepped through 2 major realms in succession and directly entered the 7th level of the condensation realm. At this rate of cultivation, it is believed that Yan Meishu can easily reach the Gathering Ding realm. Amid everyone's envious eyes, Yan Meishing walked back and came in front of Su Chen. Without saying any extra nonsense, everything was self-explanatory. Deputy Dean, why don't we return to the academy now? Qin Zhu nodded. With this happening, there was really no point in continuing the autumn hunt. Besides, Yan Meishu had just received the inheritance and urgently needed to practice in seclusion to stabilize the inheritance. This year's autumn hunt ends here. Return to the academy and everyone will be rewarded with 1 million points. Thank you, Vice President. With 1 million points, you can easily challenge for goods in Dan Pavilion, Qi Pavilion, and Martial Pavilion. Moreover, they are top-notch goods. How can you not be happy? Ji Yoshi, who was standing at the back, felt uncomfortable watching the two people being so affectionate with each other. Even though Yan Meishu was her best friend, she couldn't help feeling jealous. Suchen should have been hers, but because of the royal family's breaking of the engagement and her failure to stop it, Suchen left her. It's impossible to regret. As for Huang Ying, she sighed deeply in her heart. She knew that Junior Su had no feelings for her at all, and she was just being wishful thinking. Suchen is so outstanding that he even chose to refuse the inheritance of the imperial way and gave it to teacher Yan. Just ask, how many people can do such a thing? All the golden eagles were waiting outside the lost forest. Because of this incident, the academy's autumn hunt ended early, but because everyone was determined not to escape and were willing to stay and live and die with the academy, Qin Zhu specially rewarded each student with 1 million points. I am very satisfied with the performance of each student. He did not choose to escape because of the intimidation of the Tang clan. He would rather die than surrender and was willing to share life and death with Suchen. Sister Yan, you go first, I'll follow right away. What's up? Kindness. As soon as he finished speaking, Suchen rushed out. Under a big tree not far away, he saw a purple fox with blood stained on its chest. It was the purple fox that had left without saying goodbye. With his brows tightly furrowed, Suchen did not expect that the purple fox that had already left would appear here and was injured again. He did not choose to give up, but gently picked up the purple fox from the ground. At this time, the purple fox slowly opened its eyelids and glanced at the human in front of it, seeming a little angry. Suchen could actually hear a slight cold snort. With a helpless smile, Suchen said, "Little guy, don't blame me. It was you who left without saying goodbye. I thought you were caught by others and made into soup. If you dare to leave without saying goodbye again next time, I will not save you again. Do you understand?" Without waiting for Zihu to say anything, Suchen directly hit Zihu's butt 3 times and said, "Take this as a warning. I will spare you this time." Holding the purple fox in his arms, his right hand was not idle and kept touching the purple fox's buttocks. For some reason, Suchen felt that the purple fox's buttocks were nice to touch, and its hair was the softest and most beautiful. Zihu kept twisting his body, staring at Suchen fiercely. Because his injuries were quite serious, he was unable to get rid of Suchen's hand at all. "Ha ha ha, you're not convinced. Go ahead and bite me." Although he was angry, Suchen still took out a Qianquan pill and a Panchue pill from his Qianquan bag. He put the usual things in the space ring, while the valuable things, such as the Qianquan pill, were all placed in the Qianquan bag. Looking at the purple fox who refused to swallow the pill, Suchen said coldly, "If you dare to disobey, I will throw you into the wolf den. I believe the wolf cubs will like you very much." The angry purple fox glared at Suchen fiercely. In desperation, it could only open its little mouth and swallow the 2 pills. Its eyes immediately showed great surprise. "Not bad, right? Forget about the Panchue pill. This Qianquan pill is my unique secret recipe. I am the only one in the entire continent who can refine it and use the soul into the pill. This is not bragging. Suchen has full confidence. After all, in order to refine the Qianquan bag, the condition of practicing the Chaos Devouring art alone is not something that others can do." Zihu had no expression on his face. He slowly closed his eyes and began to refine and fuse the 2 pills. After touching the purple fox's buttocks, Suchen put the purple fox in his arms and chased after the large group. The news that the Tang clan leader and hundreds of Tang clan warriors had been massacred spread throughout the entire eastern wilderness in an instant as if it had wings. Tang Xiaotian, the leader of the Tang clan, wanted to kill the students of the academy in the Lost Forest, but he was killed instantly by a purple-clothed woman who suddenly appeared, along with the rest of the Tang clan. In order to successfully kill Suchen this time,
Tang Xiaotian could be said to have sent out all his forces. The top power of the Tang clan was destroyed, which was absolutely a devastating blow to the Tang clan. If nothing unexpected happens, the Tang clan will fall directly from the top force in the eastern wilderness to a second-rate force, or even a third-rate force, and a top family will decline. Everyone was sighing. No one had expected that the great Tang clan would be so unlucky. Their backbone forces were directly destroyed during a trip to the Lost Forest. Everyone was also speculating about the origins of the purple-clothed woman who massacred the Tang people. As for Su Chen's identity, it was blocked by Donghuang College. The ace-class students and teachers present were not allowed to disclose Su Chen's identity without permission. Therefore, no matter who it was, it would be difficult to get any information about Su Chen from Donghuang College. As for the fact that Yan Meishu inherited the imperial way, it directly caused a sensation in the entire eastern wilderness. After all, the imperial realm is at the pinnacle of martial arts. East Desert College. The academy did not block the news about Yan Meishing accepting the imperial inheritance, because many people had seen Yan Meishing accept the inheritance with their own eyes, so even if they wanted to conceal it, it would be impossible. Fortunately, those who have accepted the imperial inheritance will not be forcibly deprived of it. The academy attaches great importance to this matter. Dean's office. Lan Shang was a little confused when listening to what Qin Zhu said. The inheritance of the Emperor Realm, that was the legendary inheritance of the Emperor Realm. If nothing unexpected happened, there was a great chance that Yan Meishu would become an emperor in the future. Dean, do you think it would cause great trouble to the academy if the news of Yan Meishing's acceptance of the imperial inheritance were to spread? As for other matters, I believe that no one dares to provoke Donghuang Academy, but no one dares to guarantee the inheritance of the imperial way. Spread the news and say that Yan Meishu is from the ancient totem tribe. Totem ancient tribe? Qin Zhu was completely stunned. He knew very well what kind of existence the ancient totem tribe that the dean was talking about was. The ancient totem tribe came from the continent, and they were the most powerful existence in the entire continent. He never expected that Yan Meishu actually came from the ancient totem tribe. Dean, is Yan Meishu really from the ancient totem tribe? Nodding, Lan Shang said, when Yan Meichi first came to our academy, she confessed her identity. She was from the ancient totem tribe. But for some reason, I didn't ask. Qin Zhu understood what the dean meant. As Yan Meishu successfully inherited the imperial way, it would definitely bring about a lot of trouble. Donghuang Academy didn't care, but it was afraid that someone would do something bad to Yan Meishu. It is not easy for someone in Donghuang Academy to inherit the imperial way. Once Yan Meishu becomes an emperor in the future, no matter where Yan Meishu comes from, he will be a teacher of Donghuang Academy. This is an indisputable fact. For Donghuang Academy, the benefits will definitely outweigh the disadvantages. What the Donghuang Academy cannot deter, I believe the ancient totem tribe will definitely be able to deter. Dean, I have allowed Su Chen to enter the ace class as an exception. This time he refused the imperial inheritance and gave it to teacher Yan. His heart of martial arts is extremely firm. This boy will definitely rise to the top in the future. Nodding, Lan Shang did not object and said, I understand. You will follow up on Su Chen's affairs in the future. Remember, don't accept him as your apprentice. Why? Qin Zhu was a little anxious. He didn't know why the dean wanted to stop him. Over the years, he had never accepted any apprentice. This was the first time, but the dean directly opposed it. Su Chen's excellence is obvious to all, and being able to accept such a person as his apprentice is definitely something worth looking forward to in his life. I can't figure it out. Lan Shang looked at his longtime friend, sighed deeply in his heart, and said helplessly, Brother Qin, he is from the Su family in Panyo City. I know. Qin Zhu had already found out Su Chen's identity. He was from the Su family in Panyo City, and the Su family was a branch of the Su clan. So what? It had nothing to do with him accepting Su Chen as his apprentice. Lan Shang said, do you know who his father is? Who? Looking at Lan Shang's strange face, Qin Zhu seemed to have guessed something. A look of shock gradually appeared on his face. He asked in surprise, Su Zhan. That's right, it's Su Zhan. Since you know Su Zhan, you should understand who Su Zhan is. Nodding, Qin Zhu sighed deeply in his heart. He was not unfamiliar with the name Su Zhan, as he was his idol. However, he did not expect that Su Chen's father was actually Su Zhan. No wonder he was so talented. Su Zhan fought against the top 10 forces in the East Wasteland alone and wiped them all out, making him famous in the East Wasteland and known as the strongest man in the East Wasteland. Then Su Zhan entered the mainland and returned several years later. It is said that he has become a living dead or even died. I never thought that his son would come to my East Wasteland college. Being ranked first in the Eastern Wasteland already explains a lot. Qin Zhu smiled helplessly and said, I understand what you mean. I will keep an eye on him. It's troublesome. You and I have been brothers for many years. Why do you have to say this? I'm leaving first. Kindness. When Qin Zhu left, Lan Shang's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he said with a smile, the inheritance of the Imperial Way and the ancient totem clan are really becoming more and more interesting. Dongwang Academy has only one ace class, with a total of 36 students in the class, all of whom are ranked in the top 36 places on the 100 battles list, firmly occupying the position. No one has ever been able to shake the position of the ace class. The academy has its own rules. No matter which level of class, including the junior class, as long as you can defeat the students in the ace class and rank in the top 36 of the 100 battles list, you can directly enter the ace class for training. Only. Rules are one thing, whether anyone can do it is another. The autumn hunt in the Forgotten Forest ended ahead of schedule. Because Huang Ying made continuous breakthroughs to the nascent soul stage and the vice president personally spoke up, Huang Ying was directly promoted to the ace class and became a member of the ace class. Those who broke through the nascent soul realm, even if it was only the first level of the nascent soul realm or the void soul realm, were eligible to enter the ace class, and no one dared to have the slightest objection. As for Su Chen, he had just broken through to the Jindan realm, but was also promoted to the ace class by the vice dean as an exception, which surprised all the students in the academy. This is ridiculous. A first-level Jindan realm warrior enters the ace class. In the history of the academy, such a thing has never happened. Junior class dormitory. Although Su Chen has been promoted to the ace class, he has not moved out of the junior class dormitory. Boss, tell me quickly, did you really give the imperial inheritance to Teacher Yen? It is said that you and Teacher Yen have become a couple, is it true? Huang Qi asked with a grin. After all, Yen Meishu was known as the most beautiful girl in Dongwang College. Even in the entire Dongwang, no one could compare to her. Over the years, there have been many people pursuing Teacher Yen, but no one has succeeded. However, Su Chen won her over directly, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Su Chen did not answer, but just looked at the 9 people in front of him. Except for Huang Qi and Xingyin Xue, the others were still practicing slowly. Huang Qi has already reached the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, while Xingyin Xue has even reached the Void Core realm. Judging from the speed at which their mutated blood wheels are cultivated, I believe their cultivation talents are far superior to those of other students. Seeing that the boss didn't answer, Huang Qi suddenly said, Boss, junior sister Xing is leaving the academy soon. Why? He was a little surprised. After all, in Su Chen's opinion, Dongwang College was indeed a good place for cultivation. Xingyin Xue nodded and said, I don't know how the family learned about my blood chakra mutation, and they have sent people to find me. If I don't go back. Having said that, Xingyin Xue did not continue speaking, but the meaning of her words was very clear, that is, she must leave the academy and return to the Xing clan. The Xing clan is one of the top families in Dongwang. Its strength is even slightly superior to that of the Tang clan. The reason why Xingyin Xue left her family and came to Dongwang College was because of the wasted blood wheel. Big families are more realistic. If you don't have good blood and talent, you won't have any status. Once your blood mutates and your talent increases dramatically, you can get better resources for cultivation. Reality is reality, and Su Chen certainly understood that it would definitely be more appropriate for Xingyin Xue to return to the Xing clan to practice than to stay in Dongwang Academy. First of all, Xingyin Xue has gotten rid of the useless blood wheel and awakened the mutated blood wheel, sky-covering Skylark. This kind of blood wheel is the top existence in the entire eastern wilderness. When Xingyin Xue returns to the Xing clan, his status will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. Secondly, if Xingyin Xue stays in the academy to practice, even if she has top-level blood and good talent, she still needs to follow the academy's rules and go up level by level. The higher the class, the richer the practice resources she will get. However, if Xingyin Xue returns to the Xing clan, with Xingyin Xue's mutated blood, I believe she will be cultivated by the Xing family, which will definitely be a good thing. Then congratulations, Senior Xing. Congratulations. Xingyin Xue's heart skipped a beat, but the disappointment on her face was gone in a flash. She forced a smile and said, "Thank you. When are you planning to leave?" "Tomorrow." "So soon?" "Well, I'm a little tired. I'm going to go back and rest first. You guys can chat slowly." Looking at Xingyin Xue, who got up and left, Suchen didn't care. Yi Xianxian, Fang Qing, and Shi Xiaomon sighed deeply in their hearts. How could they not understand Xingyin Xue's thoughts? However, the situation now was very clear. It was really true that flowers have feelings but water does not care. It was obvious that Suchen had no feelings for Xingyin Xue at all. The three girls didn't say much, because it was difficult for outsiders to interfere in matters of the heart, and they could only watch how the relationship developed. "Huang Qi, your current training speed is far from enough. The academy just rewarded me with 1,000,000 points. Here are 500,000 points. You must practice in the 10,000 Beasts Tower or somewhere else every day. Do you understand?" Seeing the boss's serious expression, Huang Qi nodded. He also understood that his cultivation speed was indeed not very fast. After all, Donghuang Academy was full of hidden talents and gathered the best people in the entire Donghuang. Even if he awakened the mutated blood wheel, he would be left far behind if he relaxed even a little. 500,000 points were instantly deducted from the Jade identity card, which made others extremely envious. Following such a boss, there was no need to worry about not becoming powerful. Qiaohong, Fang Ju, Lu Yu, and Wan Niyun looked at each other, as if they had made up their minds. They all stood up and knelt on one knee in front of Suchen. "What are you doing?" Suchen hurriedly stood up and looked at the four people kneeling in front of him, frowning. He did not expect that the four people would suddenly do this, which caught him somewhat off guard. Except for Fang Qing, the other two women were also extremely surprised. Wan Niyun clasped his fists towards Suchen and said, "The four of us don't have good talents, and our blood rings haven't mutated, but we have a heart that yearns for martial arts, and I hope you won't despise us. We are willing to follow you in the future and never betray you for the rest of our lives." Without waiting for Suchen to stop them, the four of them had already started swearing. "If the four of us betray you in the future, we will be punished by heaven." As soon as the words fell, the four of them immediately dripped a drop of blood, which gathered into a special pattern in front of them. It was the most domineering blood oath. Once violated, they would definitely be retaliated by the blood oath. Precisely because of this, under normal circumstances, no one is willing to swear a blood oath, which in itself shows the determination of the four people. With a deep sigh, Suchen understood what the four people meant. With their talents, he believed that they would be kicked out of Donghuang Academy soon. The rest of their days would be spent in mediocrity, and it would be difficult for them to make great progress in the future. In the worst beginner class, there were 5 male students besides him, and now all of them were following him around. Reject. How to refuse? He couldn't refuse. The 4 of them had already discovered the blood oath. Although his refusal would have no effect, he certainly couldn't do such a thing. No rejection. The 4 of them have already chosen to swear a blood oath, and if he continues to refuse, it would be somewhat unkind of him. With a deep sigh, Suchen looked at the 4 people in front of him and said without hiding anything, "I am from the Su family in Panyo City. My family is the Su clan." Qiaohong, Fang Ju, Lu Yu, Wan Niyun, including the 3 women, were all very surprised when they heard what Suchen said. It seemed that they had not expected that Suchen actually came from the Su family in Panyo City. The Su family in Panyo City doesn't matter, but the Su clan is not simple. Looking at the entire eastern wilderness, the Su clan is a top family that can rival the Tang clan. No questions were asked, because the 4 of them, looking at Suchen's serious face, could guess that things were definitely not that simple and there must be something fishy. "Su Hao of the Su tribe and I have a life and death feud. If you follow me, your life will be in danger in the future, so you must think clearly. Qiao Hong, Fang Ju, Lu Yu, Wan Niyun, they looked at each other, and they all understood what Su Chen meant. Still kneeling on one knee, he did not stand up. The four of them had determination on their faces, saying, "We will follow you till death, and we will never change our minds." "Get up." "Yes, boss." Su Chen believed the four people, but things still had to be made clear to avoid the four people resenting him when he encountered a life-and-death crisis in the future. The matter is laid out on the table, and the four people are asked to make a choice. If they still insist on following him, then he will do his best to cultivate them. Su Chen took out the identity jade card without any stinginess. He might be ruthless and decisive in killing his enemies, but he would be very generous to his brothers. The 500,000 points here will be divided equally among the four of you, just like Huang Qi. You just need to focus on your cultivation. As for your blood chakras, I will find a way for you. Thank you, boss. He took out a Qianquan pill from his Qianquan bag. He had 2 Qianquan pills in total. He had given one to Zihu to swallow before. He was going to take the remaining one himself, but since 4 people followed him, he had to give them some gift. This Qianquan pill is made from the soul of a 9th-level condensed spirit realm demon beast. It contains 90% of the soul power. None of you can swallow it all. You can only divide it. The Qianquan pill will not have any backlash. Qiao Hong took the so-called Qianquan pill with his eyes shining, without any backlash. This was refined from the soul of a demon beast in the condensation realm, and its value was self-evident. Boss, are you an alchemist? Kindness. I have something else to do, you can practice on your own. Having said that, Su Chen stood up and left. Yi Xianxian and the other 2 had envy on their faces. They knew, of course, that Su Chen would not lie. In other words, the Qianquan pill was a soul pill. See, I told you that if you hang out with the boss, there will definitely be benefits. Huang Qi, you have a mutated blood wheel, so you must consume a small amount of Qianquan pill. Okay. Fang Qing said at this time, brother, I also want to follow Su Chen, is it okay? Fang Ju shook his head and said, no. Su Chen has made it very clear just now that he has a life-and-death feud with Su Hao of the Su tribe, and that he will definitely go to war with the Su tribe in the future. He swears to follow them until death, but he doesn't want anything to happen to his sister. Huang Qi and others understood Fang Ju's meaning. Following the boss would definitely be 100 times stronger than practicing alone, but it would also be correspondingly dangerous. It was only natural to protect his own sister. Leave the dormitory. Su Chen originally wanted to take the 1 million points and go to the weapon pavilion to choose spiritual weapons and treasures, but now, he has given all the 1 million points to Huang Qi and the other 4. The reason is simple. Since the 5 people dared to bet on him and were not afraid of life and death or the Su tribe, he would not let them lose. If you dare to bet, I will let you win. He was not planning to go to the ace class because the vice dean had made an exception and allowed him to enter the ace class, but Su Chen had a good impression of the students in the ace class. When they were in the Forgotten Forest, regardless of whether they were sincere or not a single student from the 5 ace classes chose to leave alone. Su Chen, can I take up some of your time? I have something to tell you. Looking at Ji Yoshi who had stopped him, Su Chen frowned slightly, shook his head, and refused, I don't have time. The relationship between you and me is over. No matter how much I say, it's useless. Ji Yoshi did not give way. The more Su Chen did so, the more she couldn't let go. Her beautiful face was full of pity, with tears in the corners of her eyes, but Ji Yoshi held them back and said aggrievedly, I cannot change the decision made by the royal family. You should understand that I am in the royal family and often have no choice. Because your blood wheel was abolished, the royal family believes that you cannot practice, and it is normal to cancel the engagement. I can tell you now that I have not regretted the engagement, and I do not intend to regret it. Your destruction of the marriage certificate does not count. You are still my fiancé, as you were before, are now, and will be in the future. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Ji Yoshi said it with certainty. She found that more and more women began to like Su Chen, including her good friend Yan Meishing. Until now, Ji Yoshi is still in a daze. She is her best friend who understands her best. Yan Meishing is the most beautiful girl in Donghuang College,
and the college has just announced that Yen Meishing is from the ancient totem tribe of the mainland. Yen Meisa never takes any man seriously and is arrogant, but she is only interested in Su Chen, and their relationship has developed to an indescribable level. A woman's sixth sense is very accurate. If she doesn't take the initiative, she will definitely lose Su Chen completely. As a princess of the dynasty, she had never done such a thing, but she did not regret it. Somewhat impatiently, Su Chen said with disgust on his face, "Some things are not up to you alone. The marriage certificate has been destroyed." Without waiting for Su Chen to continue talking nonsense, Ji Yoshi had already taken out a marriage certificate from the space ring, which was intact. Su Chen was a little dumbfounded. He didn't know how Ji Yoshi did it. After all, he had burned the marriage certificate with his own hands, and the marriage certificate in Ji Yoshi's hand was obviously the real one, the one he had burned before. What is going on? I have already repaired the marriage certificate, which means our fate is not over yet. As long as the marriage certificate is there, you are my fiancé, and no one can change that. Ji Yoshi came in front of Su Chen, and the distance between them was only a fist. Su Chen could even smell the faint fragrance coming towards him. His brows furrowed even more. He really couldn't understand Ji Yoshi. Since she had already chosen to break off the engagement, why was she still forcing him so hard? Su Chen, just think of it as the royal family and I doing you an injustice. From now on, I will officially start pursuing you, and I will definitely catch up with you. After saying that, Ji Yoshi turned and left. Looking at the departing figure, Su Chen was very depressed. It's really a dogskin plaster, you're the one who blames yourself. Su Chen had no interest in Ji Yoshi and even felt disgusted with her. He used to approve of Ji Yoshi, but because of the royal family's breaking of the engagement, he completely lost confidence in her. He didn't take Ji Yoshi's words to heart at all. It doesn't matter. He will never look back on what he chooses to give up. As the saying goes, a good horse never turns back. There are a total of 36 students in the ace class, but only one is in the training ground. That is Bai Yi, who is ranked last in the ace class and is at the 3rd level of the void infant realm. How shameless. I am the only one left to welcome the new students. Huang Ying and Su Chen came together and met on the road. Huang Ying was very grateful to Su Chen. She understood that if it had not been for Su Chen's help during the autumn hunting trip in the Forgotten Forest, she would definitely not have been able to successfully advance to the ace class. Martial arts training ground. You are Huang Ying and Su Chen. Yes, senior sister, I am Huang Ying, and this is junior brother Su. Huang Ying was extremely respectful, because any student in the ace class was a chosen one, and even the weakest student was stronger than them. Bai Yi nodded and said with a smile, "My name is Bai Yi. The others are not here." The training time of the ace class is very casual, and the teacher will not limit it deliberately. But you must remember that everything in the ace class is based on progress and strength. If you don't make progress, then even if you break through to the 3rd level of the nascent soul, you will still be kicked out of the ace class. Understood, Senior Bai. Bai Yi looked at Su Chen and said with admiration and curiosity, "Xiaodi Su, your story has spread. I really admire you for even giving up the inheritance of the emperor. But is it worth it to exchange the inheritance of the emperor for the heart of a beauty? The academy has a version." That was Su Chen from the ace class, who refused the imperial inheritance in the Lost Forest and gave up the imperial inheritance in order to win the smile of a beautiful woman. Su Chen did not answer. He did not deny that he recommended Sister Yen, but it was a bit imprecise to say so. Teacher Wang is here. You must remember that Teacher Wang's full name is Wang Kuan. He is a master of the concentrated mind realm, a blood will titan giant ape, and a strength type person. Teacher Wang has a bad temper. Most importantly, Teacher Wang Kuan is also one of Teacher Yen's suitors, and a crazy one at that. You're on your own. A face full of gloating. At this time, a burly middle-aged man, as burly as a black bear, walked in. His muscles were so developed that even clothes could not cover them. "Why didn't you go to practice?" Bai Yi said with a wry smile, "Teacher Wang, they asked me to stay here to welcome the new students." Newborn. Wang Kuan looked at the two of them, and anyone could see the indifference in his eyes. Huang Ying hurriedly said, "Teacher Wang, my name is Huang Ying, he is Su Chen, we are both from the ace class, and we are here to report to the Ace class. Are you Su Chen? Exactly. Snort. With a heavy cold snort, Wang Kuen's eyes were very unfriendly, and he sneered, "Boy, there are some people you can't touch. Now go outside and run 10,000 laps. You are not allowed to use any force." It was obviously aimed at Su Chen. Both Bai Yi and Huang Ying could see it, but they just didn't dare to interrupt. Su Chen could also feel Wang Kuen's hostility towards him. "Senior Huang, I'm leaving now to practice. Come to me if you need anything." Presumptuous. How could the angry Wang Kuen tolerate being ignored by a student who had just entered the Ace class? An astonishing momentum instantly burst out from his body, and he suppressed the opponent fiercely like a tsunami. As a teacher, he certainly cannot kill any student, and he must control himself no matter how angry he is. "I want to see what you are capable of. As long as you can leave the training ground under my pressure, today's incident can be written off." Moment. An astonishing aura emanating from Wang Kuen suppressed Su Chen. As a person in the spirit-refining realm, Wang Kuen's strength was obvious. The Taiku God and Demon art and Chaos Devouring art instantly circulated in his body. The two major techniques combined and flowed throughout his body. A sword and blood will instantly condensed above his head, and the sounds of swords roared towards the sky. The ground of the entire martial arts training ground began to break into pieces, like a huge spider web spreading all around. Huang Ying and Bai Yi retreated one after another. "Teacher Wang, please show mercy." Bai Yi grabbed Huang Ying, shook his head hurriedly, and said, "Don't interrupt. What if something happens to Su Chen?" "Don't worry, Teacher Wang will know the limits." Wang Kuen was really angry. Everyone in the academy knew that he liked Yan Meishing. Yan Meishing had many suitors, but no one had ever been able to successfully pursue Teacher Yan. Su Chen was the first one. In Wang Kuen's opinion, Su Chen was able to successfully pursue Teacher Yan because he gave up the inheritance of the Emperor's way. Let him ask himself, who can ignore the inheritance of the Emperor's way? A Jindan realm cultivator did not fall down immediately. His cold eyes were filled with surprise. However, Wang Kuen's aura gathered more and more, and the terrifying power accumulated layer by layer, constantly soaring to the limit, and swarming in like an overwhelming force. Faced with such terrifying power, if it were anyone else, let alone the Jindan realm, even the Yuanying realm would not be able to withstand it. Even the Soul Palace realm may not be able to contend with it. "I can't accept this fact. Kneel down." A roar of anger exploded in his ears, but Su Chen gritted his teeth and persisted, his cold eyes full of indifference. Wang Kuen had gone too far, relying on his status as a teacher to make him kneel down. Wang Kuen's aura continued to rise, and the terrifying pressure enveloped Su Chen's whole body. Breakthrough. Wang Kuen was suddenly shocked, because he never expected that under the pressure of his momentum, Su Chen not only did not kneel down, but instead used the momentum and pressure to break through his own limits and successfully broke through from the first level of Jindan realm to the second level of Jindan realm. To him, Su Chen's breakthrough was a complete disgrace to him. If this matter were to get out, how would he survive in the academy in the future? The two major skills in his body were running frantically, and Su Chen gritted his teeth and persevered. "I would rather die standing than live on my knees." Wang Kuen's aura was rising. For the sake of face, he had to force Su Chen to kneel no matter what the cost. The ground collapsed and Su Chen's feet sank down. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still full of determination. "With Master here, you won't be humiliated." The voice of his master, the demon god, suddenly rang in his mind, and Su Chen was immediately delighted. This time he had to thank Wang Kuen, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to break through to the second level of the Golden Core realm in an instant. With the help of his master, Wang Kuen's momentum is no longer a concern.